The Beast Continent is a world where humans and beasts coexist, filled with all kinds of bizarre and extraordinary creatures. Here, humans awaken their beast control diagram at the age of 8 to tame beasts. The arrival of Dark Divine Beast has plunged this world into panic. He, endowed with a Supreme Beast control diagram, possesses an unparalleled physique and an invincible consciousness, ultimately steps toward becoming the strongest divine beast. Master. Chapter 1. The Beast Control Diagram. On the Beast Continent, there are various powerful and ferocious beasts that dominate this world. Every human awakens their beast control diagram at the age of 8 to tame beasts and fight for themselves. The Mu clan is located on the eastern side of the Beast Continent and is a small family affiliated with Tianhua City. Today is particularly lively because it is the annual day for awakening the beast control diagram. Only with the beast control diagram can one capture beasts to fight for themselves and protect against other beasts. Every individual's beast control diagram varies in color. Rank from low to high is white, cyan, blue, black, red, gold, and multicolored. There are also some mutated colors, but these are very rare on the Beast Continent. Do you think Tianhua will awaken what grade of beast control diagram today? A man with a rugged face, tall stature, and a unique aura spoke lightly. It doesn't matter what it is, he is our son. Would we ever dislike him? She shot a charming glance at the man beside her, which stirred emotions, then turned her head away, her eyes fixated on the distance. In the distance, over 20 children, all 8 years old, stood on a platform, waiting for the clan leader to help them awaken their beast control diagrams. At this moment, Yuntian was also among the crowd of children. If sensing something, he looked up and met the gaze of the woman in the distance. Then a big smile appeared on his face as he confidently nodded, exuding a refreshing aura. The man's name is Mu Chun, Mu Yuntian's father, and the woman is Yunshi, his mother. Tianhua's consciousness has already reached the second level. His efforts before the age of 8 are undeniable. Today we'll see how his beast control diagram fares. If it reaches blue or above, then taming beasts will be much easier in the future, Mu Chun said, glancing at the platform. That a strong consciousness enables better control over the beast control diagram to capture beasts and control them. Many clan members had gathered around the platform, as this day signifies the children's future. Everyone wanted to see if any genius would emerge from their clan. Awakening a high-grade beast control diagram could lead to limitless achievements. Suddenly, a piercing scream from the sky drew everyone's attention upward. It's the clan leader, he's here. That's the clan leader's 5th grade beast, the Azure Phoenix Eagle. Everyone looked at the beast spiraling down from the sky, its body covered in blue feathers shimmering in the sunlight, its wings spanning over 10 meters, blocking out the sun. Indeed, the 5th grade beast, the Azure Phoenix Eagle, with a flap of its wings, it dove down and instantly landed on the platform, leaving everyone stunned by its speed. The next second, an elder jumped off the back of the Azure Phoenix Eagle, appearing to be around 70 years old but still full of vigor, especially his bright, piercing eyes. This was the clan leader, Mu Fei. He surveyed the surroundings with a flick of his consciousness. A shadowy light flickered in his body, then a diagram emerged under his control, floating above his head. Although the crowd had seen it many times, they were still amazed each time. It was indeed the clan leader's beast control diagram. The entire diagram exhibited a mysterious black color, and 7 beast figures could be faintly seen on it. Then Mu Fei waved his hand, and the Azure Phoenix Eagle dove into the beast control diagram, causing the 7 beast figures to suddenly become 8. With another flick of his consciousness, the beast control diagram disappeared, transforming into a beam of light that flew into his body. Today is the day to awaken your inner beast control diagrams. I won't say much. The path ahead relies on your own efforts. Strive to become excellent beast masters and ultimately approach the realm of divine beast masters. Mu Fei said softly to the over 20 children on the platform, his eyes filled with warmth. Mu Yuntian and the others nodded seriously, their childish faces revealing a determined expression. Let's begin. Mu Fei clapped his hands. From the crowd below, 2 individuals emerged, each carrying a large stone tablet, which they placed on the platform. On the tablet were 3 large characters, Awakening Stone. Since the Awakening Stone needed to absorb spiritual energy from the surroundings daily, Mu Fei did not place it in a storage artifact. Now, those whose names I call can come over and place your hands on it. This Awakening Stone will help you activate your inner beast control diagram. The process may be a bit painful, but you must endure it. This is your future if you can't withstand this little pain. The path of the strong will be out of reach for you. Mu Fei said, starting to call names. Mu Ishanda, thin, Dark-skinned boy stepped forward from the crowd of children. As Mu Yishan placed his hand on the stone, it emitted a faint white light. Minutes later, Mu Yishan was sweating profusely, his body trembling slightly as he gritted his teeth to endure the pain. The white light continuously flowed within him, as if collecting something, and after about 15 minutes, a reaction finally occurred within Mu Yishan. Points of light began to gather, slowly forming a diagram. Control it with your consciousness. Mu Fei's voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this, Mu Yishan hurriedly focused his mind, trying to control his inner beast control diagram with his consciousness. 5 minutes later, he succeeded. The beast control diagram burst forth from his body, hovering above his head. It's blue-grade. Ha, not bad. Not bad, he truly is my nephew. Surrounding people were murmuring, laughter occasionally erupting. Mu Yishan looked at the beast control diagram above him. It was empty, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. He then used his will to store it within himself before collapsing onto the platform. Help him down to rest. It's like this for everyone's first time, Mu Fei said before continuing to call out other names. 2 hours later, only Mu Yuntian and 5 other children remained on the platform, all feeling extremely nervous. Among the more than 10 children before them, apart from Mu Yishan, had a blue-grade beast control diagram. The rest were all cyan grade, leaving them anxious and fearful of not even achieving a cyan grade. Chapter 2. The Awakening of Mu Yuntian. Mu Yuechi. Among the remaining few, a little girl stepped forward, her big eyes sparkling like jewels, her arched eyebrows resembling a flowing galaxy, and her cherry-like lips curved in a smile that was both endearing and lovable. Mu Yuechi placed her hand on the awakening stone, and a few minutes later, like the others, she was drenched in sweat, her small body straining to hold on. 20 minutes later, as she focused her consciousness, her beast mastery diagram floated above her head, a dark void that even light could not penetrate. Black. It was actually black. I can't be mistaken. It's just like the clan leaders. No wonder she is the clan leader's granddaughter. Her talent is astonishing. The crowd exchanged words, their eyes revealing expressions of envy. After all, that was a black beast mastery diagram, and within a radius of several thousand miles, there were hardly 10. Seeing this, Mu Yuechi was also very excited. If she weren't already exhausted, she would probably have jumped for joy. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Your consciousness has reached the 2nd tier. And now you've awakened a black beast mastery diagram. It's rare? Mu Fei looked at his granddaughter, his heart filled with pride. Mu Yuechi put away her beast mastery diagram. Her consciousness was stronger than those who came before her, so she didn't collapse on the ground, but her legs trembled uncontrollably. Seeing this, her parents immediately came up to carry her down. Next, it was Mu Yuntian. Finally, it's my turn, Mu Yuntian murmured, his face filled with determination and a maturity that belied his age. Thanks to the experiences of those before him, Mu Yuntian felt calm as he slowly walked over and placed his hand on the stone. The light from the awakening stone entered his body, constantly searching. A few minutes later, Mu Yuntian suddenly felt something was wrong. Waves of intense pain coursed through his body, as if needles were piercing his flesh and even his bones. It was not just one needle. It felt like every part of him was experiencing this agony. Sweat beads formed on his forehead, dripping down as his body trembled. His lips already bitten and bleeding, but his hand never left the awakening stone. A faint sound echoed from the stage as Mu Yuntian, in pain, knelt on one leg, his body surrounded by swirling light. Tianer. Yunchi was almost in tears, wanting to rush up to check on him. Mu Chun tightly held her hand, feeling heartache too. But he knew that if he interrupted the awakening now, he would regret it for the rest of his life. At that moment, Mu Fei also sensed something was wrong. At first, he thought the child couldn't bear the pain, but gradually he realized that the pain he was enduring was 10 times more intense than that of the others. However, he couldn't interrupt this awakening. Otherwise, there would be no chance for it to happen again. So it was up to him now. The beast mastery diagram was almost taking shape, and if he could just hold on for a few more minutes, he would succeed. Mu Yuntian finally could not endure the pain any longer. He let out a loud cry, and then his other leg trembled and knelt down as well. His whole body drenched, but the one constant was his hand, firmly pressed against the awakening stone. The crowd below was also sweating for him, unsure of what was happening. Tears fell from Yunchi's eyes onto Mu Chen's hand. She turned away, not daring to look at Mu Yuntian again, fearing she would lose control and rush up. Sigh. Without going through hardships, how can one walk further? I believe Tianer will definitely hold on. He is stronger than we imagine, Mu Chun whispered to Yunchi. Just then, a strong burst of white light suddenly erupted from Mu Yuntian's body, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The crowd below was stunned. They thought they had seen it wrong and exchanged several bewildered glances. How could an awakening cause such a commotion? The most surprised was Mu Fei. Being closest to Yuntian, the sudden white light even made him feel a sense of desolation and indescribable discomfort. Almost, just a little more, I want to give up. Yuntian felt that his beast mastery diagram was on the verge of taking shape. 5 minutes later, finally succeeded. I said Tian'er is stronger than we imagined. Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Now he just needed to control the beast mastery diagram with his consciousness. Quickly, use your consciousness to control it. Your situation is a bit unusual. The sooner it ends, the better. Fei said quickly. Upon hearing this, Yuntian endured the pain throughout his body and continuously tried to control the beast mastery diagram with his consciousness. 10 minutes later, he finally made a connection with the beast mastery diagram. The feeling was incredibly wonderful, as if the diagram was a part of his body, and he could control it at will. Then he focused his consciousness, and the beast mastery diagram burst forth, hovering above his head. White. I can't be mistaken. After such a huge commotion, it turned out to be white? I thought it would at least be red. Sigh. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The crowd below murmured, occasionally letting out sighs. Chun was also in shock, unable to make sense of it. The only one smiling in the entire venue was Yunshi. Seeing her son safe was more important than anything else, regardless of the color of the beast mastery diagram. But wait, it can't be. Fei also fell into deep thought. It's not white, definitely not. Yuntian felt a connection with his beast mastery diagram. He sensed the aura and the mysterious feeling it emitted, which could not be compared to a white beast mastery diagram. Fei's eyes widened. He thought of a possibility. This is not a white beast mastery diagram, but a mutated color beast mastery diagram. A mutated grade beast mastery diagram? Then what is this white? Fei said softly. Some people below heard what Fei said, and it quickly spread throughout the crowd. Immediately, a dozen people raised their white beast mastery diagrams above their heads and compared them with Yuntian's. Chapter 3, Shock. There really is a difference. Our white is just white, but his white is murky and unclear. Could it really be a mutated beast mastery diagram? One of the people with a white beast mastery diagram said. Surrounding people nodded in agreement. Haha, it's a mutated beast mastery diagram. With Tian'er's efforts plus this grade of beast mastery diagram, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. Chun happily hugged Yunshi. Yunshi also smiled. Although her son's safety was the most important thing in her heart, seeing the excitement of the father and son made her feel very comforted. Xiaodian, put away your beast mastery diagram for now. Fei took another look at Yuntian's beast mastery diagram. Then he continued, everyone be quiet. This situation has never occurred in our clan. Let me investigate carefully. If it really is a mutated beast mastery diagram, it will have significant implications for our Mu clan. Everyone's eyes were filled with joy. They certainly hoped for the Mu clan to grow stronger. After Yuntian put away the beast mastery diagram, he felt dazed, as if he had undergone severe torment. The only thing he could do now was to keep himself from collapsing. As soon as Yunshi saw Yuntian put away the beast mastery diagram, she rushed onto the stage, tightly embracing Yuntian, tears streaming down her face. Mother, I'm fine. Let's go down first. I'm just a bit tired, Yuntian said weakly. Yunshi quickly supported him, slowly walking down step by step, her careful movements as if she were cherishing the most beautiful thing in the world. The crowd gradually dispersed, eagerly anticipating the children's performance 3 days later. Fei watched as everyone walked away, casting a meaningful glance at Yuntian. Then, with a flick of his consciousness, a strange beast flew out from the Beastmaster chart. It was the Qingfeng eagle, with its wings spread wide. It soared into the wind and instantly vanished into the sky. He summoned his Beastmaster chart again. The entire chart appeared blurred, as if it were a depiction created at the dawn of the world, leaving even Yuntian himself puzzled by the indescribable feeling. The consciousness is the fundamental aspect of controlling the Beastmaster chart and represents the level of strange beasts one can capture. Generally, a second-tier consciousness can control beasts of second tier or below, but if the Beastmaster chart is of high quality, one can control higher-tier beasts as well. 3 days later, the plaza of the Mu clan had already gathered many people. The originally empty space now seemed extraordinarily lively. Half an hour later, the arrival of the clan leader brought everyone back to silence. No more small talk. Are you all ready? Fei looked at the more than 20 children before him, who were lined up neatly with determination in their eyes. He said with satisfaction, ready. A unified voice echoed across the venue. All right. We will now set off for the Beast Storage Valley. After Fei finished speaking, he shook the Beastmaster chart, and 3 strange beasts appeared in an instant, including the 5th-tier Qingfeng eagle. One of the strange beasts had a single horn on its head, resembling a giant lizard, covered in fiery red fur. Its tongue flicked in and out, as if the air around it was burning. It was a 3rd-tier strange beast, the fire red lizard. Another beast was completely snow white, standing on 4 hooves, occasionally letting out roars. It was the third-tier strange beast, the snow-tracking horse, known for its speed. Then, Mu Fei divided the more than 20 children into 3 groups, each riding on the backs of the 3 strange beasts, while other clan members summoned their own beasts and set off towards the Beast Storage Valley in a grand procession. The Beast Storage Valley is located in a forest behind the Mu clan, specifically used for housing captured strange beasts that have not yet been tamed, preparing them for the children's first experience with beast mastery. Most of these beasts are first tier, with only a few second-tier beasts. 20 minutes later, the clan members guarding the Beast Storage Valley had already received the news and were waiting for everyone's arrival. "They're here, let us get ready," said the leader among them. This was Mu Yuntian's first visit here, and he was astonished by the sight before him. Over 100 giant caves dotted the surroundings, their entrances surrounded by various obstacles, with occasional roars echoing from within, indicating the presence of strange beasts. Leading Mu Yuntian was a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a broad back, who spoke to him about the precautions as they walked. Mu Yuntian and the middle-aged man were riding on the back of a third-tier strange beast, the stone-scale bird, which resembled a large bird, its body covered in stone-like scales, lacking feathers or wings, and moving at a leisurely pace on its sturdy legs. Soon, Mu Yuntian checked several caves, feeling that the beasts inside were not suitable for him, so he did not linger and continued to the next cave. The middle-aged man was not in a hurry either. Being a former participant himself, he understood the significance of the first experience in beast mastery, so he did not rush, guiding the strange beast at a steady pace. Chapter 4. Searching for Strange Beasts. Before long, an hour had passed, and 7 or 8 children had successfully chosen their desired strange beasts, expending considerable effort to finally capture these beasts into their beast master charts, allowing them to fight for themselves in the future. Meanwhile, the remaining dozen or so children were still searching, including Mu Yuntian, who had already checked over 10 caves. Each time he arrived at a cave, he observed carefully, noting that a few of them housed second-tier strange beasts. Before coming, he had decided to first attempt to tame a second-tier beast. If that failed, he would settle for a first-tier beast, as he believed he could definitely control a first-tier beast. Another hour passed. Most of the children had successfully tamed their strange beasts, leaving only 7 people in the valley, including Mu Yuntian and Mu Yuechi. At this moment, Mu Yuntian was hovering outside one cave, his expression shifting. The middle-aged man had mentioned that inside was a second-tier strange beast, the ground wolf, and advised against attempting to tame it, as this beast was extremely ferocious and among the top in the second-tier category. "I'll give it a shot. The harder it is, the more I want to try. If I fail, I can always find a first-tier beast," Mu Yuntian muttered through gritted teeth. "Uncle, I'll choose this one. I want to try." Determination shone in Mu Yuntian's eyes as he spoke to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was visibly taken aback, momentarily stunned. At first, he thought the boy was just wandering around, never expecting him to genuinely challenge the ground wolf. "Are you sure? This is a second-tier ground wolf. Although I will protect you if you are in danger, I will not help you tame this beast. Think carefully before making your decision," the middle-aged man said seriously. "Yes, I've thought it through. If I choose to retreat in the face of difficulties, how can I follow in the footsteps of the strong?" Mu Yuntian nodded earnestly. The middle-aged man was astonished. A child could have such thoughts, making him feel embarrassed for his own lack of insight. "All right," the middle-aged man said without further ado. He walked to the cave entrance, opened the cave, and said to Mu Yuntian, "Go in, just do your best. Remember, life is the most important thing." Mu Yuntian looked at the abyss-like cave entrance and slowly stepped inside. At that moment, he felt no fear. His resilient character taught him that to obtain something, one must be willing to sacrifice, and this time he was sacrificing his courage. The middle-aged man watched the determined figure disappear, deeply moved. At such a young age, he already possessed such resolve, which reflected the effort he must have put in behind the scenes. Silence, a deathly silence. Mu Yuntian looked into the spacious cave, which was dimly lit and completely still. Something felt off. Although he couldn't clearly see the environment inside, there must be a strange beast here, as it shouldn't be this quiet. Mu Yuntian thought to himself. He moved forward slowly, having summoned his beast master chart before entering, which now hovered above his head. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged. If not for Mu Yuntian's heightened state of alertness, he would have missed it. It sounded like something shifting in the cave, producing a breeze. He quickly turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, and in a corner about 20 meters away, he saw a massive creature lying in wait. From what he could see, it must have been at least 3 meters long, especially those eyes, a deep crimson, staring intently at Mu Yuntian without moving. Mu Yuntian was startled, but he quickly steadied his mind. The Beastmaster chart above him floated uncertainly, ready to activate at any moment. He cautiously approached the ground wolf, closing the distance in the silent cave. When he was 10 meters away, Mu Yuntian paused. He focused his consciousness on the ground wolf, wanting to test this creature's reaction. A howl that was neither wolf-like nor human came from the ground wolf. Its sound seemingly capable of piercing the soul, causing Mu Yuntian's head to throb painfully. He quickly used his consciousness to defend himself, which helped him regain some clarity. Fortunately, I have reached second-tier consciousness. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to withstand such sound waves, Mu Yuntian thought to himself. The ground wolf let out a series of howls. Then its limbs sank as it suddenly exerted force and lunged toward the direction where Mu Yuntian was. Accompanying it was a thick iron chain from its right hind leg. Upon seeing this, Mu Yuntian quickly controlled the Beastmaster diagram to press forward. All my hopes are on you. Let me see your power, Mu Yuntian whispered. The diagram and the beast met in midair. The ground wolf, seeing the flying Beastmaster diagram, fiercely struck out a claw, its sharp nails shimmering with cold light. As sharp as a knife, followed by a sound of breaking air, it wanted to tear apart whatever was blocking its path. Mu Yuntian immediately poured his spirit into the diagram without reservation, and the Beastmaster diagram became increasingly blurry, an aura of desolation flickering in and out of visibility. In an instant, the sharp claw made contact with the Beastmaster diagram, but then something unusual happened. The seemingly thin Beastmaster diagram suddenly emitted intense white light, enveloping the ground wolf. The white light matched the colors on the diagram, and the ground wolf appeared to be trapped, struggling endlessly in midair. As the white light illuminated the scene, Mu Yuntian finally saw the full appearance of the ground wolf. 3 meters away, its body was covered in shiny silver fur. Although it was dusty, its dominance could not be concealed, and its tail was as white as snow. At that moment, it was desperately trying to escape, continuously roaring, revealing its sharp fangs and long blood-red tongue, while the iron chain around its ankle was particularly conspicuous, coiling tightly around its leg like a giant python as it struggled. 5 minutes later, Mu Yuntian was feeling a bit exhausted. As the ground wolf continued to charge, the cage woven from white light was gradually fading, and the Beastmaster diagram was shaking. Not good. If it escapes, I'm really in danger. I have to go all out, Mu Yuntian thought to himself, feeling increasingly distressed, especially since the continuous output of spirit had begun to weaken him. The ground wolf kept charging, completely ignoring the damage caused by the white light. Like a machine that did not know fatigue, repeatedly executing the same actions. Chapter 5, Successful Taming. Mu Yuntian knew he could not hesitate any longer. He gritted his teeth and suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. He felt a rush of metallic sweet liquid and intense pain fill his mouth. Then, he sprayed all his strength at the Beastmaster diagram in the air, the blood from his tongue covering the diagram, and he continued to intensify his control with his spirit. The once fading Beastmaster diagram suddenly radiated light. Its intensity multiplied several times. The ground wolf sensed the sudden increase in the diagram's power and finally felt danger, launching even more frenzied attacks, appearing completely desperate. However, this time the Beastmaster diagram stood firm, its light slowly and steadily drilling into the ground wolf's body. Ah! Mu Yuntian felt as if his head was about to split open, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. I must hold on, I need to tame it, Mu Yuntian shouted, pouring all his spirit into the Beastmaster diagram before collapsing backward. Before he fell, he vaguely saw the ground wolf howling, its body trembling violently. The middle-aged man hidden in the darkness witnessed all this, his heart unable to calm for a long time. He was shocked by what had just happened, especially by the willpower of this child. Half an hour later. This time, you all did very well, exceeding my expectations. 2 of you successfully tamed second-tier beasts, and 1 of you even tamed the top second-tier beast here. Well done. Mu Fei's face was filled with admiration, and he was very impressed by Mu Yuntian's performance. The crowd erupted in exclamations, as no one from the Mu clan had ever successfully tamed a top second-tier beast during awakening. They began speculating about who this person could be. Everyone, quiet down. The ones who tamed second-tier beasts this time are Mu Yuechi and Mu Yuntian. And the one who tamed the top second-tier beast is Mu Yuntian, Mu Fei announced to the crowd. Everyone suddenly realized, as this child had already shocked them once during awakening, and hearing the patriarch confirm it made them all look as if they expected nothing less. At this moment, Mu Yuntian was being carried by Mu Chun. After hearing the patriarch's words, he was anxious to leave. Mu Chun, take Xiaotian to my residence. I will help him heal, Mu Fei said. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun was overjoyed. With the patriarch personally intervening, Xiaotian should be fine. He then carried Mu Yuntian and rode his beast toward Mu Fei's residence. Mu Fei followed closely behind, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Due to Mu Chen's full-speed journey, the originally 20-minute trip was shortened to 12 minutes. Mu Yuntian soon arrived, and without wasting any time on unnecessary words, Mu Chun immediately placed him on the bed and carefully examined him, occasionally checking with his spirit. Patriarch, is Xiaotian all right? Mu Chun asked nervously. Don't worry. He just overused his spirit, and combined with using his blood to activate the Beastmaster diagram, it caused him to faint. As long as he takes a spirit recovery pill and rests for half a month, he will recover, Mu Fei said, then placed a pill in Mu Yuntian's mouth. This pill dissolved instantly, so there was no worry of choking. After hearing this, the heavy weight in Mu Chen's heart finally lifted. He thanked Mu Fei and prepared to leave with Mu Yuntian. Wait a moment. Make sure Xiaotian comes to see me after he recovers. I have something to discuss with him, Mu Fei said. Mu Chen nodded and then left. 5 days later, Mu Yuntian finally awakened from his coma. His mind was blank, and he occasionally felt a sharp pain, a side effect of overusing his spirit. Tianer, you finally woke up. Your father and I were so worried about you. Now that you're fine, I'll go get you something to eat, Yunchi said, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Mu Yuntian awake. And then she went to prepare food. He concentrated on summoning the Beastmaster diagram within him, relieved that it was not for battle, just to take a look. Otherwise, he would have instantly collapsed again with his limited spirit. The Beastmaster diagram hovered above his head, still appearing as it did before, a bit blurry, without any changes. However, Mu Yuntian felt a connection with it, and as soon as it appeared, he sensed something different from before. Could it be that I really succeeded? Mu Yuntian quickly used his consciousness to explore the inside of the Beastmaster diagram, only to find that it had its own space, resembling various compartments. He was both surprised and curious. This was his first time entering here, and he had never heard anyone mention such things before. Then he quickly looked at the first compartment, which was very spacious. In the center lay an exotic beast, the ground wolf he had fought earlier. Mu Yuntian was extremely excited because he felt a connection with the ground wolf, and this feeling was strange. If he died, the ground wolf would surely die with him. Haha, I finally succeeded. Then, with a thought, the ground wolf seemed to respond suddenly, opening its eyes, which were still blood red, but now devoid of hostility, only filled with a sense of submission. When Mu Yuntian focused his thoughts again, the ground wolf let out a low howl, as if receiving orders. Then it crawled out of the Beastmaster diagram. The already small room was instantly filled by it, as the ground wolf lay on the floor, seemingly waiting for Mu Yuntian's next command. Mu Yuntian was very excited after seeing it. He finally had his first exotic beast. He originally wanted to try a few more times, but his head was faintly aching at that moment, so he had to give up. Chapter 6. The Chief's Conversation. It wasn't until Mu Yuntian recounted the events that she finally felt relieved. Tianer, first eat something, then have a good rest. The chief said you need at least half a month to recover. You can't be like this in the future. If no one had been there at that time, the consequences would have been unimaginable, Yunchi said, her face showing a look of lingering fear. I understand. I will definitely be more careful in the future. Mu Yuntian looked at his mother, who was busy for him, feeling deeply moved. He then focused his mind, and the beast control diagram floated out from within him. Following that, the ground wolf emerged from it. After half a month of recuperation inside, it had now returned to its peak condition. Mu Qingfeng looked at the imposing ground wolf in front of him and then focused his mind to issue a command. The ground wolf sensed it, let out a loud howl, and pounced forward with a massive paw aimed at a giant rock. Its claws shimmered coldly in the sunlight, sending chills down one's spine. With a loud bang, the giant rock shattered into pieces, flying in all directions. Mu Yuntian was secretly shocked. This power was too great. If that paw had hit him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He then commanded the ground wolf to take him on a wild tour. Amidst Mu Yuntian's exclamations, the speed increased. And no matter the steep slope, lowland, or dense forest, the ground wolf moved as if it were on flat ground. No wonder this ground wolf was at the top among second-tier exotic beasts. Its power and speed were truly remarkable. Mu Yuntian was already on his way to see the chief. 10 minutes later, there were 2 people standing at the gate. One of them, upon seeing Mu Yuntian, immediately ran inside to report to the chief because the chief had previously instructed them to inform him as soon as Mu Yuntian arrived. Soon after, that person came out and brought Mu Yuntian before the chief. Grandpa Chief, do you have any instructions for me? Mu Yuntian saw Mu Fei sitting there and bowed to him. Xiaotian, it's just the 2 of us. There's no need for so many formalities. Come here and sit beside me, Mu Fei said with a beaming smile. Mu Yuntian sat down, feeling a bit nervous since this elder was the strongest in the entire Mu clan. Thank you for the praise, Grandpa Chief. I will definitely work harder in my cultivation. Mu Yuntian said seriously. Hehe, I know a bit about your character. I believe you will go further. Also, your beast control diagram should be a variant. I've been investigating this from many channels these days. Mu Fei paused for a moment and then continued, a long time ago. There were indeed a few variant beast control diagrams in this eastern continent, with purple, scarlet, and dark green, but your white one has never appeared before. However, that's quite normal, as variant beast control diagrams are too rare and powerful. If we were to rank them, it could probably reach the level of a golden beast control diagram. As for yours, I can't find out much. We can only look for answers in Tianhua City when we have the chance. But in any case, yours is also a variant beast control diagram. And even if it's not the best, it should at least be at the red level. Mu Fei felt a bit envious. Beast control diagrams are brought about after awakening and cannot generally be changed unless one has great fortune, which might allow for a change in color. Mu Yuntian listened carefully. He didn't want to miss anything about cultivation. So, Grandpa Chief, are there levels for beast tamers as well? Why haven't I heard you mention this before? Mu Yuntian asked curiously. Of course there are. Before you awakened, it wouldn't have mattered even if you knew. Beast tamers correspond to the levels of exotic beasts. Depending on what level of exotic beast you can control, you are already considered a second-tier beast tamer, Mu Fei said with a smile. So, Grandpa Chief, you are a fifth-tier beast tamer, right? That's amazing. Amazing? Your father is also a fifth-tier beast tamer. That kid Mu Chun has good talent. And now having a child is even more impressive, haha. After Mu Fei laughed, he lowered his voice mysteriously and said, I'll let you in on a secret. Actually, I am a sixth-tier beast tamer, and I have a sixth-tier exotic beast, but very few people know this secret. You must remember that one should always have some trump cards to feel more secure. Mu Yuntian was taken aback, wondering just how powerful a sixth-tier exotic beast could be. Seeing his expression, Mu Fei couldn't help but laugh and said, Xiao Tian, it's said that variant beast control diagrams have many special abilities. You need to discover them yourself. I can't help you with that. However, I can give you something for your spirit sense as a reward this time. But how much you can improve still depends on you. After Mu Fei finished speaking, he focused his mind, and a small jade bottle flew out from his beast control diagram. The entire bottle was beautifully rounded and looked very exquisite. Inside are 2 soul refining pills, which can enhance spirit sense below the 4th tier. They are just right for you now, and I have already given a bottle to Mu Yuechi. If you have time, you can try to break through to the 3rd tier spirit sense. Mu Fei handed the bottle to him, and then taught him how to store items in his beast control diagram. After hearing this, Mu Yuntian found it quite simple. The gist was to use his spirit sense to control the beast control diagram to collect external objects. He succeeded on his first attempt, placing the small jade bottle in the last slot of space. Not bad. Your spirit sense foundation is very solid. You must have worked very hard before awakening. Mu Fei thought to himself, growing increasingly fond of the little boy in front of him. Afterwards, Mu Fei and Mu Yuntian continued to chat casually, occasionally bursting into laughter, filling the room with warmth. 1 hour later. Chapter 7. Cultivating Spirit Sense. Wait a moment, I just remembered there's one more thing I need to tell you. Generally speaking, beast tamers are the ones who control exotic beasts in battle, while they themselves are quite fragile. This is a common issue for most beast tamers, and I'm no exception. If you have the opportunity in the future to obtain a body technique, remember to cultivate it. These secret techniques are quite rare in the exotic beast continent. After all, we rely on exotic beasts, and learning these body techniques is just for self-defense, Mu Fei said to Mu Yuntian, who was about to leave. Mu Yuntian nodded, once again thanking the chief before leaving. However, he firmly remembered what he had just heard, as he agreed with this viewpoint. Although exotic beasts are the most important, one must at least be able to protect oneself. That's why he dared to cultivate here, and so far, there had been no danger. There was a cave beside the small lake, which Mu Yuntian had dug out himself for convenience since sometimes he lost track of time while cultivating. After preparing everything, Mu Yuntian took out the small jade bottle from his beast control diagram and poured 1 pill out. Instantly, the cave was filled with a fragrant aroma, and just smelling it made his soul tremble slightly. Mu Yuntian carefully held the pill in his palm, took a deep breath, and without hesitation, placed it in his mouth. The pill melted instantly, and strangely, the medicinal power didn't spread throughout his body but surged directly to the top of his head where the spirit platform was located. This place is the root of spirit sense. The more solid the spirit platform, the stronger the spirit sense. The spirit platform is quite fragile, and now, after being impacted by this medicinal power, ripples immediately formed. Fortunately, Mu Yuntian was well prepared. He quickly absorbed the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, guiding the medicinal power, which was like a raging wave, to slowly refine the spirit platform. A wave of dizziness hit him, and the splitting headache returned. This time, with the support of the soul refining pill, the speed of refining his spiritual platform had accelerated significantly, leaving Mu Yuntian feeling momentarily unadapted, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure. At this moment, Mu Yuntian was already drenched in sweat, his closed eyelids twitching incessantly. Once, twice, 10 times. At this point, his spiritual platform had already manifested a third, faint trace, slowly gathering more and more. As long as he could fully condense the third trace onto the spiritual platform, he would successfully cultivate the third stage of spiritual awareness. Time passed slowly, and soon 3 days had gone by. The medicinal effects had worn off, and Yuntian's clothes were wet and dry, dry and wet again. This continuous pain was the most tormenting, making one unstable and prone to collapse. Yuntian looked at the more than half-condensed trace on the spiritual platform, his heart steeling itself. I don't believe this little pain can break me. He then took out the last soul-refining pill, rested for 10 minutes, and without hesitation, stuffed it into his mouth. As the saying goes, the person remains. But the pain is different. This time, the pain hit him even more violently and swiftly, almost causing Yuntian to lose control. He hurriedly stabilized the spiritual platform, allowing the pain to torment his will. Let it be strong. The gentle breeze brushes the mountain ridge. Another 3 days passed in silence, the cave still quiet. Outside the cave, by the small lake, a couple of strange beasts occasionally frolicked. These strange beasts didn't even qualify as first stage. They lacked offensive power and speed. Doomed to become food. Humans were the same. If they didn't learn to become stronger, there would always be a crowd behind waiting to step on them. Once they became strong, even the truth would have to remain silent. Yuntian suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with brightness and determination. 6 days of cultivation seemed not to have tired him out at all. 10 seconds later, he closed his eyes again. He looked at the spiritual platform where 3 traces were extraordinarily clear, as if meticulously carved, seamlessly integrated with the platform, perfectly round and naturally formed. Finally, he reached the third stage of spiritual awareness. All the pain was worth it. Yuntian stood up, feeling his spiritual awareness was more than twice as strong as before. Yuntian walked out of the cave. It was daytime. He jumped into the small lake. After 6 days of cultivation, he could smell the foul stench coming from his body. Soaking in the lake, he quietly enjoyed it. But his heart was filled with mixed feelings as he recalled what the clan leader had said. If he cultivated the body, wouldn't it become pure and untainted by then, unlike the stench he had now? However, he merely thought about it. He knew he had to leave the Mu clan, go out to experience the world, and seek his own opportunities to realize his ambitions. Yuntian shook his head, pushing out the chaotic thoughts. The most important thing now was to improve his strength. Without strength, everything was just empty talk. Since that time, this place had always been a forbidden area for the Mu clan, and the strange beasts in the Beast Storage Valley were also captured from here. But only from the outskirts. Deeper inside, apart from the clan leader, no one else had ventured. The Mu clan referred to this place as the Mysterious Forest. Yuntian thought to himself that he had already reached the third stage of spiritual awareness and should try to capture a third stage strange beast. Others in the clan were also forming teams to search for third stage strange beasts here. Although his idea seemed a bit hasty, even reckless, Yuntian's desire for strength had surpassed all of this. Chapter 8, Training Ground. Alright, you are just too soft-hearted. This isn't good for the child's growth. After awakening the beast control diagram, they need more experience and hard training. It's only been 6 days, and you've brought me here. Chun was also speechless. If he waited another day without seeing anyone, Yunshi would probably go looking for someone herself. I'm just not interested in training. As long as Tianer is safe and sound, that's enough. Yunshi shot Chun a glance. Yuntian was very touched, but his mother completely regarded him as a child. Although he was indeed a child now, the heart of a strong person knows no age. Mother, I know my limits. You don't have to worry too much about me. If I encounter danger that I can't handle, I will run away immediately. I have the ground wolf now, right? Yuntian said. A mother's care is always meticulous, in her eyes, no matter how her child changes. He will always be that little boy who never grows up. The next morning, at the Mu clan's training ground, many people were already there. Some sparring while others trained their strange beasts, creating a lively atmosphere. Yuntian looked at the various strange beasts in the training ground, his eyes filled with curiosity. These strange beasts had different shapes. There was even one-legged strange beast. However, when he saw that the one-legged beast could kick through a 5 or 6 meter large rock, he was convinced. Here, Yuntian, our area is over here. A crisp shout rang in Yuntian's ears. He turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw about 20 to 30 children on a large field 50 meters away. He vaguely spotted a little girl waving at him. That shout must have come from her. Yuntian was momentarily taken aback. Due to his personality, he didn't have many friends in the Mu clan, but he couldn't just ignore her. That would be very impolite. As Yuntian approached, he realized it was Yuechi. Since she had awakened the black beast control diagram, he still had some impression of her. Hello everyone. I just came out for a walk because I was bored. I hope I'm not interrupting your training. Yuntian said to the crowd. Of course not. Why don't we train together and spar a bit? Yuechi smiled slightly. That smile was sweet and lovely, with eyes like gems that seemed to speak. And her teeth as white as the moon, combined with perfectly proportioned lips. Too much would be seductive, too little would be pure. Hard to believe she was just an 8-year-old girl. Mu Yuntian was momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded in response. Mu Yuechi chuckled. How could the person in front of her be so dazed? One smile can captivate a city, another can captivate a nation. Yuechi, both of you have tamed second-stage strange beasts. Why not spar a bit? Let us witness it. Yeah, and that beast control diagram. Let us see it again. The crowd urged them. Mu Yuechi glanced playfully at Mu Yuntian, suggesting they spar a bit. Mu Yuntian ignored her provocation, but he also wanted to test the strength of his strange beast, so he nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the crowd quickly cleared a large area, eagerly watching them. After all, these two were the strongest among them. Mu Yuechi greeted them, and then with a thought, the beast control diagram floated above her head, dark and indistinct. But a strange beast could be vaguely seen inside. Mu Yuntian saw that she only had second-stage spiritual awareness. So he didn't plan to use his third-stage spiritual awareness. Otherwise, he would definitely win, and that would be boring. Thus, he also used second-stage spiritual awareness to control the beast control diagram, which hung above his head. The crowd was once again shocked. They saw Mu Yuechi's diagram was somewhat clear, while Mu Yuntian's was entirely indistinct. Mu Yuechi was momentarily stunned. The mutated beast control diagram was indeed very mysterious. No wonder Grandpa said that those who possess these mutated diagrams face many uncertainties on their path of growth. It seems one cannot predict these mutated diagrams. Only the owner can see clearly. Humph! Mu Yuechi looked at Mu Yuntian, whose aura was growing stronger, and with a cold snort. A strange beast leaped out from her beast control diagram. A snake over 10 meters long suddenly appeared in front of her. The snake was pale red all over, with a pair of inverted triangular eyes on its oval head staring intently at Mu Yuntian. Its tongue was a full meter long, and as it flicked in and out, a strong smell of blood wafted through the air. It was Mu Yuechi's second-tier exotic beast, the fire lynx snake. Upon seeing this, Mu Yuntian did not dare to be careless. With a thought, the ground wolf emerged from the beast control diagram. Once it came out, it sensed something was wrong and fixed its eyes on the fire lynx snake before letting out a loud howl, lowering its limbs into a prepared attack stance. The fire lynx snake seemed to feel the danger, coiling its body into a tower-like shape, its exposed head elevated, ready to launch a deadly strike at any moment. The two exotic beasts faced each other, both waiting for their Beastmaster's command. In the next moment, both beasts lunged at each other. The fire lynx snake spat flames from its mouth, transforming into a fire rocket aimed at the ground wolf. The ground wolf's speed surged sharply, its forepaws slamming down like a mountain towards the swiftly approaching flames, while at the same time, it let out a loud roar, sending a sonic wave towards the fire lynx snake. The two beasts exchanged attacks, with the ground wolf gradually gaining the upper hand. Its speed was too fast, and the fire lynx snake had already acquired numerous wounds, while the ground wolf only had slightly singed fur, with no significant injuries elsewhere. Seeing the fire lynx snake increasingly struggling, Mu Yuechi gritted her teeth and unleashed her consciousness. The black beast control diagram above her head instantly intensified, and beams of black light shot towards the fire lynx snake. Third-tier consciousness. Yuechi is really impressive. We here basically have first-tier consciousness, and she has already reached the third tier. Gasps of surprise arose from the crowd. Mu Yuntian was also taken aback. It seemed she had consumed a soul-refining pill to break through to third-tier consciousness. When those beams entered the fire lynx snake's body, it was as if it had taken a stimulant, and its speed surged dramatically. The fire lynx snake swung its tail and executed an incredible turn, its head now behind the ground wolf. Then it coiled around. The ground wolf sensed the danger and frantically clawed at the fire lynx snake. But this time it was not as smooth as before, although it could still leave behind blood marks. The fire lynx snake ignored it and wrapped around the ground wolf in one swift motion. The ground wolf howled in distress, as the snake's body nearly enveloped it entirely, tightening its grip more and more. Mu Yuechi glanced at Mu Yuntian, waiting for him to call it off, and then she immediately withdrew. Mu Yuntian smiled slightly, and the next moment, a consciousness identical to Mu Yuechi's erupted, controlling the beams in the beast control diagram to shoot towards the ground wolf. Another third tier? What monsters? How did they train? A group of children discussed in amazement, their faces full of surprise. Mu Yuechi was also astonished, her mouth agape. She had thought she was powerful. But now even Mu Yuntian had third-tier consciousness. The beams instantly entered the ground wolf's body, and a thunderous roar erupted. The fire lynx snake seemed to be electrocuted, its entire body going limp. The ground wolf broke free in an instant, its eyes now a blurry white. And then it swiped a paw at the limp fire lynx snake. The fire lynx snake was sent rolling on the ground, tumbling about 10 meters before coming to a stop, falling into unconsciousness. Mu Yuntian nodded, not saying anything more, and continued to look elsewhere. Most of the beasts in this training ground were 2nd to 3rd tier, and there were also some 4th tier, but those people had yet to find beasts of matching levels. So they could only practice by themselves. Mu Yuechi, curious, stood beside him, chatting idly. Do you know about the mysterious forest? Mu Yuechi suddenly blurted out. Her big eyes sparkled as if she had discovered a new continent, and then she said, Can you take me there? Grandpa 1T let me go. But I want to try my luck and see if I can tame a 3rd tier exotic beast. Don't you need one too? For the next half hour. Mu Yuechi buzzed around like a mosquito, her voice incessantly ringing in Mu Yuntian's ears, following him wherever he went. Mu Yuntian was speechless, but he couldn't lose his temper. After all, she was just a little girl, and it wouldn't be good to hurt her feelings. All right. I'm really convinced by you. Don't you get tired after talking for half an hour? Mu Yuechi shook her head, planning to continue. Stop. Mu Yuntian immediately shouted to halt her. Fine, but you must not tell anyone else. I'm afraid no one will be able to go otherwise. Mu Yuechi covered her mouth, nodding her head like a little chick pecking at rice. Mu Yuntian was also speechless. He had seen her prowess. A usually quiet little girl was now chattering away like a talkative person. Also, we're not going now. Although I want to go too, it's too rushed. Mu Yuntian then shared his thoughts with Mu Yuechi in detail. Oh, I understand. Then let us go a month later. I'll sneak some pills from Grandpa. Just in case, Mu Yuechi said softly, as if afraid of being overheard. Mu Yuntian immediately felt embarrassed. He should have known better than to agree to take her along. Now it felt like they were planning a theft. Time flew by like a galloping horse, swiftly passing. A month later, Mu Yuechi arrived early. She exchanged a glance with Mu Yuntian, signaling that everything was ready on her end and there were no major issues. Mu Yuntian nodded and stepped out, leaving with her. Haha, finally able to get out. I was almost suffocated in the clan. Mu Yuechi exclaimed joyfully. Hold on, don't be too happy, we're not here to play. You must listen to me, no reckless actions, and don't venture deep. Let us just search around the outskirts. Seeing her expression, Mu Yuntian felt a shiver of worry. Alright, you're even more nagging than I am. I'm listening to you, okay? Here, use your consciousness to imprint this. Mu Yuechi took out a thick sketchbook. Mu Yuntian took a look and gasped. The sketchbook contained many drawings of exotic beasts, with descriptions of their names and abilities beside them. Such a thing must be quite valuable, Mu Yuntian thought, knowing that these sketchbooks were hard to obtain. Hurry up and imprint it with your consciousness. My grandpa spent a lot of source stones to buy this, which records more than half of the exotic beasts on this continent, Mu Yuechi said proudly. Hearing this, Mu Yuntian quickly made a record, fearing that this young lady might suddenly change her mind. After a series of operations, it was finally done. Mu Yuntian returned the sketchbook to Mu Yuechi, and then continued towards the mysterious forest. The two rode the ground wolf, reaching the edge of the mysterious forest in 20 minutes. With a thought, Mu Yuntian made the ground wolf slowly enter. As moving too quickly in the forest would attract the attention of other exotic beasts. The mysterious forest was enormous. Even the 5-meter-long ground wolf could move freely within. Soon, they had crossed the edge and entered the forest's outskirts, which was noticeably darker than outside. It was Mu Yuntian's first time here, and he felt somewhat nervous. In contrast, Mu Yuechi was like a curious child, looking around and occasionally covering her mouth, afraid she might make a sound. They continued walking for half an hour, encountering many oddly shaped exotic beasts along the way. Since having the descriptions from the sketchbook, Mu Yuntian often stopped to carefully identify the exotic beasts. Chapter 10. The 7th Order Beast, the Mighty Ape. Oh, there's a giant cave up ahead. Let's take a break over there, Mu Yuechi pointed out in the distance. Mu Yuntian nodded and headed towards the cave. The trees here were quite strange, as if something had broken them, clearing a path. Mu Yuntian curiously walked along this path. They arrived at the entrance of the cave, which was enormous, at least 100 meters high. The ground wolves looked like ants in front of it. Inside, it resembled a small world, filled with trees and rocks, and even a giant pond. Could this be a gathering place for exotic beasts? Mu Yuntian muttered to himself. Mu Yuechi was also very shocked by the size of the cave, especially its height. The two of them casually found a spot to rest inside. Do you feel something's off? Mu Yuechi spoke first. In fact, Mu Yuntian had sensed it as soon as he entered. It was clear that this cave was inhabited by exotic beasts, but his curiosity drove him to take a look. Let's leave here and find another place to rest, Mu Yuntian said quietly. They had only been there for a few minutes when they started feeling uncomfortable. The unknown was the most frightening. After thinking for a while and confirming there were no other dangers, he agreed with her. After all, their purpose for coming here was to find third-order exotic beasts. At first, they were eager to wait, but over time, they gradually lost patience. Forget it, what a joke. We've been waiting here for an hour, and not a single bird has flown in. Mu Yuechi completely lost her patience. Then let's go check somewhere else. Mu Yuntian also felt it was a waste of time. Just as they were about to leave, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from not far away, shaking the ground. And the noise was getting closer. It's coming. The main event is finally here. I've been waiting for so long. Let's catch it. Mu Yuechi clenched her fists. Mu Yuntian was also filled with anticipation, wondering what kind of exotic beast it would be. The sound grew louder, and soon both of them had to cover their ears. Thinking, if it walks this heavily, could it be a third-order exotic beast? Then they saw a massive figure pressing through the trees. Indeed, it was moving by crushing the trees. They dared not even breathe, fearing that any noise would attract this giant creature. This was no third-order exotic beast. It was clearly the seventh-order beast, the mighty ape. The names flashed in both Mu Yuntian and Mu Yuechi's mind simultaneously. It stood over 50 meters tall, its muscles as hard as forged iron, especially its two arms, which resembled towering pillars, as if all power was concentrated in them. One punch could probably shatter a mountain. The illustrated book described this mighty ape as lacking any special abilities, relying solely on its physical strength to dominate among seventh-order beasts. The rumbling continued until the two watched it enter the cave before they finally dared to breathe. Showtime. Aren't you going to catch it? Mu Yuntian smiled. Mu Yuechi was left speechless by his comment, swallowing her frustration. You go ahead. It's as dull as you are, perfect for being your exotic beast. Mu Yuechi retorted. Mu Yuntian ignored her. He had something he couldn't understand. He glanced at Mu Yuechi and said, even though this place is a bit closer to the inner forest, why are there seventh-order beasts here? This doesn't make sense. Mu Yuechi, after hearing this, also found it puzzling. Logically, it shouldn't be the case unless. They exchanged glances and simultaneously said, unless there's something inside the cave that the mighty ape wants. Now, this was the only possibility to explain why there were seventh-order beasts here, or perhaps there was a miraculous tree, a treasure, or something else. They racked their brains, but couldn't come up with anything. Asking them to go in and check was no different from seeking death. The only difference was that seeking death could leave behind a corpse. If they went in, they'd probably just become a puddle of blood. All right, miss, let's leave. Do you want to go in? Work on improving your strength, and maybe one day you'll have the chance to check it out, assuming that treasure is still here. Mu Yuntian looked at Mu Yuechi's sparkling eyes, feeling speechless. You're right. I will definitely find an exotic beast like that in the future. With its protection, I could walk through Tianyue City without anyone daring to speak up, huh? Mu Yuechi seemed to be imagining how domineering she would be. All right, I believe you. But we really need to leave now. With it around, I doubt there are any other slightly stronger exotic beasts within 10 miles. 20 minutes later, a loud noise came from afar again, startling the two. They now had a shadow of fear regarding these sounds. They perked their ears to listen carefully and heard two low growls, followed by the sounds of battle. Let's go take a look. This time it shouldn't be the big guy. There shouldn't be any problem. Mu Yuechi pointed in that direction. The two then headed towards the sound of the battle. 10 minutes later, they arrived nearby and found a concealed spot to watch. They saw two exotic beasts fighting. One was a bright red beast, covered in scales, resembling a horse, with long, pointed ears, constantly moving and occasionally spitting flames at its opponent. The other was a black beast with sharp ears and a face shaped like a crescent moon, with sturdy front hooves that sent boulders flying when it stomped the ground. Mu Yuntian quickly assessed that both exotic beasts were third order. Chapter 11. Capturing. They were indeed the third order exotic beasts, the crimson horse and the earth-dragging donkey. This donkey suits you. Its personality is just like yours. Mu Yuechi chuckled, covering her mouth. Mu Yuntian gave her a speechless look. He observed that while the donkey was also formidable, it was pitch black, only about a meter long, and occasionally let out strange calls, which was really hard to appreciate. The crimson horse was clearly at a disadvantage, as every flame it spat was blocked by a boulder, and the remaining flames couldn't harm the black donkey at all, while it was constantly being hit by the boulders. At this rate, it wouldn't last much longer. Should we go out now? The donkey is yours. And the horse is mine, Mu Yuechi said. Mu Yuntian cursed her in his heart. He didn't want that donkey either, but he didn't dare to say it out loud, or he'd have to endure her incessant nagging again. Let them fight it out. As long as the crimson horse doesn't die, it would be best if both exotic beasts are injured. That way, it would save us a lot of effort, Mu Yuntian remarked, watching the two beasts battle. The two of them hid in the shadows, watching the fight, almost ready to cheer them on. Just as they were watching, the crimson horse suddenly stopped. It let the boulders slam into it, then raised its head and let out a long howl. Its fur stood on end, and a surge of intense spiritual energy rushed into its mouth from all directions. The earth-dragging donkey seemed to sense the danger and suddenly increased its attack output, hurling boulders like meteors at the crimson horse, completely covering its body. Let's go out. The crimson horse is about to go down. after being hit by so many boulders. It should be out of fighting capability, even if it doesn't die. Just as Mu Yuntian was about to jump out, he saw the mound of boulders suddenly explode outward. A thick, crimson flame shot out from the giant rock. The earth-moving donkey spirit saw the flame advancing toward it and quickly controlled the giant rock to block it. In an instant, 5 giant rocks appeared in front of it. However, the flame was like a raging inferno. As soon as the rocks made contact, they turned to ashes. Soon, the flame was right in front of the black-haired donkey. The earth-moving donkey spirit cried out a few times and then unleashed all its spiritual energy to resist. It knew that if it could withstand this wave of attack, the crimson horse would surely become its meal. The flames instantly engulfed the donkey spirit's body, which cried out in agony as it rolled on the ground, its fur burned off and its exposed skin sizzling. This was the crimson horse's deadly strike. It was not so easy to escape. After unleashing this attack, the crimson horse had already collapsed inside the giant rocks, its life unknown. A few minutes later, the flames died down. At this moment, the earth-moving donkey spirit was convulsing on the ground, emitting a charred aroma, looking as if it had not yet died. But it could no longer fight. Mu Yuntian caught a whiff of that aroma and couldn't help but swallow. It smelled too good. Let's see, the horse belongs to me. And the donkey belongs to you. Don't fight over it, Mu Yuechi said, noticing Mu Yuntian almost drooling. Then both of them sprang out at the same time. Mu Yuechi directly summoned the beast control diagram and headed towards the crimson horse. She did not summon her own exotic beast because it was no longer necessary in this situation. Mu Yuntian, fearing something might change, summoned both the beast control diagram and the ground wolf, then moved towards the earth-moving donkey spirit. Mu Yuechi's beast control diagram hovered above the pile of giant rocks, and beams of black light entered the body of the crimson horse. This process was incredibly smooth, with no obstacles at all. However, some complications arose on Mu Yuntian's side. When the ground wolf emerged from the beast control diagram, its first sight was the convulsing, earth-moving donkey spirit on the ground, and it immediately pounced on it, opening its mouth wide to grab the donkey spirit in one bite. Before Mu Yuntian could react, the wolf closed its mouth, leaving only a leg of the poor earth-moving donkey spirit on the ground. Mu Yuntian was stunned. What was going on? His third-tier exotic beast was just gone like this? After hearing this, Mu Yuntian suddenly realized that this was the instinct of the exotic beast. Who wouldn't he want to become stronger? If he had known, he would have controlled the ground wolf with his divine sense as soon as it was summoned. However, Mu Yuntian was a carefree person, so in the end, he could only accept his bad luck. Half an hour later, my third-tier exotic beast, just like that. Mu Yuntian gnawed on a piece of meat. It's really delicious. This donkey meat is quite good, Mu Yuntian said while eating, the aroma of donkey thigh meat wafting through the air. Mu Yuechi was also eating small bites. Let's go explore somewhere else tomorrow and help you find another third-tier exotic beast. This strange forest really has too many good things, but it's a pity we can't go deep inside. Mu Yuntian nodded and said, the strength god monkey we encountered today was already strange enough. Not to mention the deeper parts. With our current strength, we should abandon such thoughts. After a night of casual chatting, Mu Yuntian and Mu Yuechi gradually entered a state of rest. Early the next morning, they set off again to search for exotic beasts, both of them sticking to the outskirts of the strange forest to minimize danger. A month later, they had made plentiful gains during this month. The ground wolf had awakened from the beast control diagram and had advanced to a third-tier exotic beast, its fur shining even more. Although they had not captured any other third-tier exotic beasts, each of them had tamed 3 second-tier exotic beasts for emergencies, along with a large number of strange flowers and fruits, all taken away by them regardless of their potential usefulness. Mu Yuntian was also quite satisfied. After all, his exotic beast had already reached the 3rd tier, so the purpose of their trip had been accomplished. Are we going to go in a little bit? Mu Yuechi asked. Her heart relaxed since nothing dangerous had happened in the past month. Mu Yuntian was speechless. Given their strength, they still dared to go in. He really didn't know if it was ignorance or recklessness. We're not going in. We haven't encountered any major dangers so far. It's just good luck. But good luck won't always be there. And besides, we've achieved our goal. Put away your curiosity, Mu Yuntian said, rolling his eyes at her. I'm just saying, if you want to go in, I want to accompany you. After Mu Yuechi finished speaking, her big eyes couldn't help but glance inside again. Mu Yuntian dragged Mu Yuechi away, not wanting to go in. If they lost their lives, who would be responsible? Just as they were pulling each other, a beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky from deep within the strange forest, covering a radius of 100 miles, followed by a very special fragrance spreading outwards. So fragrant. This smell is so nice. We can still smell it from this far away. I really wonder what it is. Mu Yuechi stopped her noise and quietly inhaled the scent that was pleasing to the heart. Mu Yuntian stared at the beam of light in the distance, also stunned. This strange forest was indeed too bizarre. Something strange could happen at any moment. The light grew brighter, and the aroma became more intense. Just a whiff seemed to refresh the mind and make one feel much younger. You two humans should leave quickly. Something big is about to happen here. If you don't leave soon, I can't save you either. A voice suddenly appeared. Both of them were startled, their hairs standing on end. Mu Yuechi jumped onto Mu Yuntian's back. The voice was too frightening, especially since it was just the two of them here. Seeing that the voice had disappeared, they looked around, releasing their divine sense, but there was no movement at all around, as if the voice had never existed. No need to search. I'm behind you. The voice continued. Who are you? We just got lost. We'll leave soon. Who are you hiding from? Mu Yuntian shouted, trying to bolster his courage. You two juniors. I'm standing here openly, kindly telling you. Consider yourselves lucky to have met me. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died. At this moment, the two saw a tree about 2 meters tall behind them, swaying its leaves, with 2 branches resembling hands. The voice was coming from this tree. What are you? How can you talk? Their mouths were agape, big enough to fit an egg. Haha, you two little ones, you don't know much. What is so strange about me being able to talk? I am the king of trees in the strange forest, a 9th-tier exotic beast, the celestial tree. The two were completely dumbfounded, wanting to say something but unable to get the words out. They both had one thought in their minds. What concept is a 9th-tier exotic beast? The celestial tree seemed to know what they were thinking and continued. When exotic beasts reach the 9th tier, they can speak human language and can freely change their body size. What you see now is just my smaller form. Since you are an exotic beast, why don't you harm us? Mu Yuntian said boldly. Haha, didn't I just say you're lucky? I am the guardian of this strange forest and basically do not kill. You should leave quickly. In 5 days, I will seal this place. And you won't be able to leave. The celestial tree said. Grandpa Celestial Tree, can you tell us what is going on? Just satisfy our curiosity. We'll leave right after we hear it, Mu Yuechi sweetly asked. The celestial tree seemed to enjoy this approach and humanely nodded its crown. The immortal god tree inside has borne fruit. Although it is only an 8th tier and not good at attacking, its fruit is something that all covet. Mu Yuntian and the others nodded in agreement. The Tongtian tree continued, and now, another immortal god tree has appeared. It only bears fruit once in its lifetime, producing only 3 fruits. Every appearance of the immortal god tree will cause a disturbance, and I will protect the safety of the other in the forest, as well as your safety, so I must seal this place in 5 days, fearing that you humans might accidentally intrude. Just as the Tongtian tree finished speaking, it seemed to sense something and looked towards the distant sky. In the next second, a massive bird appeared, flying rapidly from afar, and in an instant, it was above their heads, its wings stretching dozens of meters and shimmering with golden light. This is the golden-winged rock. Mu Yuntian was completely stunned. Such a 9th tier is not something everyone can see. They are elusive, and more importantly, it represents the limit of speed. The rock rises with the wind, soaring to 90,000 miles. You two should hurry up and leave. They are coming, and I need to prepare. Go on, suppress your curiosity. The Tongtian tree said before disappearing without a trace. Wow, it's even more impressive. It can teleport instantly? Mu Yuntian felt almost numb. The strange forest truly lived up to its reputation. Just as the two were dazed, another figure flew into the sky. Its body resembled a horse, but it had wings on its back and a long tail that looked like a snake. Even stranger, it had a face similar to a human's. Mu Yuntian quickly searched his mind. Another 9th tier, the Shuhu. For the next hour, the two gradually moved from disbelief to shock, then to amazement, and finally to numbness. They saw a total of 6 9th tier, 10 8th tier, and countless 6th and 7th tier, many of which they did not recognize. We should leave quickly. Who dares to be curious about such things? Mu Yuntian said. Mu Yuechi nodded and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a familiar rumbling sound echoed, and a massive figure came rushing from afar. Chapter 13, Re-entering the cave. Both felt a jolt in their hearts. This feeling was familiar. They turned to see it over 50 meters tall charging towards the depths of the forest. It was indeed the mighty ape. Despite its enormous size, its speed was undiminished, covering hundreds of meters in a single leap. It's it again. Does it want to go in to seize the fruit? Mu Yuntian shook his head. With so many 9th tier inside, it probably had no hope. Look, is there something standing on its shoulder? Mu Yuechi pointed at the mighty ape's shoulder. Mu Yuntian immediately focused his divine sense on the mighty ape's shoulder and finally saw the figure clearly. It looked just like a monkey, but its arms were longer than its body. It stood motionless on the mighty ape's shoulder, like a mountain, exuding an aura of fearlessness. It's the Tongbi monkey, one of the 4 mischief monkeys, Mu Yuntian exclaimed. The Tongbi monkey is a top-tier 9th tier, known for its ability to manipulate the sun and moon, shrink mountains. discern fortune and misfortune, and manipulate the universe. It is nearly unmatched among ninth-tier beasts. We should leave immediately. This place is too outrageous. The illustrated book specifically highlighted the power of the 4 mischief monkeys, each possessing earth-shattering abilities. Especially the leader, the Spirit Bright Stone Monkey, which reportedly reached demigod level long ago, Yuntian said slowly. Yuntian looked at her with some confusion, preparing to drag her out. What do you think is inside the cave? Yuechi seemed entranced, gazing inside. What time is it? You still have the heart to think about this? We should hurry out. Tongtian Tree might seal this place early, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Yuntian was really a bit angry. This was a matter of life and death, and it was unreasonable to fool around. Yuechi ignored him and continued. It won't take much time to take a look inside. This opportunity is rare, and if we miss it, there won't be another chance. A strong person needs a fearless heart. Since there is a glimmer of opportunity, it is worth the risk. Yuntian, I misjudged you. You don't have the heart of a strong person. Yuechi seemed disappointed and shook her head. Yuntian felt as if struck by lightning. Indeed. He had always been brave and resilient, relishing challenges the more difficult they were. Why had he changed today? Was this still the old him? Where had the fearless Yuntian gone? Where was that forward-driving Yuntian? Yuntian stared blankly at the cave, his confusion gradually fading, replaced by a resolute expression. Thank you. Yuntian cupped his hands towards Yuechi. Haha, you always had the heart of a strong person. I just reminded you at the right moment, nothing special. Yuechi felt happy for him. Then let's go in. We must hurry, as there are many uncertainties. After being awakened, Yuntian regained his former confidence. The two rode on the inn entered. The inside was vast. They looked around and saw that the cave seemed to have been recently excavated by the mighty ape. The cave was indeed huge, but very simple. Aside from some naturally formed things, the remaining trees, rocks, and ponds were likely the mighty ape's handiwork. Had the mighty ape hollowed out a mountain? The area inside was too large. Where should they search? Yuechi carefully observed the surroundings. Now we can only rely on luck. After an hour, regardless of whether we find anything, we should leave, as long as we have no regrets in our hearts. Yuntian said. Yuechi nodded, and they continued to explore the cave. After more than 10 minutes, apart from seeing a few big trees laden with unknown fruits, they found nothing else, so they picked some fruits. It was better than going out empty-handed. That pond is really big. It must be where the mighty ape bathes. It really knows how to enjoy, Yuechi said with a smile. They approached and saw that the water in the pond was dark and eerie, with a peculiar smell wafting up, mixed with some medicinal fragrance. This water is too dark. Could it be dirt from its body? That's just too disgusting. Yuechi quickly covered her nose, fearing she might inhale even a bit of this smell. Meanwhile, Yuntian had different thoughts. He had heard of some substances used for body tempering. Could this deep pond be what the mighty ape uses for body tempering? A thought crossed his mind to jump in and try it, but looking at the eerie water, he felt goosebumps rising all over his body, and his instincts told him that the consequences of jumping in would be unimaginable. Yuntian shared his thoughts with Yuechi and mentioned several possibilities that it might be used for body tempering. Yuechi was shocked by his guess. She pondered for a moment and summoned the fire lens snake, planning to let it try. As soon as the fire scale serpent emerged, it received a command from Yuechi. However, when it saw the pond in front of it, its entire body twisted and turned, as if it were a bashful young girl, taking several minutes to crawl to the edge of the water. Yuechi glared at it, and then increased her mental output, prompting the fire scale serpent to reluctantly crawl to the pond's edge and dip its tail into the water. Then they saw the pond water bubbling as if it were boiling, with hissing sounds reaching their ears. Chapter 14. Obtaining the monster egg. Suddenly, the fire scale serpent let out a strange cry as if struck by lightning, quickly pulling its tail back. They saw that a layer of skin had been stripped from its tail, and large blood blisters had formed on the bright red flesh. Yuntian looked at the fire scale serpent with pity. This pond had tortured the creature to the point of crying out. Was this even a snake's cry? Was it dissatisfied with its own cry, opting for something more tragic? This pond was truly strange. Even the body of a second-tier monster was affected like this. If the fire scale serpent hadn't pulled its tail out in time, I estimate its tail would have been ruined. Yuntian stared blankly at the pond, feeling helpless. Now, they could only proceed like this. The two carefully filled several jade bottles with the pond water, although it wasn't much, considering the potency of the medicine. It should be enough for them to temper their bodies after dilution. Yuntian could only nod in agreement. If they were to dilute this unknown liquid directly and then temper their bodies, it would be too dangerous. After filling the jade bottles, they continued deeper into the cave, walking faster and faster, planning to quickly search around to see if there was anything else in the cave. Half an hour later, they found themselves standing in a place resembling an altar. The altar was neither large nor high, and there was nothing else around. But the only strange thing was that there was an egg quietly placed on it. This egg was completely different from a normal egg. Although it was egg-shaped and about a meter long, its shell seemed to be made of stone, and upon closer inspection, it didn't quite seem like stone. In short, it was an unidentified object. What on earth is this thing? Could this egg contain the child of a Hercules ape? Or perhaps the child of a long-armed monkey? The more Mu Yuechi spoke, the more surprised she became. If it were true, it could grow into a 9th-tier monster. Both of their faces showed shock, their hearts racing. Everyone knew that monster eggs and severely injured monsters were the easiest to tame. If they could take this egg, they would. Neither of them dared to think further. They had just reached 3rd-tier mental strength. Thinking about a 9th-tier monster was too far-fetched. They both had the same thought. Perhaps when this place was unsealed, they would be in another location. If one of them succeeded in the end, they would definitely compensate the other with something else. They made a pact. After Mu Yuechi finished speaking, she extended her small hand. Mu Yuntian nodded seriously and then also extended his hand. 3 claps echoed in the air, sealing their agreement. You go first, Mu Yuntian said. Mu Yuechi was taken aback for a moment. She knew that whoever acted first would gain a significant advantage. She looked deeply at Mu Yuntian and then decided not to be coy anymore. With a thought, the beast control chart flew out from her body. She then controlled the beast control chart to hover above the egg, directing a black light toward it. Minutes passed, and the egg showed no signs of movement. Seeing this, Mu Yuechi unleashed all her 3rd-tier mental strength, and the black light from the beast control chart suddenly intensified, continuously enveloping the egg. Is there nothing inside this egg? Even with my full force, it shows no response. This doesn't make sense. Mu Yuechi said weakly. Mu Yuntian thought the same. Even the most powerful monster egg should at least show some signs of life. This egg, no matter how one looked at it, didn't seem to have any vitality. Could it really be a dead object? Let us give it a try. We have to test it, and if it doesn't work, we'll retreat immediately. If we stay any longer, it could be too dangerous, Mu Yuechi whispered. Mu Yuntian didn't waste any more words. He summoned the beast control chart and unleashed his mental strength, the indistinct light instantly shining on the egg. Mu Yuntian was surprised. His beast control chart's light could enter the egg while Mu Yuechi's could not. He sensed a faint presence of a small monster inside the egg. Unable to see its form, motionless as if it were in a deep sleep, Mu Yuntian directed the light from the beast control chart to touch the monster, testing for any reaction. Suddenly, it seemed that the monster sensed something, its body moving slightly. The frequency was strange, and then, to Mu Yuntian's astonishment, its body emitted a white light identical to that of his beast control chart. After that, the monster became blurry, and he could only feel that it was something. Unable to discern whether it was alive or dead. The whole process lasted only 5 minutes, and the egg vanished before their incredulous eyes, as if it had never existed. After a while, Mu Yuechi finally reacted and hurriedly asked, "Did you tame it? Quickly check your beast control chart." Mu Yuntian also came to his senses and quickly used his mental strength to check inside the beast control chart. He saw that the first compartment, which was previously occupied by a ground wolf, now quietly held an egg, the very monster egg they had just seen. The ground wolf, looking bewildered, had moved to the second compartment, howling a few times in dissatisfaction because the closer it was to the front compartments, the more nourishment it could receive from the beast control chart. The monster egg is really inside. I can't even figure it out myself. I can sense that there is indeed a monster inside that egg, Mu Yuntian said. That's good. No matter what it is, we'll find out when it hatches. This monster should at least grow to 7th tier, right? Mu Yuechi looked at Mu Yuntian enviously. However, she wasn't a stingy person. What was agreed upon would be honored. Chapter 15, Returning to the Clan. Mu Yuntian scratched his head a bit awkwardly and said, "Don't worry. Even though I don't have anything good to give you now, I will definitely compensate you later." "Alright, I believe you. Besides, this is your own ability. You've earned it, so there's nothing to feel embarrassed about," Mu Yuechi said. Mu Yuntian felt relieved, nodded, and then quickly left the cave with Mu Yuechi. The two of them hurried without resting even once along the way, genuinely fearing they might not be able to escape. 3 days later, they finally emerged. This way of traveling was too exhausting. "I don't even want to move now," Mu Yuechi said, lying exhausted on the back of the ground wolf. They had completely left the range of the eerie forest and were finally able to relax. Deep in the eerie forest, there was a tree, entirely crimson, and strangely, it bore 3 fruits, 3 golden fruits the size of fists. This tree was the immortal tree. The 3 fruits were continuously emitting golden light, which converged into a giant golden beam. The light pillar that Mu Yuntian and the others saw was indeed this golden light. Surrounding the immortal tree were nearly 100 powerful monsters. Among them, standing in the center, were 7 9th-tier monsters, including the golden-winged Great Pung. Elder Tongtian Tree, please begin the sealing. The immortal tree always makes such a commotion when it bears fruit. If we wait any longer, more and more monsters will come here. The golden-winged Great Pung said, glancing at the shoulder of the Hercules ape. If there are no objections, let us use the old method to divide these 3 fruits. I'll seal the eerie forest first. The fruits of the immortal tree still need at least half a year to fully mature. The celestial tree spoke to the various beasts. The other beasts nodded in agreement, showing no objections. Wait a minute, I must have a fruit from the immortal tree, because I'm just one step away from reaching the demigod beast level. This time, no matter what the cost, I must get it. A voice like thunder erupted from the shoulder of the mighty ape. Each word sounded like a muffled thunder, causing the ears of the gathered beasts to buzz. The celestial tree responded, the arm-long monkey, I can't decide that either. You know the immortal tree chooses for itself. If it chooses me, I can trade with you. But if it's someone else, you need to ask for everyone's opinion. The arm-long monkey glanced at the other beasts and slowly said, this is very important to me. I hope you can trade with me. No matter what it is, I can give you anything I have. Shuhu gave him a sideways glance and said, enough. With your current strength, as long as you don't make mistakes, the immortal tree will likely choose you. What are you worried about? The golden-winged rock looked at him and then turned his gaze toward the immortal tree, wondering who would emerge from this dream. All right, I'm going to start the sealing now. Transfer your spiritual energy to me. The celestial tree instructed them. Because the strange forest was too vast, its own spiritual power was insufficient to seal it. So it needed the spiritual power of the various beasts for the sealing. Seal. The celestial tree shouted loudly. A light point appeared above the strange forest, then spread out from its center. The speed was not fast, but it was very stable. 2 days later, 5 days had passed, and the sealing was likely completed. Shall we go take a look? Mu Yuechi said with curiosity on her face. Mu Yuntian was also very curious, so he nodded in agreement with her idea. The two walked inside for 20 minutes, and then stopped. This barrier is beyond our understanding. It surely has many mysterious aspects, as it was created by a 9th-tier beast. If it can seal the entire strange forest, it must be able to withstand significant attacks. Mu Yuntian also touched the barrier, and the result was the same as Mu Yuechi's. 3 days later, the Mu clan was buzzing with discussions, and it could be faintly heard that it was a significant piece of news. Even the reclusive Mu Yuntian was very curious, so he casually found an elder to learn about the situation. Uncle Ming, what happened? Why does it seem like the clan is in an uproar? Mu Yuntian asked. This is tremendous news for you. In half a year, a martial arts competition will be held in the Yu clan, which is the largest family in the Tianyue City area. Those who can participate are between the ages of 8 and 12. Uncle Ming paused and continued. Our Mu clan has also received an invitation. Each clan can send 2 people. Do you know what the prizes are? The top 5 will receive soul-baptizing fruits, and the first place will get both a soul-baptizing fruit and a secret technique to increase the power of beasts. The soul-baptizing fruit is an excellent item. For someone like you, who is a 3rd-tier spiritualist, using it could directly elevate you to the peak of the 4th tier. Chapter 16, Exchange and Sparring. A secret technique to increase the power of beasts? Is there such a thing? Mu Yuntian asked with curiosity. Of course, there are techniques to increase speed, mental power, and more. However, secret techniques are rare and difficult to come by, so the first place reward is genuinely enticing. Uncle Ming wished he could participate himself. Such secret techniques provide a significant advantage in battles. Although it still depends on the beast mastery diagram, it would be different if they had the same diagram. He thought about it, but cultivation still needed to continue. So Mu Yuntian drew in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to practice his spiritual awareness. 5 days later. Tianer, the clan leader wants you to go to the meeting hall. Hurry up and don't just focus on cultivation all day. Yunshi looked at her child with concern. For these days, he had hardly gone outside and stayed locked in his room to cultivate. Soon, he arrived at the meeting hall, where more than 50 children under the age of 12 had already gathered, and the place was lively with noise and excitement. Here, Yuntian. A clear and pleasant voice rang out. It was Mu Yuechi, who was sitting in a spot. Hearing this, Mu Yuntian walked over and sat next to her. After parting from the strange forest, the two met again. Have you missed me these days? What have you been doing? Mu Yuechi asked happily. Mu Yuechi looked at him with a bored expression. 10 minutes later, the meeting hall had gathered nearly 60 people. Probably everyone was there. Sure enough, a person walked in from outside. It was clan leader Mu Fei. He looked at the number of people present and said, all right, everyone is here. The reason I've called you is for the exchange and sparring in half a year. I'll keep it brief. You should all be aware of your own strengths. After Mu Fei finished speaking, he glanced at the children and continued, whether you can place doesn't matter. The most important thing is to learn from the combat methods of other beast masters and improve your own strength. This time, we will select 2 individuals to attend. After discussions with other elders, the representatives of our Mu clan for the exchange will be Mu Xing and Mu Yuntian. The meeting hall erupted in an uproar. Such an opportunity is truly rare. Whoever is fortunate enough to participate can at least broaden their horizons. Mu Yuntian coughed twice to silence the crowd and continued. Mu Xing is the strongest among you, having reached the late 4th tier of beast mastery. Although Mu Yuntian is only at the 3rd tier. His mutated beast mastery diagram is well known among you. This time, the main goal is for him to gain experience. Rankings are not important. You are all young and have plenty of time ahead. The hall erupted in applause. After all, children have no ulterior motives. Even if they aren't going, they are happy for the two who can. Mu Yuntian was also incredulous. Among these children, at least 5 were 4th tier beast masters, and now they chose him to participate. He was a bit confused. Seeing his bewildered expression, Mu Yuechi covered her mouth and laughed. Who cares? Anyway, it's you going, and it's good to see and learn. Being able to communicate with so many beast masters is itself a good thing. Don't overthink it, just do your best. Mu Yuntian was certainly very happy. Just a bit surprised. With Mu Yuechi's words, he relaxed. Since he was going, he might as well embrace it. Alright, those who aren't going should also work hard on cultivation. The path of a beast master is not easy, unless you are willing to be an ordinary person. Everyone should strive to carve out a place for themselves on this path. Mu Fei addressed the children. Everyone nodded in agreement. Their inner fire ignited. Though whether it would last more than 3 minutes was uncertain. The 2 remaining bowed to Mu Fei, who waved his hand, signaling them not to be overly polite. You 2 are representing the Mu clan in this exchange. There may be over 30 families participating, and our Mu clan ranks only in the middle tier, so don't be too fixated on rankings. The main purpose this time is to let you both gain experience. Mu Fei said to the 2. Xiaodian, especially you. The mutated beast mastery diagram is rare across the eastern continent. This time, you should observe the combat methods of other beast masters and absorb some of their experiences. As your journey is still long, and you need much practice to achieve success. Mu Fei continued. Mu Yuntian nodded seriously after hearing this. He knew his path would be much harder than others, but it didn't matter. Without enduring countless trials, how could one reach the pinnacle? And Mu Xing. Strive to enter the top 10 as well. It takes us half a month to reach the Moon Clan, so you have 5 months to practice. Just leave a month in advance when the time comes. Mu Fei said to the 2. After expressing their gratitude to the clan leader, the 2 left. Practicing spiritual awareness? It's impossible to break through to the 4th level without external factors. Should I find another 3rd level beast? But if I encounter a 4th level beast master, I would still be at a disadvantage, Mu Yuntian muttered to himself. Just when Mu Yuntian was about to burst from thinking too much, a voice came in. Xiaodian, come out for a moment. I have something to discuss with you, Mu Yuechi shouted. Mu Yuntian immediately ran out, fearing that if he was even a moment late, his house would be torn down. Even a person's voice could be so loud. Yuechi, what do you want? He asked. I was thinking about something and might not have time to go out and play with you. Mu Yuntian had no desire to play at all right now. Chapter 17, Initial Body Refinement. Mu Yuechi rolled her eyes at him and said, This pool of water, my grandfather doesn't know what it is. But he said it's definitely used for body refinement and is of a very high grade. If you want to dilute it, you can only use some special items. Special items? Mu Yuntian's mood instantly sank. This was practically saying nothing. Haha, you look so funny. Do you remember the fruit we picked from that big tree in the cave? That kind of fruit is just what we need to dilute this water. Mu Yuechi said while laughing. Mu Yuntian was speechless. Couldn't she just finish her sentence at once? The 2 exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Realizing that they had stumbled upon something without much effort, they then divided the items, each taking half. One took 3 bottles of the pool water and some fruit. You need to work hard and strive for a breakthrough in these 5 months. Also, if you get a chance, it's better to catch another 3rd level beast. Otherwise, you'll be at a disadvantage during the sparring, Mu Yuechi said before leaving. In Mu Yuntian's room, he took out the pool water and fruit, staring blankly at the 2 items in front of him. How exactly should he use them? Should they be mixed together? Should he apply them externally or consume them? Or mix both in the water? Mu Yuntian thought to himself, amused by his own ideas. He then remembered that body refinement generally involved immersing the body in the substance, as he had seen with the Hercules ape. So he didn't think too much longer and found a large wooden tub, filling it halfway with water. He looked at the items he had prepared, gritted his teeth, poured 1/10 of the pool water into the tub, then mashed up a few fruits and tossed them in. Suddenly, the water in the large tub began to make a loud noise, bubbling as if it were boiling. And then the entire tub of water turned a faint black color, much lighter than the black water in the bottle. Is it done? Mu Yuntian felt anxious upon seeing these changes, unsure if there would be other problems. I have to go for it. As they say, the bold thrive while the timid starve, he thought, stripping off his clothes. then used his spiritual awareness to guard his spiritual platform, and without hesitation, jumped into the tub. In the first few seconds, he felt nothing, but soon the black water acted like an infiltrating assassin, stabbing every part of Yuntian's body with daggers. He gritted his teeth in pain, his skin turning bright red as blood blisters appeared, seemingly ready to burst at a touch. Damn it! Did I put in too few fruits? This body refinement is too brutal. Yuntian felt as if his very soul was trembling. If he hadn't guarded his spiritual platform, he would have collapsed by now. The black water continuously invaded his body, altering his flesh, veins, and bones little by little. As time passed, strands of black substance began to ooze from his body, filling the room with a foul odor. Yuntian held on tightly, with only one thought in his mind. No matter how much torment he endured, he had to become stronger. 2 days later, Yuntian slowly opened his eyes and looked at the water in the tub. The black water had vanished, replaced by strands of black, sticky substance floating on the surface. Is this black substance from my body? Yuntian exclaimed in surprise. He then sensed his body and felt that his strength was much greater than before. Enduring this inhuman pain was worth it for this powerful physique. He looked at the black water in the jade bottle, then at his body, gritted his teeth, and continued. As the sunlight outside flickered, the shadows of flowers moved forward. Time is fleeting, and the trials of mortal life refine the heart as it was at the beginning. 3 months later, Yuntian had lost count of how many times he had changed the water. After each round of refinement, he would rest for half a day. Eventually, the fruits became fewer and fewer until he finished all the black water in the 3 jade bottles. He repeated this for 3 months, enduring loneliness and solitude. While his body grew stronger, his will also became increasingly resilient. Yuntian sensed his body now and was filled with shock. He went outside and faced a tree as thick as his thigh, suddenly throwing a punch. The air even made a sound, and his fist struck the tree hard. With a loud bang, the tree broke in two, while Yuntian's hand suffered no injury at all. Haha, now my body is comparable to a second-level beast. All the suffering I've endured these 3 months was worth it. Yuntian felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This powerful feeling in his flesh was truly marvelous. Now that 3 months had passed, he wondered how Yuechi was doing with her body refinement. With 2 months left, what should he do? Should he go capture another third-level beast? Yuntian muttered to himself. He thought about how he couldn't go to the eerie forest right now and couldn't find any good places to capture beasts, so he decided to ask his father's opinion. Before long, Yuntian found Mu Chun at the training ground. He said, "Father, I have something to consult with you." Mu Chun nodded and walked with him to the side of the training ground. "Tianer, is there something urgent?" Mu Chun asked, thinking something serious had happened since Yuntian had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. "No, I just want to inquire about some other matters." Then Yuntian recounted his body refinement experiences over the past 3 months to Mu Chun before finally asking about the beast issue. The more Mu Chun listened, the more surprised he became. After all, beastmasters relied on beasts for offense and defense, and very few people specifically trained their bodies. It was better to refine their spiritual awareness in that time. Chapter 18, Going to the Beast Storage Valley again. "You mean your body is comparable to a second-level beast now?" Mu Chun asked in disbelief. He even wanted to know what kind of body refinement liquid it was that had such effective results. Yuntian nodded. "All right, since this is the path you've chosen, it's up to you. But you must not neglect the cultivation of spiritual awareness. It is the foundation of a beastmaster," Mu Chun said calmly. "Father, I know what to do. Where can I catch a third-level beast?" Yuntian asked. "We do have more than 10 third-level beasts in our clan, but you haven't made any contributions to the clan yet. I'm not sure if the clan leader will allow it. You should go ask him," Mu Chun replied. After hearing this, Yuntian bowed to his father and hurriedly ran off. This child is really a cultivation fanatic, Mu Chun thought to himself. "Xiao Tian, did you gain anything from your closed-door training? Did you come to find me in such a hurry because something happened?" Mu Fei said. "The gains are not bad. Grandpa clan leader. I came this time to ask about the third tier in the clan. I wonder if I can go and subdue one." Yuntian explained the situation. Yuntian was very happy. Now that the issue with the was resolved, he could finally relax. "Grandpa clan leader, I have another question. If my keeps devouring other, can it increase its tier?" Yuntian asked curiously. Ever since his was promoted, he had been wanting to clarify this issue. Theoretically, it is possible, but it's very difficult. There are 2 ways for it to increase their tier. One is to devour of a higher tier than themselves, and the other is to consume some special heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Mu Fei pondered for a moment before continuing. Both methods are too difficult. For the first method, high tier are much stronger than low tier ones. How could they possibly be devoured? Even if they encounter serious injuries or someone helps them, there's only a 50% chance of promotion after devouring, unless your has special abilities. Otherwise, this method is not worth it. The second method is even more difficult to achieve. There aren't that many heavenly materials and earthly treasures available. Those things are extraordinary, unless there's a great opportunity. Only those large powers can possess them. Yuntian finally understood that last time he was lucky to encounter a dying, which allowed his to have the opportunity to be promoted to the third tier. This method seemed to be not worth the effort. Suddenly, he thought of the fruit of the mentioned by the. No wonder so many powerful were fighting for it. Now do you understand? If there are no more questions, I will take you to subdue a third tier, but you'll have to rely on yourself. I won't assist you, Mu Fei said. Grandpa clan leader, got it. I'm ready and can set off at any time, Yuntian nodded. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the. Upon seeing the clan leader, the guards immediately came over to pay their respects. Mu Fei waved his hand and led Yuntian directly to the innermost position. There were more than 10 giant caves there, similar to what Yuntian had seen before. These 15 caves contained third tier, which I and the clan elders captured and placed here. You can choose one to subdue. Although your current strength is sufficient, you must still be cautious. After Mu Fei finished speaking, he stepped aside. This time, Yuntian didn't plan to be picky. He casually walked to one of the caves and nodded at Mu Fei. Mu Fei acknowledged and walked over to open the cave entrance, glancing at Yuntian to signal him to be careful. Having had experience before, Yuntian wasn't nervous this time. As soon as he entered, he summoned the ant. There is a very sensitive reaction between, so he felt much more at ease. A few minutes later, howled a few times at the innermost corner, then bared its teeth and lay flat on the ground, ready to attack at any moment. Yuntian knew he was finally going to meet the main character, and he felt curious and excited. He slowly controlled the to approach, getting closer and closer. In the next second, Yuntian was completely stunned. He was genuinely shocked by the in front of him, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He thought to himself, am I really related to a donkey? In the corner, there was a curled up, entirely green, with its eyes and ears also green. It trembled continuously, likely scared by his earlier howls. Yuntian was truly speechless. He wanted to turn around and leave immediately. This donkey-like appearance didn't seem like a third tier at all. Was the clan leader mistaken? This looked like a first tier. However, he thought that since he had chosen it, he had to stick with it. Perhaps this donkey was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. It might actually be a formidable third tier that was hard to subdue. Yuntian kept comforting himself in his heart, howled a few more times, and the donkey shook even more. Yuntian's mouth twitched a few times. Oh well, it's just a donkey. Since I have such a fate with it, then it's you. Yuntian cautiously controlled the to approach it. Then, Yuntian suddenly increased his spiritual consciousness output, sending beams of white light towards the donkey in the corner, just in case. He also controlled to be ready to attack at any moment. However, in less than a minute, the donkey disappeared, absorbed by the. Yuntian's mouth twitched again, thinking to himself that he had worked for nothing this time, subduing a that didn't he even resist. He walked out listlessly, and Mu Fei, seeing his demeanor, thought he couldn't subdue it and had an incredulous expression. You couldn't subdue it? That's impossible. With your strength now, it should have been no problem. That's why I didn't go in to protect you. Mu Fei was also confused about the situation. Yuntian said dejectedly, I subdued it. In fact, it went very smoothly. So smoothly that I feel embarrassed. Chapter 19, 8 Directions Town. Oh, then let it out for me to see. I don't even remember what kind of are stored in these caves. Mu Fei was also curious. Yuntian was unwilling but had no way to refuse. So he moved his spiritual consciousness, and a glaring green beast shadow appeared in front of him. Grandpa clan leader, this is the. I don't know what kind it is. Yuntian had searched through the picture book in his mind, but found no record of this. Mu Fei was surprised to see it. He didn't expect Yuntian to encounter this. However, he quickly returned to normal. This is called the. When I first captured it, I didn't know its name either. I later found out after investigating for a long time. It is naturally timid, not good at fighting, and hides everywhere, which is why such are rarely seen. Although it is not strong in battle, it has a special ability. It can heal the injuries of other, Mu Fei said after thinking for a moment. Yuntian immediately perked up and curiously asked, so it's like adding a secret technique? Mu Fei nodded and said, that's one way to put it. But the recovery ability of this at its current tier is also limited. However, if it really doesn't work, you can try letting other second tier devour it. There's a 50% chance of promotion, which is also a good option. And those pools of water had already been used up. He had achieved a satisfactory result, having subdued a third tier, even if it was just a makeshift solution. As for that egg, it had been silent ever since it arrived in the. Sigh. It's really a headache. I should continue to cultivate my spiritual consciousness. Even a little progress would be good, Yuntian thought to himself. Soon, another month passed. And Yuichi also came out of her closed-door training. She immediately came to find Yuntian. At that moment, Yuntian had also exited his training state. He thought about going outside for a walk. With less than a month until the exchange and sparring, if there were no external forces. Even if he practiced continuously for a month, his strength wouldn't increase much. It would be better to take a break. As soon as he stepped outside, he ran into Mu Yuechi, who was striding towards him. Seeing her confident demeanor, he guessed she must have gained something. Oh, the cultivation fanatic actually came out on their own? Did something big happen? Mu Yuechi emphasized the word big. Mu Yuntian was at a loss for words for a moment. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Where are you going now? Mu Yuechi asked. Just going out for a walk. If you have nothing to do, you can join me. Well, I came to find you today anyway. How about going to the town outside? Mu Yuntian nodded, and the two headed towards the town. When they reached outside the Mu clan, Mu Yuechi cleared her throat a couple of times, then slowly walked in front of a tree the size of an arm, and shouted loudly as she struck the tree with her fist, accompanied by a gust of wind. With a crack, the tree fell down. Impressive. Mu Yuntian nodded symbolically after seeing this, then stopped in front of a tree the size of a thigh. Mu Yuechi saw his demeanor and gritted her teeth in frustration. Just as she was about to go teach Mu Yuntian a lesson, she witnessed an incredible scene. Mu Yuntian also shouted loudly. His right arm smashed into the tree like a cannonball, and the tree the size of a thigh broke in half and flew out. Mu Yuechi rubbed her eyes and looked at the tree again, finally believing the facts before her. Are you a monster? How much of that body refining liquid did you use? Mu Yuechi asked curiously. Mu Yuechi finally understood why, despite both of them having 3 bottles of black liquid. He was so much stronger than her. I only used 1.5 bottles. Every time I refined, I poured a little out, because if I poured too much, that kind of pain is unbearable for a human. You actually finished it in such a short time? Mu Yuechi was filled with surprise. Hearing her say this, Mu Yuntian was also speechless, realizing that he had poured out 1/10 from the start, and later more and more. No wonder the pain was so overwhelming. How about I give you the rest of the black liquid? Try to get stronger. Mu Yuntian felt a bit touched, but then thought about how he had subdued the beast egg and still owed her a favor, so he didn't feel right asking for those things. So he shook his head and said, thank you, but you should keep it to refine your body. There's less than a month left, and time is too tight. Mu Yuechi thought for a moment and didn't say anything else, so the two continued towards the town. After a long day, with the full-speed run of the Earth Wolf and Crimson Horse, they finally arrived at this small town. The town was called Bafang Town, established by various forces in the vicinity, existing to facilitate these forces. Although it was a small town, it had everything one could need, small as a sparrow. It had all its vital organs. The two found a place to stay. After all, they had traveled for most of the day, and it was already dark, with the place gradually becoming quiet. Early the next morning, the two went out to stroll around. The streets in the morning were slightly deserted, but as time passed, more and more people appeared. I've been here with my grandfather twice. It's very lively, after all. This is the only small town within a radius of 500 miles. Chapter 20, Autumn Water and Thunder. Mu Yuntian also knew this, although he had never been here. He was born in the Mu clan and had heard about it. Having such a small town is already good, after all. They are on the edge of the eastern continent, and it is nothing compared to Tianyue City. The two strolled for half a day, and when they passed a weapon shop, Mu Yuntian stopped. He stood at the entrance for a while, as if contemplating something. No need. Right, we are beast tamers. Mu Yuntian murmured to himself. After Mu Yuechi said this, Mu Yuntian also realized, and he said, Yuechi, you said beast tamers don't need these things. So who uses them? Haha, are you silly? Of course, it's those who haven't awakened or have awakened the white beast taming diagram, and then they feel hopeless. So they refine their bodies. Just as Mu Yuechi finished speaking, she suddenly realized that both of them were also refining their bodies. And she looked at Mu Yuntian in surprise. Mu Yuntian nodded and said, although beast tamers rarely use these weapons, it doesn't mean they don't exist. The beast continent is so vast, we are just scratching the surface. Mu Yuechi also deeply agreed. Nodding as she said, simply refining the body is basically useless unless you reach the extreme. Otherwise, a human's body cannot compare with a beast. Haha, we are not specifically refining our bodies. Let us treat it as a hobby. Let us go in and take a look. After Mu Yuntian finished speaking, he pulled Mu Yuechi back and walked into the weapon shop. Please feel free to look around. Our weapons are the best in this small town. The shopkeeper was a tall, thin, middle-aged man who did not neglect to serve just because the two were children. Do you have any powerful weapons here? It's best if they can kill 4th or 5th rank beasts. Mu Yuntian casually looked at the weapons and said. The shopkeeper's mouth twitched slightly, and his expression gradually turned cold, feeling that these two were just here to cause trouble. Mu Yuechi saw this and quickly stepped forward to explain, Boss, don't listen to him. He has a problem with his head. He got squeezed by the door when he went out today. So what is the best weapon you have here? Can you show us? The shopkeeper looked at the cute little girl in front of him, and his expression softened a lot. Then he said, Those over there are weapons forged from rare metals mixed with black iron. They should be fine against first or second rank beasts, but the price is a bit higher. The two walked over, looking at the array of weapons. Feeling a bit dazzled. Boss, take down that sword. I want to take a look. Mu Yuichi pointed to a certain position. The shopkeeper then took down the sword, and she examined it repeatedly, occasionally saying a few incomprehensible words. Mu Yuntian quietly asked, Yuichi, is there something wrong? Mu Yuntian was immediately speechless. He casually pointed to a weapon, one he had noticed as soon as he entered, feeling it was very suitable for him. Haha, let me introduce you. This sword is called the Autumn Water Sword, extremely sharp, and this spear is called the Thunder Gun, meaning, when the spear is out, thunder is startled. It's also very domineering. You two really have a good choice. The shopkeeper spoke with great enthusiasm. Mu Yuntian also liked the spear in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. He said lightly, how many spirit stones for these two weapons in total? Not much, not much. For both it's only 2,000 spirit stones, absolutely honest. The shopkeeper said with a smile. Spirit stones are the common currency in the Beast continent, as they contain very pure spiritual energy, and there are also heavenly spirit stones and divine spirit stones, which are relatively rare. Mu Yuntian almost wanted to curse at him. Those ordinary weapons were only dozens of spirit stones. He had seen the prices on the signs when he first entered, and these better weapons didn't have price tags. Boss, although we are still kids, you can't charge such a high price, especially since we don't have that many spirit stones. Mu Yuichi pouted and said. The shopkeeper glanced at the two and said, my price is already very fair. If you really don't have that many spirit stones, you can exchange for beasts. Many taverns nearby accept beasts. Mu Yuntian and Mu Yuichi looked at each other, both seeing joy in each other's eyes. How many second-rank beasts do we need to exchange for these two weapons? Mu Yuntian asked curiously. A second-rank beast is worth 300 spirit stones. I'll take 6 from you, just to sell it a bit cheaper to you. These weapons are the best in our shop. You want to find a second one in this town, the shopkeeper said proudly, as these weapons were forged with some rare metals and were extremely sharp. After discussing for a few minutes, the two decided to buy them, as they had captured quite a few second-rank beasts in the strange forest, so they were not worried about it. Then the two followed the shopkeeper to a special place for storing exotic beasts and summoned 6 exotic beasts using their spiritual sense. These exotic beasts could only be used for food, as there was Mu Yuntian's spiritual sense inside them, making it impossible for others to control them unless someone had a spiritual sense 3 levels higher than his. Only then could they directly destroy the spiritual sense inside and restore the freedom of the exotic beasts. However, this method probably wouldn't work here. Would they need to invite a 6th or 7th level spiritual sense person to specifically handle these matters? That would be making a big deal out of nothing and would not be worth it. Haha, finally, there are weapons. Although it seems strange for a Beastmaster to use weapons, it still looks quite cool, right? Mu Yuichi waved her Chioshui sword, and in the stillness of movement, it was breathtaking. A beauty wielding the Chioshui sword, the sword shadows were as numerous as celestial beings. In the sky, there were clouds and the moon, half full and half lacking. After that, the two stored their weapons in the Beastmaster's map, and since this time, Mu Yuntian's strange path as a Beastmaster has become increasingly distant, but that's a story for later. The two then found some taverns and sold some second-level exotic beasts they didn't need, exchanging them for spirit stones. They had no other choice, after all. It was impossible to do without spirit stones in these places. Chapter 21, Departure to the Moon Clan. Let's go. We're going to the best tavern for a big meal. I'm tired of the food in the clan, Mu Yuichi said with disdain. They then arrived at a very luxurious tavern called Listening to the Wind Pavilion, which had a very grand layout divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. The two casually found a spot to sit on the first floor. There are indeed a lot of things here. The high prices are reasonable, Mu Yuichi said while looking at the menu. They then randomly ordered 5 or 6 dishes, which cost them nearly 200 spirit stones. The first floor of the tavern was already bustling with many people eating, all from various factions. And the situation in Bafang town could be described in one word, a mix of fish and dragons. I heard that the genius of the Moon Clan, Yuntian, was already a peak 4th level Beastmaster half a year ago. Yes, he is just a few months away from turning 12. He has already gained a significant advantage this time, and the first place will probably be his. I wonder if he has successfully broken through to a 5th level Beastmaster? Just a few meters away from Mu Yuntian, a group of young people in their 20s were discussing while eating. Other clans also have many powerful members, like that little girl from the Wind clan, who is also very impressive. Yes, that little tyrant from the Bai clan is quite domineering. I heard he has 5 or 6 4th level exotic beasts. But I wonder if he can control so many exotic beasts at the same time. After hearing this, Mu Yuntian was also very surprised. He realized he was indeed a frog at the bottom of a well. He originally thought Mu Xing was already very impressive, But compared to these people, he felt somewhat inadequate. The outside world is so vast. He must go out and see it someday. Stop thinking about it. With your effort, you will definitely be better than them in the future. I have faith in you. Mu Yuechi waved her delicate white hand in front of him. Mu Yuntian smiled. Yes. I just need to work hard. The rest will be left to fate. Traveling always brings joy, allowing one to temporarily forget unhappy matters, dilute worries, and welcome a better tomorrow. 10 days later. All right, why make it so solemn? Isn't it just going for some sparring and exchanges? Just do your best. No one is forcing you to compete for first place. Mu Yuechi said speechlessly. Tianer, you must be careful this time when you go to the Moon Clan. I won't say much more. Yunchi said as she patted Mu Yuntian's head. After all, this was Mu Yuntian's first long trip, and a mother worries when her child travels 1,000 miles. Yunchi's anxiety was understandable. I know, I'm not going alone this time. There's also brother Mu Xing and the clan leader. Mu Yuntian comforted his mother. Yunchi nodded and went out to prepare the meals. Mu Yuntian then entered a state of cultivation. Days passed, and in Mu Yuntian's excited anticipation, the day finally arrived. On a clear morning half a month later, the people of the Mu clan got up early. On this day, 2 children were going to represent their Mu clan in a sparring exchange. So they wanted to send them off. The large square was already filled with people, but there was not much noise. Everyone silently watched the 3 people in the middle of the square. Today, we are setting off for the Moon Clan's clan comparison. If you have any questions, you can directly ask the clan elders. This time, we will probably be out for 3 to 4 months, Mu Fei said to the crowd. Everyone applauded and sent them off. At that moment, emotions ran deep and warmed the heart. All right, it's getting late. Let us depart. After Mu Fei finished speaking, with a wave of his spiritual sense, the Qingfeng eagle flew out from the Beastmaster's map. Mu Yuntian and Mu Xing also jumped onto the back of the Qingfeng eagle, which had enough space to accommodate several people. Then Mu Fei waved his hand, and the Qingfeng eagle soared into the sky, letting out a cry as its figure gradually disappeared into the distance. After a while, Mu Fei controlled the Qingfeng eagle to fly toward a certain place. And both of them found it strange. It seemed like they were looking for someone. Sure enough, not far away on a small hillside stood a person waving their hand repeatedly. When they got closer, they realized it was Mu Yuechi. Little Chi, I really have no way to deal with you. Come up. You can't do this anymore. What will others think? Mu Fei said with a look of helplessness. I know, Grandpa. I just want to go out and see, and besides, having one more person is more fun. After saying this, Mu Yuechi made a face at Mu Yuntian. Mu Yuntian was speechless but didn't think much of it. Little Tian, look. Sister Yuechi made a face at me. She is smiling at me. Mu Xing said excitedly in a low voice. Mu Yuntian almost tilted and fell off. Is this person really that shameless? He then saw Mu Xing smile slightly and nod at Mu Yuechi, striking a pose he thought was very cool. However, Mu Yuechi completely ignored him and sat down on the back of the Qingfeng eagle. Little Tian, look again. She is just ignoring me. She didn't tell me to go away. She is really too nice to me. Mu Xing's eyes sparkled. I can't believe it. Mu Yuntian was thoroughly convinced. Thus, the 4 traveled for a day, rested for a few hours, and then continued on their way. According to Mu Fei, there was still a month until the exchange began, which was enough time for them to reach the Moon Clan. Whenever Mu Yuntian had free time, he entered a state of cultivation. Even Mu Fei felt quite surprised. This level of cultivation was too intense. How much willpower was needed to achieve such a state of tranquility? Mu Yuechi looked at Mu Yuntian and knew he was cultivating. She gritted her teeth in frustration. He was simply a cultivation maniac. Hey, Chi-mei, your gritting teeth looks nice. You even look beautiful when you're angry. Are you tired? Are you hungry? I have food here. In this playful atmosphere, time slipped away quietly, always catching people off guard. When you realize you need to do something, it has already gone far away, leaving no trace, only your own regrets. 20 days later. Chapter 22, Arrival. Is this really the location of the Moon Clan? Mu Yuechi said in shock. They saw that the mountains were surrounded by clouds and mist, embracing 7 gigantic peaks, each towering into the clouds, especially the central main peak, which was magnificent. The 4 arrived at the entrance of the Moon Clan. The massive gate was set in front of a valley-like area, with the 7 high peaks behind it and a vast open space in front. It was truly spectacular. The Moon Clan had become a force of its own, even more powerful than certain sections. Mu Fei looked at the Moon Clan with envy. Compared to their own Mu Clan, it was truly incomparable. No wonder they could become the #1 family under Tianyue City. Their reputation was well-deserved. Mu Yuntian also exclaimed in admiration. Mu Xing was circling around Mu Yuechi, completely uninterested in the scenery in front of him. Please come in. We have arranged accommodations for you. There are still 10 days until the exchange begins. So please enjoy your stay in the Moon Clan. One of the welcoming committee, consisting of about 10 people, said politely. Subsequently, Mu Yuntian and the other three followed one of them into the Moon Clan, who led them to a mountain peak. Mu Yuntian noticed that there were 5 or 6 flying beasts at the foot of Wangyue Peak, which were presumably used to transport people to the peak. Sure enough, the person pointed to these beasts and said, "Everyone, please, go up and rest." 10 minutes later, the 4 arrived at the halfway point of the mountain, where several beautiful accommodations were located, adding a lot of liveliness to the peak. Since entering the Moon Clan, Mu Yuechi's eyes were darting around, filled with curiosity about every place, as it was truly magnificent. The 4 were brought to the front of a building. After the accommodations were assigned, Mu Yuntian and Mu Xing shared one room, while Mu Fei and Mu Yuechi each had their own. "I say, Xiaotian, why is Sister Yuechi ignoring me? Am I not warm enough?" Mu Xing asked, puzzled. Mu Yuntian ignored him, even wanting to kick him, thinking, "That's called being overly enthusiastic. And you still say you're not warm enough." Soon, night fell, but it couldn't overshadow the brilliance of the 7 peaks, which stood like 7 giant swords. Each room, illuminated by spirit stones, sparkled like gems embedded in these massive swords, making them increasingly appealing. The night passed without a word, and the next morning, the 4 woke up early, noticing many others nearby already in motion, likely those from other clans here for the exchange. "Let's go for a walk," Mu Fei suggested. The 4 then wandered around, and when they passed by a bamboo grove, they stopped because they heard a series of songs coming from within. The haunting and sorrowful voice, combined with the lyrics, felt tailor-made, stirring their hearts. "How I long to lie in the fragrant place, quietly feeling the soft whispers of the breeze, getting drunk with time, at ease and carefree. How I long to listen quietly to the petals unfolding, dancing with the passage of time, fluttering in the fragrant petals, tranquil and serene. How I long to dwell in a ray of spring light, resting on boundless spring colors, accompanied by a gentle breeze, inhaling the fragrant flowers, watching the clouds change, admiring the moon's phases, listening to the rain tapping on the window, letting time flow slowly, letting years drift by, letting the passage of time turn, still finding joy, still finding fragrance, with the clouds light and the breeze gentle, peaceful as ever." The 4 listened, entranced. Even the usually active Mu Yuechi quieted down, her eyes becoming misty, as if tears were spreading, or perhaps hazy emotions were covering her eyes. Unknowingly, the 4 followed the sound and walked deeper into the bamboo grove, where they found a small room nestled among the bamboo, made of bamboo itself, blending into the grove, exuding an air of elegance and tranquility. In front of a small bamboo table sat a girl about 11 or 12 years old, and the beautiful singing was coming from her. Suddenly, the song stopped, and a voice seemingly untouched by the mundane world spoke. "You 4, it is a fortunate coincidence to be here today. I wonder if my singing disturbed you." The 4 quickly shook their heads in response. "Haha, we were just passing by, and upon hearing such beautiful singing, we came in to take a look." "It is we who have disturbed you," Mu Fei said. "Wow, sister, you are so beautiful, just like me. Almost cuter than me," Mu Yuechi said with admiration, clearly enchanted by the song. Mu Yuntian felt helpless, thinking, is she complimenting herself indirectly? Mu Xing nodded eagerly, looking at Mu Yuechi with increasingly heated eyes. The young girl smiled at this and then invited the 4 into the room. Mu Fei glanced around and spoke. "We are from the Mu clan, here for the exchange event. May I ask which clan you belong to, little girl?" "Me? I grew up here, so which clan do you think I belong to?" "Oh, so you're from the Moon clan. I apologize for the disturbance." Mu Fei cupped his fists in greeting. Although he was older, he felt it was important to show respect in someone else's territory. Upon hearing her name, both Mu Yuntian and Mu Yuechi's eyes widened. "You Qingying?" Mu Yuntian said in astonishment, speaking softly. When he first heard the name, he thought she would be a domineering girl due to her immense strength. But now she seemed like a serene and unassuming girl. "Sister, you are the most formidable Yu Qingying among the representatives of the Moon clan, right?" Mu Yuechi asked, equally incredulous. The 2 exchanged glances, both surprised at what they saw in each other's eyes. "Hee, the Yu Qingying you speak of is indeed me. But I wouldn't say I'm formidable. There are many stronger than I," Yu Qingying said gently. Mu Yuntian looked at Yu Qingying, who was 2 or 3 years older than him, feeling a sense of inexplicable admiration. Her aura truly seemed otherworldly, untouched by the mundane world. The group continued to chat for a while, then Yu Qingying excused herself. "See you at the exchange event, I won't hold back." Yu Qingying's lark-like voice gradually faded away. "She is truly beautiful. I'm jealous," Mu Yuechi said, staring at her retreating figure in a daze. Mu Xing saw an opportunity and quickly chimed in. "Sister Yuechi, you are the most beautiful and genuine in my heart. I don't care about the other girls." Mu Yuntian and Mu Fei simultaneously rolled their eyes at him, thinking, if only he could channel that relentless spirit into his cultivation, it would be beyond imagination. Food was specially delivered to them. And this kind of service made the four feel that the Moon Clan had a grand and generous way of handling affairs with other clans. As more and more families arrived for the exchange, some were not inferior to the Moon Clan, such as the Feng Clan and the Bai Clan, which also had their own depth. Days passed, and the eagerly anticipated exchange event finally arrived. Early that morning, members of the Moon Clan came to invite each family to the main peak. The main peak, known as the Ascending Heaven Peak, had a vast and spacious area at its summit, where many platforms had already been built, large enough for the beasts to move freely. Half an hour later, all the families were brought up. When everyone saw the majestic main peak, they were filled with awe, though a few families showed disdainful expressions, each with their own thoughts. The crowd didn't wait long at the Ascending Heaven Peak when they saw 7 beasts flying from the direction of the other 6 peaks, each carrying a person, some standing, some sitting, each in different postures. As the beasts approached, their speed was neither too fast nor too slow, but their momentum was incredibly strong. 5 minutes later, the 7 beasts landed on the peak. The Moon Clan is too impressive. Our Yong Clan can't compare at all. Just casually showing up with 4 5th-tier beasts, 2 6th tier, and 1 7th tier. This is too showy. Our Yin Clan is just here to tag along, people below commented. Mu Yuntian and the other 3 were completely stunned. The Moon Clan was indeed unfathomable, even having 7th-tier Beastmasters, truly living up to its reputation as the first family under Tianyue City. Mu Yuntian looked over, constantly searching his mind for information about these beasts. 4 of them were identical, their feathers blood red as if constantly dripping, with long necks like unsheathed blades. Most notably, their 4 legs were incredibly stout, resembling cranes yet not quite. They were the 5th tier. The 2 6th tier, one with a full coat of white fur and a black head, and the other entirely black-furred with a white head. Both had the body of a lion and the head of an eagle, with huge wings on their backs. They were and, when they attacked together, their power would double. Hence when these 2 beasts were together, people referred to them as attacking while riding the water. Mu Yuntian finally looked at the 7th tier. His curiosity piqued because he had encountered one in the Eerie Forest, though it was the top-tier 7th tier. The Mu Fei also shook his head. Although he was a 6th-tier Beastmaster, he had little knowledge of those rare and strange in the Mu clan. Their bloodline is not even half as pure as that of the, so reaching the peak of 7th tier is already their limit. However, their wind control technique is very powerful. Even some ordinary 8th tier find it quite troublesome. A faint voice came from the front. It was the leader of the... Upon hearing this, Mu Yuntian slapped his forehead, thinking no wonder it sounded so familiar. It turned out to be but it was slightly smaller in size. With its wings folded up high, one could vaguely sense its impressive speed. A person descended from the, moving gracefully with a calm expression, hands clasped behind his back. He did not look particularly outstanding, but his presence was as steady as a mountain and as swift as thunder. He glanced at the crowd, then cupped his fists and slowly spoke. Everyone, welcome to the... I am the leader of the... If there were any shortcomings in my earlier greetings, I hope for your understanding. Today is an exchange meeting for children between the ages of 8 and 12, organized by our, with a total of 34 families participating. Thank you all for being here. Paused before continuing, the prizes for this event will be fully managed by. The 6th to 10th places will receive a 4th tier. 2nd to 5th places will receive A and a 4th tier, and the 1st place will receive a 5th tier, and a secret technique to enhance strength. Of course, all these will be suppressed, so you don't need to worry about being unable to subdue them. The crowd buzzed with discussion. The rewards this time were different from what they had heard before, unexpectedly generous. They knew that was already quite rare. Alright, I just mentioned the rewards. Next, let us talk about the competition rules. Raised his hand to signal for quiet. Chapter 24, the sparring begins. The crowd quieted down, realizing the importance of this exchange. Seeing this, continued, we have a total of 34 families participating, which means 68 people. We will split into 2 groups, with 1 person from each family in each group, and then each group will draw lots to determine one-on-one matches. Finally, the 1st place from each group will continue to compete, and whoever wins will be the champion of this exchange meeting. The 2nd place will be the loser of that match. 3rd and 4th places will be determined by the 2nd place competitors of each group, and the 5th place will come from the 3rd place competitors. Is everyone clear? Asked the crowd. Everyone nodded in agreement, understanding that it would be a one-on-one competition showcasing individual abilities. Good. Next we will proceed to the drawing of lots. The participating children will first be divided into 2 groups, each with 34 participants, and then they will come up to draw lots. Both boxes from the 2 groups contain numbers 1 to 17. If you draw the same number, you will be opponents, articulated clearly. The 68 participants quickly split into 2 groups. Mu Yuntian was placed in the 2nd group, and they proceeded to draw lots. Half an hour later, everyone had drawn their lots. Yuntian looked at the small card in his hand, which bore the number 12, indicating he would compete against another participant with the number 12. Alright, let the first round of matches begin. If you admit defeat or the referee believes you are in life-threatening danger and intervenes, the match will end. Each group will determine 17 people to advance. In 10 minutes, those who drew numbers 1 to 7 should go up to the respective competition platforms. S voice echoed again. The crowd spent those 10 minutes in nervous anticipation. As this was many people's first official competition since awakening their beast diagrams, so anxiety was inevitable. On both sides of there were 7 large competition platforms built specifically for this exchange. In the first group, S-wood faces. In the second group, S-wood faces. A strong voice rang out. It was an elder from the responsible for hosting the exchange. Yuntian was taken aback, as was the first up, and he was very curious about her strength. A girl who looked so delicate was actually so powerful. Upon hearing her name, the crowd erupted in whispers. Many had heard of her in their clans. The talented beast master of with few rivals among her peers. A slender figure, as delicate as a fairy, slowly walked onto the first competition platform. Her steps exceptionally firm. Another person also stepped up, looking very handsome and charming. It was. The other 6 competition platforms also gradually had 2 contestants each, all holding matching number cards. At this point, all 14 competition platforms were filled, and a referee stood at each platform, closely watching everything on stage, ready to intervene if necessary. Now, the exchange meeting officially begins. A loud voice from resonated in everyone's ears. All the contestants on the platforms bowed to their opponents, then began to summon their beast diagrams, and some confident ones didn't even summon their beast diagrams and directly summoned their. After bowing to each other, immediately summoned his beast diagram, a dark image appearing above his head, revealing 4 marks indicating he had reached the 4th tier beast master level. Within the diagram, shadows of dozens of flickered, some low tier, some high tier. Then, with a mental command, 2 shadows burst forth from the diagram, instantly appearing on the competition platform. One was massive, standing beside him like a wall. This was entirely black, with skin as hard as iron and 2 long, curved horns resembling scythes. Measuring at least 5 meters long, it was the 4th tier, known for its defense. The other was a larger version of a cat, over 2 meters long, with colorful fur and exceptionally prominent pointed ears, revealing razor-like claws that sent shivers down one's spine. It was the 4th tier, adept at harassment and ambush. Nodded in satisfaction. As these 2, one for offense and one for defense, complemented each other perfectly. He was going all out from the start. On the other hand, did not remain idle while summoned his. Strangely, she did not summon her beast diagram, but directly summoned 2, one on each side of her. On the left is a creature resembling a giant tree, but growing on its trunk is an enormous head that, upon closer inspection, turns out to be a deer head. Its antlers are extraordinarily long, resembling branches of the tree, creating an incredibly bizarre appearance. The other creature looks like a massive tiger, over 5 meters long, with half its body covered in white fur and the other half in black. It stands there motionless, exuding an imposing and magnificent presence. The 4th tier top extraordinary beast. Wind come deer, and the 4th tier top extraordinary beast, Yin-Yang tiger. How can we fight this? The wind come deer increases the speed of the Yin-Yang tiger, truly giving it wings. No wonder the beast summoning diagram doesn't even need to be summoned. The leaders of several families below are discussing among themselves, occasionally sighing deeply. After seeing this, Xiaoqi's expression turned noticeably unpleasant, but he is not an ordinary person. He gritted his teeth and suppressed the other thoughts in his heart. Colorful spirit cat, tear apart the opponent's wind come deer first. Xiaoqi quickly issued the command in his heart. With a meow, numerous phantoms appeared on the competition stage. It was the colorful spirit cat's ability, phantom attack. The phantoms continued to close in, moving so quickly that it was impossible to discern which one was the real body. Humph. In terms of speed, my colorful spirit cat is definitely among the best. Rock Bull, be ready to use Soundwave Assault at any time. Xiaoqi split his consciousness to control these 2 extraordinary beasts simultaneously. The colorful spirit cat was getting closer, as if it would break through at any moment. After seeing this, Yu Qingying gently raised a hand, her movements extraordinarily graceful. The Yin-Yang tiger let out a tremendous roar, its voice echoing like a rolling tsunami, shaking the entire arena. Chapter 25, Heroes Among the Green. The colorful spirit cat clearly paused for a moment, but quickly regained its composure. Yu Qingying shouted in her heart, Yin-Yang fiery flame. The Yin-Yang tiger raised its massive head, inhaling deeply as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into its mouth like a tide. Then it exhaled toward Xiaoqi, spewing out 2 flames the size of human heads. The flames were peculiar, one black and one white. identical to the colors of the yin-yang tiger. The two fireballs shot toward Yi Shaoqi like arrows released from a bow. Yu Qingying's consciousness moved again, and the long antlers on the wind-come deer's head swayed continuously. Then a beam of light shot toward the yin-yang tiger. The yin-yang tiger's body visibly trembled. Then it raised its paw, the size of a grinding disc, and charged toward the colorful spirit cat with astonishing speed, leaving only an afterimage. After seeing her counterattack, Yi Shaoqi felt a hint of panic in his heart. He quickly commanded Rock Bull to block in front of him, feeling a bit safer. Bang! A sound erupted as the yin-yang tiger's front paw struck the colorful spirit cat solidly. The colorful spirit cat was sent flying like a ball, crashing violently against the rocks outside the competition stage, which could not withstand the impact and shattered, covering half of the colorful spirit cat's body. Seeing this, Yi Shaoqi's heart sank. His extraordinary beast had just been struck and was now heavily injured, lying on the ground. He looked at the rapidly approaching yin-yang fireball, gritted his teeth, and moved his consciousness, causing Rock Bull to charge forward like a bulldozer. Soon, Rock Bull met the two fireballs, and upon collision, the yin-yang fiery flames exploded on its surface, instantly engulfing Rock Bull. Rock Bull rolled on the ground in pain, as the two fireballs fused into one after exploding. Their power multiplied, and no matter how much Rock Bull rolled, it couldn't extinguish them. Seeing this, Yi Shaoqi sighed. I concede, Yi Shaoqi said reluctantly. Rock Bull lay on the competition stage like a giant stone, gasping for breath. The flames had nearly burned into its flesh, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yu Clan's Yu Qingying wins, the referee announced loudly. The crowd below seemed stunned. The whole process from start to finish lasted less than 5 minutes, which was incredibly fast. The other competitors on the other stages were still testing each other. Yuntian was also very surprised. This strength was too formidable. And even the beast summoning diagram wasn't summoned, and yet it was settled this way. The competition continued, various extraordinary beasts charging around on the stage. And those in the sky were also battling constantly, dazzling everyone with their abilities. After 10 minutes, by clan, by who wins, another competition stage also finished its battle. He is the genius beast tamer of the Bai clan. Why does he look so old? Could he be lying about his age? Is he the little tyrant? How come he looks so much older than us? The other participating children below whispered among themselves. Yuntian looked over and was speechless. This 11 or 12-year-old looked too mature, and by whose height was at least a head taller than the rest, with a slightly mature face that even had some stubble. Bai Hu glared at the surrounding competitors and then strode off the competition stage. Half an hour later, the first round of the competition was finally completed, with 7 winners from each group, and they each stepped down to rest. All right, the first round is over. Now the competitors with numbers 8 to 14 come up to the competition stage, the leader of the Yu clan announced loudly. Finally, it's my turn, Yuntian said softly. He then glanced over at Mu Xing, who seemed to sense something and looked back at him. The two exchanged a nod. Soon, each competition stage had its participants ready. Mu clan, Yuntian. He clan, He Shaoran. The two then bowed to each other. Seeing that his opponent was about the same age as him, Yuntian felt a bit excited, secretly praising his good luck. Sure enough, after He Shaoran bowed, he began to summon his beast summoning diagram. His beast summoning diagram was also black, with 3 traces appearing on it, proving that he was a 3rd-tier beast tamer. Upon seeing this, Yuntian was overjoyed, just as he was about to chuckle in his heart. The next moment, he witnessed something that left him utterly shocked. He saw that after summoning his beast summoning diagram, He Shaoran calmly began to summon extraordinary beasts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A total of 5 third-tier extraordinary beasts were summoned, instantly filling the space around him, while his small body was pitifully squeezed in the middle. Damn! Yuntian couldn't help but curse in his heart. This level of consciousness is too freakish. Even a 4th-tier consciousness can't control 5 extraordinary beasts of the same tier at the same time. Yet he can? How did his 3rd-tier consciousness develop to this level? No wonder those who come to represent their families are not to be trifled with. The others below were also shocked. This level of consciousness is truly impressive. Who among those of the same tier could compete with him? With the number of extraordinary beasts alone, he could crush his opponents. Even Yufeng was astonished, thinking to himself that this kid must have had some fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, his consciousness couldn't have grown to this extent. After finishing his summoning, He Shaoran did not act immediately, but glanced at Yuntian, as if waiting for him to summon. Yuntian twitched his mouth, but his mind was racing, calculating how to respond. Below, Mu Fei and Mu Yueqi looked at him with worried expressions. This situation was too tricky. Although both knew that Yuntian had some trump cards, facing 5 extraordinary beasts simultaneously made victory uncertain. After pondering for about a minute, Yuntian had an idea. 2 third-tier extraordinary beasts burst forth from his body, the ground wolf and the emerald spirit donkey, standing on either side of him. Ha ha. Your extraordinary beasts have turned green with fear. If you're scared, just admit defeat quickly. This donkey has character. Heroes among the green. You said if I eat this donkey meat, will my hair turn green? I love green the most. The crowd below laughed out loud when they saw the donkey, discussing it back and forth. Although Mu Yuntian's face was calm, he immediately wished to find a hole to hide in. This was too embarrassing. Chapter 26. Fierce Battle. After seeing this, Mu Yueqi quickly covered her face, pretending not to know this guy. She had already missed the first opportunity with the donkey spirit. And now she ended up with another donkey, and it was a green one at that. Was she destined to have dealings with donkeys? However, Mu Yueqi then noticed something else and said to Mu Fei, "Why hasn't Yuntian summoned the Beast Taming diagram yet? What time is it now? Does he still want to keep it to himself?" Mu Fei pondered for a moment and then shook his head. He couldn't figure out what Mu Yuntian was doing either. On the competition stage, when Xiaoran saw his opponent, he summoned 2 third-tier exotic beasts, without even summoning the Beast Taming diagram, and a surge of unnamed anger rose in his heart. Did he look down on him? He then divided his consciousness into 5 parts and directly controlled 5 third-tier to charge forward, planning to give this ignorant opponent a taste of reality. Boom, boom. A rumble echoed on the competition stage as the 5 charged toward Mu Yuntian, not even using their abilities. Mu Yuntian was startled. He had his reasons for not summoning the Beast Taming diagram. If it came down to a desperate situation, he would definitely summon it. Right now, he mainly wanted to test the limits of his newly refined physical body. The ground wolf howled a few times, then a visible sound wave emanated from its mouth, flying in circles toward the 5 rapidly approaching, which was its ability, Wolf Howl. The 5 couldn't evade and collided with the sound wave, becoming dazed and slowing down. Xiaoran, seeing this, wasn't too worried. After all, it seemed the only attacking was this one, so it wasn't much to fear. But then he witnessed something incredible. The ground wolf suddenly crouched down and launched itself toward the. He could understand the white tiger's action since the opponent's ability had a time limit, so the ground wolf rushing over was normal. However, when he saw Mu Yuntian also charging forward, he couldn't understand. Why was a beast tamer rushing in? Wasn't he afraid of losing too quickly? The ground wolf's forepaw slammed into one of the, causing it to slide back 10 meters before stopping, blood oozing from its mouth. Although it was injured, it was still in the competition and could continue fighting. Meanwhile, Mu Yuntian charged toward and resembling a parrot, about 2 meters long, the smallest on the competition stage. In less than a second, he appeared in front of the. Then, with his hands spread wide like a white crane spreading its wings, he slammed them together towards the head of the. Bang! The parrot visibly shook, but then something even more surprising happened. After Mu Yuntian clapped, he didn't stop. He grabbed its 2 legs and began to spin like a top, gaining speed. In the next second, he released his grip, and the shot out like a cannonball, crashing into the cliff wall with a loud bang, half of its body embedded in the rock. What the heck? Is this a humanoid? Can someone tell me if I'm seeing things? The participants below exclaimed in disbelief. This was unbelievable. They had never seen a beast tamer fight like this, staring at Mu Yuntian as if he were a monster. But despite their astonishment, they quickly regained their senses and began controlling the 4. Although one was injured, they still had a numerical advantage, and he realized he had been a bit overconfident by not using this abilities from the start, which had given his opponent an opportunity. The 4 had recovered from the wolf howl and, under Xiaoran's control, began to move apart, immediately using their abilities to deliver a fatal blow to Mu Yuntian. The ground wolf dashed left and right, sensing danger and prepared to fight back. In an instant, 4 different attacks converged from 4 directions. The crowd gasped again, thinking, "Is this still a beast tamer?" Yufeng smiled upon seeing this and muttered to himself, "What interesting little guys, not bad." Mu Yuntian aimed his spear at the fire lizard on the left, hitting the fireball it shot out with tremendous force, scattering the flames. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he thrust the spear toward the fire lizard's head with incredible speed, catching it off guard. The spearhead sank a third of the way in, causing the fire lizard to screech in pain, and blood gushed from its head as it rolled on the ground in agony. Just as quickly, the other attacks arrived. The ground wolf positioned itself to intercept their attacks. Mu Yuntian seized the fire lizard's tail and spun like a top again, then flung it out of the arena. Chapter 27. Humanoid. Only 3 left. Mu Yuntian thought anxiously. He had eliminated 2, but if this continued, he would definitely lose. What to do? He thought rapidly, and suddenly a plan came to him. Ground wolf, hold on a little longer. Mu Yuntian quickly commanded. The emerald spirit donkey combined 2 beams of light into 1, directing all of it to the ground wolf, doubling its healing speed. The ground wolf felt relieved and unleashed its claws like scythes, striking at the 3 in different places. While it endured many attacks, Mu Yuntian didn't hesitate. He feared that every second of delay would put the ground wolf in more danger. He gathered his strength and charged at Xiaoran. When Xiaoran saw Mu Yuntian coming at him, he was instantly thrown into chaos. After all, Mu Yuntian's combat power was something he couldn't withstand, as the two had demonstrated. So close. Mu Yuntian was getting closer to Xiaoran, but was faster, likely to reach him first, leaving him to find another way. He couldn't delay any longer, otherwise his stamina would run out, and he would definitely lose. Mu Yuntian thought. He then extended his spear forward, closing the distance by nearly 2 meters, just as he appeared more than a meter behind him. Gritting his teeth, Mu Yuntian concentrated all his strength in his legs and leaped forward. Swish! His body and spear seemed to merge into one, forming a straight line. In the next second, the spear was right in front of Xiaoran's throat, only a centimeter away. At that moment, a beast taming diagram appeared in the air, hovering above the S head, black light cascading down, trapping the, which struggled but could not advance an inch. It turned out that the referee below saw that the situation was very dangerous. He was afraid that Mu Yuntian would be hit by the exotic beast, and that the long spear would pierce Xiaoran's throat. On the other hand, Xiaoran was completely stunned at this moment, staring blankly at the shining spear tip, while the two exotic beasts, having lost their mental control, were instinctively attacking and quickly fell into a disadvantage. The referee hurriedly stepped in to control the situation, then loudly announced, "In this round, Mu Clan, Mu Yuntian wins." At this moment, Xiaoran finally reacted. He was also a carefree person, so he cupped his hands towards Mu Yuntian and then exited the competition stage. The humanoid exotic beast won. I told you I was optimistic about him. Wow. He looks so cool with that long spear. Is he cooler than me? Then he flipped his hair, revealing a childish face full of pits and holes. The crowd was speechless. Well, your fighting style is too cool. I also want to work hard to cultivate my body in the future. Mu Yuechi said. Not bad. Not bad. You should take a good rest now. You must have consumed a lot of energy just now. Mu Fei praised. Mu Yuntian took about 10 minutes from start to finish. Although it wasn't the fastest, it was already quite good. Another 10 minutes passed. Haha, Mu Xing also won. And now both of us from the Mu clan can enter the next round of competition. Mu Yuechi's face was full of excitement. Soon, Mu Xing walked up to the three of them, took a long breath, and said that his opponent in the first round was also very strong. And they had fought for 20 minutes before the winner was decided. Mu Xing patted Mu Yuntian on the back and said, "Xiao Tian, not bad. A beastmaster like you is really rare, so cool." After Mu Xing finished speaking, he turned around and started to cling to Mu Yuechi, constantly asking her if he looked cool just now and if she was worried about him, etc. Mu Yuechi directly blocked Mu Xing with a single sentence. "I didn't watch your match just now." Mu Xing's expression darkened, but he quickly recovered, and then kept telling Mu Yuechi about his battle process, not caring whether she was listening or not. Mu Yuntian felt a headache and thought, "Big brother, we are still just kids, can you not be like this?" While the few were chatting, the competition had already ended, and everyone's expressions were different. Some were happy, while others were worried. All right, the second round of the competition has ended. Now, those with numbers 15 to 17, please come up. The leader of the Yu clan announced loudly. A few minutes later, 6 pairs of contestants were already standing on the competition stage. After each performed a bow, they started directly. 5 minutes later, Wind Clan, Fengya wins. The referee announced the result. This is the talented girl from the Wind Clan. She is really too cute. This time, it is estimated that it will be a competition for first place among Yu Qingying, Fengya, and Bai Hu, with no suspense. The children who had just finished their matches were discussing below. Mu Yuntian looked at the lively little girl walking down the competition stage and thought to himself, "Are today's girls this impressive?" Soon, 20 minutes passed. Because there were fewer people in the last round, it ended quickly. Yu Feng stood up at this time, pressed his hand down to signal everyone to be quiet, and then said, "The first elimination round has been completed. A total of 17 people have emerged from each group. Those who lost, don't be discouraged. You must work harder to cultivate. Failure is not to be feared. What is to be feared is not being able to stand up again." Chapter 28, Chaos. The children who had lost were awakened by Yu Feng's words, and they all stood tall and proud, quickly regaining their confidence. After all, those who could represent their family in the competition were all strong-willed individuals. The crowd below applauded in gratitude. Then Yu Feng instructed the Yu clan to properly entertain the other families over the next few days, and then he rode the Qingxi Rock to an unknown destination. Tonight, Wangyue Peak appeared particularly serene. Apart from the occasional calls of exotic beasts, everyone else was resting in their own rooms, each with different thoughts in their hearts, some happy, some sad. Everyone spent 3 days in this tranquil environment, and their tense and oppressive feelings were greatly alleviated. On the 4th day, early in the morning, People from the Yu clan arrived, and members of other families also got up early because today was the second round of elimination matches, which they all took seriously. Some families chose to stay even if both of their members were eliminated, at least to witness the final outcome, so the children could gain some experience. Everyone, please head to the main peak, the Ascending Sky Peak, a guide from the Yu clan said to the crowd. Soon, everyone arrived at the top of the main peak, still at the same place, but this time they saw a gigantic competition stage that looked like it could accommodate hundreds of people. The format of this competition has changed. With such a large competition stage, it won't be a free-for-all this time, right? The efficiency of the Yu clan is really high. We families really need to learn from them, otherwise, it will be very difficult to reach their scale. The clan leaders gathered together, discussing among themselves, sometimes pondering thoughtfully. A few minutes later, the leader of the Yu clan and other clan elders and referees arrived at the main peak, and then a graceful voice rang in everyone's ears. Hee, I want to say much. Today is the second round of elimination matches. As you can see, this time the competition will adopt a free-for-all format. Yufeng pointed to the huge competition stage. The crowd below had expressions that clearly indicated they expected this. The path of a beast master cannot be faced with just one enemy. Sometimes you will encounter several people, even dozens attacking you. So it will depend on your strength and experience. That is why this format was chosen for the second round of elimination matches. Do your best. After Yufeng finished speaking, he stepped aside, and the previous Yu clan elder host walked up. Ahem, a total of 34 contestants emerged victorious in the first round. And this time, 17 will be eliminated. In other words, only 17 will enter the next round of competition, so everyone should show your strength and do your best. 10 minutes later, the giant competition stage was surrounded by referees, a total of 16 of them, who would keep a close eye on every movement on the stage and would intervene if necessary to prevent life-threatening situations. After all, this was just a competition. Everyone come up. Remember to stop when you reach a point. You must not intentionally harm anyone's life. As long as you step out of this competition stage or the referees determine a win or loss, it will count as a loss. The competition will end once there are only 17 people left on the stage, the elder of the Yu clan said to the crowd. Mu Yuntian and Mu Xing exchanged glances and then followed the crowd onto the competition stage. Once they stepped up, they truly felt how large the competition stage was. The 34 of them standing on it made it look particularly spacious. Even if they summoned their exotic beasts, it probably wouldn't be too crowded. The contestants on the stage were all staring wide-eyed at each other, momentarily unsure of what to do. With the elder's command of begin, everyone immediately split apart, with members of the same family standing together. A few minutes later, everyone had separated into their respective positions, but no one made a move at first. Mu Yuntian was too lazy to move. He stood beside with the thunder gun in hand, like a tower, appearing extraordinarily domineering. 2 more minutes passed, and finally, more than 10 people couldn't hold back any longer. They suddenly launched their attacks, and in an instant, dozens of beast taming images floated in the air, with dozens of exotic beasts appearing on the stage and some circling in the air, all waiting for commands. Attack! With the attack from 2 members of a certain family. The battle finally erupted, with dazzling attacks flying everywhere on the stage, occasionally accompanied by splashes of blood. Mu Yuntian and Mu Xing quickly summoned their own beasts. Mu Xing's beast was a 4th-tier white-headed tiger and a 4th-tier earth spirit mouse, both very powerful. However, Mu Yuntian had no plans to summon his beast control chart yet, as he could still manage the situation. On the competition stage, nearly 10 spots were engaged in fierce battles, with each area being either one-on-one or 2 people chasing one. They all knew in their hearts that they needed to eliminate the isolated opponents first. 2 waves of people approached Mu Yuntian's side, but after a few tentative attacks, they fled, afraid of being thrown off by Mu Yuntian, the humanoid beast. During the second round, they had already witnessed his strength. Haha, Xiaodian. I'm riding on your coattails this time. Your ferocity the past few days has made them quite wary. Mu Xing laughed heartily. Mu Yuntian was speechless but felt relaxed, then looked around and noticed 3 areas where no one dared to challenge. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Yu clan's Yu Qingying and another member. Feng clan's Feng Ye with another, and one from the Bai clan, the White Tiger. No wonder no one dared to approach them. As time passed, fewer and fewer people were left on the field. Surprisingly, several families united to challenge the Bai clan's White Tiger, thinking they could take him down since he was alone. In Chapter 29, the Red Beast Control Chart, the 3 families each had only 1 member left, so they banded together, and their combined strength was truly formidable. The White Tiger, seeing them approach, let out a loud roar. Do you dare? His voice was as loud as thunder, and his intimidating appearance frightened the 3 who were about to charge. Humph, do you think we're afraid of just one person? The leader shouted back at the White Tiger. Ningda, let us go? We need to take him down quickly to avoid prolonged trouble, said another. The three then controlled their beasts to surround the white tiger from 3 different directions, with 3 black beast control charts hovering above their heads, clearly indicating they were all 4th-tier beast tamers. The white tiger looked at the 6 beasts and scoffed internally, then moved his consciousness, causing a fiery mark to appear in the air, instantly hovering above his head. He had previously refrained from using the beast control chart, but now he finally summoned it. A red beast control chart? Now we have a good show to watch. Yuntian finally has a worthy opponent, a few spectators exclaimed. The 3 attackers were also startled by the sight of the beast control chart. They had heard that charts of red grade or higher had special abilities, and it was their first time facing one of this level, causing a bit of anxiety. Let us go all out. He asked just one person. What is the big deal about a red beast control chart? Ningda said to the others. The other 2 nodded. After all, they weren't cowards. Or they wouldn't have come to compete. The 3 then commanded their beasts to attack, and 6 waves of attacks surged towards the white tiger. At that moment, the white tiger had only 2 beasts by his side. One resembled a massive rhinoceros, at least 3 meters long, with a horn that looked like a towering pillar. Its body covered in black scales. It was the 4th-tier beast, the horned rhinoceros. The other was even more peculiar, resembling a monkey, but with 3 stout arms. Clearly not to be trifled with, it was the 4th-tier top beast, the 3-armed monkey. Everyone be careful, he only has 2 beasts with him. He must have a hidden one. With his abilities, how could he control just 2 beasts? Ningda whispered to the others. At that moment, the 6 attacks had reached the white tiger. He shouted loudly, and the red beast control chart above him erupted with bright red light, splitting into 8 beams. 2 of these beams headed towards his beasts, while the remaining 6 targeted the incoming 6 beasts. In the next moment, both of his beasts were enveloped in a flame-like aura, and the white tiger quickly commanded them to counter the 6 impending attacks. Mighty God Fist. Deathlight, the white tiger whispered in his heart. Conversely, after being struck by the red light, the 6 beasts felt as if they were being burned, their movements slowed significantly, and they began to channel their energy to resist. This was the special ability of the red beast control chart, allowing the beasts on his side to inflict a burning sensation with each attack. If the light directly hit the opponent's beast, they would suffer from the pain of the burn. Seeing this, the 3 quickly heightened their consciousness, commanding their beasts to withstand the burn while continuing their assaults. And soon another 6 waves of attacks headed for the white tiger. The horned rhinoceros and the 3-armed monkey had just managed to fend off 4 of the attacks, with 2 solidly hitting them. Although both beasts had strong physiques, they were pushed back a few meters and sustained minor injuries. Now, with another 6 attacks incoming, the white tiger realized what it meant for 2 fists to be unable to match 4 hands. If this continued, he might not be able to outlast the 3 of them. 10 minutes later, after several rounds of attacks, all 8 beasts bore different injuries, with the white tiger's 2 beasts suffering more severe wounds, showing several distinct cuts that were bleeding profusely. There was no choice. They could only passively defend against the simultaneous 6 attacks, sometimes using their bodies to protect the white tiger, making it difficult to counterattack. Meanwhile, the 3 beasts, aside from continuously resisting the burning sensation from the red beast control chart, suffered no significant injuries. Even if 1 or 2 attacks broke through, they could still hold their ground. Haha, white tiger, aren't you going all out yet? A few more attacks, and your 2 beasts will be finished. Ningda and the others laughed heartily, feeling immensely pleased. The white tiger's eyes reddened at the sight. He had never been humiliated like this before. He had initially wanted to save a trump card for dealing with Fonya or Yuntian, but now these 3 had disrupted his plans, driving him to the brink of fury. All right, you want to see my true power? Then I shall grant your wish. The white tiger roared. He then controlled the beast control chart, and a massive beast shadow appeared in the air, accompanied by a long howl, instantly arriving above the 6 beasts, flapping its enormous wings and stirring up a fierce wind that kicked up sand and stones. It was the 4th-tier top beast, the wind spirit eagle, a beast renowned for its control over wind. Does he even have this beast? The wind spirit eagle can rival ordinary 5th-tier beasts. It has a significant advantage in the air. It was no wonder people said the Bai clan excelled in finding and taming beasts. It was clearly true. The clan leaders below sighed in admiration upon seeing this beast. The white tiger quickly infused the wind spirit eagle with a layer of red light from the beast control chart, and then whispered in his heart, roaring wind fury. The wind spirit eagle let out several howls, its enormous wings flapping continuously, creating intertwining whirlwinds that formed a large net, faintly glowing red. Ningda and the others felt both fear and astonishment and hurriedly commanded their beasts to resist. But just as one wave of trouble subsided, another arose. The pressure on the horned rhinoceros and the 3-armed monkey vanished. They had been seething with anger and now disregarded their wounds, charging at the 6 beasts. The attacks from the 6 beasts were halfway through when they were shredded by the net formed by the roaring wind fury. The net then descended upon them, and 2 smaller beasts were swept into the air, their surfaces sizzling with noise. In Chapter 30, Time Like Wine, Years Like Tea. The unicorn rhinoceros and the 3-handed monkey had already charged in front of those few strange beasts, and then 2 attacks slammed fiercely into one of the strange beasts. That strange beast was sent flying horizontally, crashing to the ground, twitching continuously, and had lost its ability to fight. Immediately afterward, the white tiger continued to control the 2 strange beasts to attack elsewhere. The 2 strange beasts caught in the large net were already disoriented, with knife-like scars appearing all over their bodies. The wind spirit eagle immediately controlled the large net to fly towards the edge of the competition platform. Then, with a strong flick, the 2 strange beasts were thrown out, smashing heavily onto the ground outside the competition area. Ningda and the 3 others had completely lost their composure. They were just instinctively controlling the beast control diagram in an attempt to suppress the opponent's strange beasts. But how could they manage to do so? The red light curtain of the beast control diagram covered the strange beasts, and the 3 of them simply could not break through it. 5 minutes later, the referee stopped the battle in that area, fearing that the white tiger would become overly aggressive and accidentally harm the lives of Ningda and the 3 others. Many participants saw the white tiger display its might, fighting 3 opponents alone and ultimately winning, and they applauded and cheered from below. Yuntian was also dumbfounded. This strength was too formidable. He had initially thought about whether to help, but when the white tiger summoned the wind spirit eagle, he dismissed that idea. Even Fengya and Yuqing on the field frowned upon seeing this, unsure of what they were thinking. The white tiger secretly breathed a sigh of relief but then sighed again, knowing that all his trump cards had been revealed, and his opponents would definitely target these abilities. However, he didn't think too much about it. What was meant to come would eventually arrive, and he just needed to face it bravely. The others on the stage also stopped bothering him, although he had just gone through a fierce battle. Seeing the wind spirit eagle hovering in midair made them abandon that thought. Now, apart from the 7 of Yuntian, no one else dared to provoke him, while battles were occurring elsewhere, with the number of participants gradually decreasing. Half an hour later, as the last person was knocked out of the competition area, the referee announced the end of the 2nd round of the elimination tournament, and some people on the field cheered directly. At this moment, Yuntian felt a bit embarrassed. He had hardly made a move, merely putting on a mysterious expression, and successfully ended the match. Now he was worried about whether he could hold on in the 3rd round. He knew his own strength. Apart from the mysterious beast control diagram, he really didn't have any significant advantages. Sigh, I need to work even harder. Coming here for this exchange was indeed the right choice. I've been able to see so many things and quickly discover my shortcomings, Yuntian said softly. After the match ended, Yufeng immediately walked onto the stage and said to everyone, "The 2nd round of the competition has concluded. Let's first congratulate these 17 victors." He led the applause, and the crowd followed suit, clapping enthusiastically. Yufeng pressed his hands down and continued. The 3rd round of the competition is scheduled for 5 days later. Everyone should take a good rest in the Moon Clan. There are many beautiful places around here where you can also go and enjoy experiencing our Moon Clan's hospitality. Upon hearing this, the crowd applauded and cheered. All right, we'll see each other again in 5 days. Yufeng clasped his fists toward everyone and then left. You 2 were lucky this round. You happened to run into Xiao Tian, Yueqi said with a smile. The 4 exchanged glances and burst into laughter, then continued chatting. Soon, night fell, and the night was beautiful, with stars dotting the sky, the autumn water clear and untraceable, and the evening breeze always able to intoxicate people unknowingly. When you awaken, the wind that caressed you has already departed, searching for the next person in need of comfort. At this moment, Yuntian sat at the foot of Moon Viewing Peak, quietly feeling the comfort brought by the breeze. He didn't know what the difference was between the wind of this moment and the next, but if he enjoyed every second, then the wind would not leave him, because he already felt the wind in his heart. With 5 days until the 3rd round of the competition, if things continued like this, as long as he could get through this round, he would enter the top 10, which would also come with rewards. However, he estimated that his strength would probably be insufficient, Yuntian thought to himself. But no matter, if it really doesn't work. I can ask Yueqi for that pond water tomorrow. At worst, I'll just take a gamble. After coming to this conclusion, Yuntian felt much more relaxed. So he decided to take a casual stroll. Unknowingly, he had walked for half an hour and stopped in front of a bamboo forest. How did I get here? Yuntian was a bit surprised. His casual wandering had led him to the bamboo forest that Yuqing usually used to rest. Let us go in and take a look. Yuntian inexplicably took a step forward, heading toward the small bamboo house he had visited before. Soon, he arrived in front of the small bamboo house. No way, there really is someone inside. Mu Yuntian saw the house filled with the glow of illuminating spirit stones and was very curious about who was inside. Was it Yuntian? Mu Yuntian slowly approached, straining to listen. A voice as melodious as a lark entered Mu Yuntian's ears. Time is like wine. I light a lamp to look at my sword. Intoxicated by the flowers. Time is like tea. I appreciate the shimmering tea soup, smelling its fragrant aroma. The world is complicated. I forget the length of time. Looking lightly at fates coming and going. In the joys and sorrows of years, I cut a sleeve of gentle breeze, weaving a curtain of moonlight. In the brocade, amidst the mundane, I keep my heart clear. In the flourishing, I see the true essence. With the mood of rain falling on flowers. With the sentiment of drawing a sword to listen to the rain. Carrying a body of ignorance, gentle and tranquil, subtle and serene. Mu Yuntian was entranced by the voice. It combined with her spoken words, sounding like a whisper, a complaint, sadness, and sorrow, as if many stories had happened to her, as if she had experienced a lot. But these shouldn't be happening to someone her age. Mu Yuntian was intoxicated. He was drunk for himself, but even more so for her. So he came to the door and gently knocked, then quietly waited. He initially shouldn't disturb her, but he was drawn in. He wanted to hear her story. Chapter 31, Second Body Refinement. Suddenly, there was silence inside, as if she were contemplating something. Mu Yuntian didn't hurry. He just stood there quietly, the moonlight casting a gentle and pleasant glow on his face. Come in. Yu Qingying's voice came from inside the house, carrying a hint of sadness. Mu Yuntian gently opened the door and saw Yu Qingying sitting beside a small table, where a pot of tea was brewing, occasionally wafting delightful aromas that intoxicated the senses. Is it you? Yu Qingying asked, a bit surprised. Yes, it's me. I was wandering around and happened to pass by here, and then I heard your voice. So I intruded. Mu Yuntian clasped his fists to express his apology. His gaze inadvertently brushed past the corner of Yu Qingying's eye, where there was a barely noticeable tear stain. What had she been through to have such feelings? All right, then sit for a while, please. Yu Qingying pointed to the bamboo stool beside her, then slowly began to brew tea. Her movements were very graceful, like a fairy, her fingers dancing like lively spirits. Why did you have such a sigh just now? Sometimes expressing it to a stranger isn't a bad thing. I can keep it a secret. Mu Yuntian was the first to speak. Oh, how do you know I have many things hidden in my heart? You look at most 10 years old. What do you understand? Yu Qingying maintained her calm demeanor. You're not much older than me. Anyway, I can understand. The words you just sighed contain stories. Mu Yuntian continued. The atmosphere fell into silence again. Thank you. Yu Qingying suddenly spoke up with these words. Mu Yuntian was taken aback for a moment. Not reacting right away, he glanced at Yu Qingying, observing her, and a sense of pity unexpectedly arose in his heart. Yu Qingying then revealed a smile that hung on her otherworldly face, stunningly beautiful. You smile so beautifully, Mu Yuntian blurted out. The smile on Yu Qingying's face instantly vanished, returning to her original expression, and then she slowly said, maybe in the future, if we meet again and you remember me, perhaps I will tell you. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuntian felt a slight shift in his emotions, though he couldn't quite articulate what it was. Then it settled. Although in the future feels distant, there is still hope. Yu Qingying paused with the teacup in her hand and murmured, hope? Will there really be hope? Mu Yuntian was puzzled, but chose not to ask further. Knowing that forcing the issue was pointless, she would speak when she was ready. They continued to sip tea and chat about other topics. When the discussion turned to the Beastmaster's diagram, they exchanged glances and both laughed, joking that they would get to see it in a few days. Half an hour later, early the next morning, Mu Yuntian found Mu Yueqi and explained his purpose. I should have given this to you long ago. I don't need so much, and besides, I'm really not interested in physical cultivation. The path after body training is too difficult, and I'm afraid I won't be able to persist, Mu Yueqi said earnestly. Yueqi, thank you. I will definitely repay you with something else in the future. Mu Yuntian replied seriously. Mu Yueqi glanced at him, nodded, and said, all right. Then hurry up and cultivate. Every bit of progress counts. Strive for a breakthrough. I'll come to call you in 5 days. After she finished speaking, she handed Mu Yuntian a bottle and a half of pond water and urged him to start cultivating. Mu Xing also sensibly went to sleep in the same room as Mu Fei to avoid disturbing his training. Mu Yuntian stared at the bottle and a half of pond water, contemplating how to use it. If he added too little, the effect would be slow. But if he added too much, he worried he wouldn't be able to handle it. Sigh, this time is so short, it's really a headache. Mu Yuntian sighed inwardly. Forget it, I don't believe I can't endure it. No matter how dangerous it is, I have to give it a try. With that, Mu Yuntian gritted his teeth and poured all the black water into the large bucket of clear water, then added 5 or 6 fruits. He didn't even know if it would work, but his desire for strength had already conquered everything. As the pond water was poured in, the The water in the wooden bucket instantly turned black and began bubbling, as if constantly reminding others of its danger. Seeing this, Yuntian swallowed hard, his heart trembling. Is this concentration too overwhelming? I'm going for it. Fortune favors the bold. Yuntian gritted his teeth, adopting a heroic expression, and jumped into the large water bucket. Gurgling sounds echoed as the black water seemed to react violently to the intruder, struggling fiercely, and the increasing bubbles contained energy that sent shivers down his spine. Yuntian fainted within seconds of entering, but 2 minutes later, he was jolted awake by a sharp, needle-like pain in his brain. It turned out he had prepared himself when entering, using his divine sense to guard his spiritual platform. When he fainted, the spiritual platform would experience a violent impact from the divine sense, causing greater pain to bring him back to consciousness. This was using poison to counter poison. When Yuntian woke up, the pain made his very soul tremble. He felt his skin cracking open continuously, blood gushing out immediately, but the black water remained untainted. Still pitch black. Yuntian couldn't help but scream as the black water seeped into his flesh, meridians, and bones, his teeth clattering. This can't go on. Even if my willpower holds, my body can't take it. Yuntian thought to himself. His body was on the verge of exploding, and the healing speed was too slow. At this rate, he would likely die in the bucket within 10 minutes, which would be quite a joke. Chapter 32. Exiting the barrier before long. The wounds on Yuntian's body began to heal continuously, much faster than his initial healing speed. He secretly sighed in relief, although the pain could not be eliminated. As long as he didn't die, it didn't matter how much suffering he endured. As long as he could become stronger, it was all worth it. Time passed second by second, and Yuntian's body was continuously breaking and healing, repeating this cycle. He was on the brink of collapse, knowing he had to steadfastly guard the position of his spiritual platform. Otherwise, if he fell, the consequences would be unimaginable. Why is Xiaodian working so hard? How could there be a breakthrough in just 5 days? Muxing said. Unlike you, slacking off and not knowing where your thoughts have gone. Yueqi retorted. My thoughts are all on you. How can I have the mood to cultivate? Muxing said, looking aggrieved. Yueqi was speechless and shot him a fierce glare. 5 days passed quickly. Yueqi arrived early at Yuntian's room. She knocked several times but received no response, feeling a bit anxious. She feared something might have happened, so she kicked the door. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open. Yueqi hurriedly looked inside and immediately spotted a large wooden bucket, with Yuntian inside. Xiaodian, time's up. The Moon Clan will be coming soon. Yueqi called out. Seeing no movement inside, she was about to rush over to wake Yuntian. Suddenly, a splash of water sounded from the room, and a pair of eyes opened wide, their brilliance captivating. However, in the next second, the brilliance retracted. Yueqi was startled by this gaze. She was about to speak when she noticed that Yuntian was completely bare. Fortunately, the bucket was tall, otherwise. Yuntian also realized he was without clothes, so he quickly jumped out as soon as Yueqi stepped back, putting on his clothes with an embarrassed expression. A few minutes later, Yuntian emerged and saw Mu Fei and the others waiting for him in the open area. He walked over. Xiaodian, it's good that you came out. You don't have to push yourself so hard. The ranking in the competition really doesn't matter, Mu Fei said. Feeling a bit heartbroken for the boy. Grandpa Mu Fei, the ranking doesn't matter. What's key is that I want to prove myself. Hard work will always yield results. Yuntian said earnestly. Muxing circled around him several times, looking left and right, feeling that something was different but unable to articulate it. Xiaodian, why do I feel like you're different from 5 days ago? Did you break through? Muxing asked curiously. Hee, you'll find out soon enough. I'll keep it a secret for now, Yuntian said, looking quite pleased and playfully mischievous. The two immediately ignored him, turning their heads away. All right, we'll see soon enough. The Moon Clan is coming soon. Let's prepare, Yuntian said. 20 minutes later, the Moon Clan finally arrived, just like before, bringing everyone to the main peak, where the third round of the competition would still take place. The enormous competition platform remained, but there was now a smaller competition platform surrounded on top of it, indicating that this time it would be a one-on-one match. Sure enough, Yufeng announced to everyone. This time, the competition will be in a one-on-one format, with a total of 17 participants. After discussions with other families, Yuqingying, Fengya, and Bai, who will directly enter the top 10 and will not need to participate in this round. Other contestants seemed to know about this matter and appeared calm. After all, the strength of the three was evident, and they had no objections. Yuntian glanced at Mu Fei, who nodded in response. All right, the remaining 14 will proceed to the next round of matches. We have prepared the list of matchups after careful consideration, so you don't have to worry about fairness. This time, we will determine the top 10, so everyone should bring out their true strength to compete. Good luck, Yufeng said. Mu Yuntian and Mu Xing casually found a spot to sit and waited for the referee to call their names. Shizu Shirquan versus Qinzu Qin Huaigu. The clan elder shouted loudly from the stage. The two called up, then stepped onto the competition stage, exchanging a glance. Both thinking, this battle would determine if they could enter the top 10. Let us fight to the end. Both sides had no intention of testing the waters. They immediately unleashed their full power, as those who made it to this round were not to be underestimated. More than 10 minutes later, a flame the size of a basin broke through to Shirchuan's front, and the referee intervened, declaring Qin Huaigu the winner of the first match. Cheers erupted from the audience. The referee then called out two more names, and this time the two fought for a full 20 minutes before a victor was decided. Mu Clan Mu Xing versus Yin Clan Yin Fei Yang. Hearing his name, Mu Xing felt a rush of excitement. It was finally his turn, and he quickly made his way onto the competition stage. The two clasped their fists in greeting, and as soon as Mu Xing began, he summoned his two most powerful beasts, the White Forehead Tiger and the Earth Spirit Mouse, then launched his attack. Meanwhile, Yin Fei Yang calmly summoned his beasts, with a black beast control diagram floating above his head. In the next moment, three fourth-tier beasts broke through the diagram. Seeing that his opponent could control three fourth-tier beasts simultaneously, Mu Xing felt a twinge of worry but suppressed it. He just needed to give it his all. Regardless of how many there were, Mu Xing estimated it would be very difficult to survive this round. His opponent was simply too strong, able not only to control three at once, but also possessing a top-tier fourth-tier beast among them. Mu Fei said worriedly, "Go for it." Mu Yuntian cheered inwardly. But facts are facts, and they are hard to change. 15 minutes later, under the referee's intervention, the match ended, with Yin Fei Yang emerging victorious. Mu Xing walked off the competition stage looking dejected. As long as you did your best, don't think too much about it. Keep working hard. One day you'll defeat everyone, Mu Fei comforted him. Chapter 33, The Power of the Beast Control Diagram. Mu Yuntian also offered a few words of consolation, but they seemed to have little effect. Mu Xing still wore that expression. All right, failure is just failure. Just work twice as hard next time. Mu Yueqi spoke up. Yes, you're right, Sister Yueqi. Mu Xing immediately said with a cheerful expression. Mu Yuntian and Mu Fei were momentarily speechless, feeling like they could have just given up trying to comfort him, as their lengthy encouragement couldn't compare to a single word from Mu Yueqi. Then 3 more rounds of matches were conducted. All participants were among the best, and with their full strength, the matches were incredibly exciting, stirring the other contestants below, who wished they could be in the ring. In the final round, Mu Clan Mu Yuntian faced Yin Clan Yin Fei Chun. The referee called out the names of the two. What a narrow path for enemies. Once again, it was Mu Clan against Yin Clan. Xiaotian, go all out against him. Mu Xing gritted his teeth and said. Mu Yuntian nodded and stepped forward. On the Yin Clan side, Yin Fei Yang said to Yin Fei Chun, "You should have no problem dealing with this kid. He is just physically strong. Just be careful not to let him get close." "I understand, brother." After saying that, Yin Fei Chun also walked onto the competition stage. The two looked at each other, a glimmer of light in their eyes, and without saying much, they clasped their fists and began the match. "How far can you go?" Yu Qingying murmured from below. After performing the greeting, Yin Fei Chun directly summoned the beast control diagram, and with a thought, 3 fourth-tier beasts broke through the diagram, standing around him, exuding a majestic aura. On the left was a snow-white beast with not a single stray hair. Even its eyes were white, about 3 meters long, a 4th-tier high-level beast. The Ice Snow Wolf. In front was a giant turtle-like creature, over 5 meters long, its shell covered in patterns, as hard as rock. It was the 4th-tier beast. The Earth Rock Turtle. On the right stood a mantis-like beast, not very large, standing less than 2 meters tall, its most striking feature being its arms, resembling blades emitting a cold gleam, subtly glowing red. It was the 4th-tier high-level beast, the Bloodblade Mantis. Looking at the 3 beasts of his opponent, 2 attackers and 1 defender, and then glancing at his own beasts, Mu Yuntian felt puzzled. It was indeed a disadvantage of age. The ground wolf was howling, feeling scared inside, but its pride prevented it from showing it. Unlike the Emerald Spirit Donkey, which was trembling as usual, if Mu Yuntian hadn't controlled it with his mind, it probably would have collapsed on the stage by now. Mu Yuntian knew he could no longer hide. Previously, he had no idea that advanced beast control diagrams had special abilities. After these days of learning from others, he understood he had come to the right exchange meeting. Knowledge was truly important. He then focused his mind, and a white, murky beast control diagram appeared above his head, floating and sinking, with the contents inside vague and mysterious. White beast control diagram. Could it be that he really made it this far, just relying on his physical strength? I've seen white beast control diagrams a few times, but his looks a bit different. Just a little brat trying to show off. The crowd murmured among themselves as they watched Mu Yuntian summon his beast control diagram. However, those with keen insight, such as the clan leaders, reacted differently, exclaiming, "Could this be a mutated beast control diagram?" The audience was shocked. Mutated beast control diagrams had appeared before, but they were incredibly rare. Within the known boundaries of Tianyue City, only one person possessed a mutated beast control diagram, Xiao Feng, the city lord of Tianyue City. He had a purple beast control diagram and was an 8th-tier peak beastmaster. Very few people had seen him take action lately, but when he did, it was always with overwhelming power. The other 2 city lords from the East Continent were also 8th-tier beastmasters, but their beast control diagrams were red. Now, another person with a mutated beast control diagram had appeared. How could they not be shocked? Even Yufeng almost stood up, desperately trying to think about what this mutated beast control diagram could be. He had a good relationship with the lord of Tianyue City, so he had some understanding of these matters, but no matter how he thought, he couldn't come up with anything. If even Yufeng couldn't discern the diagram's secrets, others certainly couldn't. They felt that even if it was a mutated beast control diagram, there were still levels to it, and the white one in front of them was probably the lowest tier among the mutations. Mu Yuntian ignored Yan Feichen's astonishment and controlled the beast control diagram, charging directly forward with his 2 beasts. Others controlled their beasts to charge, but he was charging himself along with his beasts, which left everyone speechless. They had considered training their bodies, but the materials, time, and effort required made it not worth the cost. In this beast-infested continent, being a beastmaster was truly the way to go. Yan Feichen quickly reacted, controlling the earth rock turtle to protect himself, fearing Mu Yuntian would get close, as that would mean he wouldn't be in control anymore. He then commanded the ice snow wolf and bloodblade mantis to launch their attacks. The sky was filled with wind and snow mixed with hail, heading towards Mu Yuntian, while streaks of blood-red blade light formed a net of blades, also attacking him on his path. After everything was ready, he charged forward without hesitation. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was the difference between this and seeking death? Could it be that he truly had so much confidence in his physical body? It was his Beastmaster diagram. Is this the ability of his Beastmaster diagram? A few people noticed the light emitted by the Beastmaster diagram and commented. Mu Yuntian was also taking a gamble, betting that his Beastmaster diagram could help him. If it didn't work, he still had confidence in his own physical strength. Chapter 34, Showcasing Strength. Yan Feichen was also stunned. These were attacks from 2 4th-tier alien beasts, yet they only left scars on him. At this moment, Mu Yuntian did not care about anything else. He originally planned to strike with lightning speed to catch his opponent off guard. Otherwise, if the opponent was prepared, it would be troublesome to deal with him. After taking those attacks, although he was bleeding profusely, Mu Yuntian completely ignored it and directly leveled the thunder gun, which was just in time to block the dual blades of the bloodblade mantis. Mu Yuntian felt his body sink, then performed an incredible action. He directly let go with both hands and lunged beneath the bloodblade mantis. The bloodblade mantis did not expect him to release the spear and stumbled forward, just as Mu Yuntian lunged at it, grabbing one of its legs and, with a powerful tug, began to spin rapidly like a top. This move again, it really proves that he is a humanoid alien beast. This body is not much different from a 4th-tier alien beast. Judge, he is cheating. The crowd below was in an uproar. After spinning for about 10 seconds, Mu Yuntian let go, and the bloodblade mantis flew out like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and fainting. He did not stop. He didn't even pick up the thunder gun on the ground, but lunged at the ice snow wolf, which was fighting with the lying wolf. Mu Yuntian approached, delivered a powerful kick, and the 3-meter-long ice snow wolf stumbled backward several meters. This kick was incredibly strong. Mu Yuntian was relentless, stepping right in front of it, then leaping onto its back, tightly squeezing its body with his legs. Then his fists fell upon its head like a torrential storm. The ice snow wolf howled in pain, and the ice and snow kept hitting Mu Yuntian's body, crackling loudly. The crowd was dumbfounded. Was this still a beastmaster? Meanwhile, the lying wolf was not idle either. Its sharp claws clawed at the ice snow wolf's body. The ice snow wolf felt like its head was about to explode, its body covered in wounds, and its cries were incessant. It rolled on the ground, trying to shake off Mu Yuntian. It managed to roll free, but as soon as it stood up, Mu Yuntian immediately jumped on it and beat it violently. After some time battling with the lying wolf, the ice snow wolf lay motionless on the platform, completely unconscious. Yan Feichen watched as only 5 minutes had passed, and both of his alien beasts were no longer able to fight. He was filled with terror, his body trembling slightly. The crowd below was in disbelief. Who would have thought that Mu Yuntian could reach this level? Was he preparing for a counterattack? Mu Yuntian shook his slightly numb hands, and then controlled the Beastmaster diagram to approach Yan Feichen. Are you going to admit defeat, or are you prepared to take a beating from me? Mu Yuntian said as he walked. Don't get too cocky. Can you break through my Earth Rock Tortoise? After Yin Feichen finished speaking, the Earth Rock Tortoise suddenly sprayed out air currents from its mouth, forming a protective shield around it, which was its ability, the Diamond Shield. Upon seeing this, Yuntian frowned, then directed the Beastmaster diagram towards the protective shield and charged forward with the Lying Wolf. Bang, 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 ripples continuously spread around the protective shield. Effective. Yuntian had initially wanted to test if his Beastmaster diagram was effective against these shields, and unexpectedly, it could really weaken the shield's energy. Yufeng below frowned repeatedly, wanting to say something but unable to voice it. He felt that the Beastmaster diagram had a familiar feeling, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out, and his frown deepened. With each flash of light from Yuntian's Beastmaster diagram, the shield weakened by 1 point, and the man and beast attacked continuously. Yin Feichen was almost scared silly inside. How could he encounter such a barbarian? 5 minutes later, Yin Feichen admitted defeat. He could no longer endure this state of waiting for death, so he simply chose to end it quickly. In this round, Mu Clan's Yuntian emerged victorious. With the referee's announcement, the third round of the competition had ended, and along with Yu Qingying and 2 others, a total of 10 people advanced. Soon, everyone dispersed, leaving with looks at Yuntian as if he were a monster. Yuntian was also speechless, thinking to himself, no wonder there are so few practicing body cultivators. It turns out they haven't been accepted by everyone yet. In the following 3 days, Yuntian focused on cultivating his spiritual consciousness. Although his progress was not significant, it was better than remaining stagnant. 3 days quickly passed, and this time it was again a one-on-one competition. Due to Yuntian's performance in the third round, everyone had already placed him among the ranks of Yu Qingying and the others. After a fierce round of battles, 5 contestants were finally determined to compete for the top 5. They were Yu Clan's Yu Qingying, Bai Clan's Bai Hu, Feng Clan's Feng Ya, Mu Clan's Yuntian, and Yin Clan's Yin Feiyang. Following discussions among the various clans, Yu Clan's Yu Qingying directly entered the finals because Yu Feng had informed them of something, which led to this result. Yuntian would battle Yin Feiyang, while Bai Hu would face Feng Ya. The clan elder announced loudly. Then, another round of fierce battles ensued. Yuntian was fine. Ever since he revealed his true strength, others had been cautious in battle against him, fearing his close combat abilities. So even Yin Feiyang ultimately admitted defeat with resentment. The most exciting battle, however, was between Bai Hu and Feng Ya, one controlling 3 4th-tier alien beasts with a red Beastmaster diagram, and the other controlling 4 4th-tier alien beasts with a black Beastmaster diagram. After a fierce battle lasting half an hour, Bai Hu narrowly emerged victorious. Chapter 35, Crazy? Ultimately, it was Yuntian against Bai Hu, and they would determine the third place. Then, the winner would face Yu Qingying to compete for first and second place. On the competition stage, Yuntian and Bai Hu stood on either side, exchanged glances, and then smiled. It was a smile of mutual respect as opponents, nothing more. Yuntian, right? I like this opponent of mine. Before I turned 11, I also had a heart for body cultivation, but I never dared to take that step. Now that I can battle with you, it's like fulfilling my wish, Bai Hu said, stroking his rugged face. He had always looked like this since childhood. And as he grew older, his appearance became even more rugged, so he had always had an interest in body cultivation. However, since his Beastmaster diagram was red, he focused on being a Beastmaster instead, which was a regret for him. It's a deal, regardless of who wins or loses, we are friends. After Bai Hu finished speaking, he began to summon his Beastmaster diagram and alien beasts. Yuntian nodded and also started his summoning. Bai Hu's 4th-tier alien beasts, the unicorn rhinoceros, 3-handed monkey, and wind spirit eagle, appeared around him in an instant, with the red light from the Beastmaster diagram shining on the 3 alien beasts. And then he controlled the Beastmaster diagram to direct the light towards Yuntian. However, as soon as his red light came into contact with Yuntian, the previously unstoppable light was immediately blocked and began to dissipate rapidly. The white tiger was also taken aback. He didn't expect to be blocked so quickly. After all, he was 1 rank higher than the opponent. If the opponent was also a 4th-rank Beastmaster, then he had no chance of winning at all. Attack! The white tiger thought and controlled the 3-handed monkey and the wind spirit eagle to launch an attack. He was also afraid of Yuntian suddenly closing in, so he kept the unicorn rhino as a defense. This time, Yuntian didn't have it as easy as before because no matter how strong he was, he couldn't fly to fight in the air. It is well known that the most troublesome beasts are the ones in the air. This time, it seemed troublesome. He was a 3rd-rank Beastmaster with only 2 3rd-rank beasts, while the opponent's wind spirit eagle alone was enough to keep him busy, not to mention the 3-handed monkey. How could he fight? Yuntian thought to himself. However, he didn't get discouraged. No matter how difficult it was, he had to give it a shot. Otherwise, it would be better to admit defeat directly. The winged spirit eagle in the air kept flapping its wings, and a net formed by the roaring wind enveloped the area above Yuntian. At this moment, the three-handed monkey also unleashed its abilities, attacking from above and below. Bang bang bang. Yuntian immediately started fighting with the three-handed monkey, exchanging punches and kicks while also enduring the attacks from the roaring wind. The result was that he landed 10 punches on the opponent, while the opponent hit him with 15 punches. There was nothing he could do. After all, the opponent had an extra hand. 5 minutes later, Yuntian was not in a much better situation. If it weren't for the ability of the Beastmaster diagram helping him reduce some of the attacks, he would probably be in a state similar to the ground wolf by now. He gritted his teeth and looked at the wind spirit eagle circling in the air, which occasionally launched a couple of attacks at him, and he couldn't do anything about it. The current ability of the Beastmaster diagram could only weaken a portion of the attacks. What to do? Yuntian felt a bit anxious, but there was no good solution. After all, he was only a third-rank Beastmaster, and the gap was quite obvious. Yuntian, I know you are losing because of the level difference. If we were the same level, I wouldn't be your opponent. But the fact is the fact, admit defeat. Or you'll only end up more injured, the white tiger said loudly, feeling some respect in his heart. Go. Deathlight. The white tiger controlled the unicorn rhino to charge up, launching the most powerful attack right away. A black beam shot out from the horn on the unicorn rhino's head, speeding towards Yuntian's direction. Seeing this, Yuntian quickly dodged, but although he avoided the attack from the unicorn rhino, the three-handed monkey's 3 hands came crashing down on his chest. As a result, Yuntian was knocked backward more than 10 meters, feeling a dull pain in his chest. And the blood inside him couldn't be suppressed. He raised his head and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which splattered onto the Beastmaster diagram, leaving red marks like plum blossoms. Bang! Yuntian lay flat on the stage, feeling very calm in his heart. He had anticipated such a result from the beginning. Now he just needed to do his best, with nothing to regret. Since Yuntian was lying down, he could clearly see his Beastmaster diagram. The blood he had just spat out was gradually being absorbed, which looked very strange. Let you absorb enough. Yuntian gritted his teeth, suddenly standing up, and he began to pound his chest furiously, appearing reckless. He has gone mad. He is risking his life. Referee, hurry up and stop him. He has gone crazy. Even if he can't win, he shouldn't harm himself. The other contestants below said. Yuechi and the others were also shocked. They stepped forward, wanting to interrupt Yuntian's actions immediately. They really didn't dare to make assumptions. They were somewhat afraid that their guesses were true. Uffed. Another large mouthful of blood sprayed out, and this time it was directed at the Beastmaster diagram, so almost all the blood splattered onto the diagram's surface. The white tiger was also dumbfounded. He couldn't understand what Yuntian was trying to do, but he didn't care and directly controlled the 3 beasts to charge towards him. This time, he wanted to truly end this match. Chapter 36. The Ancient 4 Fiends Diagram. Yuntian kept coughing, with a bit of blood foam splashing out with each cough. He had already spat out 2 large mouthfuls of blood and was now completely out of strength. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Does this Beastmaster diagram have no other abilities besides its energy negation? Then what's the point of it absorbing blood? Making me spit out so much blood for nothing? Yuntian was speechless. His face had turned completely pale as he collapsed on the competition stage. He saw the 3 beasts slowly approaching and felt helpless. Just as he was about to admit defeat to the referee, he felt himself on the verge of fainting, holding on only with sheer willpower. Suddenly, a dazzling murky white light burst from the Beastmaster diagram above Yuntian's head, flashing and disappearing. Everyone felt as if something had grabbed hold of their hearts, a dull sensation filling their chests. It was too eerie. The 3 beasts, which had been moving leisurely, stopped as that white light made them feel an oppressive sensation. They paused and looked around as if searching for something. A roar, reminiscent of something from ancient times, echoed from Yuntian's Beastmaster diagram. The sound was not loud, but it felt like the Grim Reaper was scraping at everyone's hearts with a scythe. Everyone was shocked. Their mouths agape. This sound could actually influence their minds. A crisp sound came from the host's platform. It turned out that the teapot in Yefeng's hand had fallen to the ground. He looked horrified, hurriedly standing upright, and then stammered, Is this really that kind of diagram? It looks exactly the same. The elders beside him showed extremely surprised expressions. They had never seen Yefeng like this before. And now even speaking was incoherent. Usually calm and composed, the Moon Clan's leader seemed so abnormal today. Did the Beastmaster diagram have some terrifying secret? Leader, what is going on? Does the Beastmaster diagram have something strange? One of the elders asked. A flash of terror crossed Yefeng's eyes. He remained silent for a while before suddenly speaking in a sharper tone. This must be the 4 Fiends diagram, one of the ancient 4 Fiends diagrams. Ancient 4 Fiends diagram. The elders exclaimed in unison. They had never heard of such things. In their impression, there were only white, blue, black, golden, multicolored, and mutated Beastmaster diagrams. This was the first time they heard of the ancient Four Fiends diagrams. Could it be that the Four Fiends diagrams were a type of mutated Beastmaster diagram? The elders fell into deep thought, and one of them asked. Yefeng nodded. His heart was in turmoil, and he tried hard to control himself to calm down. The ancient Four Fiends diagram actually appeared in our eastern continent. Is this good or bad? Is this good or bad? Yefeng murmured to himself. On the competition stage, everyone's eyes were fixed on the floating Beastmaster diagram in the air, filled with confusion. When they turned their gaze back to the three beasts, they were once again stunned by the scene before them. The three beasts controlled by the white tiger were now standing completely still, like stone sculptures. A few minutes later, they finally started to move, but they were trembling all over, and then their bodies went limp on the stage, their eyes filled with sheer terror. Seeing this, Yuntian was overjoyed. It seemed that he had guessed right again. His Beastmaster diagram was indeed unfathomable. At least it wouldn't let him down at a critical moment. He trembled as he stood up, slowly making his way towards the spot where the thunder gun had fallen. Struggling a bit, he picked up the gun and then, with great difficulty, headed towards the direction of the white tiger. His steps were slow, but they exuded a sense of determination. However, no matter how much he amplified his consciousness, the three strange beasts remained slumped, faintly exuding a sense of resistance, unwilling to rise. The white tiger was greatly alarmed. How could this be possible? Could strange beasts really not obey the commands of their beastmasters? What he didn't know was that at this moment, the fear of the three strange beasts had exceeded his command. They felt a suppression from an ancient superior being and dared not move at all. Yuntian drew closer and closer. Although his speed was slow, to the white tiger, it felt like a death god was approaching him. Minutes later, with a whoosh, the thunder gun was pointed directly at the white tiger, stopping just a few centimeters from his throat. The two exchanged glances. Yuntian smiled. And so did the white tiger, though his smile was somewhat forced, making his appearance more pitiful than crying. I concede, the white tiger said generously, having no other choice. Without the strange beasts, he was simply no match for Yuntian. He could be crushed with just one hand. In this match, Yuntian of the Mu clan wins. The referee announced loudly. Bang! With a loud crash, Yuntian fell straight backward. He was already relying on willpower to hold himself up, now that he relaxed. He felt the world spinning and then fainted. Xiaotian, Mu Yueqi, and Mu Xing rushed forward to check on him. Fortunately, he was still breathing, and Mu Xing let out a long sigh of relief before directly carrying Yuntian on his back and slowly walking down from the competition stage. At this moment, Yufeng had completely lost interest in the upcoming matches. All his attention was on Yuntian. Just as Mu Fei was about to leave, suddenly a consciousness echoed in his mind. Mu clan leader, you all stay behind. I have something to say. He knew that at the 7th level, one could communicate with others using consciousness, so he raised his head to look at Yufeng's position and saw him nodding. After more than 10 minutes, only a few of them remained on the large main peak. Yufeng approached and directly asked, do you know that Yuntian's Beastmaster Map is one of the ancient Four Fiends maps? Mu Fei shook his head in confusion. He only knew that Yuntian's Beastmaster Map was mutated, but he had no idea about the ancient Four Fiends map. Seeing this expression, Yufeng understood that he truly did not know about this matter, so he nodded and continued. All right then, when he wakes up, have him come find me right away. I have very important things to discuss. Mu Fei quickly nodded in agreement, knowing from Yufeng's seriousness that this was a significant issue. So he didn't say much more. Yufeng took a deep look at the unconscious Yuntian before leaving. As Mu Fei and the others watched Yufeng gradually walk away, a sense of oppression rose in their hearts. They felt that this matter was far from ordinary. Could there be some major secret hidden in Yuntian's Beastmaster Map? One of the ancient Four Fiends maps, Mu Fei murmured to himself. The name sounded very domineering and powerful, and it even contained the word fiend. Could Xiaotian's Beastmaster Map affect him? Mu Xing pondered for a long time before finally saying such a sentence. Let us wait until Xiaotian wakes up to discuss this. It's useless for us to guess here, Mu Yueqi said. She looked at the injured Yuntian and felt a pang of sympathy. This child was only 10 years old, yet his character was so strong. It seemed he already had his own path in his heart. Time flew by, and 5 days later, Mu Fei and the others looked at the still unconscious Yuntian, feeling quite anxious. The injuries on his body had long healed, and given his current physical strength, these injuries should not have been an issue. But why had he been unconscious for so long? Was it due to excessive blood loss? Or was it caused by extreme exhaustion? During this time, Yu Qingying and the white tiger also came by once. Upon seeing that Yuntian was still unconscious and after confirming that he was not in any danger, they hurriedly left. On the 5th day, Yufeng also came. as today was the day of the finals. Seeing that Yuntian had not yet awakened, he came to check and then hurriedly left after dropping a sentence. He is fine. Perhaps it's because he expended all his essence blood. Losing so much essence blood, it's natural for him to be unconscious. When he wakes up depends on himself. 3 more days passed, and Yuntian still had not awakened. But they received a message from the Yu clan. Because of Yuntian, this final had to be considered concluded, otherwise, it would be unreasonable for so many families to wait for just one person. Ultimately, after discussions within the Yu clan, it was decided that Yuntian and Yuntian would jointly hold the first place, with each receiving a reward. When the other families heard this news, they gradually began to leave, as staying there no longer held any significance. Upon hearing this news, Mu Fei and the others were also very happy. Their Mu clan had actually won first place in this competition. This would bring great benefits to their clan's development in the future, at least allowing them to go from being an obscure family to one that other families had a good impression of. This subtle influence would greatly help the future of the Mu clan. 5 days later, Yuntian finally woke up. He didn't rush to open his eyes. Instead, he took a moment to feel his body and realized that there were no issues, then slowly opened his eyes. The figure of Mu Xing instantly entered his view. "You're awake? That's great. I'll go tell the clan leader," Mu Xing said before leaving the room. Not long after, Mu Fei and Mu Yueqi arrived. "Xiaotian, it's good that you're fine. We were all very worried about you." Mu Yueqi's voice had already reached him before she entered the room. Mu Yuntian had already gotten up. He moved his body a bit and felt a little stiff, then curiously asked, "How long was I unconscious? When was the final held?" Mu Yueqi chuckled and said, "I knew you'd ask about the competition." Then she told him everything that had happened over the past few days. When Mu Yuntian heard that he had also placed first, he was so excited he almost jumped up. The reward for first place was a soul-refining fruit, a 5th-tier strange beast, and a secret technique. He had been troubled by the slow advancement of his consciousness, and now this reward came at just the right time. How could he not be happy? "It's good that you're fine. Now let us go to the clan leader of the Yu clan. He has urgent matters to discuss with you," Mu Fei said. Mu Yuntian nodded. He had already learned from Mu Yueqi about what had happened and was very curious about what secret his Beastmaster Map held. Soon, under the guidance of other members of the Yu clan, the 4 of them arrived at the place where Yufeng was. This was a certain area of the main peak, tranquil and elegant. The simple environment suited Yufeng's character quite well. "You finally arrived. Come sit here," Yufeng said, pointing to the stone benches around him. The few of them cupped their fists and then sat down. After a few rounds of tea, Yufeng took out an item, a delicate small jade box, and handed it to Mu Yuntian. "This is the soul-refining fruit. I will transmit the secret technique into your mind shortly. As for the 5th-tier strange beast, you can choose one when you leave. There will be someone to help you suppress the strange beast, so you can safely subdue it," Yufeng said slowly. After Mu Yuntian took the item, he nodded and thanked him. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell silent, and the few of them continued to drink tea, feeling a bit awkward. "Xiaotian, the main reason I sought you out this time is because of the beast control diagram in your body. You need to be mentally prepared for what I am about to say," Yufeng said with a serious expression. Seeing his solemn demeanor, the others felt a sense of unease. "Please summon the beast control diagram so I can take a closer look," Yufeng continued. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuntian didn't say much more. With a thought, the beast control diagram appeared hovering above his head. Yufeng carefully examined every detail of the beast control diagram, and the others followed suit, but all they could see was a blur, unable to discern anything within. After 10 minutes, Yufeng finally spoke. "It should be correct. The appearance of your beast control diagram, along with its abilities and that desolate roar, is exactly what the Lord of Tianyue City described." When he mentioned the roar, a hint of fear clearly crossed Yufeng's eyes. Chapter 38, Ancient Secrets. Yufeng glanced at him, then fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. "Chief Yu, you said Xiao Tian's beast control diagram is one of the ancient 4 fiends diagrams. What exactly is that?" Mu Fei asked. "Sigh. The ancient 4 fiends diagram is indeed a harbinger of great disaster. I've read about it in very old texts. When these diagrams appear, if the person who possesses it cannot control it, it will bring calamity to the region, causing catastrophic effects." Yufeng sighed and looked back at Mu Yuntian. The others listened in shock, wondering if a beast control diagram could have such an impact. The ancient 4 fiends are Taotai, Chaos, Xiongqi, and Tuo Wu. These 4 strange beasts were notorious for their malevolence in ancient times, always opposing the 4 divine beasts. However, their strength was indeed formidable, surpassing that of the 4 divine beasts to some extent, related to their ruthless nature, slaughtering indiscriminately. Yufeng continued. Mu Yuntian was completely bewildered. He asked, "What do these strange beasts have to do with my beast control diagram? They are strange beasts, and mine is just a diagram. How can they be related?" There is a connection, and a very deep one. This is something I learned during a casual conversation with the Lord of Tianhua City, Xiaofeng. It was truly shocking, Yufeng said, then pondered for a moment before slowly recounting what Xiaofeng had told him. In ancient times, the four fiends constantly opposed the four divine beasts, dividing into two opposing factions, each with its own group of strange beasts following them. The strength of the four fiends was overwhelming, and since they were inherently cruel and merciless, slaughtering humans and strange beasts indiscriminately, they always held the upper hand. The four divine beasts could only hold on desperately. Otherwise, the strange beasts and humans following them would likely all become food for the four fiends, especially Taotai, the leader of the four fiends, whose mouth could devour anything, instilling fear in other strange beasts. This situation persisted for an unknown number of years, with humanity constantly hiding and suffering, while the four divine beasts were powerless, as they had to restrain the four fiends. And they were also stretched thin against the strange beasts under the four fiends, each of which was incredibly powerful, with many being demigods, also cruel and merciless, making it hard for their own faction to withstand these strange beasts. The prolonged struggle continued for many years, with both sides restraining each other, until a person appeared, changing the fate of humanity. That person appeared among humanity like a celestial being, controlling numerous strange beasts, and even the four divine beasts willingly followed him. Humanity was astonished. Humans could actually control strange beasts? But the fact was undeniable. They saw a diagram hovering above that person's head, indescribable and indistinct, radiating immense light, which all penetrated the bodies of the strange beasts, and that person led the strange beasts towards the four fiends. The four fiends, seeing these aggressive strange beasts and that leading figure, were also extremely surprised, especially the diagram above his head, which made them very uncomfortable, and their fury instantly surged, leading to an imminent battle. This battle darkened the sky and earth, blocking out the sun and moon, with the sky occasionally appearing with dark holes, while the ground was already riddled with wounds, blood flowing like rivers. In this battle, countless strange beasts perished, as many willingly followed that person to encircle the four fiends. Knowing this would be the final battle, if they lost, they would all be annihilated. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, with the four divine beasts now covered in injuries. If it weren't for the diagram in the sky, they would have likely been severely wounded long ago, as they were no match for the four fiends in a direct confrontation. Previously, they could only maintain their position by secretly restraining the four fiends. Seeing the situation, that person remained silent for a long time. The existence of the four fiends could not be killed. They were even more powerful than divine beasts. However, if the battle continued like this for another day, there would likely be very few strange beasts left on their side. Come. After a long silence, that person suddenly whispered, and the sound was not loud, yet it reverberated in everyone's ears like thunder, clear to all the strange beasts as well. Then, he commanded his strange beasts to concentrate all their energy on the diagram in the sky. The other strange beasts not under his control also began to channel their energy into the diagram. Even the four divine beasts were not idle. Their energy erupted like massive waves, shaking the sky, and all of it was funneled into the diagram above. Seeing this, the four fiends felt something was amiss and hurriedly led their strange beasts to attack, unleashing wave after wave of assaults towards that person, causing the heavens and earth to change color. That person stood still, watching as the attacks approached, remaining unmoved, his eyes fixed on the diagram in the sky, appearing to be in deep thought. In the next moment, all those attacks exploded 3 meters away from him. Upon closer inspection, a thin layer of light curtain was rippling continuously. It turned out to be a light curtain emanating from the diagram in the sky, which was continuously absorbing the energy of the strange beasts. The diagram grew brighter, radiating dazzling light, making it hard to look directly at. After about 10 minutes, that person's eyes suddenly lit up, murmuring to himself, and after a few seconds, he suddenly shouted, "Collect!" The diagram in the sky emitted a thunderous roar, then instantly vanished, only to reappear above the four fiends. Immediately, beams of light fell around the four fiends like countless threads, enveloping them in a massive net. Seeing this, the four fiends desperately used all their strength, trying to break free, but that thin light curtain showed no signs of budging, unbreakable. Every time the diagram flickered, the light curtain shrank a little, and the four fiends grew increasingly furious, while the strange beasts outside the light curtain continued their relentless assault. But it was all in vain. That layer of light curtain could not be shaken. "Seal!" The person shouted again. The diagram in the sky seemed to possess intelligence, and 4 thick beams of light shone down on the four fiends, then drew them in, causing them to vanish without a trace. Chapter 39, Chaos Diagram. The Fierce Beast Chaos. The strange beasts on the opposing side were filled with terror, as all four of their leaders were simultaneously absorbed into the diagram, causing them to lose their backbone and descend into chaos. Seeing this, that person shouted again, "Divide." Suddenly, a cross-shaped crack appeared in the diagram, starting from a faint mark and becoming increasingly clear. A faint tearing sound came from the image, and then it split into four, instantly disappearing in four different directions. After the image vanished, a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from that person, his face pale, and he seemed a bit unsteady on his feet. The exotic beasts he had controlled, since the image disappeared, were also spitting blood wildly. Within a minute, they were already slumped on the ground. But there was no danger to their lives. The human spectators looked dumbfounded, hardly believing what had just happened. Those four fierce beasts just vanished like that? Where did they go? From that day on, the mysterious person passed on the method to control exotic beasts to the human race, warning against the wanton slaughter of these creatures. The mysterious individual also stated that the four separated images were all ominous, hoping they would never appear again. As time passed, from one generation to the next, the image that originally required consolidation now existed directly within the body, but it needed to be awakened to be used. Thus, the image gradually acquired a name, which people called Beast Mastery Image. Whenever a human awakened the Beast Mastery Image, the four ominous images would seek suitable candidates, entering their bodies to become the Beast Mastery Image. Every person who possessed them was extremely brutal, utterly inhumane. Wherever they appeared, it was a river of blood, eventually forming two factions, Beast Masters and Dark Beast Masters. The struggle has continued to this day, and three of the four ominous images have appeared: the Tao Tai image, the Cheongqi image, and the Tao Tai image, while the Chaos image has yet to appear, and no one knows why. There is a saying that the mysterious person used the Chaos image, which is not the chaos of fierce beasts, but the primordial chaos of the universe. When the four images unite, they will form a complete Chaos image, and the four ancient fierce beasts will break forth from it. Yuntian and the others were dumbfounded after hearing this. Was this some kind of mythological story? Seeing their expressions, Yufeng spoke up. These are recorded in ancient secret texts, but the four ominous Chaos images indeed exist, and there are truly Dark Beast Masters. Today, they have genuinely broadened their horizons, each secret revealed by Yufeng striking them like thunder. How many of the four ominous Chaos images exist now? And where are the Dark Beast Masters? Yuntian asked curiously. Yufeng replied leisurely. Two of the four ominous Chaos images have appeared on the side of the Dark Beast Masters, namely the Cheongqi Chaos image and the Tao Tai Chaos image. After so many years, our Beast Masters have long surpassed them in strength, so they have been hiding in the Western continent. Yufeng paused, then continued. The Western continent is incredibly vast. It is said to be at least twice the size of the Eastern continent. In any case, I have never been to that place. I heard this from City Lord Xiaofeng. Mu Yueqi listened with great interest, completely immersed in these stories, and curiously asked, "Then what about Xiao Yan's Beast Mastery image? Why did it appear in his body?" Now only the Tao Tai and Chaos images have not appeared, so she was naturally curious. Based on my observation of the ability of the Beast Mastery image used by Xiao Tian, if I'm not mistaken, the one he possesses is the Chaos image. The Chaos Beast can absorb all abilities and turn them into chaos, into nothingness. That is why Xiao Yan's Beast Mastery image can weaken the attacks of other exotic beasts. Yufeng thought for a moment, then said, "As for why it appeared in Xiao Yan's body, I also can't figure it out, because from ancient times until now, the other three images of the four ominous images have always appeared in the bodies of great evil beings. This is the first time the Chaos Beast image has appeared." Mu Yueqi and the others looked at Mu Yuntian, involuntarily taking a step back. Mu Yuntian was immediately speechless and glared at them fiercely. Mu Xing laughed awkwardly, saying, "Haha, just kidding. We are of the same clan. You have been clear about everything since birth. How could you be a great evil being?" The others nodded in agreement. Clan leader Mu, could there be some hidden truth in this? Xiaotian, doesn't he look like that kind of person at all? Mu Fei spoke up. Yufeng also nodded. He prided himself on his ability to read people. After these days of contact, he believed Mu Yuntian was not that kind of person, but the facts left him hesitant. So he said, "I need to invite City Lord Xiaofeng to discuss this matter, as it is too significant." Now that two fierce beast images have appeared on the side of the Dark Beast Masters, if another appears, Yufeng paused here, glancing at Mu Yuntian. In fact, he was also feeling very confused inside, with no ideas at all, which is why he planned to seek out City Lord Xiaofeng. "So does clan leader Mu mean we should stay in the Moon Clan?" Mu Fei asked. "Not you all. He can stay here alone. He cannot leave until these matters are clarified. I have no choice. This matter is too serious, and I hope you understand." Yufeng pointed at the somewhat calm Mu Yuntian. The expressions of the others immediately showed some anger. Mu Yuechi was a bit annoyed. Uncle Yu. Xiaotian grew up with us, and the people of the Mu clan know him well. Besides, he's alone here, and we can't feel at ease. Mu Fei pondered for a long time, looked at Mu Yuntian, then said, I trust the reputation of the clan leader. He would never harm Xiaotian. Xiaotian, I believe in your character even more, so you need to have confidence yourself. Stay here and wait until things are clarified. I will come back to take you away completely. Yu Feng looked at Mu Fei with some emotion, then solemnly nodded and said, Rest assured, until the matter is clarified. I will not let anyone harm Xiaotian. Chapter 40. Breaking through to the fourth stage. Mu Fei nodded, glancing at Mu Yuntian, silently asking. The next day, Mu Fei and the others stayed in the Moon Clan for another day before reluctantly parting ways with Mu Yuntian. Thus, Mu Fei and the others left, filled with reluctance and trust. Over the next 2 days, Yu Feng personally arranged accommodation for Mu Yuntian and took care of everything. Xiaotian, I will now pass on to you a secret technique that enhances the power of exotic beasts. I hope you can gain some insight and successfully cultivate it. After Yu Feng finished speaking, he pointed at the spiritual platform of Mu Yuntian, and a strand of divine sense entered. Mu Yuntian immediately felt that some information had been added to his mind, but he didn't plan to look closely, so he withdrew. Mu Yuntian bowed, then nodded to indicate he understood. Yu Feng didn't say anything more, turned, and left without stopping for a moment. His thoughts were entirely on the fierce beast images. Eager to fly to Tianyue City. If only he were also a 4th stage beastmaster at that time, and possessed a 4th stage exotic beast. Then the battle with the white tiger Wu Ti have been so fierce. I wonder what Yu Qingying's true strength is. It's a pity I didn't get to fight her. She hasn't reached the 5th stage beastmaster, has she? Mu Yuntian had many thoughts. Then he shook his head vigorously, suppressing all the chaotic thoughts. He took out the small jade box that Yu Feng had given him and thought, 15 days should be enough for me to advance to the 4th stage of divine sense. Mu Yuntian opened the small jade box, and the room was instantly filled with a fragrant aroma that refreshed the mind. Inside the jade box lay a fruit the size of a child's fist, bright red and exuding an intoxicating fragrance, as if even the divine sense was trembling. Please don't let me down. Mu Yuntian quickly finished eating the soul-refining fruit in a few bites. A few minutes later, Mu Yuntian felt that his body was like a furnace. The medicinal power of the soul-refining fruit erupted completely, rushing around in his body, wanting to break through to the outside and dissipate. Mu Yuntian couldn't just wish for things to go his way. He quickly used his divine sense to control the medicinal power to rush toward the position of the spirit platform, then began to impact it bit by bit, gradually increasing the intensity. When he reached a limit, Mu Yuntian suddenly felt dizzy and his head was sweating profusely, as if countless needles were stabbing at the position of the spirit platform, causing even his soul to tremble. However, Mu Yuntian quickly adapted. Although this refinement of divine sense was extremely dangerous, it was still much gentler compared to the pain brought by body refinement, which allowed him to adjust to this feeling of pain so quickly. Next, Mu Yuntian continued to repeat these actions. As the soul-refining fruit controlled by his divine sense slowly nourished the position of the spirit platform, refining it bit by bit. The medicinal power of the soul-refining fruit, which was like a vast river or ocean within Mu Yuntian, was slowly diminishing, and in this painful yet pleasurable sensation, time passed little by little. Is Xiaotian going to be okay? If I had known his beast control map would have such a big impact, I shouldn't have let him come to the Moon Clan. Mu Yuechi pouted and said, Sigh, it's already a fact, so we can only leave it to fate. But we all know Xiaotian's character. He is resilient and steadfast, and he definitely won't be a bad person. He will be fine. Mu Fei firmly believed this in his heart. After hearing this, Mu Yuechi and Mu Xing both nodded vigorously. The three of them then said no more and continued to focus on their journey. 14 days later, the medicinal power of the soul-refining fruit within Mu Yuntian was nearly exhausted. He looked at the 4th profound mark on the spirit platform, which indicated that he was just one step away from carving the 5th mark. An hour later, the medicinal power was finally all gone. He had finally reached the peak of the 4th level divine sense. This soul-refining fruit was indeed a good thing. Mu Yuntian nodded in satisfaction. He thought that as long as he subdued a few more 4th level, his strength would increase several times, even tenfold. He felt that now his strength had reached a certain balance. His physical strength could contend with 4th level, and now his divine sense had also reached the 4th level, which made him feel excited. I wonder where Yu Qingying is. Could she be in the bamboo house? Mu Yuntian pondered. So he arrived at the bamboo house. But there was no sign of Yu Qingying inside or outside, and he felt a bit disappointed. He then searched a few other places but still did not see her. So Mu Yuntian gave up. The Moon Clan was so large, she might be in some secluded place in closed-door cultivation, and he would have searched for nothing. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaotian, The clan leader wants you to go to the main peak, someone from the Moon Clan said. Because the clan leader had instructed that they must not bully Mu Yuntian, they treated him very warmly and politely. Okay, I know. Mu Yuntian's voice came from inside the room, and at that moment, he felt a bit excited, as everything was uncertain for him now. Soon, Mu Yuntian arrived at the main peak. He walked closer to the residence of Yufeng and saw that two people were already sitting there. One was Yufeng, and the other was undoubtedly the lord of Tianyue City, Xiao Feng. Xiao Tian, come in, Yufeng said. Chapter 41 Long Talk. Mu Yuntian walked in and bowed to both of them. Haha, no need for excessive courtesy. Let me introduce you. This is Xiao Feng, the lord of Tianyue City. You can call him Uncle Xiao. Yufeng glanced at the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man had a square head and big ears, with thick eyebrows that arched upward like two giant swords. His eyes were bright and sparkling, and he looked to be around 40 years old. Mu Yuntian quickly bowed again to him. This middle-aged man was a true peak 8th level Beastmaster, the #1 in the Eastern Continent. Xiao Feng waved his hand and then smiled. Indeed, heroes come from the young. The clan leader said you were just a 3rd level Beastmaster. But it seems you have made a breakthrough in these 10 days. Mu Yuntian was a bit surprised. Could the man in front of him see through a person's spirit platform? Seeing his expression, Xiao Feng continued, you don't need to be surprised. I can only vaguely sense the strength of your divine sense, which has already reached the 4th level. This is nothing remarkable. Once your divine sense reaches a certain level, you can also do what I do. Mu Yuntian suddenly realized that everyone naturally emits divine sense, whether intentionally or unintentionally, unless they truly reached a point where they could contain it, like the lord of Tianyue City in front of him. Alright, enough small talk. I believe you know why I'm here. The stakes in this matter are too high, so it must be taken seriously. I hope you can understand, Xiao Feng said earnestly. Mu Yuntian nodded. He understood well that some things were beyond his control, so he would let them take their course. Now, summon your beast control map. Let me take a look, Xiao Feng said. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuntian immediately summoned his beast control map. Xiao Feng examined it for nearly 10 minutes. His voice trembling slightly as he said, indeed, it is a chaotic color beast control map. It looks exactly like the one I saw before. Only the aura of the picture is somewhat different. That's right. A long time ago, Xiao Feng had a confrontation with a dark beastmaster. And what impressed him the most was the battle with someone who possessed this type of beast control map. He almost died in that fight. Later, he learned that the dark beastmaster was the owner of the Qiongqi beast control map. Xiao Feng paused for a moment, then his mind moved, and a purple beast control map appeared in the air. The deep purple emitted a noble aura, making one unable to help but want to submit under its image. Use the abilities of your beast control map. I'll suppress myself to the 4th level to give it a try, Xiao Feng said, controlling his beast control map to emit beams of purple light, which looked very noble and imposing. Mu Yuntian also controlled his beast control map to emit chaotic light, preparing to resist those purple lights. In an instant, the purple light surged forward, wanting to easily deal with the opponent's beast control map as usual, making it feel fear and tremble. However, the chaotic light screens were like a wall, completely preventing the purple light from getting close. Then Mu Yuntian unleashed all his divine sense, and the chaotic beast control map shone brightly, gradually weakening the purple light, trying to devour all of it. Xiao Feng was very surprised. He truly understood the power of his own beast control map. The entire map carried the aura of a ruler, and that purple light was equivalent to the aura of the ruler being projected outward. Ordinary beast control maps could not compete at all. A few minutes later, the purple light surrounded the chaotic map. Mu Yuntian felt the rebound force from his own beast control map, and a mouthful of blood spilled from his mouth. Seeing this, Xiao Feng hurriedly put away his beast control map, fearing that if he applied more pressure, Mu Yuntian would not be able to withstand it. This ability is definitely the power of the chaotic fierce beast, and the last roar might have been triggered by various factors, coupled with you allowing it to absorb your blood, which activated it. It shouldn't normally appear, Xiao Feng said with slight hesitation, because these were all his own guesses. After all, no Beastmaster on their side had ever possessed a 4 fierce map. Even if there were in the past, they had turned into dark Beastmasters. Perhaps only that side's camp would know the secrets of the 4 fierce maps. Sigh, the appearance of this chaotic fierce beast map on you. I wonder if it's good or bad. Logically speaking, you shouldn't be a great evil person, right? Could there be some hidden circumstances? Xiao Feng said, puzzled. The atmosphere fell silent, and Mu Yuntian felt uneasy in his heart. Ever since he learned about these matters, he always felt that his future path might be 10 or 100 times harder than others. After about 10 minutes of silence, Yufeng was the first to speak. Lord Xiao, do you think this map on Xiaotian will explode now? If it really does explode, what will happen? Xiao Feng pondered for a moment and said, This is really hard to say. According to past beast charts, it shouldn't erupt below the 7th rank. If it really does erupt, it depends on his own will. However, throughout history, no one has been able to withstand it. They all chose to transform into darkness and became dark beast masters. But those people were already vicious and evil, so it's not surprising they turned out that way. As for now, it's hard to say what will happen inside the small celestial body. If it can be controlled, that would be significant good news for us. At least we could grasp one beast chart. It would be much more difficult for them to gather 4. Upon hearing this, Yuntian's heart ignited with hope. If that's the case, he might still have the chance to control this chaotic chart. At least it was much better than having no hope at all. Right now, Yuntian was truly a double-edged sword. If used well, it could cause great trouble for his opponent, but if not used properly, it would be like dropping a stone on his own foot. Chapter 42, The Heart Cultivation Cave. Oh, what method is that? Yuntian asked curiously. Let me explain. Yufeng chimed in. At this moment, Yufeng hesitated a bit. He felt a bit embarrassed to mention it. 5 years. Xiaofeng spoke up. Oh, only 5 years. Yuntian thought he had misheard and almost fell to the ground, then asked several more times. When he confirmed it was indeed 5 years, Yuntian's expression turned extremely ugly, looking very reluctant. Xiaotian, this is for your own good. You know that the beast chart inside you is a highly dangerous factor. If it really erupts, no one can predict what will happen. That's why we've been observing for such a long time. The heart cultivation cave here can help you calm your mind and will greatly aid your cultivation, Yufeng explained. Yuntian continued to grumble, looking like a complaining wife. After hearing what the two said, he realized he had no other choice but to nod helplessly, indicating his agreement. Sure enough, Yuntian's eyes lit up, and he kept nodding. He was currently relying on his own exploration for physical training, knowing nothing at all. If someone could guide him, then he could truly embark on the path of physical training. Xiaofeng laughed heartily and said, "Are you willing to take me as your master?" Yuntian was taken aback for a moment, unable to react. The number 1 person in the eastern continent wanted to take him as his disciple? Xiaotian, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and bow to your master. This is a dream from many. Yufeng reminded him. Master. Yuntian bowed and continued to pay his respects. From now on, you will be my disciple. Let's keep the formalities simple. I don't place much importance on these things, Xiaofeng said. In fact, Xiaofeng had already decided to take Yuntian as his disciple when he came to the Yu clan. This decision was made after careful consideration, as he had his own thoughts and reasons. Understood, master. At this moment, Yuntian's heart was filled with joy. Having such a powerful master to guide him would help him solve many issues in his cultivation without having to struggle alone and waste a lot of time. Xiaotian, congratulations. Being accepted as a disciple by City Lord Xiao is no small feat here. I'll give you 2 soul-refining fruits as a congratulatory gift. You can focus on your cultivation in the Yu clan, Yufeng said as he took out a small jade box, feeling quite pleased, as he had temporarily solved Yuntian's problem. Xiaofeng looked at Yuntian, thought for a moment, then with a flick of his consciousness, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. He said, "As your master, I can't receive you empty-handed. Inside this bottle are 3 pills called body dominance pills, given to me by a powerful practitioner who specializes in physical cultivation. Now, I gift them to you. Remember, this pill is extremely potent, so be prepared before taking it." Yuntian carefully accepted the soul-refining fruits and body dominance pills, his hands trembling slightly. These 2 items were incredibly precious and would elevate his strength to a whole new level. Understood, master. Yuntian nodded in response. The 3 continued to chat for a while, and then Yufeng prepared to take Yuntian to the Heart Cultivation Cave. The Heart Cultivation Cave is located on the 3rd peak of the Yu clan, named Star Picking Peak. It looked similar to other peaks, all resembling unsheathed swords, imposing and majestic. After more than 10 minutes, the 3 arrived at the entrance of the Heart Cultivation Cave. This cave was directly embedded in a steep cliff, and in front of it was a small clearing where the 3 stood. Yuntian looked around, knowing he would stay here for 5 years. However, to his disappointment, there was nothing around except cliffs, not even a single large tree. No wonder it was called the Heart Cultivation Cave. If one could stay here for 5 years, it would be hard not to strengthen one's mindset. The 3 entered the cave, which was very spacious, containing a stone bed, a round table, and several stone stools. Strangely, the stone walls of the cave were embedded with many thumb-sized spirit stones, all transparent white, emitting a faint glow. Though numerous, they provided some light in the cave. Seeing Yuntian staring at these spirit stones in a daze, Yufeng explained, "These are good things. When they were discovered in the spirit stone mine, I spent a great deal to obtain them. They are heart-refining stones, which can help reduce distracting thoughts and calm the mind, greatly benefiting the cultivation of one's consciousness. We have 2 more caves like this in the Yu clan." After hearing this, Yuntian thought to himself, The Mu clan is far behind the Yu clan. Just this cave could help many clansmen with their training. Chapter 43. The second roar emerges. Mu Yuntian nodded to indicate he understood. I'll go prepare some things. I'll come back here in 3 days, Xiao Feng said. Then with a flick of his consciousness, a strange beast flew out, and he rode off, disappearing in an instant. Mu Yuntian looked at the beast with his mouth agape, exclaiming, "Is that the strange beast Jiao? An 8th rank peak strange beast?" Yu Feng nodded beside him, a look of envy in his eyes. The Jiao beast resembled a giant dog, covered in leopard-like spots, with 2 thick horns on its head, shaped like water buffalo horns. Its 4 hooves had long sharp claws that seemed capable of slicing through the air, and it had a long tail hanging down its back. To be able to tame such a strange beast is truly amazing. No wonder he is my master, Mu Yuntian said proudly. Yu Feng was speechless, thinking it seemed like Mu Yuntian had just taken a master, yet they looked like long-lost master and disciple. Xiao Tian, will you stay here for the next few days, or come down with me? Yu Feng asked. Mu Yuntian thought for a moment and suddenly asked, Clan leader, is Yu Qingying here in the Yu clan? Oh, why do you ask that? Do you want to find her? She's famous as an ice-cold beauty. I'm afraid she won't pay you any mind, Yu Feng said with a smile. I'm just curious about her. She must have many stories, Mu Yuntian continued to ask. Upon hearing this, a trace of sadness flashed in Yu Feng's eyes, but quickly returned to normal. All right then, I'll wait until I meet her next time to ask, Mu Yuntian said, not pushing further. Well, she's not in the Yu clan now. She went out to experience a few days ago. Yu Feng thought for a moment and continued. If you could really be friends with her, that would be great. At least she wouldn't be so lonely. Actually, she's not from the Yu clan. Once Yu Feng said this, he didn't continue. After Mu Yuntian asked a few more questions, he could only give up, thinking he would chat with Yu Qingying when he saw her next time. Then I'll stay here, Mu Yuntian said. Yu Feng nodded and then left the heart cultivation cave. 3 days later, Mu Yuntian hadn't practiced much in the past 3 days. He just wandered around nearby and thought of many plans, such as waiting to subdue exotic beasts after breaking through to the 5th stage of spiritual consciousness, and how to use the body-enhancing pill, etc. Soon, Xiao Feng also arrived. With a wave of his hand, a pile of things resembling small mountains appeared in the heart cultivation cave, filled with all sorts of strange items. Mu Yuntian was dumbfounded. Was he planning to experiment on himself or help with the beast taming diagram? In the following days, Xiao Feng came up with various ways to stimulate the chaos diagram every day. Sometimes he would directly summon his exotic beasts to strike at the beast taming diagram. Other times he would cover the diagram with strange liquids, and sometimes he would catch 1 or 2 exotic beasts to bleed them over the diagram. In short, he spared no effort. A month later, although Xiao Feng had made some other discoveries, Mu Yuntian's beast taming diagram showed no other unusual phenomena. Xiao Feng was speechless but then felt somewhat reassured, as it indicated that the chaos diagram was still stable and wouldn't encounter major issues for now. Xiao Tian, why don't you try using your own blood? Don't be afraid. I have a blood restoring pill here, so it's fine if you use a bit more. Xiao Feng took out the pill and shook it in front of him. Mu Yuntian was instantly speechless. The two of them had considered this method before, but feared that losing too much blood would affect their foundation, so they had never tried it. But now, Xiao Feng really had no other options. All right, Master, Mu Yuntian said weakly. Haha, that's my good disciple. Don't worry, with this pill, you won't have to be afraid. Xiao Feng said confidently. Then, Mu Yuntian controlled the beast taming diagram to hover near his hands, took out a small knife, and dragged it forcefully across his left palm. A shallow mark appeared, and the knife was completely blunted. What kind of knife is this? Knowing your physical body is already very strong. Why would you use such a small knife? Xiao Feng was speechless. I found it in the kitchen of the Moon Clan, Mu Yuntian said awkwardly. Xiao Feng shot him a glare, then took out a dagger. The dagger was entirely black, with no patterns, as if forged from a single piece. Mu Yuntian then held the dagger horizontally, and, without much effort, a wound appeared on his palm, slowly bleeding. With more force, a blood arrow shot out, and Mu Yuntian hurriedly placed his hand above the beast taming diagram, letting the blood drip onto it, gradually soaking in. The chaos diagram seemed to have a spirit of its own, continuously absorbing Mu Yuntian's blood. As time passed, after 2 minutes, Mu Yuntian felt dizzy. His face began to pale, and he estimated he had lost at least 1/3 of his blood. After another minute, his face grew even whiter, and his body felt weak. He probably lost half of his blood this time. Seeing this, Xiao Feng prepared to intervene. Just then, the chaos diagram suddenly stirred, shaking slowly at first, then increasing in frequency, emitting beams of light before soaring into the air. Mu Yuntian quickly stopped the bleeding and took the pill. He had lost at least half of his blood and was trembling, but the pill's potency was incredible, and his pale face began to recover. Seeing the chaos diagram displaying unusual phenomena, Xiao Feng casually summoned 2 exotic beasts, one at the 6th stage and one at the 7th stage, waiting for changes. The chaos diagram in the air grew brighter and finally seemed to reach a limit. Suddenly, the chaotic light contracted violently, and a voice that sounded ancient echoed. A woo. This roar carried a violent consciousness, and the bloody killing intent seemed to freeze time itself. The sound lasted less than a second before stopping, and the chaos diagram returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. This is the kind of momentum. The last beast taming diagram of Qiongqi also emitted this kind of aura, carrying that desolate feeling from ancient times. Xiao Feng was extremely shocked. This was the second time he truly felt the momentum emitted by such a ferocious beast. Chapter 44, The Start of Hard Training. Xiao Feng then looked at the 2 exotic beasts, which were now lying on the ground, not daring to move. The 7th stage beast was somewhat better, while the 6th stage beast was still trembling, seemingly unable to recover for a while. Xiao Feng tried to control them, and sure enough, both beasts resisted. It seemed certain that Mu Yuntian's beast taming diagram was indeed the ferocious beast chaos, but it couldn't yet control his mind. You gave it so much blood, and all you got in return was a roar. It might still be in a state of unconsciousness, Xiao Feng speculated. At this point, Mu Yuntian's complexion had returned to normal. Aside from feeling a bit weak, he had no other issues. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Master, do I still have to stay here for 5 more years? The experiment had come to an end. Xiao Feng had gotten the results he wanted, and now it was a matter of seeing what changes the beast taming diagram would undergo in 5 years, whether any abnormal phenomena would appear, etc. Next, Xiao Feng planned to stay here for another 10 days before preparing to leave, as he had many matters to attend to in Tianyue City and couldn't accompany Mu Yuntian indefinitely. Xiaodian, if you have any questions, just ask me. I also train my physical body, though not specifically. Now my body is probably comparable to a 6th-stage exotic beast, Xiao Feng said. Mu Yuntian was somewhat surprised. He thought that someone as powerful as Xiao Feng, the owner of the beast taming diagram, would not bother with physical training. It seemed he was quite ignorant compared to the people here. Seeing his surprised expression, Xiao Feng understood what he was thinking and explained. In fact, many beast tamers also train their physical bodies. Simply relying on one's own body is too fragile, at the very least. One must train to a level where they can protect themselves, like I have. After all, physical training becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses, and it can be somewhat unworthy. Master, I understand. I'll try to train gradually. I don't like giving up halfway, Mu Yuntian said, and then he asked many questions about training, which Xiao Feng answered one by one. Soon, over 10 days had passed. Early that day, Xiao Feng had already set off toward Tianyue City. Yefeng had also come. He said he had arrived at the Mu clan a few days ago and had informed Mu Fei of the situation. Only then did Mu Yuntian feel relieved to face the 5 years ahead. In the heart cultivation cave, the light of the spirit stones illuminated Mu Yuntian's face. He looked around the silent cave, devoid of anyone, with only shadows accompanying him. A sense of loneliness unexpectedly arose in his heart, and as soon as this feeling appeared, it quickly spread. Mu Yuntian felt a bit blocked in his heart, his thoughts racing. Loneliness was something that not everyone could bear, both humans and exotic beasts alike. When one becomes powerful, even the truth must remain silent. What is loneliness? Mu Yuntian roared inwardly. He then desperately suppressed this emotion, took a deep breath, his eyes clear, and a firm belief appeared on his face, determined to strengthen himself, believe in himself, and break through himself. Soon, Mu Yuntian calmed down, focusing his mind. After pondering for a while, he took out the soul-refining fruits. 2 soul-refining fruits should be enough to reach the late stage of 5th stage spiritual consciousness, and then he could consolidate his spiritual consciousness. Otherwise, if he advanced too quickly, his foundation might not be solid. Mu Yuntian thought. Next, Mu Yuntian truly entered into hard training. He blocked out all external factors. It was very safe in the Moon Clan, allowing him to devote himself to cultivation. It had been nearly 9 months since Mu Yuntian and the others had departed from the Mu Clan. The Mu Clan is as usual, practicing and hunting, each with their own tasks, and the clan is filled with peace and quiet. These people are skilled members of the clan, with more than 10 being 4th-tier Beastmasters, and the remaining 20 being 5th-tier Beastmasters. They have rich experience in capturing exotic beasts. Yes, I have tried to enter several times but couldn't. It was only recently that it was unsealed. I wonder if something major happened inside. The more than 30 people were discussing the strange occurrences in the eerie forest from days prior. If Mu Yuntian and Mu Yueqi were here, they would surely be very surprised because at that time, the exotic beast, the heavenly tree, said it would seal the eerie forest for half a year. But it has been sealed for over 8 months now. It seems there have been many changes in this competition for the immortal divine tree's fruit. Soon, everyone dispersed, and Mu Fei looked into the distance, thinking, Xiaodian, if I had known, I shouldn't have brought you to participate in the exchange. Now you have to stay in the Moon Clan for 5 years. You must practice hard there, and I will come to pick you up as soon as possible. Half a month ago, deep in the eerie forest, the heavenly tree looked at the surrounding exotic beasts standing still. Some at the 8th tier and others at the 9th tier. They seemed to be trapped in a special environment, some laughing, some crying, and some very calm, with various emotions displayed on their faces. These exotic beasts had been standing here for a full 7 months. Chapter 45. The End of the Immortal Divine Tree. There is still an immortal divine tree fruit. Who will it eventually fall into? The heavenly tree muttered to itself. It then glanced at the 2 9th-tier exotic beasts standing beside it, who had experienced numerous hardships, shattered illusions, and fought their way out of dreams, gaining the recognition of the immortal divine tree. They were Shuhu, a mid-9th-tier exotic beast, and the Tongbi Yanho, a peak 9th-tier exotic beast. Strangely, Shuhu was the first to break the illusion, and no one knew what method it used. It took only 5 months to break free and obtain the first immortal divine fruit. The Tongbi Yanho, however, completely relied on its own strength to break through all obstacles and finally obtained the second fruit after 6 months. Because the eerie forest was sealed by the heavenly tree, they could only wait for the final result here. The golden-winged rock should have no reason not to break free. Its strength has reached the late 9th tier, and with its incredible speed, no one should be able to catch up, so it shouldn't be the case. Did something unexpected happen? Shuhu whispered. It has experienced how terrifying it is inside. It was able to come out so quickly only because of a treasure, the dream-breaking pearl. This is the life pearl of an 8th-tier peak exotic beast, the heavenly dragon spirit clam, and I spent a great deal of effort to borrow it. The heavenly tree and the Tongbi Yanho nodded thoughtfully, and then the 3 exotic beasts continued to wait in silence. Half an hour later, a crisp bird's cry suddenly broke the silence. The golden-winged rock called out, and a mouthful of golden blood spilled from its mouth. It slowly opened its eyes, displaying a look of relief. The next moment, a fruit flew towards it and landed in its hand. Following that, the branches and leaves of the immortal divine tree shook continuously, and little starlight fell onto the heads of those exotic beasts who had not yet awakened, slowly merging into them. A few minutes later, those exotic beasts began to spit blood one by one, their bodies trembling as if they had experienced something terrifying. As the immortal divine tree's light points dissipated, its leaves fell to the ground, leaving behind a bare trunk, which then vanished with a whoosh. The exotic beasts were fully awakened. They looked at each other and then turned to the 3 exotic beasts beside the heavenly tree, knowing that the fruits had fallen into the hands of the Tongbi Yanho and the other 2 beasts. However, no one had any intention of snatching them. Setting aside the issue of strength, their pride alone would not allow such an act. Unless there were no other exotic beasts around, they might attempt it. Alright, the fruits of the immortal divine tree have been distributed. Everyone has relied on their own abilities, and there is nothing more to say. Since that is the case, let's call it a day and disperse, the heavenly tree said. It then began to chant, and a few minutes later, the barrier enveloping the eerie forest slowly faded away and then disappeared. The exotic beasts nodded and then left the eerie forest, each going their separate ways. The golden-winged rock flapped its wings and appeared high in the sky. Flapping again, it vanished without a trace. The Tongbi Yanho watched with admiration. When it comes to speed, no exotic beast could compare to the golden-winged rock. The Tongbi Yanho seemed to sense something, then took a step forward and instantly appeared at the place where the exotic beast egg was previously stored. This is the ability to traverse mountains and reach the sun and moon, stepping forward as if even spatial distance cannot block it. The mighty ape followed closely behind, looking at the spot that originally held the exotic beast egg, now empty. The egg had vanished. Then a human-like smile appeared on its face, but as it smiled, the corners of its mouth stretched wide, making it look terrifying. Its 2 enormous hands clapped together, creating a gust of wind that stirred up sand and stones around it, creating chaos. The Tongbi Yanho shot at a glare, and the mighty ape immediately stopped its actions, standing obediently like a child caught doing something wrong. Could it be that this exotic beast egg has really found a suitable owner? Who on earth has the ability to do this? What does that person have that attracts it? The Tongbi Yanho muttered to itself. It then burst out laughing. I have finally completed my mission and no longer need to stay here. Little Lee, let's go find a secluded place to wait until I break through. Then we can go on an adventure. Upon hearing this, the mighty ape wanted to clap its hands. But remembering what had just happened, it halted its huge hands in midair. Haha, go ahead and clap. The Tongbi Yanho was very pleased. It had stayed here for more than 30 years and was finally free to go wherever it liked. Then it waved its hands, compressing the mighty ape's body until it stopped shrinking at 2 meters tall. The mighty ape was as happy as a giant infant, continuously clapping its hands and circling around the Tongbi Yanho. Big brother, I have completed the task you entrusted to me. Where are you now? I want to find you. The Tongbi Yinho gazed into the distance, a hint of loneliness in its eyes. In the heart cultivation cave, Mu Yuntian swallowed the first soul-refining fruit. And after a month of refining in the spirit platform, he had broken through to the initial stage of the 5th tier of spiritual awareness. He now planned to eat the other one as well, to push through in one go. A month later, the medicinal power of the soul-refining fruit had been completely consumed. Mu Yuntian looked at the 5 marks on the spirit platform. The first 4 marks were very profound, while the 5th one appeared somewhat dim. It took 2 soul-refining fruits to push me to the mid-stage of the 5th tier of spiritual awareness, which is somewhat different from what I expected. It seems that the required energy increases as one progresses, Mu Yuntian muttered greedily to himself. He quickly dismissed this thought. After all, it had not been long since he reached the 5th tier of spiritual awareness, and he should be happy about it. Next, he needed to consolidate his spiritual awareness, as a shaky foundation would render even a high level useless. Time flew by, and 2 months passed quietly. 2 bright lights suddenly appeared in the heart cultivation cave, then disappeared. Chapter 46, Breakthrough to the 5th tier. The light had originated from Mu Yuntian's eyes. After 2 months, he had completely stabilized his spiritual awareness and would not experience fluctuations anymore. These heart-refining stones indeed have some tricks. They can calm a person's heart and help them quickly enter a state of cultivation. If a hot-tempered person carries these stones for a long time, their personality is likely to change. Mu Yuntian looked around at the heart-refining stones. After pondering for a while, he realized that his spiritual consciousness training was complete. Although he had reached the 5th level, he still didn't have a 5th level beast, which felt no different from being an empty shell. Then, he descended the mountain and, after some inquiries along the way, arrived at the moon peak. Grandpa Yu, I plan to subdue that 5th level beast. Now that I have reached the mid-stage of the 5th level of spiritual consciousness, I am fully capable of controlling a 5th level beast, Mu Yuntian said, performing a salute. Oh, you've stabilized at mid-stage in just 4 or 5 months. Yufeng said curiously. Other people take much longer to cultivate their spiritual consciousness. The pain they endure can make one wish for death, so they can only break through little by little. Mu Yuntian nodded. Seeing this, Yufeng's face showed admiration. He understood that Mu Yuntian must have endured several times more torment than others to cultivate so quickly. Such perseverance and willpower are truly rare. All right, let's go together. But you have to subdue it on your own. We won't assist you. With your current strength, it shouldn't be a problem, Yufeng said. He wanted Mu Yuntian to gain more practical experience. Only through constant practice can one accumulate experience. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the 2nd peak, the Chuan Yun Peak. Soon, they reached a place resembling a valley. This peak is specifically for storing beasts, with levels ranging from 1 to 5, and currently, it housed 5th level beasts. Yufeng pointed to several huge caves in the distance. Mu Yuntian followed his finger and saw massive caves nestled in the valley, looking similar to those of the Mu clan, but much larger in scale. The two arrived in front of a row of 9 caves, indicating there were 9 5th-level beasts within. Previously, Yu Qingying had taken 1, leaving 8 remaining. Our Yu clan only replenishes beasts every 2 years, and it's not time yet. Now, it's up to your luck. The 5th-level beasts inside also vary in strength. Yufeng pointed out the cave without a beast. Mu Yuntian thought for a moment, then summoned the Chaos Beast Control Map, controlling it to minimize the light. With a movement of his spiritual consciousness, he split it into 8 beams of light, directing them toward the 8 caves. Hey, why do you little rascals' thoughts align with that girl Qingying? Are kids nowadays this clever? Yufeng shot him a glance. Mu Yuntian was surprised to hear this. Did Yu Qingying do the same? What a coincidence. He had planned to minimize the energy beam and control it toward the locations of the beasts. If one resisted strongly, it would be the strongest among them. Mu Yuntian carefully sensed, and after 2 minutes, he stood in front of a cave, opened the door, summoned the Emerald Spirit Donkey, and after preparing everything, they slowly entered together. This time, it better not be a donkey, not a donkey, Mu Yuntian silently chanted in his heart. The cave was large, slightly dim, but he could barely make out the surroundings. He moved cautiously, occasionally surveying the area. Although he was confident in his physical body, being careful was definitely wise. However, after about 10 minutes, he had thoroughly examined the cave, but there wasn't a single living creature. Did Grandpa Yu point him in the wrong direction? No. The light he released clearly had a response from a beast. It shouldn't be wrong. Mu Yuntian felt perplexed. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he quickly looked up at the cave's ceiling. At that moment, a sound of something slicing through the air rushed toward him. The cave was only about 10 meters high, and this sudden attack caught him off guard. A second later, a gigantic beast shadow appeared above him, and a claw reached for his head. Without hesitation, Mu Yuntian instinctively tilted his head, and the sharp-clawed paw landed on his shoulder, then fiercely raked down. Hiss! 3 bloody wounds instantly appeared on Mu Yuntian's shoulder, bleeding profusely. Fortunately, his body was strong, and with the help of the Beast Control Map and the Emerald Spirit Donkey, he only suffered external injuries. The claw didn't hit any bones, or else half of his shoulder would have been ruined. Enduring the pain, Yuntian hurriedly controlled the Chaos Beast Control Map to emit light and chased after the beast. The beast was too large, making it easy for the light emitted by the control map to envelop it. Then, Yuntian increased his spiritual consciousness, and the light of the Chaos Beast Control Map grew brighter, shining on the beast and preventing it from escaping. The battle became a stalemate. The beast kept charging left and right, but it couldn't break free. After 10 minutes, it clearly began to feel exhausted from the prolonged struggle. Haha, it's my turn. Yuntian controlled the Beast Control Map and directly pinned it to the ground. Then, he leaped and kicked the beast on the head, followed by a backflip and a sweeping kick, hitting it on the head again. The beast let out a few strange cries and continued to struggle. Seeing this, Yuntian pressed forward, unleashing a flurry of punches like a torrential downpour on its body. 5 minutes later, the beast lay on the ground, trembling weakly. That's what you get for being arrogant and ambushing me. After muttering a few words, Yuntian controlled the Beast Control Map and directly captured it. Let's see what kind of beast you are later. The cave was a bit dim, so he could only vaguely see that it was a giant bird, but he couldn't tell exactly what it was. Yuntian felt secretly pleased. He finally had a flying beast. In the future, he wouldn't suffer too much in battles. And then he slowly walked out of the cave. Chapter 47, Golden Claw Falcon. Xiao Feng saw Yuntian emerge, looking spirited, and knew he had subdued a beast he was satisfied with. After Yuntian came out, he quickly summoned the beast he had just captured, curious to see what it was. A slightly hoarse call sounded as it emerged from the Beast Control Map, circling in the air, looking somewhat weak. Yuntian scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed looking at the beast above. He had been rather rough just now. Hee, I knew it was this beast. When you came out, I could already guess from the wounds on your shoulder, Yu Feng said with a smile. After observing for a while, Yuntian recognized what kind of beast it was and felt a surge of excitement in his heart. It was the 5th level peak beast, the Golden Claw Falcon. Its wings were narrow and sharp, with long wingspan. Its upper beak curved like a hook, its back a dark blue, the tail tip white, and the belly yellow. The most striking feature was its 2 pairs of claws, a light golden color, shimmering with a sharp golden light under the illumination. Xiaotian, with your current strength, controlling 3 5th level beasts should be no problem. You can plan for the remaining 2 beasts later when you have the chance. Yu Feng glanced at him and said. Yuntian nodded. He wasn't too anxious, as he would be staying with the Yu clan for 5 years, and no one could predict what might happen. The two chatted for over half an hour, mostly discussing the situation regarding Yuntian's Beast Control Map. 6th level, Yuntian sighed. Yes, she pushed herself to become a genius, Yu Feng murmured sadly. The clear water sparkled, the valley was quiet, the breeze was gentle. Catching a wisp of fresh air clears the mind and brightens the eyes. Scooping a handful of clear spring purifies the heart's dust. Plucking a ray of warm sunlight fills the heart with warmth. In the midst of grass and trees, I sip a cup of tea, listen to a piece of Zen music, and invite the green mountains and clear waters into my heart. A year later, Yuntian continues to practice his spiritual awareness and strengthen his body every day. If it weren't for those heart-refining stones, even with his resilient character, he would likely experience other emotions inside. Every day he carries a huge stone, climbing the cliffs, using his body to continuously slam against the stone walls. Treating his whole body as a weapon, he intends to train his body through this self-harming method. During his leisure time, he also wanders around to relax, enjoying the gentle breeze, drinking from the clear springs, and indulging in the beauty of the mountains and walking along the green forest paths. Almost there. I feel my physical body is now strong enough to withstand the impact of the body-enhancing pill. Yuntian recalled what Xiao Feng had said to him about needing to toughen his body to a certain degree before taking the body-enhancing pill. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. Yuntian has been honing himself for a whole year. He now feels that his body is much tougher than before. The extreme sensation in his muscles tells him that it is time to break through his physical limits. A small jade vial appears in Yuntian's hand, and he pours out a body-enhancing pill. The pill is small, about the size of a longan, bright red all over, with intricate patterns resembling blooming flowers. The entire heart-refining cave is filled with a faint aroma, stirring his blood. I hope these 3 body-enhancing pills will bring me surprises, Yuntian murmured, then stuffed the pill into his mouth. He had already prepared himself mentally. He knew the pain that came with body training was almost inhumane. But when the body-enhancing pill's medicinal power permeated his body, he realized he had underestimated the pill. The name body-enhancing pill was indeed not given casually. Now, his body felt like a furnace, burning continuously, far more intense than any previous body tempering. The medicinal power surged from within, trying to break out. But due to the skin's resistance, it caused bulges to form all over. Yuntian gritted his teeth, not daring to move an inch. Fearing that any careless movement would cause the bulging skin to burst, he struggled to maintain a balanced state, slowly absorbing the medicinal power and guiding it to every part of his body. The heart-refining stones on the stone walls emitted a faint glow, gradually calming his restless heart. Yuntian practiced steadily, suppressing all the pain with his will, only maintaining the spiritual center, allowing the medicinal power to impact other areas. 3 months later, Yuntian looked at his body. A faint black substance was oozing from the surface of his skin, very light and minimal, indicating that his body was almost free of impurities. Continue. He took out another body-enhancing pill and unhesitatingly stuffed it into his mouth. Thus, Yuntian spent another year in this high-intensity training. Haha, all the pain endured was worth it. Not bad. Yuntian looked at his body, feeling the explosive power within and its toughness, which was comparable to a peak-level 5th-tier beast. He then summoned the Golden Claw Falcon, controlling it to unleash its ability. The python grasped towards his chest. The Golden Claw Falcon, flying in the air, shone with a brilliant light, its claws spreading out, radiating a faint golden glow. Then dove down, its 3 golden claws like the sides of death, fiercely grasping at Yuntian's chest. Chapter 48, Battle of Beast Charts. Yuntian looked at the 3 bloody scratches and smiled slightly. The full-force attack of the Golden Claw Falcon could only scratch his flesh, not injure his bones. In these 2 years, his strength had increased so much. It seems that enduring hardship in the Moon Clan was indeed beneficial. Yuntian felt secretly pleased and then planned to go down the mountain for a walk. What is that? He saw a figure far away riding a beast, galloping through the mountains. Yuntian. Yuntian finally recognized who it was and then summoned the Golden Claw Falcon to chase after her. 10 minutes later, he had caught up with Yuntian, as the speed of the Golden Claw Falcon was incredibly fast, and he was intentionally pursuing her. Yuntian, it's me. Yuntian shouted from the air. Upon hearing his voice, Yuntian stopped and looked around. Haha, I'm in the air. Yuntian controlled the Golden Claw Falcon to dive down right in front of her. Have you finished your training? Yuntian asked calmly. Yes. I was planning to find you, but now it's great to meet you here. You've become much more beautiful after not seeing you for so long. Yuntian assessed her. A blush appeared on Yuntian's face, adding a touch of color to her originally cold expression. I heard from Grandpa you that you went out to train. How was it? Yuntian asked. It was okay. Yuntian's previous shy expression disappeared, returning to her original demeanor. Yuntian paced beside her, and after about 10 seconds, he cleared his throat and said, Ahem. Didn't you say you would share your story when we met again? Do you think now is a good time? Yuntian gave him a light glare and said, Sure, but since we didn't finish the competition before, I want to spar with you now and see how powerful your beast chart is. If I win, I'll tell you. Yuntian was taken aback, thinking to himself that this isn't fair. He was only at the 5th tier and had only one 5th-tier beast. We will compete with beast charts. Yuntian seemed to have seen through his thoughts. Compete with beast charts? Yuntian had never heard of such a method. Yuntian nodded and explained, competing with beast charts means only comparing the beast charts. We cannot summon beasts to fight. Do you understand? Yuntian nodded, saying, I understand. But you're already at the 6th tier, and I'm only at the 5th tier. Isn't that unfair? What is unfair about it? Your beast chart is much better than mine. Have I complained? Yuntian rolled her eyes at him again. Yuntian then said nothing. He felt she made a lot of sense. A few minutes later, both of their beast charts were suspended above their heads. When Yuntian saw her beast chart, he was speechless in astonishment. A golden beast chart was flashing with golden light, looking as divine as a deity. This is no joke. A red beast chart possesses a certain ability. Although mutated beast charts are rare, they also have their ranks. Some mutated beast charts are not even comparable to red beast charts. A mutated beast chart is merely mysterious, possessing abilities unknown to others. It can certainly catch someone off guard the first time, but once familiar, it is similar to red beast charts, unless it's an extraordinary mutated beast chart, which cannot be compared to ordinary beast charts. Yuntian ignored his astonished expression and controlled her golden beast chart to fly towards him. The golden beast chart danced like a deity, exuding a sharp aura. Seeing this, Yuntian also controlled his beast chart to fly over, continuously radiating chaotic light. The 2 charts stood opposed in the air, and in the next second, they collided, with white light and golden light not yielding to one another. The sharpness of the golden light seemed capable of destroying everything, and under Yuntian's 6th-tier spiritual awareness control, it surprisingly matched the chaotic light. Meanwhile, the chaotic light seemed to absorb all powers, canceling out all abilities, preventing the golden light from advancing an inch. Both continued to exert their spiritual awareness, hoping to suppress the other. After nearly 10 minutes, Yuntian's beast chart began to falter. Seeing this, Yuntian shouted loudly, and the chaotic chart suddenly erupted with a brightness twice as fierce as before, then surrounded the golden beast chart like a hunter. Since Yuntian was promoted to the pinnacle of the 5th stage of spiritual awareness, his control ability has become increasingly adept, and the chaotic brilliance has grown stronger along with his spiritual awareness. You win. My beast control diagram is no match for your beast control diagram. The chaotic diagram is indeed powerful, Yuntian exclaimed. Yuntian nodded and then shook his head, saying, if it involves exotic beasts, I would definitely find it hard to win against you. The sharpness of your golden beast control diagram is too domineering. My exotic beasts would probably struggle to withstand it. The ability of Yuntian's golden beast control diagram is precisely to add such penetration. If it is attached to the right exotic beast, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, unstoppable. Yuntian glanced at her and let out a silly laugh, making his intentions clear. Yuntian fell silent, deep in thought. Yuntian did not urge her, he just waited quietly. Do you really want to know? Yuntian suddenly countered. After hearing this, she was visibly taken aback. She looked into Yuntian's sincere eyes and found no other distractions within them. She instinctively nodded. Upon seeing this, Yuntian beamed a big smile and said, from now on, we are friends. Friends should trust each other, and everything you say, I will keep confidential. Yuntian rarely smiled, then said, let's go to the bamboo grove. Yuntian was captivated by her smile. It seemed to melt into one's heart. He subconsciously nodded. The two then headed towards the bamboo grove. Chapter 49. Yuntian's background. Soon, they arrived in front of a small bamboo house and walked inside. After Yuntian sat down, she did not speak. Yuntian also remained silent, waiting for her to feel ready to tell him. The atmosphere was quiet for nearly 10 minutes. After seeing her expressions, Yuntian felt a slight urge to protect her. She must be in a lot of pain right now. Sometimes the deep-seated pain and loneliness within one's heart make people reluctant to mention it. Then, Yuntian began to recount the experiences she had gone through, sentence by sentence. Yuntian was not originally from the Yu clan. Her name was Tong Qingying, and she was a member of the Tong clan. Her original personality was lively and cheerful, innocent and carefree, like other little girls. She had a happy childhood filled with the love of her parents and relatives, and the care of her clan members made her feel like a little princess. When she turned 8, it was the day to awaken her beast control diagram. Like many other children, she was filled with anticipation and hope, as the beast control diagram was extremely important to them. Finally, it was Yuntian's turn to step up and awaken her beast control diagram. Her parents were below the stage, secretly praying for her, as long as she could awaken a beast control diagram of green or higher. Her path of cultivation would at least be viable. So, she placed her hopeful hands on the awakening stone, enduring the pain that came with awakening, just like everyone else. However, the pain soon intensified, making her break out in a sweat and bend her body down. This was not right. It was clearly several times more painful than the other children. Her parents and relatives wore worried expressions. They had seen many awakenings over the years, but they had never witnessed anyone in such agony as Yuntian. However, there was nothing they could do at this moment. They could only hope she would endure. After 10 minutes, a stunning golden light shot out from her body, instantly rising into the air, shining brilliantly, as if a deity were walking among mortals. Yuntian had awakened a golden beast control diagram. Her parents, relatives, and clan members were all stunned, unable to believe that the golden beast control diagram was hovering in the air. However, after rubbing their eyes several times, they accepted this fact. Cheers erupted around them. The best beast control diagram in the Tong clan was black, which had already made them very proud, as it had increased their clan strength. Now, the golden beast control diagram completely reset everyone's expectations. It represented the possibility of a strong figure emerging from the Tong clan in the future, a dream for many. The golden beast control diagram was only second to the multicolored one. If nothing unexpected happened, it would surely lead the Tong clan out of these small places to a better life. Thus, Yuntian's status in everyone's hearts rose to an important position. And in such an atmosphere, she happily spent a month. However, the good times did not last long. Some people from the Tong clan accidentally leaked information, which was overheard by a few passers-by, and unfortunately, those people were spies for the Dark Beast Masters. The allure of the golden beast control diagram was too great. Half a month later, a group of over 10 people appeared in the Tong clan, their attire peculiar, cloaked in long robes that were half black and half white. Especially the leader, whose robe was even adorned with the image of an exotic beast. Too strange. As soon as the Dark Beast Masters arrived, They presented two choices: either hand over the girl with the golden beast control diagram or face annihilation. They had 10 minutes to decide. The people of the Tong clan were furious. If not for the clan leader holding them back, they would have rushed out to fight to the death. Who could react in just 10 minutes? As the time passed, 8 minutes ticked by, just as the clan leader was about to go out and negotiate. The leader of the dark-robed group became extremely agitated. With a wave of his hand, he simply said, "Kill them all, except for the little girl. Leave no one behind." The sounds of wailing filled the air. The dark-robed people unleashed 4 or 5 six-stage exotic beasts, with their black aura swirling, exuding a ferocious and violent momentum that terrified everyone, making them unable to resist their fate of slaughter. The leader did not join the fight. He quietly watched, relishing the atmosphere of slaughter, occasionally letting out a strange laugh. Yuntian was completely stunned at this moment. She had already grown up enough to understand that those dark-robed people had come for her. Watching her clan members fall at her feet was a shock that no 8-year-old could endure. Yuntian shouted and rushed out, her face streaked with tears. The dark-robed people ignored her, continuing their massacre. She dashed to the feet of the leader, tugging at his pant leg, expressing her willingness to go with him. However, the leader seemed not to hear. A wicked smile appeared in his eyes, and he kicked Yuntian aside, continuing to enjoy the slaughter of the Tong clan members. Alas, I am still too late. 3 figures appeared in the sky. The leader looked at the nearly annihilated Tong clan, and tears flowed from his eyes. None of the dark beast masters could be spared. The man shouted loudly, and a purple beast control diagram instantly appeared above his head, shooting towards the exotic beasts beside him. "Destruction light," he shouted, and then the dog-like exotic beast, with 2 thick horns on its head that seemed to shimmer with electric light, soon formed a ball of electric energy and shot towards the leader of the dark-robed men. Feeling the danger, the leader instantly summoned his beast control diagram, and a white one appeared in the air, but the image was hazy, making it impossible to see anything inside. Then, he controlled the beast control diagram, and 3 8th-stage peak exotic beasts emerged from it, each exuding a violent and ferocious aura, unleashing their most powerful abilities as soon as they appeared. Chapter 50, The Earth-Shattering Battle. "Oh, an 8th-stage peak exotic beast. How interesting," the dark-robed man said, looking at the exotic beasts in the air and the floating beast control diagram. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Xiao Feng, the lord of Tianyue City. He was reminiscing with 2 old friends nearby when they suddenly felt a wave of unpleasant energy, prompting them to rush here, but unfortunately, they were still a step too late. He looked at the beast-controlling diagram of the figure in the black robe, feeling an inexplicable chill and fear rise within him from the mysterious aura emanating from it, which seemed to carry a primordial sense of chaos, as if it were the dawn of creation. He couldn't remember the last time he felt such a way. The fierce attack from the cunning one was easily blocked by the 3 exotic beasts of the opponent, whose aura was not much weaker than his. Xiao Feng glanced at the 2 people beside him. They were the city lords of Silver Moon City and Star Moon City, both of whom were peak 8th-level beast masters. Upon seeing Xiao Feng's gaze, they immediately understood each other, and then 2 red beast-controlling diagrams floated above their heads, separating to the left and right, forming a pincer attack against the figure in black. Xiao Feng directly summoned 6 exotic beasts, and the other 2 summoned 5 each. The radiance of their beast-controlling diagrams illuminated these exotic beasts, instantly boosting their momentum. The 16 exotic beasts took their positions, with 10 of them launching a fierce attack on the figure in black. Seeing this, the figure in black let out a cold laugh. His consciousness surged, and in an instant, 4 more exotic beasts emerged from that white beast-controlling diagram, bringing the total to 7 around him, all surrounded by streams of black mist. The white beast-controlling diagram in the air shone down on them, creating an eerie light of black and white, the 2 colors distinctly separated, appearing very strange. Xiao Feng and the 2 others dared not delay any further. They planned to deliver a fatal blow, as they felt that the white beast-controlling diagram was too bizarre, shrouded in a haze that even the strongest consciousness couldn't penetrate. Thus, all 10 exotic beasts unleashed their most powerful attacks, and the sky was instantly filled with chaos. With the earth already in disarray, the figure in black did not hesitate either. He commanded 6 exotic beasts to charge forward, while one stood before him like an unmovable mountain. The 16 exotic beasts clashed together, their battle range encompassing 1,000 meters, with even a few exotic beasts grappling in the air, causing devastation all around, leaving the ground riddled with holes and the heavens changing color. With a loud shout, the figure in black activated the white beast-controlling diagram, which suddenly emitted a brilliant light, enveloping Xiao Feng and the others' exotic beasts, instantly altering the battle situation. The 6 exotic beasts of the figure in black were instantly enveloped in a layer of white protective light, even their black color gradually fading. Moments later, they charged recklessly, causing immense pressure on the 10 exotic beasts of Xiao Feng and the others, who began to suffer terrifying injuries. Seeing this, Xiao Feng and the others exchanged determined glances, then forcefully crashed their consciousness into their chests, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood that splattered onto their beast-controlling diagrams. In an instant, the 3 diagrams emitted a brilliant light, 2 red and 1 purple, that actually overshadowed the light of the black figure's beast-controlling diagram. The figure in black was momentarily shocked, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Instead of being angry, he laughed heartily, murmuring to himself, "Interesting, interesting. Then you shall die?" He then bit his tongue and struck his chest several times. The next moment, a mixture of blood from his tongue and heart sprayed onto the white beast-controlling diagram. Xiao Feng and the others felt a chill rise from their hearts, an inexplicable sense of fear washing over them. Seeing this, they intensified their attacks once more. Suddenly, the white beast-controlling diagram began to vibrate, and after about 10 seconds, a roar echoed from within the diagram, as if it came from ancient times, piercing through the space toward Xiao Feng and the others. The 10 exotic beasts immediately halted their attacks, fear and confusion appearing in their eyes. Although it didn't make them retreat, it stopped their movements. 2 more roars followed, this time even more pronounced, the feeling of ferocity and savagery becoming increasingly tangible. "Not good. We need to go," Xiao Feng shouted to the 2. Then with a movement of his consciousness, Yuntian appeared in his hand, controlling the exotic beasts to block the attacks. "Haha, trying to escape?" The figure in black laughed a few times, immediately commanding his exotic beasts to launch fierce attacks. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng and the others' exotic beasts had already frozen in place, their bodies trembling. Fortunately, they were all 8th level exotic beasts and did not collapse to the ground. But in this state, they could not fight back for the time being. Xiao Feng and the others, seeing this, desperately amplified their consciousness, allowing the exotic beasts to regain their composure, but they had lost their will to fight. The roars had truly shaken their hearts, an ancient superior suppression over them. "Let us go." The 3 no longer had the heart to fight. Their priority was to take the little girl and flee. As all the Tong clan members had been killed, leaving her all alone, they needed to help this Tong clan preserve its last bit of bloodline. An hour and a half later, after overcoming numerous obstacles and exhausting all their efforts, they finally escaped from the figure in black. But they paid a heavy price. The city lords of Silver Moon City and Star Moon City each lost 2 8th-level exotic beasts in battle. The most severe was Xiao Feng. To cover for the 2, he not only lost 2 exotic beasts but also endured 2 attacks from exotic beasts himself. If it weren't for his physical training and the protection of the purple light, he would likely have died long ago. However, he was now heavily injured and unconscious, his face as pale as paper, devoid of color. It was only through the desperate efforts of the 2 that he was dragged to safety. They had reached Tianyue City, protected by a powerful formation shield supported by many heavenly and divine stones. Chapter 51, Failing Forest. This protective shield was set up by a 9th-level exotic beast skilled in formations, having been preserved for a long time. The 2 immediately helped Xiao Feng heal, busy and frantic, fearing that if they were even a moment slower, he would die. At this time, Yuntian entered a strange state, after extreme sadness. She surprisingly felt calm, so calm that it frightened her, afraid she might be an extremely cold-blooded person. It wasn't until later that she realized what truly caused her sadness and pain was the soft call of her parents. The simple yet loving breakfast laid out on the table, every grass and tree, every flower and shrub, the broad shoulders that let her ride up and down, and the footsteps that slowly walked by her bed in the dead of night. Thus, Yuntian did not speak a word for 2 whole months. She became increasingly cold, more and more taciturn, pushing others away, refusing all kindness except from the 2 city lords. It wasn't until 3 months later, when Xiao Feng gradually recovered, that her complexion improved slightly, but her smile seemed to have drifted far away, never lingering on her face for even a moment. Later, after discussions among the 3, they decided to send her to Yu Peak, hoping she could slowly heal in the Yu clan, even if she couldn't forget everything. She needed to learn to calm her emotions and try to accept others. Yu Peak treated her especially well, regarding her as their own daughter. The Yu clan clearly became her second family, and she lived there until now. Yuntian finally spoke out about the things she had hidden deep in her heart, her face already streaked with tears. That silent weeping was the most painful. She didn't want others to see her vulnerability and remained alone. "It hurts, so I hide and slowly lick my wounds. When I miss her, I desperately suppress it, not letting this emotion show. She has only one thought in her heart, to take revenge for her parents and her whole clan, no matter the cost." After speaking out, "It doesn't feel so painful in my heart anymore. Now, the only thing you need to do is to strive for cultivation. Once your strength grows, you can truly face everything. Mu Yuntian looked at her seriously. Also, we are friends. One day when my strength becomes great, I can help you face it together. At this moment, Yu Qingying had already recovered, but her face no longer bore that cold expression. Perhaps she had truly accepted Mu Yuntian as a friend in her heart. Thank you. Yu Qingying nodded earnestly, pouring everything she wanted to say into that one thank you. Hee, no need to be polite. You probably know who my master is now, right? I will definitely do my best to help you with your matters. Mu Yuntian said with a smile. Yes, I know. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you on finding a good master. Yu Qingying smiled as well. Since she had revealed her feelings to Mu Yuntian, her attitude had changed a lot. The dark beast tamer. Mu Yuntian muttered fiercely. Time flew by in cultivation. Several months had passed. This was Mu Yuntian's third year in the Yu clan. His beast taming diagram had not shown any strange phenomena, and during this time, Xiao Feng had visited once, but left hastily after seeing nothing special for 3 days. He thought of doing it, so he directly came to Yu Feng's residence, where Yu Qingying was present. He then expressed his thoughts fully. Yu Feng remained silent for a long time, pondering, unable to make a decision for a moment. Seeing this, Yu Qingying spoke up. Clan leader, why not this? It doesn't make much sense for Xiaotian to continue cultivating now. And his beast taming diagram has not shown any strange movements all this time. This time, I will accompany him out for training, and I can also look after him. Mu Yuntian was very happy in his heart. He didn't expect Yu Qingying to accompany him. He quickly said to Yu Feng, Uncle Yu, rest assured, if anything goes wrong, I will crush the spirit stone of consciousness immediately. This spirit stone of consciousness was left over from when he was with Xiao Feng and Yu Feng, just in case of emergencies to notify the other party at the first moment. Only then did Yu Feng slowly speak. Since that's the case, let Qingying accompany you out. You really need to train and find your extraordinary beast. Mu Yuntian suppressed his excitement and replied, Yes, thank you, Uncle Yu. Yu Feng then took out 5 or 6 bottles of medicinal pills, all for healing, and handed them to Mu Yuntian, waving his hand at the two of them. Failing Forest? Mu Yuntian hadn't had the chance to ask in detail when Yu Qingying had already disappeared. He shook his head and didn't think further. He would know where to go when they set off. 3 days later, Yu Qingying arrived on time and told him some things about Failing Forest. About 20,000 miles southeast of the Yu clan, there is a large forest full of extraordinary beasts, with many places untouched by anyone. From the air, it appears boundless, shaped like a feather, hence the name Failing Forest. After listening, Mu Yuntian nodded and asked about other things to pay attention to. Then the two set off towards Failing Forest. Chapter 52, A Thread of Red Plum Horse. The two rode Mu Yuntian's golden claw falcon away, estimating that with some stops, it should take about 10 days to reach Failing Forest. Since Yu Qingying had previously trained there, with her leading the way, they could avoid a lot of unnecessary detours. The golden claw falcon soared upward, carrying the two and instantly disappearing from sight, heading towards Failing Forest. Qingying, do you think there are any powerful weapons for sale in Tianyue City? Mu Yuntian suddenly asked. Mu Yuntian immediately made a dejected face and said, The 2 things you just mentioned, I don't have either. Mu Yuntian slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about it. His previous thunder gun was obtained by selling extraordinary beasts, and he could do it again this time. However, the most direct method would still be to find a spirit stone mine. That would lead to wealth. Do you have the ability to do that? Yu Qingying continued to tease. Ever since she expressed her feelings to Mu Yuntian, her attitude towards him had improved a lot, occasionally joking with him. And he had found a place in her heart. You think that's easy? I doubt the Yu clan even knows if there are any spirit stone mines. Anyway, our Mu clan doesn't have one, Mu Yuntian said. Yu Qingying mysteriously whispered, I'll tell you, the Yu clan really has a spirit stone mine, but it's not large. Do you know why the Yu clan can become the #1 family under Tianyue City? Besides strength, this spirit stone mine is also very important. Mu Yuntian immediately became interested and asked, Is it a heavenly spirit stone mine? Yu Qingying rolled her eyes at him, not wanting to respond. Mu Yuntian scratched his head, awkwardly laughing. That makes sense. If it were such a rare stone mine, they could directly develop a sect. The two chatted casually while traveling, making it feel relaxed and carefree, watching the scenery pass by, observing the dusk rise and fall, enjoying the fragrant wildflowers, and seeing the empty evening sky. Only to sigh. From a distance, I asked the painter about the mountains, the water and clouds meet the green sky. Fragrant dust fills the ground after the new rain. The long road of willows cherishes the night wind. The two spent 10 days in this pleasant and relaxed mood. In another 2 hours, they should arrive, Yu Qingying estimated. The two continued on their way. 2.5 hours later. Is this it? It's so vast that I can't see the end. Mu Yuntian was now looking down at the Failing Forest from the sky. Yu Qingying nodded and said, Let's go down. Once we enter, we must be very careful. as many places have never been visited by anyone, and we don't know what dangers await us. The two then descended at the edge of Fei Ling Forest, and each rode an extraordinary beast as transportation. Mu Yuntian could only ride the ground wolf, as he would rather walk than ride the jade spirit donkey. It's strange that he had too few extraordinary beasts he could use. This time, he must capture a few 5th-level extraordinary beasts, Mu Yuntian silently thought. Meanwhile, Yu Qingying rode a mid-level 6th-level extraordinary beast, the Shadow Tiger. This extraordinary beast resembled a tiger, with all black fur and only its eyes glowing with a faint red light. It was over 3 meters long, and its muscular body was filled with explosive power, especially its tail, which waved like a venomous snake. Mu Yuntian enviously glanced at the Shadow Tiger, then looked at his ground wolf, sighing deeply in his heart. The two and their beasts entered Fei Ling Forest. The two slowly advanced. Although they were still on the forest's outskirts, their strength was enough to handle some unexpected situations. But Yu Qingying was right. Being cautious always allowed one to live longer. They walked deep into Fei Ling Forest for 2 days, during which nothing particularly special occurred. And the extraordinary beasts they encountered were all within the 1st to 4th levels. They caught a few 4th-level extraordinary beasts along the way. As Mu Yuntian walked these 2 days, he saw towering trees everywhere in the forest, reaching heights that seemed insurmountable. Occasionally, a 2nd or 3rd-level extraordinary beast would jump out, with some areas dark and gloomy, while others were sunny. Overall, this place appeared to be a perfectly normal forest. It looks much more normal here than the eerie forest. There are no strange things, Mu Yuntian said, recalling the extraordinary beast that suddenly emerged from the celestial tree. Really? But when I was training before, I saw a snake over 50 meters long from a distance, and it was about to break through. If it succeeded, it would transform into a Jiaolong. Yu Qingying chuckled. This failing forest looks calm, but in reality, there are undercurrents and hidden dangers everywhere. Now you know this place isn't peaceful, right? I only ventured a little deeper and encountered this strange beast, and since many places here haven't been visited by anyone, we must stay alert. Yu Qingying shot him a glance and said, and for heaven's sake, don't be too curious. Yu Qingying was speechless. It seemed that everything she just said was in vain. Qingying, hurry. It's about to run away, and it's carrying something in its mouth. Mu Yuntian urged once again. Yu Qingying had no choice but to head in his direction. Following where Mu Yuntian pointed, they saw a snow-white horse, with a red stripe running from its forehead to its tail, looking very beautiful, about 2 meters long. The strangest thing was that it was carrying a piece of grass in its mouth. A red plumline horse? Yu Qingying exclaimed. What kind of strange beast is this? There's no record of it in the beast catalog in my mind, Mu Yuntian asked in confusion. Chapter 53, Dual Beast Battle. Qingying, are you okay? Mu Yuntian asked with concern. Yu Qingying looked at the red plumline horse as if enchanted and suddenly said urgently, quick, we have to catch it. There's no time to analyze. We've stumbled upon a great opportunity. After saying that, she immediately urged the Shadow Tiger to sprint forward. Seeing Yu Qingying like this, Mu Yuntian knew it was very important, so he followed closely, planning to clarify everything after it was over. Sounds of breaking air echoed as the two controlled their beasts to reach maximum speed. The red plumline horse, hearing the noise, which had been walking slowly, suddenly accelerated to an extreme, leaving behind an afterimage and quickly distancing itself from the two. Yu Qingying panicked and shouted to Mu Yuntian, "Where's your golden claw falcon?" Mu Yuntian was taken aback by her shout, then replied aggrievedly, "There are trees everywhere. The golden claw falcon can't spread its wings." Yu Qingying was truly a bit flustered at this moment, forgetting even these common knowledge, muttering to herself, "What to do? If we miss this opportunity, it's really gone." Mu Yuntian, seeing her like this, was puzzled. It was just a horse. Was it really worth it? The two continued to chase with all their might while thinking of ways. And just as the red plumline horse was about to disappear from sight, Yu Qingying sighed inwardly. It is said that if something is not yours and it appears before your eyes, you still cannot obtain it. At this moment, the two had been chasing for a full hour, estimating that in another 10 minutes, the red plumline horse would completely vanish from their sight. Beast control diagram. Mu Yuntian suddenly said, "Beast control diagram?" Yu Qingying was taken aback, then seemed to think of something, smiling. The more anxious one is, the easier it is to forget something they already possess. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Then 2 beast control diagrams appeared out of thin air, and they poured their consciousness into it to the maximum. The 2 beast control diagrams instantly vanished, and the next second, they had closed a third of the distance to the red plumline horse. "Keep going," Mu Yuntian whispered. Then the two continued to maintain their consciousness, and the beast control diagram seemed to jump through space, disappearing and reappearing instantly, getting closer and closer to the red plumline horse. "Hold it steady," Yu Qingying shouted. Then her golden beast control diagram emitted a brilliant light, shining in all directions. At the same time, Yuntian also shouted, and the chaotic beast control diagram erupted with a primal momentum. The two beast control diagrams came from opposite sides, their light instantly enveloping the area around the red plumb line horse. Seeing this, the horse let out a roar like a dragon or tiger, instantly shaking the two layers of light like rippling water. A 6th tier peak beast? Yuntian sensed its aura fluctuations. It was definitely at the 6th tier peak. Come in. Yu Qingying shouted again, and then her 6th tier consciousness erupted fully. Seeing this, Yuntian immediately controlled the chaotic beast control diagram to assist, and waves of chaotic light penetrated the initial golden light, forcefully seeping into the red plumb line horse's body. Is this going to work? If we don't injure it, it's hard to subdue. Yuntian reminded. We can't fight it. What if we damage the grass it's carrying? Then all our effort would be wasted. Yu Qingying said. Yuntian's confusion deepened, but he knew this wasn't the time to ask these questions, so he immediately kept the chaotic beast control diagrams light. The two diagrams and one beast persisted like this, and the red plumb line horse roared continuously within the light curtain. The sound waves, even through the curtain, made the two feel dizzy, nearly losing control of the beast control diagram. That's its ability, Soul Roar. Quickly maintain the spirit platform position. We can't let it roar continuously. Yu Qingying shouted. Half an hour later, the red plumb line horse finally grew tired, its roars becoming hoarse. Because the light curtain from the two beast control diagrams isolated the natural aura from outside, it couldn't recover, only watching helplessly as its energy slowly drained away. It's almost there. Keep pushing. Soon you'll know it was all worth it. Yu Qingying was now drenched in sweat, her body trembling continuously. Yuntian was no better off. He felt like his head was about to explode, and his spirit platform felt a bit unreal. This kind of high-intensity sustained output was exhausting. 10 minutes later, the red plumb line horse could no longer hold on. It slumped to the ground, its body shaking uncontrollably, and the red line on its back gradually faded. Capture! Both shouted simultaneously. The two beast control diagrams also simultaneously erupted with light. In the next second, the red plumb line horse disappeared from its spot, leaving behind a golden little grass. The two let out long sighs of relief, then collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, not wanting to move at all. Finally done. Are you okay? Yu Qingying smiled broadly. Then they sat on the spot to recover their consciousness. Half an hour later, they slowly opened their eyes. But their faces were still pale. Yuntian weakly went over to pick up the grass, which felt very cold to the touch. He carefully examined the little grass in his hand. It was entirely golden with only 3 leaves, but each leaf brought him a strange feeling. Yu Qingying was also very excited. She trembled as she took the little grass, as if holding the most precious thing in the world. Congratulations on capturing the red plumb line horse, Yuntian said with a smile. The two hadn't had time to check before, but now that they had recovered a bit, Yuntian thought of this. Thank you. This strange beast is very powerful. Yu Qingying was just about to summon it, but she felt that the beast control diagram didn't have this beast. Then she turned her gaze towards Yuntian, her eyes filled with a strange expression. Yuntian was confused by her look and quietly asked, could it be that I captured it? Chapter 54, The White Horse Carrying Grass. Yu Qingying nodded seriously. Yuntian's mouth twitched. Now it's my turn to congratulate you, Yu Qingying teased. My beast control diagram can capture a 6th tier beast? I'm clearly only a 5th tier beastmaster. Yuntian asked in surprise. He wondered, I wonder if I can control it to fight for me. Then he summoned the red plumb line horse and tried to control it, but the horse completely ignored him and was sneezing to the side. I went to Yuntian and then expanded my consciousness to the limit, causing the Yuntian Hongmei horse to reluctantly lower its body. Yuntian leaped onto it, only to be pushed downwards by the horse, landing face first into the ground. Yu Qingying, watching from the side, burst into laughter and said, your consciousness foundation and quality are lacking. You can only control it after reaching the 6th level. Yuntian pondered for a moment and asked, Qingying, how large is your consciousness chain? The consciousness chain refers to the invisible tether that controls the magical beasts. Yuntian was speechless. Why was his consciousness chain only half the size of his finger? You need to compress it when you cultivate your consciousness. Although the progression will be slow, the foundation will be solid. After reaching the 7th level, you must do this. Otherwise, it will be hard to control magical beasts of the same level. It's not too late for you to realize this now. If you work hard, you can catch up, Yu Qingying explained to him. Alright, you can take your time with that. I should tell you about the Yuntian Hongmei horse and that grass, Yu Qingying said, and then she recounted everything to Yuntian. It turned out that the Yuntian Hongmei horse is a special magical beast. The reason it was named this way by those who discovered it is because the red line on its back is made up of tiny plum blossoms. Its highest grade can reach the peak of the 8th level, and its ability is Soul Roar. However, that is not the most remarkable part. It has a very special ability to find a kind of golden grass. This is not ordinary grass. It represents a great fortune to come. Because the Yuntian Hongmei horse will carry this grass to a mysterious magical beast, and then it will receive a fortune. Though what kind of fortune it is remains uncertain. It could be a fruit, an item, or a place, but all of these are extremely precious. It is estimated that there are no more than 10 of this grass on the entire magical beast continent. No one knows its purpose. Perhaps only that mysterious magical beast knows. There is also a magical beast called the Yuntian Mingwa tiger. If it carries a pitch-black grass in its mouth, then great calamity will befall that place. Hence, there is a saying that has been passed down. White tiger carries grass. It signifies great disaster. White horse carries grass. It signifies great omen. I heard this from Uncle Xiao Feng. I didn't expect it to really be true. Such situations are rare and happen once in 100 years, which is why I was so excited just now. Regardless of whether it's real or not. If we encounter it, we should do our best to seize the opportunity. Yu Qingying's excitement had calmed down by this point. So how do we use this grass? Where can we find that mysterious magical beast? Even summoning the Yuntian Hongmei horse wouldn't work. It definitely won't continue carrying the grass to search for that mysterious magical beast. Mu Yuntian analyzed these questions. Yu Qingying shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. Because she hadn't heard anyone mention having encountered such a situation. All of this knowledge came from ancient texts or secret lore. The two fell into silence for a while, unable to think of a good solution, just staring blankly at the treasure. Let us just try it. Waiting around like this is useless, Mu Yuntian said. Yu Qingying nodded, flipping the grass over and over, examining its golden patterns, and then she infused her consciousness into it. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from the grass and entered her forehead. Yu Qingying exclaimed, and then handed the grass to Mu Yuntian, urging him to try it as well. Following her method, Mu Yuntian infused his consciousness and felt a golden light shoot into his forehead. Huh, this looks like a route map. Mu Yuntian said uncertainly. It should be a route map. I think it's guiding us to find that mysterious magical beast. There must be a big secret between the two. Yu Qingying thought for a moment and said. Mu Yuntian nodded in agreement and then asked, so should we go? Definitely. If there really is a great opportunity, we will regret it for life if we don't go. Danger and opportunity coexist. It has fallen upon us now. And it's worth the risk. Yu Qingying said earnestly. Mu Yuntian thought the same. If one were to always be timid, it would be better not to act at all. Who hasn't faced danger in life? It's all about how you choose. If you retreat, then nothing will happen. If you face it, there may be difficulties, hardships, or even the loss of life, but you might also encounter opportunities that others could never obtain in their lifetime, making it worth the risk. Having made their decision, the two didn't think any further and set off with feelings of excitement, anticipation, exhilaration, and anxiety, following the route indicated in their minds. 2 days later. What kind of route map is this? How come it took 2 days to reach the first fork in the road? Mu Yuntian looked at the dozens of forked paths in his mind and felt a wave of helplessness. How much longer would it take to reach their destination? Yu Qingying also felt a bit irritable, but she suppressed it well. Looking at the many forked paths behind them, she felt speechless. However, they only complained a bit and quickly regained their spirits, heading towards that mysterious place. This time, they noticeably quickened their pace, as their purpose was clear, ignoring everything else except for unavoidable obstacles such as magical beasts. Chapter 55, Mysterious Magical Beast. The two continued on their journey for another 10 days. Finally, we are almost at our destination. Yu Qingying let out a long breath. This intense journey had left her physically and mentally exhausted. We've been traveling through the Fane forest for over 10 days, and I have no idea where we are now, Mu Yuntian said, looking around. Nearby were towering trees and some oddly shaped stones. Yu Qingying followed his gaze and said, let us not worry about that for now. Our main goal is to reach the endpoint indicated on the route map. As for other matters, we'll deal with them as we go. Mu Yuntian could only nod in agreement. The two continued towards the endpoint of the route map. 2 hours later, they stood before an unimaginably huge tree. Its first impression was one of size. Standing under it made them feel like ants. The entire canopy blocked out the sky, extending at least over 100 meters. What is this? Mu Yuntian was stunned by the sight of the enormous tree, his face filled with disbelief. At this moment, Yu Qingying also didn't know what to say. They had been following the route map, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. The two exchanged glances, reading confusion in each other's eyes. The atmosphere fell silent. Neither spoke, lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice seemed to appear out of nowhere, echoing in their minds. Humans? Your arrival here signifies that you have the golden grass to guide you. No matter how you obtained it, as long as you have this grass, I will acknowledge you. Mu Yuntian and Yu Qingying were startled by the sudden voice. Looking around, and controlling their consciousness to search every corner. No need to look. Your consciousness is insignificant in my eyes. I am here because of the grass in your hands. It will guide me to meet the one who possesses this grass. At this point, both were bewildered. How were they supposed to communicate? Yuntian mustered his courage and quietly asked, "Senior, where are you? May I see you?" After a silence of several seconds, a laugh rang out. "Haha, didn't you see me? Although this is just a manifestation of my consciousness, whenever this little grass appears, as long as the owner activates it, it will have a roadmap guiding us to meet, while my main body cannot come out yet." No way. Yuntian was once again shocked. Just as the two were still wondering whether the giant tree in front of them was the mysterious beast's manifestation, the voice sounded again. "You don't need to be surprised. This tree is my manifestation. I have my reasons, and you don't need to know. Just take out the little grass, and I will fulfill my promise." Then, without hesitation, the two took out the golden little grass. What a joke! If the other party had a fluctuation of consciousness, they would shatter their spiritual platform. If they wanted to snatch it, there was no need to say so much. Ha ha ha. After waiting for more than 20 years, the 8th little grass has finally been found, and there are still 2 left. I am really looking forward to that moment. After gathering, I will. The mysterious beast seemed to be muttering to itself, its voice growing quieter until the two could no longer hear it. "Senior, this is the little grass you wanted," Yuntian said hesitantly, then opened his hands, revealing the golden little grass in his palms. In the next second, the golden little grass in Yuntian's hands disappeared into thin air, as if it had never existed. "Don't worry, as long as you bring the little grass to me. Whether it's a beast or a human, I will keep my promise. This is also a tacit agreement between me and the golden little grass." The two stood quietly, not daring to say anything. The key was that the mysterious beast in front of them was too enigmatic. And what was happening now was unbelievable unless one had experienced it. Upon hearing this, Yuntian had only one thought. How long has this mysterious beast lived to dare say such things? "Are we ready? Do we need to do something?" Yuntian asked. "Choice." The two said these 2 words simultaneously. "Yes, it's about choice. The outcome will have nothing to do with me, and I will keep this promise. Come on." The mysterious beast repeated once more. Suddenly, more than a dozen light clusters appeared out of nowhere, looking as if they were blocked by something. And no matter how you tried to probe, you couldn't see through them. These more than a dozen light clusters are some opportunities within the flying feather forest. It depends on your luck now. The two looked at the more than a dozen light clusters in the air and were momentarily at a loss as to how to choose. "Senior, are all these light clusters good things? Or are some of them empty?" Yuntian asked. The mysterious beast fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "I can't say this, nor should I, otherwise it will cause a change. I only remember that the previous 7 owners of the golden little grass each chose an opportunity. Big or small. Now it's the 8th, it depends on your luck." After hearing this, Yuntian and the other fell silent again. "Qingying, it's your turn, after all. It's all about luck, just choose one at random. If it takes too long, I'm afraid there will be changes." Yuntian said. "Okay." Qingying also thought of this, so she decisively moved without further ado. She then directed her consciousness towards the 3rd light cluster on the right. Suddenly, Yuntian felt the Beastmaster diagram in his body vibrating incessantly, as if it wanted to say something. He tried to contact the Beastmaster diagram with his consciousness, but it showed no response. Huh, not the Beastmaster diagram? Then what is it? Just as Yuntian thought of this, a faint consciousness shot out from the Beastmaster diagram. Yuntian was surprised to find that it was the beast egg. Since obtaining it in the cave of the strange forest, it had been silent until now, actively sending out consciousness. So, Yuntian hurriedly connected with its consciousness, and he heard a fragmented voice ringing in his heart, weak and ethereal. The 5th light cluster on the left. Chapter 56, The Water Curtain Cave of Heaven and Earth. The 5th light cluster on the left? Yuntian wondered in his heart. Unfortunately, everything fell silent again, and the beast egg returned to its original state, showing no movement. Yuntian's mind raced, and then he gritted his teeth and shouted quickly. "Qingying, choose the 5th light cluster on the left." Qingying was about to touch the light cluster she chose when she suddenly heard Yuntian shout. She was clearly taken aback for a moment, then forcefully changed the direction of her consciousness towards the 5th light cluster on the left, instinctively choosing to trust Yuntian. Subsequently, Qingying's consciousness touched that light cluster, and a strange feeling arose in her heart. In the next second, that light cluster appeared in front of the two, instantly transforming into countless light points that merged into their spiritual platforms. The two immediately felt dizzy, and then a piece of information appeared in their minds. The Water Curtain Cave of Heaven and Earth. The first thing that entered their minds were these 5 large characters, followed by a roadmap appearing. They exchanged excited glances. Their eyes filled with exhilaration. That indescribable feeling left them speechless. This opportunity turned out to be a place, which means more opportunities await them to explore. The one-line red plum horse is already rare. I still need to rely on them to find the remaining 2 little grasses. Anyway, you will have plenty of opportunities to look for other beasts in the future. Let it go this time, the mysterious beast said to the 2. When Yuntian learned that this mysterious beast was looking for the golden little grass, he had this idea, and now it was just right to go with the flow. So he didn't waste words. With a movement of his consciousness, the Chaos Beastmaster diagram broke out of his body, hovering above his head. And then he summoned the one-line red plum horse, unilaterally cutting off the connection with it. A roar like that of a dragon and tiger sounded, and the one-line red plum horse looked a bit indifferent. It glanced at the 2, then accelerated and instantly disappeared from the spot, galloping away. The Chaos Beastmaster diagram, formed by the chaotic energy of heaven and earth? Haha, interesting. Kid, we will meet again in the future. Work hard in your cultivation. After the mysterious beast finished speaking, a beast appeared out of nowhere in front of Yuntian. This beast was stepping on 4 clusters of fire, with golden hair all over its body, except for a conspicuous tuft of white hair on its head, resembling a horse and measuring over 2 meters long. A pinnacle 6th-tier beast, the Thunderfire Heavenly Horse? Yuntian stared at the handsome and majestic heavenly horse before him, feeling a bit dazed. This Thunderfire Heavenly Horse excels in using thunder and fire attacks. Not only is its attack powerful, but its speed is also top-notch among 6th-tier beasts, possessing the ability of Thunderfire Explosion. Kid, that's it. This beast has already been suppressed by me, so you can safely subdue it. I look forward to our meeting in the future. Just as the mysterious beast finished speaking, the giant tree disappeared without a trace, leaving an empty space behind. Yuntian was also happy for him. Aside from the special ability of grass holding, the Thunderfire Heavenly Horse was far superior to the one-line red plum horse in every aspect. Qingying, let us go find the water curtain cave of heaven and earth next. I'm already a bit excited. Yuntian thought that the beast egg called him to choose this light cluster, so he knew that it must be related to it. Or that place had what it needed. Yes, let us rest for a day and set off immediately. Qingying was also extremely excited. She couldn't wait to reach the water curtain cave, but after such a long journey, they still needed to rest and recover first. Yuntian nodded, and then the 2 rested in this empty space. Qingying, the name Water Curtain Cave of Heaven and Earth is really impressive. I wonder what good things will be inside. Yuntian asked curiously. Yuntian nodded and muttered to himself. What could be in the Water Curtain Cave of Heaven and Earth that would cause such a reaction from this strange beast egg? He shook his head, suppressing his curiosity, knowing that he would find out clearly when they arrived. 2 strange beasts were running at full speed under their control, following the direction indicated by the map, with trees and bizarre rocks rapidly flying past them. Half a month later, they stood on a steep cliff. Beneath them was a bottomless abyss, seemingly endless, with a distance of at least 500 meters to the opposite cliff, surrounded by towering trees. A continuous rumbling sound echoed in their ears. Is this the destination indicated by the map? Yuntian looked for a while, but found no sign of a cave. A waterfall cascaded down, sounding like rolling thunder, roaring and crashing, with mist rising and droplets splashing everywhere. It was a giant waterfall over 100 meters wide, hanging like a celestial river painting on the opposite cliff, the water rushing down like an enraged dragon, leaving one in awe. You can't be suggesting that the heavenly water curtain cave is inside the waterfall, right? Seeing her expression, Yuntian had a hint of understanding. Yes, the heavens refer to the source of this giant waterfall, the earth refers to the bottomless place beneath the cliff, and as for the water curtain cave, it goes without saying, hidden in the water, meeting water outside, separated by just a curtain, as if separated by heaven and earth. Hence the name Heavenly Water Curtain Cave. Qingying's analysis was spot on. But the question arises, how do we get in? Yuntian looked at the opposite cliff. Flying over to the other side would definitely be no problem, but he couldn't think of a good way to find the cave entrance or how to enter it. Chapter 57. Searching. Qingying shook her head, indicating she didn't know either. Even if they found the cave entrance, who would dare to say they could withstand the pressure brought by the waterfall? The 2 stood motionless, staring at the waterfall that resembled the Milky Way, remaining silent for about half an hour. Let's give it a try. Where there is an entrance, it must be hollow inside. We can check with our spiritual sense. But I'm not sure how far it can probe. Qingying looked at the rushing water, knowing that its impact would cause great trouble for the probe. Yuntian could only nod. He had no better ideas. Instead of standing there staring blankly, it was better to try. Practice is the truth. So they each summoned their flying beasts. Yuntian only had the golden claw falcon, while Qingying summoned a white crane. One she had used when she was at the 5th level. Although not a combat-type beast, it was still useful for flying. Once ready, the 2 headed towards the waterfall on the opposite cliff, quickly covering the 500 meters distance. They then stopped in midair, 15 meters away from the waterfall. From a distance, it was already stunning and shocking, but now they truly understood what it meant to be overwhelmed. The waterfall's flow resembled thousands of ferocious beasts battling and roaring, finally twisting and rolling down, splashing droplets everywhere, creating a misty haze. Yuntian wiped the water from his face, left speechless by the shock. Such a natural force of heaven and earth could not be shaken by human strength. They then released their spiritual senses to test. When they reached the curtain created by the waterfall, they couldn't penetrate further and felt nothing behind the waterfall. Having come this far, they certainly couldn't give up. The opportunity was right before them. Let us keep moving forward, Yuntian said loudly. There was no choice. If they didn't speak loudly, their voices would be drowned out by the roar of the water. Yuntian nodded in agreement. And they advanced 1 meter at a time, testing their spiritual senses with each step, finally stopping 5 meters from the waterfall. Here, they could barely sense that behind the waterfall was a solid cliff. At this point, both of them were completely soaked. The oppressive feeling from the rushing water shook them to the core, and the storm and water arrows hit them directly, making it hard for even the two beasts to maintain stable flight. Yuntian was slightly better off, as his physical body was quite powerful, and he managed to cope with the golden claw falcon. However, Yuntian was in a much worse state. Both she and her white crane were struggling to hold on. This can't go on. Yuntian couldn't hold out much longer, and the waterfall was too vast. It would take at least 10 days to find the entrance unless they were incredibly lucky and found it on the first try, Yuntian thought. Ying, summon the beast control diagram and give it a try. Its light screen should have some effect. Yuntian shouted to Ying, who was only 2 meters away. He then summoned the beast control diagram first, enveloping himself in chaotic light. Seeing this, Ying hurriedly summoned her beast control diagram as well, and a golden light covered her entirely. The 2 beams of light, one white and one gold, flickered before the giant waterfall like fireflies. This is a bit better. Now at least half of the waterfall's pressure is countered. We can probe for the entrance. The thin layer of golden light covering Ying's body could not prevent the water flow from entering, but it significantly weakened the invisible pressure brought by the waterfall. After surrounding himself with chaotic light, Yuntian moved around as if nothing was wrong. His chaotic light could weaken all forces. And now it was just right for the situation. As the saying goes, when the mountains and waters seem to block the way, the willows grow dark and flowers bloom anew. So the two began to slowly probe for the location of the entrance. Their spiritual senses were only effective within 2 to 3 meters of the waterfall, so they had to explore little by little. After all, the waterfall was 100 meters wide and seemed endless in height. They could only rely on their perseverance to continue searching. The two separated to look for the entrance, resting once every 3 hours. There was no choice. This high-intensity use of spiritual senses was difficult to maintain for long, and their beasts also needed to rest after circling for 3 hours, so they kept repeating these actions. Although she didn't complain a word, an impatient expression had long appeared on her face, and her searching actions began to slow down, losing the initial enthusiasm. At this time, Yuntian was about 1,000 meters below the cliff, tirelessly probing. Yuntian suddenly felt his spiritual sense was different than usual. Before, he could only penetrate 5 to 6 meters before being blocked by the cliff wall. But now he felt as if his spiritual sense had suddenly gone over 10 meters deep. He didn't say anything, intending to try a few more times nearby. If he made a mistake, it would be awkward, but more importantly, it would dampen morale, making it even harder to find the entrance. After 10 minutes, Yuntian couldn't help but burst into laughter, his voice growing louder, even catching Ying's attention 50 meters above him. Yuntian quickly controlled the golden claw falcon to fly to her side, then excitedly shouted, "I found it! I finally found the entrance." Ying's expression brightened, her eyes showing excitement as she glanced at him and pointed to the position he had just been at below. Yuntian vigorously nodded and said, "Let us go down." Finally, our efforts over these past days were not in vain. Ying finally smiled, the first genuine smile she had shown in over 10 days, warming the heart like the blazing sun melting the ice and snow. Then the two controlled their beasts to descend to the spot where Yuntian had been. After Ying tested with her spiritual sense a few times, she suddenly laughed heartily, all her fatigue vanishing in an instant. 20 minutes later, the two finally calmed down. And after a quick probe, they roughly estimated the size of the cave entrance to be about 10 meters in height and 5 meters in width. Chapter 58, Entering the Cave. This entrance is big enough for our beasts to rush in. I just don't know if it can withstand the impact of the waterfall, Yuntian said. Ying was also a bit indecisive. If they couldn't rush in and were struck by the terrifying water flow against the cliff wall, they would definitely suffer serious injuries, if not death. The two of them continuously discussed, simulating the situation in their minds many times, but ultimately did not take action. The impact of the water flow in front of them was simply too terrifying. If they couldn't get in, they would always be in danger of losing their lives. Why don't I go in and give it a try? Yuntian suggested. After thinking about it, Yuntian felt it made sense. But wasting time like this wasn't a solution, so he said, my beast mastery diagram should be able to protect our lives. Even if it's very dangerous. I have to try. Retreating is not my style. Yuntian glanced at him and didn't say any more nonsense. She used her actions to prove that she wasn't cowardly either. She jumped directly from the back of the white crane to Yuntian's back, then hugged his waist tightly without saying a word or making any other movements, maintaining that position with her arms around his waist. Yuntian's face immediately turned red. He felt two soft objects pressing against his back and sensed heavy breathing on him, causing his heart to flutter. At this moment, Yuntian was also not much better. Her face was even redder. It was the first time she had hugged someone like this in her life, and her heart was racing. Hurry up. We're going in anyway. Let's just give it a shot. Yuntian urged. After hearing her speak, Yuntian finally reacted. He quickly steadied his mind, took a deep breath, cast aside all distractions, and then fully controlled the beast mastery diagram to emit chaotic light, wrapping both of them and the beast. I'm ready, Yuntian said to Yuntian. The arms that were around his waist tightened a bit more. Yuntian looked at the waterfall in front of him, his eyes revealing a fierce determination. And then his spiritual sense burst forth. The golden claw falcon's eye shot out red light. It retreated a dozen meters, gathered its strength, and its long, sharp wings sliced through the air like two swords, charging unhesitatingly towards the cave entrance. Yuntian tightened her grip again, pressing her body closer to him. She closed her eyes, biting her lip. This time it really was a matter of luck. At this moment, Yuntian had no time to care about the sudden tenderness behind him. His eyes were wide open, staring motionless at the approaching water flow, gripping tightly onto the golden claw falcon's back. A few seconds later, the waterfall's water flow smashed down heavily on the two of them. Although the chaotic light barrier blocked a lot of the impact, it couldn't stop the water flow from infiltrating everywhere. They both felt their bodies drop significantly, and then they heard a loud crash. Bang! The golden claw falcon was swept by the water flow and crashed violently into something, then slid dozens of meters away, heavily injured and unconscious. The two of them were also thrown out, and at the moment they were flung out, Yuntian instinctively hugged Yuntian, intending to protect her with his body, and then they kept rolling on the ground. At first, they thought they had crashed into the cliff wall, silently lamenting that it was all over this time. However, after more than 10 seconds without any movement, they finally reacted, and then they burst into laughter. The laughter lasting for over a minute. At this time, Yuntian felt that her position was a bit awkward. Her entire body was curled up in Yuntian's embrace. She struggled a bit, and then softly said, Xiaotian, thank you. Let me go, are you hurt? Yuntian had instinctively hugged Yuntian out of urgency, and now that everything was fine, he realized what had happened. He then loosened his grip and tried to stand up. Hiss! Yuntian let out a cold grunt. He felt that many bones in his body were broken. No wonder it was so difficult to stand up. Xiaotian. Yuntian hurried over to check on him. Thanks to Yuntian's protection, her body only had a few small abrasions, and the rest was fine. Qingying, I'm okay, don't worry. Just as he finished speaking, a mouthful of fresh blood spilled out from his mouth. The impact of the water flow was truly too strong. The place they crashed into had a hole in it. If it weren't for Yuntian's relatively strong physique, he would probably be heavily injured or dead by now. Seeing this, Qingying felt a pang of distress in her heart. She frantically took out some healing pills, shoved a few into Yuntian's mouth, and then applied some external medicine to his wounds. Yuntian looked at the flustered Qingying, feeling very touched. Usually, she was cold and aloof. He didn't expect her to have this side to her. 1 hour later, Qingying was also stunned. An hour ago, Yuntian was barely able to stand. But now he could move freely, and he was expected to recover to his original state in another day's time. Xiaotian, are you really okay? Qingying asked. A bit uneasily. Qingying rolled her eyes at him, but her worries finally eased. She looked at Yuntian again and said seriously, Xiaotian, thank you this time. The two looked at each other and then smiled at one another. What they didn't know was that after this incident, they had formed a bond, each holding a place in the other's heart. Then the two of them walked to the cave entrance, looking at the waterfall cascading down outside, blocking the entrance like a heavenly river. They sighed in relief in their hearts. This time, they had finally arrived at their destination. Chapter 59, Exploring Along the Way. Only then did the two have time to examine the cave in front of them. It wasn't very dark inside. Perhaps it was because of the entrance, as light was penetrating from outside, but the deeper they went, the dimmer it became. Let's go in, but be careful, Qingying said before summoning the shadow tiger. Seeing this, Yuntian also summoned the ground wolf. The ground wolf was no longer suitable for his level and could only be used temporarily for transportation. The two cautiously advanced, moving very slowly. Everything here was filled with unknowns, so they could only proceed like this. This heavenly waterfall cave was very strange. The entrance was 10 meters high, but as they went deeper, the height increased and the path became wider. An hour later, "There's light over there," Yuntian, who was leading the way, suddenly said. Yu Qingying closely followed behind. Hearing this, her heart lifted, and she urged Yuntian to speed up. A few minutes later, they emerged from the dark path into a large open space in front of them, surrounded by stone walls embedded with glowing spirit stones, dazzling like a starry river. The two carefully observed their surroundings and found many stone tables and stone benches arranged around the square, and apart from these, only the glowing spirit stones on the stone walls remained. "Look over there. There are a few passageways," Yuntian noted, his keen eyes catching a glimpse of the passageways a few hundred meters away. "This square is really strange. It looks like it's used for training exotic beasts or contests, similar to our Yu clan training grounds, just much larger," Yu Qingying muttered to herself. Hearing her, Yuntian finally felt there was indeed a slight resemblance. "Let us continue forward. There's nothing here." Yu Qingying nodded, and then the two moved forward, stopping at the several passageways. In front of them were a total of 4 passageways, each about 5 meters high and 3 meters wide, with the walls inside also embedded with glowing spirit stones. "Which path should we take?" Yuntian asked to himself. After pondering for a moment, Yu Qingying said, "Since we came in to explore every place anyway, let us start with the first path." Yuntian nodded, and then the two approached the first passageway on the left and walked in. It's just like the roads outside. The further you go in, the more spacious it becomes," Yuntian said. By this time, the two had walked several dozen meters in, and the walls were surrounded by glowing spirit stones, which made their exploration easier, allowing them to avoid walking in darkness and reducing the dangers significantly. The two continued walking, carefully observing everything around them, while Yuntian even knocked around on the stone walls. If those spirit stones had any other use besides illumination, he probably would have pried them all off by now. Yu Qingying felt a bit speechless. Suddenly, she glanced ahead and said in surprise, "Xiaotian, do you see a lot of stone caves ahead?" Yuntian was still focused on the stone wall, startled by her sudden voice. He quickly moved beside her and followed her gaze. There really were many stone caves. "Let's go check if there's anything inside," Yuntian exclaimed excitedly, rushing ahead. Yu Qingying followed closely behind, feeling a bit excited herself. Then they saw that the walls were covered with numerous cave entrances, each with a small space inside, containing a stone bed and some strange objects. Did something used to live here? What about these stone caves? Yuntian observed the chaotic items inside, as if the previous occupant had left in a hurry. The two checked the rooms and found that the items were just miscellaneous junk, not useful at all. They quickly examined one cave after another. Each was basically the same, meant for living in. What a strange place. How come there's not a single decent treasure? What kind of creature lived here? Yuntian complained. Having already checked dozens of stone caves, Yu Qingying was in the same situation. She hadn't found anything either. "Let's just keep going. These caves probably don't have any rare treasures. After checking so many places, we haven't found anything decent. It's a waste of effort," Yu Qingying suggested. So the two stopped checking the caves and continued walking down the path. After about 20 minutes, a much larger cave appeared in the middle of the road, with a big red character carved above it. "This cave has a name. It looks like the chief's residence. I hope there's something good inside." After Yu Qingying finished speaking, she walked straight in. The place inside was clearly much larger than the outside caves. The first thing that caught their eyes was a small pond, and nearby were a few bizarre trees without any fruit. Not far away, there was a large stone bed surrounded by a water channel, and oddly, the water was flowing by itself. "This room is really strange. Aside from the water, everything else is just water. Was the resident a fish?" Yuntian joked. Yu Qingying ignored him and began to inspect the cave, her expression gradually turning serious. "There's no reason. Aside from the water flowing by itself, nothing else seems special. Those trees aren't too strange either. Could the leaves be treasures?" Yu Qingying ran over, plucked a leaf, and was about to put it in her mouth. Yuntian was startled and rushed over to stop her. "What are you thinking? How can you eat something unknown?" Seeing his reaction, Yu Qingying laughed. "What are you in a rush for? I didn't say I was going to eat it. I just wanted to lick it to try." Yuntian sighed in relief and began to examine the trees around. He gripped a tree as thick as his arm and exerted force, trying to uproot it. However, to his surprise, the tree didn't budge at all, no matter how hard he tried. Yuntian stared at the small tree in disbelief. With his current strength, he could easily uproot a tree twice its size. "These trees really are strange. I can't pull it out." He then looked at the root area, where the soil was a reddish color. What is so special about this soil? Or is there something buried underneath? Mu Yuntian pondered. Yu Qingying was speechless. You really can't stop, can you? The spirit stones outside were one thing, but now you're even digging up the soil. She then ignored Mu Yuntian and focused on examining the tree leaves. The two were preoccupied, not disturbing each other. If someone were to walk in, they would surely find it unbelievable. A man was awkwardly digging in the soil with a spear, while a woman was almost stripping the trees of their leaves, occasionally licking one. Is this the 8th episode of Wilderness Survival? At this moment, Mu Yuntian had dug over a meter deep, surrounded by the soil he had unearthed. He was losing patience. It was already strange to dig with a spear, and now he had to scoop the loosened soil with his hands. Suddenly, Mu Yuntian perked up, not caring about his appearance, squatting in the hole he had dug and continuously scraping away at the soil. Soon, he unearthed something that looked like a wine jar. The jar wasn't very big, about the height of 2 palms, made entirely of jade, intricately carved with various strange fruits and patterns, looking exquisite and round. Ha ha, Qingying. Look what I've found, Mu Yuntian said excitedly. At this time, Yu Qingying was still licking a tree leaf. Hearing Mu Yuntian's shout, she quickly set the leaf aside and ran over to the hole. She looked down and saw Mu Yuntian, now covered in dirt, proudly holding up a wine jar. Yu Qingying didn't scold him and quickly helped lift the jar out. It felt icy to the touch, and she curiously placed it on the ground. The exterior seemed to be made from a single piece of jade, crystal clear. The mouth of the jar was wrapped in something resembling animal skin, tightly secured, with no hint of what was inside. Is this wine? Or something else? Yu Qingying asked curiously. Mu Yuntian nodded, feeling a bit excited too. If it was wine, then it wouldn't be that interesting. Wine can be found anywhere, which isn't anything special. But if it was some kind of medicinal liquid or a special substance, that would be different. With hopeful hearts, they slowly began to open the lid. When the lid was opened just enough to create a finger-wide gap, a rich and pure aroma of wine wafted out, instantly filling the entire cave. The fragrance was gentle and fragrant, wrapping around them like silk, drifting into their noses and swirling in their minds. Close it quickly, Yu Qingying said urgently, already blushing. Mu Yuntian hurriedly closed the lid, and the aroma stopped dispersing, leaving only the lingering scent in the cave. What kind of wine is this? Just smelling it makes me feel this way. Who could handle drinking it? The blush on Mu Yuntian's face gradually faded, and he looked at Yu Qingying, wanting to see if she was okay. However, he saw her with an expression of shock and doubt, her eyes fixed on the jar as if she had witnessed something incredible. Qingying, are you alright? Is there something wrong with this wine? Mu Yuntian asked with concern. He didn't disturb her and picked up the thunder spear to dig at the base of the nearby tree again. 5 minutes later, a sharp scream startled Mu Yuntian, causing him to drop the spear, which hit him right on the nose, making him jump in pain while holding his nose. Monkey wine. It's definitely monkey wine. Xiao Tian, we hit the jackpot this time, Yu Qingying exclaimed excitedly. Monkey wine. What is that? Mu Yuntian asked while rubbing his nose. The fragrance just now was filled with the scent of fruits, intoxicating with the aroma of wine. Not only did it make people drunk, but it also enchanted the heart. I was fortunate enough to taste a little at Uncle Xiao's place before, and it was exactly the same as the fragrance just now, Yu Qingying said, a bit tipsy. Mu Yuntian was somewhat speechless, wearing a disinterested expression. After all, no matter how good it tasted, it was still just wine. Why was she so excited? Seeing his expression, Yu Qingying understood his thoughts and rolled her eyes at him, continuing, wine is wine, but this monkey wine is extraordinary. Drinking it doesn't do much. Just makes one forget their troubles temporarily and be intoxicated in it. But drinking it long-term can even extend one's lifespan. But if a strange beast drinks it, then it becomes a divine medicine. This wine can help strange beasts level up. Do you understand the significance of this? Upon hearing that it could help strange beasts level up, Mu Yuntian's mouth dropped open, able to fit a chicken egg. He thought of the fruit from the immortal tree in the eerie forest, which made so many 9th-tier strange beasts fight over it, indicating its power. Of course, this monkey wine was certainly not as good as the immortal tree fruit, but just the fact that it could help strange beasts level up made it a divine medicine. Quick, dig around the bases of those trees to see if there's any, Yu Qingying said, then ran over to help. Half an hour later, the two looked at the 3 jars of monkey wine on the ground, their excitement evident. It seemed they had encountered something extraordinary. Presumably, a big event had occurred in the Heavenly Water Curtain Cave long ago, causing its inhabitants to leave in a hurry. Haha, my golden claw falcon can also be upgraded to 6th tier now, Mu Yuntian said happily, as high-level flying strange beasts were hard to come by, let alone capture. Yu Qingying nodded. The last time she came to the Fei Lin forest, she had only tamed 2 6th-tier strange beasts, but with the monkey wine this time, it would be much easier. Can this monkey wine help 8th tier strange beasts level up to 9th tier? Mu Yuntian thought of his master Qiaofeng. And with his spiritual consciousness chain, he should be able to control a primary 9th tier strange beast. Mu Yuntian scratched his head, thinking, that's right. If the monkey wine is this powerful, then the original inhabitants of the Heavenly Water Curtain Cave could probably sweep across the strange beast continent. However, both were already very satisfied. After all, if there was enough monkey wine, leveling up to 7th tier would be a piece of cake. The difference between a 6th and 7th tier Beastmaster was significant. Once one reached 7th tier, they could send sound across distances and use their spiritual consciousness for combat, etc. How about I summon the Golden Claw Falcon to try it out? Mu Yuntian said, looking at the jars of wine on the ground, filled with curiosity. Yu Qingying also wanted to see the power of the monkey wine. She had drunk a bit at Xiaofeng's before and had gotten drunk for a day and night. However, the dreamlike feeling after drinking it was something she still remembered, so she recognized the scent as monkey wine the moment she smelled it. A crisp sound appeared in the stone cave, and it was the Golden Claw Falcon. As soon as it emerged, it sensed a special fragrance in the air and began to circle curiously. The lingering faint aroma made its blood surge instinctively. But it didn't think too much about it, and simply followed the Beastmaster's command. Mu Yuntian glanced at Yu Qingying, saw her nod, and then lifted the lid of the wine jar again. That familiar scent surged out once more. Mu Yuntian hurriedly poured some out and quickly covered the jar again. The wine fell into the porcelain bowl he had prepared earlier, and the monkey wine in the bowl was surprisingly pure and clear like a mirror, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. The Golden Claw Falcon, circling in the air, suddenly trembled, uncontrollably landing beside the bowl, its eyes fixed on the wine. Strange beasts have powerful instinctive reactions. It knew this wine would greatly benefit it. Seeing this, Mu Yuntian sent a thought into its mind. The Golden Claw Falcon eagerly picked up the small bowl with its beak, then tilted its head back, and the monkey wine flowed down its throat into its belly. A few minutes later, the Golden Claw Falcon was wobbling as it walked, looking very funny, occasionally letting out a call and flapping its wings on the ground. Wanting to fly, but unable to take off. After a while, it suddenly fell to the ground, fast asleep. Its body was autonomously absorbing the medicinal power of the monkey wine. It was estimated that it wouldn't take long to see results. Yu Qingying said. Then, following the same method, she gave a bowl to the Emerald Spirit Donkey, but this time the amount was doubled since the Emerald Spirit Donkey's tier was too low. Now that they had this opportunity, they would take as much as they could to level up. Yu Qingying also summoned 2 5th-tier strange beasts, as she deemed them worthy of leveling up. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the monkey wine. Now, it was about drinking a little and wasting a little. Half an hour later, the two finally finished everything, a flush appearing on their faces. There was no way around it. Pouring the monkey wine back and forth had already intoxicated them with its aroma. Phew, finally done. If this goes on, I think I'll be drunk soon. Yu Qingying's blush was slowly fading. Hey, you look even prettier with that blush. Yu Qingying shot him a glance and turned her face away, saying, all right. Let us head to the next intersection. I'm even more excited about what's inside now. Mu Yuntian's eyes sparkled, although they weren't sure where this place was. The opportunities waiting for them inside were enough. The layout inside was almost identical to the first cave, and they quickly skipped past the densely packed small caves, soon arriving at the last cave, where a large character was carved above the entrance. The two felt it was somewhat strange, thinking these characters represented the name of the room or the name of the inhabitants, but they didn't think too much about it. Mu Yuntian pushed open the stone door and walked in first, with Yu Qingying closely following. Why is it so messy inside? Mu Yuntian spoke up. Yu Qingying also saw the situation inside. The cave was a complete mess, with many things scattered on the ground, especially a few large stones that had shattered into pieces, covering a third of the cave floor. It looks like there has been a battle here. It's too chaotic. Even if there are treasures, they would be hard to find, Yu Qingying said as she began to check everything in the cave. The two kept chatting but didn't stop their hands, rummaging through the clutter, even using their spiritual consciousness. Although it wasn't very useful, it made them feel justified. An hour later, Mu Yuntian had collected 8 beads in his hand, having picked them up because they looked beautiful, while Yu Qingying had also obtained a necklace. Being a woman, she couldn't help but take a second look at these beautiful ornaments. The two looked at what each other had found and burst into laughter, realizing they had spent so much time collecting these odd items. Qingying, have you tried inputting spiritual consciousness into that necklace? I've tried these beads, and they didn't react, he said, looking at the black and white beads in his hand, feeling quite speechless. I haven't tried it. I just picked it up because it looked nice, Yu Qingying said, gazing at the sparkling necklace, which had tiny gems of various colors embedded in it, with a crescent-shaped white gem hanging at the bottom. Then Yu Qingying input her spiritual consciousness into it. Suddenly, the entire necklace emitted an exceptionally bright light, overpowering the glowing spirit stones embedded in the cave, and a thin layer of light shadow enveloped an area within 1 meter of Yuntian. What is this? A protective shield? Yuntian said in surprise. Soon after, a simple piece of information followed. The Moon Linglong can withstand 1 full force attack from a 7th-tier strange beast. And after that, it requires 3 days to recover the energy within the gem. Yuntian conveyed this to Yuntian, noting that having this necklace meant gaining an additional life-saving ability. Let us see how many punches you can take from me, Yuntian said curiously, as his current physical condition was equivalent to that of a peak 5th-tier strange beast. Chapter 62, Divine Spirit Stone. Yuntian thought for a moment and nodded. She also wanted to see Yulinglong's prowess. So, Yuntian summoned the Chaos Beast control diagram, then controlled the chaotic light to shine on himself. He planned to use all his strength to see how many of his attacks Yulinglong could withstand. Bang! Yuntian's first punch struck the shimmering barrier hard, sending ripples of light and shadow spreading out. The glow of the protective shield merely dimmed a little. Then he threw 3 more punches in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. The barrier seemed to dent inward. Yuntian performed a swallow dive, bending his legs in the air and pushing off with all his might towards the barrier. The protective shield formed by Yulinglong finally couldn't bear the weight and shattered into countless light dots, causing the gem on the necklace to dim as well. It could withstand 5 attacks. If it were a 6th-grade beast, it should be able to withstand 3 attacks, unless it encountered those abnormal beasts with extraordinary power, Yuntian said. He then walked over, took the Yulinglong from Yuntian's hand, and helped her put it around her neck. Her originally flawless white neck now appeared noble and beautiful with the necklace's embellishment. So beautiful, Yuntian praised sincerely. Seeing her shy appearance, Yuntian secretly chuckled. Between people, as long as they enter each other's hearts, regardless of their previous personalities, they appear particularly beautiful in each other's eyes. Huh, there is something on the stone bed. Just then, Yuntian turned her head this way and casually caught sight of something protruding there. The two walked over and saw that the stone bed had collapsed. In one corner at the head of the bed, 2 objects were protruding, with only a small part exposed. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be noticed. Because Yuntian had just checked this place, he had also missed it. Are they embedded inside? Why do I feel they are part of the stone bed? Yuntian said. He then knocked on them a few times, but found no issues. How about we dig these 2 protruding things out to have a look? Yuntian proposed. Yuntian nodded, then took out the thunder gun to pry around the 2 protrusions. After more than 20 minutes, 2 round objects appeared in Yuntian's hands, each the size of a fist and wrapped in a layer of stone skin. He then used both hands to crush the stone skin, and when he squeezed out a corner, a red light shot out, reflecting in their eyes. Seeing something inside, Yuntian quickened his pace, continuously crushing the stone skin. A few minutes later, 2 slightly smaller than fist-sized red stones appeared before them. Spirit stones? Yuntian exclaimed, as this aura felt too familiar. Are they celestial spirit stones or divine spirit stones, or some other kind of spirit stones? Yuntian asked, as he had never seen these 2 spirit stones before. Yuntian pondered for a moment. She hadn't seen these spirit stones either. After several seconds, she suddenly exclaimed, could this be divine spirit stones? Because she wasn't very sure. She only remembered that when she was 10, Xiaofeng had mentioned some types of spirit stones. Celestial spirit stones are blue all over, while divine spirit stones are red. These are divine spirit stones? The top existence amongst spirit stones. If that is the case, then we struck it rich, Yuntian said excitedly. Ordinary spirit stones are only half the size of a fist, but now this red spirit stone is directly double that. It must be right. I've heard Uncle Qiao mention red spirit stones. Not to mention their effects. Just the current size should be worth an 8th-grade beast. Divine spirit stones can be used to cultivate consciousness, providing great help to consciousness below 8th grade. After hearing this, Yuntian kept laughing foolishly. He then stuffed one divine spirit stone into Yuntian's hand and put the other one into the beast control diagram. He was currently broke, so he didn't plan to use it for cultivating consciousness. Yuntian thought for a moment and didn't act coy, then put it away. Now that she had the Yulinglong, she also had her own ideas. If the remaining 2 stone pits had good items, she would first give them to Yuntian. Let us go. Let us head to the next stone pit. At this moment, Yuntian was filled with excitement and energy. As the saying goes, a penny can defeat a hero. Now that he had this divine spirit stone, he stood a little taller. The 2 then quickly headed towards the 3rd passage without any further ado. The layout inside was exactly the same as the previous 2, with a large character 6 carved at the end of the stone pit. 666? Yuntian said. What's 666? That is so strange. Yuntian rolled her eyes at him. Just like before, Yuntian slowly pushed open the stone door, constantly murmuring, Qinglong egg, Baihu egg, Zhuke egg, Xuanwu egg, Jinqi Doping egg. If Yu Qingying knew his thoughts at this moment, she would probably kick him from behind. The Jinqi Doping egg is one thing, but the first four are the four divine beasts. The two entered the stone pit, and the first thing that caught their eye was a row of small trees over a meter tall, probably about 20 of them. They then carefully walked around the cave. Apart from these small trees, stone beds, stone tables, and stone stools, there was nothing else. Why is this place so much poorer than the previous two stone pits? Apart from trees, there are only trees. Could it be that this time it's monkey wine again? Mu Yuntian thought of monkey wine and became excited again. Just now we walked all over here. Did you find anything? Yu Qingying asked. Yes, there's that tree with hanging fruits. Didn't you see it just now? Mu Yuntian pointed to a small tree in the distance. Yu Qingying nodded. That proves that this stone pit only has this one small tree worth their investigation. Are we not going to dig it? Mu Yuntian asked lecherously. You can dig it yourself. The soil here is different from the previous ones. I estimate that their 1T beat any monkey wine down there. Yu Qingying said as she walked toward the small tree. Fine, you go study the small tree. I'll dig a bit to try. Mu Yuntian said, unwilling to give up. Then, another familiar scene unfolded. A man was digging the dirt with the thunder gun, while a woman was studying the small tree, but this time she didn't lick the leaves. After more than 20 minutes, I'm done digging. Mu Yuntian put away the gun, looking at the 5 or 6 large holes he had dug, feeling puzzled. Chapter 63, The Last Stone Pit. Then, Mu Yuntian walked over to Yu Qingying and asked, Qingying, did you find anything? Mu Yuntian shook his head, signaling her to continue. I sensed a very slight fluctuation in my consciousness. Normally, I wouldn't have detected it, but now my full attention is on this fruit, so I sensed it. Mu Yuntian asked in surprise, so this fruit can help with consciousness? Yu Qingying nodded, then shook her head, uncertainly saying, based on the current situation, it is helpful. But in this strange place, no one can be sure what might happen. If this fruit really helps with consciousness, then for the two of them, its value is even more precious than monkey wine. After all, consciousness is the foundation of everything. Even if you were given a 9th grade beast, it would be useless if your consciousness is weak. You wouldn't be able to control it, and you would just be left staring blankly. Similar to when Mu Yuntian subdued the peak 6th grade beast, Thunderfire Pegasus. The two looked at the 8 purple fruits on the small tree, the size of eggs. Although they looked very ordinary, the moment their consciousness touched them, there was a very weak fluctuation, indicating that the fruits on the tree definitely had some connection with consciousness. Let us pick them. Let us explore all these places first. If we can cultivate here, this water curtain cave is simply a great place. Yu Qingying said. All right, let's search carefully again, especially these small trees. We need to see clearly if there are any fruits, Yu Qingying reminded. After that, the two of them searched in the 6-character cave for nearly half an hour, looking disappointed as they came together. Apart from these 8 fruits, there were no other precious items in the cave. Let's go to the last stone cave, Mu Yuntian said as he walked out of the stone cave, with Yu Qingying closely following behind. The two then quickly moved towards the last passage. There are no other small stone caves on both sides of this passage. Is there no resident here? Mu Yuntian said. It is a bit strange. Let's not worry about that for now. We will know if there are any stone caves when we reach the end, Yu Qingying urged a bit. 10 minutes later, a stone door slightly larger than the other 3 appeared before them, with a large character for spirit carved on it, exuding a sense of dominance. Just as Mu Yuntian was about to push open the stone door, he felt a reaction from the Beastmaster diagram in his body, which was vibrating slightly. He was stunned for a moment and quickly used his spiritual sense to check. It turned out that it was not his Beastmaster diagram that was reacting, but the exotic beast egg inside that was vibrating. Finally, you have reacted. Is there something you need inside? Mu Yuntian thought to himself. It was only after this exotic beast egg had reminded him that it reacted now that they had arrived at its destination. Xiaodian, are you okay? Yu Qingying saw Mu Yuntian's hand frozen in midair, as if he were entranced. After thinking for a moment, Mu Yuntian decided to tell Yu Qingying everything as he felt he shouldn't hide it from her. Friends should trust each other, just like she had shared her background with him. After hearing this, Yu Qingying was very surprised. She was astonished that this exotic beast egg could autonomously contact a beastmaster. That was something only beasts of 8th rank and above could do. She had seen exotic beast eggs before and even owned one, but those were all of a lower rank and were now practically useless. Xiaodian, this exotic beast egg really has something strange about it. Are you sure you have already tamed it? Yu Qingying asked a question that even she felt was silly. If it had already been placed into the Beastmaster diagram, how could it not be tamed? Forget it, if we can hatch it. We can know what kind of exotic beast it is, at least we can have a general idea. Mu Yuntian took a deep breath and firmly placed his hand on the stone door. After the stone door opened, the two immediately walked inside. This stone cave was much larger than the previous three, filled with many trees, strange rocks, flowers everywhere, and a small creek with water flowing on its own. Wow! This cave is so beautiful, like a fairyland. Yuntian was stunned by the scene inside. The two stood at the entrance, carefully observing their surroundings. They saw the flowers falling, like a scene full of spring, the flowing scenery intoxicating. The fallen flowers covered the ground, ethereal like a celestial fairy, with a pleasant fragrance that made people feel enchanted. At this moment, they were immersed in the beauty, their hearts blooming like flowers, feeling as if they had arrived in a paradise. More than 10 minutes later, they finally recovered from their shock and exchanged glances before slowly walking into the stone cave, preparing to check every inch of the area. The two then split up to act, as the place was too large, resembling a small forest. Except for the absence of animals and exotic beasts, everything else was basically present. They carefully observed every place, the leaves on the trees, the soil on the ground, the stones by the creek, and even the flowing water in the creek was not overlooked. They were afraid of missing some subtle treasures, so they preferred to take their time. After 2 hours, the two gathered in the innermost part of the cave. Did you find anything? Yuntian asked first. Yes. I carefully checked every place I passed by, and those things are no different from what you'd find in an ordinary forest. I thought of the exotic beast egg and summoned the Beastmaster diagram, and it actually led me to a place. Oh, did the exotic beast egg in the Beastmaster diagram lead you there? Yuntian asked in surprise. Yes, there must be something it wants to obtain here. So I tried it, and it really worked. Qingying, did you find anything over there? Yuntian shook her head and said, everything here is just ordinary trees and strange rocks. I estimate that the resident liked this environment, so they shaped it this way. Chapter 64, The Chaos Divine Steel. Well, let's go take a look over there. That spot is probably where the situation is. Yuntian pointed to the distance. Yuntian nodded and followed him over, where Yuntian stopped in front of a large steel. Is it here? This steel? Yuntian looked at the 3-meter-tall steel in front of her, feeling a bit surprised. The steel was blank, with no characters, looking like an ordinary stone. They hadn't noticed its existence as they entered because it was blocked by surrounding trees. Let us try the old method. After Yuntian said that, she released her spiritual sense. However, when her spiritual sense touched the large steel, it was like a cow sinking into the sea, not making a sound, as if it were completely swallowed by it. The two tried several more times, but still received no response, and eventually gave up on this method. Yuntian looked at Yuntian with a puzzled expression, as if to say, are you sure you didn't bring us to the wrong place? What if we break it to see if there's anything inside? The surface of the steel had nothing, so it was likely that there was something inside. Yuntian clenched his fist, confident that he could shatter the steel with one punch. Let us check if there are any special features on the steel first. Since your exotic beast egg brought us here, there must be a way to solve it. Yuntian's hand was already on the steel. The two then stood on either side and began to study the steel, moving stones to reach higher places when necessary. Half an hour later, they had examined every inch of the steel and could not find any suspicious areas. Look at you. Yuntian was also a bit irritated. Upon hearing this, Yuntian immediately kicked it. He was increasingly annoyed by the steel, having touched it for half an hour. It should at least give some response. This kick was fueled by all of Yuntian's strength, not to mention a steel. Even a large rock should be kicked to pieces. However, when his foot landed on it, it actually made no sound at all. The steel remained completely unmoved, not even shedding a piece of its surface. Both of them gaped in disbelief at the scene before them. While not being able to break it with a kick was acceptable, leaving not a single mark was a bit excessive. Yuntian refused to be deterred and continued to attack the steel, even taking out the thunder gun to stab at it fiercely. 10 minutes later, sweat was already beading on Yuntian's forehead. He didn't know how many times he had attacked, but the steel showed no signs of damage whatsoever. This is too hard, right? Is this steel made of some rare material? Yuntian was now completely convinced. The two then exchanged glances, falling into deep thought. Yuntian spoke up. This is too strange. Such a steel, with nothing on the surface, can't be broken. At this moment, Yuntian was constantly communicating with the exotic beast egg in the Beastmaster diagram, but it showed no reaction, making him grit his teeth in frustration. If he could summon the exotic beast egg, he would have probably smashed it against the steel, letting it deal with it. Let us try using the Beastmaster diagram. There is no other way now. Whatever comes to mind, let us just do it. Yuntian then summoned her golden Beastmaster diagram, and immediately golden rays of light shone on the steel. But the stone tablet remained as still as a mountain. Yuntian summoned the Chaos Beast Control diagram and then infused it with his divine sense. The diagram immediately radiated bright light, with beams of chaotic light shining on the stone tablet. A few minutes later, Yuntian exclaimed, jumping up in surprise. Her eyes fixed on a corner at the top of the stone tablet. Qingying, what's wrong? Yuntian quickly asked upon seeing her reaction. Xiaodian, keep controlling the beast control diagram to emit light. Don't stop. The stone tablet is showing signs of movement. Qingying spoke without taking her eyes off the stone tablet for a moment. 10 minutes later, I see it too. Yuntian exclaimed. As the chaotic light continued to illuminate the stone tablet, large characters began to emerge on its surface, appearing more and more rapidly. A few minutes later, several lines of large characters were clearly visible. The most striking were the 4 ancient characters on the upper half of the stone tablet, which did not resemble the script used in the Beast continent, exuding a sense of primordial grandeur, a most primitive flavor. The 2 of them were deeply shocked by these characters. Although they did not recognize them, strangely, they knew how to read them. Chaos Divine Tablet. The 4 characters floated in their minds, and they continued to look down, where smaller characters appeared, resembling annotations. Chaos Divine Tablet. Only those with chaotic gas can see it and possess it. The front half of the stone tablet was engraved with these characters, which was enough to indicate its extraordinary nature. Then the 2 continued to look at the remaining lower half. They saw that the lower half of the stone tablet was densely engraved with many beasts, each one vivid and lifelike. After observing carefully for more than 10 minutes, they even discovered that it included the top-tier beasts, the 4 divine beasts, and the 4 spirit beasts. Among these beasts, 3 characters appeared, 10,000 beasts body. When these 3 characters appeared, an indescribably intense primordial aura surged toward them, crashing into their hearts like a true dragon. Both felt as if their hearts were tightly gripped by something, followed by a sudden feeling of fear. 10,000 beasts body, Yuntian stammered, uttering these 3 characters. The stone tablet was engraved with so many things that it left the 2 speechless, staring wide-eyed at each other. Just as they were lost in thought, the stone tablet vanished right before their eyes, as if it had never existed. Where did it go? The same question arose in their minds. Xiaodian, quickly check your beast control diagram and your body. The disappearance of the stone tablet must be related to you. Qingying said urgently once she regained her senses. Yuntian wasted no time. He meticulously checked the spaces in the beast control diagram one by one, but aside from some items he used, beast eggs, and beasts, there was no sign of the stone tablet. Chapter 65, 10,000 Beasts Body. He then turned his gaze inward, carefully probing every part of his body with his divine sense, but found nothing in his spiritual platform or heart. 10,000 Beasts Body. Body cultivation? Could it be in the Dantian? Yuntian seemed to recall something, and his divine sense immediately reached the location of the Dantian. There, the stone tablet was firmly settled in the middle of the Dantian, like a stone tablet supporting the heavens and earth, radiating chaotic energy. It really is in the Dantian. Yuntian exclaimed in his heart. No wonder he was so surprised. In the Beast continent, hardly anyone cultivated in the Dantian, unless they were practitioners following a purely physical cultivation route. Even Yuntian had not cultivated his Dantian. He relied on some body-refining medicines or special body-tempering liquids to achieve his current physique, which did not count as true body cultivation. Such individuals were exceedingly rare in the Beast continent. Everyone is born with a beast control diagram, which can awaken at the age of 8. So they all cultivate divine sense, which is linked to the spiritual platform, to become true beast masters. Qingying, the stone tablet is really inside me, and it's in my Dantian, he summarized. After listening, Qingying fell silent. After a long while, she finally spoke. Xiaodian, are you really planning to cultivate your body? What will happen to your beastmaster skills? Your beast control diagram is an ancient ferocious beast diagram, and its abilities are beyond doubt. If you continue down this path, you will definitely have a place among the contemporary strong. That way, you can also protect your beast control diagram from the dark beast masters. If you cultivate your body, I'm not worried about your willpower, but I'm concerned that cultivating both simultaneously will make it difficult to reach the peak. After Qingying finished speaking, she looked at him seriously. After all, Yuntian's beast control diagram was truly formidable, and her golden beast control diagram could not compare. If he casually cultivated his body as an auxiliary, it would be fine, but now that this stone tablet had appeared, and with the 10,000 beasts body on it, anyone who saw it would know it was a powerful body cultivation technique. She worried that if he tried to cultivate both at the same time, he would end up stuck in the middle and miss the best years for cultivation. Listening to Qingying's words, Yuntian fell into contemplation. What she said made a lot of sense, and he couldn't refute it, but everyone has their own path. From the moment he started body cultivation, he had resolved to cultivate both. Even if it was 10 times or 100 times more difficult than others, he would persist, because he wanted everyone to know that a beastmaster could also refine their body to the extreme. Although it would be challenging and he might not excel in either, he had no regrets because this was the path he chose, and he would walk it even if it meant crawling. After coming to this realization, Mu Yuntian felt clear-headed, and a determined look appeared on his face. Yu Qingying saw his expression and understood he had chosen his own path. She then said, I believe you can do it. This is just a prejudice against beast masters. Perhaps many years from now, everyone will cultivate in your way. We are good friends, so why be so polite? All right, now that everything is settled, let us go outside and study those fruits. Actually, she had one more thing she wanted to say. Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. It was you who pulled me out of the lonely darkness, preventing me from completely sinking. Mu Yuntian nodded, just about to leave when he suddenly thought, wait, Qingying, don't you think there is something else that hasn't appeared? It was the beast egg that brought us here. What does it want now? Mu Yuntian raised a few questions. The two looked toward the source of the sound and saw a column of gas suddenly erupting from the ground where the stone tablet had been, forming a beam of gas. What was strange was that the gas did not dissipate. It gathered into a cylindrical shape. Once the gas finished spewing out, the ground returned to calm, leaving only that white gas condensed on the ground, not dissipating. What is this? Yu Qingying didn't know how many times she had been astonished. Every time something new appeared, it seemed to refresh her limits. At this moment, Mu Yuntian wore a strange expression. He was very familiar with this gas, as it was identical to the aura emitted by his chaos beast control diagram. It was indeed chaotic gas. Whoosh! Something flew out from Mu Yuntian's body, landing perfectly in the center of the chaotic gas. Mu Yuntian was stunned. Did this mean his beast egg was a 9th-tier beast? Could it really be the child of the long-armed ape? Then he thought to himself, even if it could grow into a 9th-tier beast later, right now it was just a beast egg, an egg. The quality of the creature that hatches from it wouldn't be very high, yet it could freely enter and exit the Beastmaster diagram? That was just too incredible. Mu Yuntian shook his head, suppressing these thoughts. For now, he could only wait to see when it would hatch to understand the reasons behind all this. Chapter 66. Consuming the purple fruit. Qingying, now we can only wait in this cave. We don't even know when it will finish absorbing this chaotic gas, Mu Yuntian said. The two of them looked at the cylindrical chaotic gas, which emitted an aura like that of a dragon or python, making it seem almost dangerous to approach. They feared that getting too close would lead to disintegration, and at that moment, the beast egg lay comfortably in the middle, slowly absorbing the chaotic gas. Its surface glow gradually brightening, showing signs of breaking out of its shell. Then let's cultivate in this stone cave. The environment here is quite nice. It feels refreshing. Yu Qingying replied. The two then found a spacious spot next to the beast egg, planning to spend the next few days there. Time in cultivation is timeless. In such a simple place, they might stay for many days. Yu Qingying then took out the fruits she had found in the 6-character cave, a total of 8. She handed a jade box containing 4 purple fruits to Mu Yuntian, saying, although we don't know what these fruits are, some signs indicate they should help with the cultivation of spiritual awareness. We can refine them little by little. Even if there are problems, we can react in time. What do you think? Mu Yuntian nodded. He had just realized he needed to cultivate both spiritual awareness and physical strength. The difficulties of this process were beyond what ordinary people could understand. Now, let alone refining them little by little. He wouldn't hesitate to swallow the fruit whole, because only by becoming stronger could he do more of what he wanted. The two exchanged determined glances and slowly placed the small piece of fruit into their mouths. As soon as the fruit entered, Mu Yuntian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, with currents of electricity constantly releasing within him. His physical body was already very resilient, so he only felt a tingling sensation, which was still bearable. On the other hand, Yu Qingying felt as if her body was a center releasing electricity. Her muscles and even her internal organs twitched weakly, and this sensation was extremely painful. After a while, the medicinal power of the purple fruit surged directly to the spiritual platform, the root of spiritual awareness. It seemed specially targeted at spiritual awareness, wrapping tightly around the spiritual platform and transforming into strands of medicinal power that drilled inward. Mu Yuntian quickly released his spiritual awareness. If he allowed this medicinal power to run rampant, he feared it would harm the foundation of his spiritual platform. So he had to use his spiritual awareness to block it and slowly refine it, turning it into nourishment for the spiritual platform. In the cave with no sun or moon, a dream lasted 1,000 years. Soon a month passed, and Mu Yuntian slowly opened his eyes. He first glanced at Yu Qingying, seeing that she was still absorbing, and thought, the medicinal power of this purple fruit is indeed powerful. It took him a full month to completely absorb this small piece of fruit. Then he looked towards the beast egg. He saw that the chaotic light column had changed somewhat. Its glow dimmer than before, and its size had shrunk a bit. Seeing that both were fine, Mu Yuntian turned inward to inspect his spiritual awareness, and a shocking expression surged within him. He saw that the level of his spiritual awareness had not improved at all. It was still at the peak of the 5th tier, with no increase whatsoever. However, Previously, his spiritual awareness chain was slightly smaller than his finger, but now it was the same size as his finger, proving that the quality of his spiritual awareness was increasing and compressing, and his spiritual awareness chain was strengthening. My God, this fruit is too monstrous. It can actually enhance the foundation of spiritual awareness. If I absorb like this, once it reaches a certain level, I could control 6th-tier beasts as a 5th-tier Beastmaster. Yuntian couldn't believe the reality before him. He stared for a while before taking out 2 small pieces of fruit from the jade box, intending to absorb both at once. He then directly stuffed the fruits into his mouth, thinking, I hope these fruits can help me reach a certain level, so that I will have a strong trump card in future battles. The beast egg continued to absorb the chaotic gas, and as the gas flowed in, the heartbeat of the beast inside grew stronger, and its breathing gradually intensified, as if it would awaken at any moment. Another half-month passed before Yuntian emerged from her cultivation state. When she saw her spiritual awareness, her expression mirrored Yuntian's. She couldn't believe her spiritual awareness chain had grown larger. After Yuntian consumed those 2 pieces of fruit, having gained experience from the first time and understanding the true purpose of these fruits, he directly wrapped his spiritual awareness chain around it and began compressing it continuously. Since the first time was a natural compression of spiritual awareness, the process was slow. This time, Yuntian controlled it to compress, which sped up the process significantly. As the compression reached its limit, the foundation and quality of his spiritual awareness would change, causing the spiritual awareness chain to grow larger, making it easier to control beasts without breaking due to their strength. The 2 practiced in the cave, undisturbed by one another, and the Lingzi cave became their best sanctuary. Time passed again, and after more than a month, Yuntian looked at the changes in his spiritual awareness chain, filled with excitement. Although the process was extremely painful, seeing these results made him feel it was all worth it. He was determined. Yuntian took out all the small pieces of fruit he had previously cut, then stuffed them into his mouth one by one. Having tasted the sweetness before, he decided to finish the remaining fruits all at once. A wave of electricity rapidly spread throughout Yuntian's body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, then surged toward the spiritual platform. You think it's that easy to stop me? Yuntian gritted his teeth, trembling as he controlled his spiritual awareness, trying to neutralize the explosive medicinal power bit by bit, then compressing it bit by bit. Repeating this process continuously. 5 months later, Yuntian slowly opened his eyes, and a hint of purple light appeared in his eyes, though it vanished instantly. He looked at his spiritual awareness chain, which had now grown to the size of 3 fingers. This remarkable enhancement shocked even him. He was astonished at how powerful the medicinal power of this fruit was. Chapter 67. The Situation of the Mu Clan. Yuntian's spiritual awareness chain was previously slightly smaller than a finger, but after consuming 1 fruit, it had tripled in size, which was extremely shocking. He looked again at the beast egg and saw that the chaotic light column had faded significantly. He estimated that in a few months, it would be completely absorbed, and he wondered if it would hatch then. Yuntian was very much looking forward to this. The beast egg was too mysterious, and his curiosity had reached its peak. There were still 3 fruits left. I should at least save one for Yuqi, and I also need to give her some of the monkey wine, Yuntian thought. He looked at Yuqi and the beast egg, contemplated for a moment, then took out a complete fruit again, rubbed it with his hand, and then tossed it into his mouth. After a few crunches, he finished it all. I wonder what you can do about it. After finishing the fruit, Yuntian steadied his mind, guarding his spiritual platform, ready to welcome the explosion of this fruit. At the summit of the Mu clan's main peak, Tungtian Peak. They should be fine, right? If something really happened, I believe they would definitely crush the spirit stones. The fact that there is no reaction now proves that both of them are doing well. It's just that I don't know what they are up to. Yefeng took over the conversation. In the meeting hall of the Mu clan, one elder said, Clan leader, we were the first to discover this spirit stone mine. According to the rules, whoever discovers it first owns it. Even if those other families know, what can they do? Are they going to come and rob us? Sai, you're thinking too simply about this. This is a spirit stone mine. How many families have fought to the death over it? How many sects have clashed for it? In a few days, the nearby families should receive the news. If they come to rob us, our Mu clan is not to be trifled with either. Mu Fei said harshly. Several elders nodded. At worst, we'll fight back. This spirit stone mine must not be given up easily. It is the foundation for the development of our clan. Mu Fei sighed heavily. We discovered this spirit stone mine. But I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. It's fine if those nearby families know. We can still resist. Even in the worst case. We can only share the mine, and we will still gain something. What I'm most worried about now is if some sects find out. With our small clans, we won't be able to resist at all. If we don't hand it over, our Mu clan might really face a catastrophe. The nearby elders gritted their teeth, blaming their own lack of strength to protect the Mu clan. Clan leader, do you think we can ask the clan leader for help? Sharing this spirit stone mine with them is much better than letting those scoundrels take it, one elder suggested. Mu Fei pondered for a moment and replied, the clan may not necessarily help us. Although Xiao Tian is currently in the clan, it doesn't mean they will take the risk to come here. The spirit stone mine is tempting, but it won't be enough to make the clan act. Sai, we'll just have to take it step by step. Although the Mu clan's strength is weak, if they want to move against us, they must be prepared to pay a price. Yes, that's right. The Mu clan has no cowards. Clan leader, go and try reaching out to the clan. There might be a breakthrough. The elders around began discussing among themselves. Mu Fei nodded without saying much. He was feeling annoyed by these elders and waved his hand, saying, let me think about it. I will make a decision by tomorrow at the latest. Don't worry, our Mu clan will be fine. Just as they were discussing how to handle the spirit stone mine issue, a scout from the Mu clan rushed in, panting heavily. Seeing this, Mu Fei frowned and asked, what are you panicking about? Is there something wrong? The person hurriedly said, we found out that the Su clan, Wu clan, and Feng clan are going to unite. They plan to drive our Mu clan away and then split this spirit stone mine. Bang! Mu Fei slammed down his teacup, genuinely furious. Usually, the Mu clan had maintained contact with these three families and regarded them as allies, but now they were plotting against the Mu clan for profit. Go. Send someone to the clan. Bring my orders and consult with the clan leader. I would rather give the entire spirit stone mine to the clan and do them a favor than let those three families succeed. Mu Fei said angrily. Yes, I will do it right away. The person hurriedly left. Upon hearing Mu Fei's words, everyone could only sigh in their hearts. They understood Mu Fei's actions. After all, it would be difficult to resist the three families working together against the Mu clan. It was better to sell a favor to the clan than to let the three families succeed. All right, let's proceed this way. We should make some preparations. Even if those three families come, it will take them at least half a month to arrive. Let's send people to start mining the spirit stone mine right away. We should extract as much as we can, Mu Fei said to the elders. They nodded and left the hall to prepare these matters. Heaven is not helping our Mu clan. What was originally a great opportunity has now turned into this. It's all because the spirit stone mine is too tempting. Mu Fei sighed and then left to prepare some things. While Mu Fei was still worrying about the spirit stone mine, more than 3 months had passed for Mu Yuntian and Yu Qingying, which meant they had stayed in the Heaven and Earth Water Curtain Cave for a whole year. In this year, many things happened in the Mu clan, the most important being the discovery of the spirit stone mine and the schemes from several families against them. But Mu Yuntian was completely unaware of all this. Haha, I finally absorbed all the energy from this fruit. Mu Yuntian laughed a few times, seeing that his spirit sense chain was now the size of a fist. This is very rare among 5th-tier Beastmasters. After all, it's impossible to achieve this without external help, relying solely on oneself to compress it. Just like before when Yu Qingying reached the 6th tier, her spirit sense chain was only slightly larger than a finger. Chapter 68. Instantly increased strength. Then, Mu Yuntian looked at the beast egg, where the chaotic light column had been mostly absorbed, leaving only a faint layer of light curtain that could collapse at any moment. It seems that the two of them should be about done with their training. I'll just wait here. Mu Yuntian chose not to continue training and waited in the cave. His spirit sense entered the Beastmaster chart, and he saw a 6th-tier peak beast, the Thunderfire Pegasus, leisurely lying in the second compartment of the space. Its ability is Thunderfire Explosive Flame. Then he moved to the third compartment, where the Golden Claw Falcon had finished absorbing the monkey wine. It had grown a bit larger, its golden color more intense, and even its previously red eyes were now tinged with a hint of light gold, indicating it had advanced to a 6th-tier late-stage beast. The Golden-Winged Falcon, with a new ability, Dragon Claw Capture. Next, his spirit sense reached the fourth compartment, where a green figure appeared in Mu Yuntian's eyes. It was none other than the previously seen Emerald Spirit Donkey. However, its aura seemed to have undergone a significant change. It now had a short, protruding horn on its forehead, which was also green. Haha, this time my strength has made a qualitative leap. If I also add the beast that hatches from that beast egg, and let it absorb the monkey wine, then I will have 4 6th-tier beasts, plus myself. Mu Yuntian wore an excited expression. It's no wonder he was so excited. If he includes the beast egg, he would have 4 6th-tier beasts, which he could control with his current spirit sense. Coupled with his own physical strength, he would have no problem battling 6th-tier Beastmasters, especially since he is still a peak 5th-tier Beastmaster. Let's see if I can control the Thunderfire Pegasus. Mu Yuntian thought and acted. He walked to another place to avoid disturbing Yu Qingying, then moved his spirit sense. The chaotic Beastmaster chart floated in the air, and he summoned the Thunderfire Pegasus. The Thunderfire Pegasus had been lying comfortably in the Beastmaster chart, but upon seeing itself outside, it was a bit confused. After spotting Mu Yuntian, It screeched a couple of times and lay back down on the stone cave floor. Yuntian laughed heartily and suddenly strengthened his spirit sense. The fist-sized spirit sense chain instantly connected to the Thunderfire Pegasus. Get up, Yuntian commanded inwardly. The Thunderfire Pegasus, initially reluctant, realized that it was a 6th-tier peak beast, while the one before it was a 5th-tier peak Beastmaster. If it weren't for the special nature of the Beastmaster chart in its body, where it felt comfortable and could enhance its cultivation, it wouldn't even want to pay attention to Yuntian. But now it suddenly found that its body and consciousness were uncontrollably standing up. It was astonished to discover that the Beastmaster before it had changed, becoming many times more powerful. It tried several times to break free from the spirit sense chain, but ultimately stopped, completely accepting Yuntian's control and choosing to obey his commands. Have you submitted? Yuntian wondered in his heart. The Thunderfire Pegasus was originally his beast. If he died, it would not survive either. So now, seeing Yuntian become so strong, it simply accepted his control. Yuntian, seeing this, immediately turned over and rode up. He was incredibly happy inside. After working hard for so long, he finally had a bit of success. He then successively summoned the golden-winged falcon and the green-horned spirit donkey, instantly linking 2 strands of spiritual consciousness to them. Yuntian tried to control them and felt completely at ease. He finally let out a sigh of relief. 2 days later, Yuntian felt that it was too boring. The time spent not cultivating passed especially slowly, mainly because he was alone doing nothing. Sigh, how boring. When would Yuntian finish her cultivation? And that exotic beast egg, why did it seem like a bottomless pit? This chaotic light beam was almost absorbed completely by it. Yet it still hadn't hatched. Could it be that its true form is just an egg? Yuntian thought about various questions out of boredom. He decided to study the 10,000 beasts body. Even if he wasn't cultivating right now, it would be good to take a look. Ultimately, he chose to research the cultivation method of the 10,000 beasts body inscribed on the stone tablet. His spiritual consciousness arrived at the Dantian location, and once again, he saw the stone tablet, feeling a shock in his heart once more. The momentum, as if the world was just beginning, was the same as his chaotic beast control diagram, filled with a sense of mystery that made him feel so small upon seeing it. The chaotic divine tablet. Yuntian looked at the 4 large characters again, and he realized that these characters did not seem to be carved by human hands. They appeared to be naturally formed, perfectly integrated with the stone tablet, as if the heavens had intended it. What exactly was its function? Was it just to record the method of cultivating the 10,000 beasts body? Yuntian murmured to himself. Then he looked at the lower half of the stone tablet, which was engraved with the 3 large characters 10,000 beasts body and various exotic beasts, densely packed. So numerous that he couldn't even count how many kinds of exotic beasts there were. Aside from these, there was nothing else. Was there another way to activate it? Yuntian wondered. He then tried many methods, but none worked, such as inputting spiritual consciousness or the chaotic light from the beast control diagram. In the end, he had no choice but to show a helpless expression. What use was this stone tablet to him? Was it just for decorating his Dantian? His spiritual consciousness transformed into his own form within his body and walked to the front of the stone tablet, intending to carefully examine what peculiarities this chaotic divine tablet had. When his hand brushed over one of the exotic beasts on the stone tablet, he felt his heart race slightly, as if some information had entered his mind, but when he tried to discern it carefully, that special feeling vanished without a trace. What on earth was this thing? It exuded a strange aura everywhere. At least give me a hint, okay? If this continues, I'm going to have a mental breakdown. Yuntian thought helplessly. Then his hands once again reached out to those exotic beasts. This time, he focused on feeling, and when his hand touched the exotic beast, a piece of information instantly appeared in his mind. Yuntian was very focused on capturing and sensing this time. He finally vaguely felt the fluctuations of that information. Touching the 10,000 beasts, one can cultivate. Chapter 69. The cultivation method of the 10,000 beasts body. Touching the 10,000 beasts, one can cultivate? Does that mean I have to touch all the exotic beasts on the stone tablet? Yuntian looked at the densely packed exotic beasts on the stone tablet, then gritted his teeth and started from the first exotic beast, stroking all the way down. Half an hour later, Yuntian saw that he was only 10 or so exotic beasts away from completing this process, and he felt a wave of relaxation in his heart. He quickly continued stroking. When he finished touching the last exotic beast, the stone tablet rumbled and vibrated in his Dantian, the frequency increasing rapidly. And then words began to float out of the stone tablet. 10 minutes later, all those words were imprinted in Yuntian's mind, which were the methods for cultivating the 10,000 beasts body. The 10,000 beasts body has a total of 12 realms. It requires the blood of exotic beasts as a medium, bathing in it and absorbing its bloodline power to activate the exotic beasts on the chaotic divine tablet. Each realm of the 10,000 beast body becomes more violent and perilous. Every time one cultivates to a new realm, the power of the body increases several times, even tenfold. You are the 10,000 beasts, and the 10,000 beasts are you. After absorbing the blood of 10 different exotic beasts of a certain realm, the exotic beasts below that realm on the stone tablet will automatically activate, allowing one to possess the combined physical power of them. This means that the 10,000 beast body has a total of 12 realms, corresponding to the ranks of exotic beasts. When you absorb the blood of 10 6th rank exotic beasts, the exotic beasts below 6th rank on the stone tablet will automatically activate, and at that point, you will have cultivated the 6th realm of the 10,000 beast body. A serious expression appeared on Yuntian's face as he continued to read. The bloodline of the exotic beasts absorbed by the 10,000 beasts body determines its power. Of course, there is also a risk of backlash from the bloodline power, turning one into a humanoid exotic beast that is neither human nor beast. Such humanoid exotic beasts lose their previous consciousness and will only kill indiscriminately, becoming extremely vicious. The first 10 realms of the 10,000 beasts body require absorbing the blood of 10 different exotic beasts to cultivate, while the 11th realm requires 5. And the 12th realm requires only 1 exotic beast to reach the realm of great completion. Although the 10,000 beasts body is incredibly powerful and domineering, its danger is proportional to its strength. One must maintain a clear state of mind while cultivating. Once one is backlashed, there will be no turning back. After Yuntian finished reading the cultivation method of the 10,000 beasts body, he thought carefully. Each realm corresponds to a rank of exotic beast, which means that the 1st to 9th realms represent 1st to 9th rank exotic beasts, the 10th realm represents demigod beasts, the 11th represents divine beasts, ferocious beasts, or spirit beasts. But what does the 12th realm mean? What does it represent? Is there something beyond divine beasts? Yuntian then stopped thinking about such distant matters. Regardless of what they were, as long as his strength grew stronger, they would eventually reveal themselves. However, when he thought about absorbing the blood of 10 different exotic beasts, he felt speechless. It was still manageable for exotic beasts below 6th rank, but for those above 7th rank, they began to possess intelligence. How easy would it be to capture them? Not to mention 8th and 9th rank exotic beasts. Why not just make me absorb the blood of 10 divine beasts to cultivate the 11th realm? Yuntian thought resentfully. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. One can only take it step by step. The hardships and tortures are known only to oneself. One cannot advise others without experiencing their suffering. Yuntian sighed inwardly. Now he understood the method for cultivating the 10,000 beasts body. From now on, he just had to strive to achieve it. He believed that there would come a day when he would succeed. He then collected his thoughts and withdrew his spiritual consciousness. He initially wanted to try absorbing the blood of a few of his 6th rank exotic beasts, but then thought that it wasn't suitable to cultivate here. He estimated that Yuntian would wake up soon, and if he entered a state of cultivation again, continuously cycling like this, how many days would it take for him to exit this water curtain cave? He wondered how much time had passed now. Had anything been discovered outside? Were Master and the Moon Clan leader looking for him? His 5-year agreement should be almost complete. He really missed his parents and Yuchi and the others. At this moment, Yuntian was lost in thought. 3 days later, a slight sound startled Yuntian awake from his meditative state. He slowly opened his eyes and immediately looked toward where Yuntian was. At this moment, Yuntian had just opened her eyes as well and looked toward Yuntian. Their eyes met, and they exchanged smiles. Yuntian felt a different kind of feeling in her heart. When Yuntian came to the exchange meeting, he was only 10 years old. His appearance was still quite youthful, and he wasn't very tall. But now, nearly 5 years had passed, and he had grown into this form. Due to Yuntian's cultivation of the body, his temperament appeared unyielding, with muscles that weren't overly developed but exuded explosive strength. Standing at 1.78 meters, he wasn't particularly tall or short. His black, straight hair flowed down to his shoulders, unbound yet not messy. His slanted, elegant brows framed sharp black eyes, and his thin, lightly pressed lips complemented his distinct facial contours. His tall and slender physique resembled an eagle in the night, proud, solitary, and imposing, radiating a powerful presence. At this moment, Yuntian was somewhat mesmerized. She quickly turned her head away, no longer daring to meet his gaze, fearing that she might reveal emotions she shouldn't have. "Qingying, what's wrong? Are you not used to it after just finishing your cultivation?" Yuntian asked. However, no one knew that his heart was also racing intensely. While he had been with Yuntian in the cave, he hadn't felt any special emotions. But the moment their eyes met, a unique feeling surfaced in his heart. At this time, Yuntian had grown to the age of 17, with her delicately arched eyebrows, spring-like eyes, and skin as smooth as warm jade. She looked stunning. Her cherry-red lips were naturally beautiful, and 2 long strands of hair danced in the wind, adding an alluring charm. Standing around 7 meters tall, her waist was slender, making her beauty seem flawless and ethereal. Hee, it hasn't been too long. By the way, how's your spiritual awareness chain? Mu Yuntian said with excitement. Yu Qingying then projected her spiritual awareness, looked at it, satisfied, and nodded. The power contained in these purple fruits is really impressive. I've absorbed a little over a third of one fruit so far. Chapter 70. The beast egg finally hatched. Although Mu Yuntian couldn't see her spiritual awareness chain, he could feel that it had already thickened to the size of a child's arm. Xiaotian, how about you? What have you gained? Yu Qingying asked curiously. Mu Yuntian then projected his spiritual awareness chain, and Yu Qingying was astonished to find that it was as large as a fist. How many fruits did you eat? She asked in surprise. Mu Yuntian smiled and raised 2 fingers. Seeing this, Yu Qingying felt speechless. She had absorbed just a little over 1 fruit and found the sensation torturous, as it felt like an electric shock. If she wasn't careful, she might lose control of her spiritual platform. Qingying, I've also found the method to cultivate the 10,000 beast body, but that cultivation is really extreme, Mu Yuntian said, explaining everything to her because he didn't want to hide it from Yu Qingying. I don't really understand the cultivation of the body, but hearing you say this makes me feel extremely dangerous. Moreover, the conditions are too harsh. 10 different beasts' blood? The lower tier ones are manageable. But how easy is it to encounter high tier ones? Yu Qingying said. After listening to Mu Yuntian, she was also shocked by the power of the 10,000 beast body, particularly the conditions required for cultivation, especially at later stages. 10 demigod beasts? 5 divine beasts. Not to mention their blood, just encountering them in a lifetime is a question. Strength is what matters. Only when your strength reaches a certain level can you qualify to come into contact with these mysterious beasts. Otherwise, it's all just talk. Mu Yuntian's face showed a determined expression. Yu Qingying looked at him with admiration. She appreciated his unwavering determination and refusal to back down in the face of challenges, believing that only someone with a strong heart could reach the highest peaks. Xiaotian, take your time. You haven't cultivated for many years, but you've already distanced yourself from many people. If you can really cultivate the 10,000 beast body to later stages, I estimate that no one among beast tamers will be your opponent. Yu Qingying encouraged him appropriately, and more importantly, she believed that he could achieve it. Mu Yuntian nodded, and then looked at the place where the beast egg was located. He saw that the chaotic light pillar had almost been completely absorbed, and its size had shrunk to just over 20 centimeters, likely to disappear within 2 or 3 days. Let's wait a few more days. Once it finishes absorbing, we'll see if there's any situation, and then we can leave the heavenly waterfall cave. After all, we've been out for too long, Mu Yuntian said. Yu Qingying didn't say anything. They had originally planned to be out for 3 months, but now it had been a year. Plans couldn't keep up with changes, and she had no way around it. She would just explain it clearly to Qiao Feng and the others later. The two continued chatting, occasionally wandering nearby or sitting by the waterfall at the cave entrance, spending 3 leisurely days erasing the negative emotions brought about by their cultivation. Look, the chaotic gas is gone, Yu Qingying exclaimed. Hearing this, Mu Yuntian rushed over. He looked over and saw that the beast egg, which had been covered by the chaotic light pillar, was now exposed and quietly lying there. Why is there still no movement? Is the chaotic gas not enough for it to absorb? Mu Yuntian was getting anxious. If it couldn't manage such a large amount of chaotic gas, where would he find more in the future? These things were rare. Xiaotian, don't rush. Let's observe the situation a bit longer. There might be a turn of events. Yu Qingying quickly reassured him, fearing he might be affected. Mu Yuntian smiled and said, Qingying, don't worry. I'm just complaining. If it doesn't hatch, we'll stew it tonight. Such a thing should be a great supplement. As soon as Mu Yuntian's voice fell, the beast egg made cracking sounds, and tiny cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the shell. Haha, this thing really needs to be dealt with, if I don't scare it a bit. Does it really think I don't exist as its master? Mu Yuntian said excitedly. Yu Qingying also laughed. This time, the beast egg was finally about to unveil its mysterious veil. 10 minutes later, the cracks covered the entire beast egg. With a final crack, the shell completely shattered, scattering all around. The two quickly shifted their gaze to the inside of the beast egg, staring motionless. Inside, a small beast was curled up, appearing to be about half a meter tall. Just hatched, it was covered in fur, resembling a fluffy animal, with all white fur that gave a somewhat blurry impression. Looking at its face, it had a peach-shaped face with a sharp little mouth. Its small nose was flat and stubby, with large nostrils. A monkey? It really is a monkey. Although Mu Yuntian had prepared himself, as this beast egg was stolen from the cave of the mighty ape, he still felt a surge of excitement upon seeing it for real. In his imagination, this beast egg could be the child of the mighty ape or the long-armed monkey. both of which he greatly admired. The long-armed monkey didn't need mentioning. It was a 9th-tier beast and could continue to evolve. As for the mighty ape, while it was a peak 7th-tier beast, its strong physique of over 50 meters made it formidable enough to intimidate even some 8th-tier beasts. Haha, I've struck gold this time. I just don't know what kind of monkey this is. Given its current spiritual energy, it's probably at the 1st-tier beast level, Yuntian said excitedly. He then searched in his mind for the beast catalog but found no record of this beast. The catalog didn't mention any monkey with white fur. He turned to Yuntian, seeking her opinion. Seeing this, Yuntian shook her head. She had also thought for a long time and had no impression of this monkey. It doesn't make sense. The mighty ape and the long-armed monkey, as well as the other 3 mischievous monkeys, are all recorded here. But it doesn't seem to resemble any of them. Where is there a monkey born with all white fur? Yuntian said with some confusion. This could be a mutated monkey, or it might be a rare species that hasn't been discovered by humans, so it hasn't been documented. It must have its own peculiarities. Just think about it. How could a creature of the same tier as the gibbon be guarding it if it were ordinary? Yuntian analyzed the situation. Chapter 71 Monkey? After hearing this, Yuntian also felt that Yuntian made a lot of sense. After all, in a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, who would protect an ordinary beast egg? The little monkey slowly opened its eyes, which were large and gem-like, but strangely, its pupils were also white. It blinked curiously at the 2 people in front of it. Then it trembled and stood up, as if it hadn't adapted to its body yet, and took a few steps until it reached Yuntian's feet. It felt a strange connection with this person, so it came to his side. Little guy, I'm your master. Take a good look and remember this appearance, Yuntian said with a smile. The little monkey seemed to understand, and it made a few strange sounds before slowly climbing onto Yuntian's shoulder. Then it made a few more strange calls. What are you saying? Yuntian asked. Aren't you connected to it? Use your spiritual sense to communicate with it, and you'll know what it wants to say. Isn't it pointless to ask like this? Yuntian couldn't help but feel exasperated. Yuntian slapped his forehead. He hadn't thought of that in his haste. He then projected his spiritual sense and connected with the little monkey. He heard a fragmented thought coming through. Wine, wine, wine. Are you talking about monkey wine? Yuntian sent the thought back. Qingying, it says it wants to drink monkey wine. Yuntian said in surprise. When the little monkey saw the jar of wine, it jumped down from Yuntian's shoulder, chattering excitedly, and kept scratching its ears, looking like it couldn't wait even a second. Seeing that Qingying had no intention of opening the jar, it quickly jumped over, pawing at it. Perhaps because it had just been born, its coordination wasn't very good, and it lost its balance and fell to the ground, scratching its ears and calling out. Yuntian saw this and didn't mean to tease it. He went over and opened the jar. The intoxicating fragrance wafted through the cave once again, lingering in the air. Upon smelling it, the little monkey flipped over and stood up, then eagerly ran over to drink the monkey wine, but Yuntian blocked it. Fearing that its eagerness would lead it to plunge its head into the jar, which would be such a waste, he then poured the wine into a porcelain bowl. The little monkey saw this, held the bowl with both hands, ran to the side, and began to drink, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. Both of them were speechless. This beast was too human-like. They wondered how it would grow up and whether it would be buddy-buddy with its master. Seriously? I poured half a bowl for it, and it didn't get drunk? The golden-winged hawk got drunk after drinking so much, and this little monkey is only a 1st-tier beast. Yuntian said in disbelief. Qingying was also curious. Logically speaking, half a bowl of monkey wine should be enough to intoxicate it. But now it seemed not only was it not drunk, but it also appeared to want more, showing no signs of inebriation. Xiaodian, let it drink. Let's see what surprises this little monkey can bring us. Qingying said. Yuntian nodded. Then filled the bowl to the brim again and handed it to the little monkey. It took it, a joyful expression appeared on its face, it chattered a few times, and carefully carried the bowl to the side to drink again, making sure not to spill any. A few minutes later, it came back with an empty bowl, still looking the same, showing no signs of drunkenness at all. The two exchanged glances and saw incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. Yuntian gritted his teeth and filled the bowl again. I'll see how many bowls you can handle. I don't believe this monkey wine can't get a beast drunk. Yuntian thought to himself. It turned out that the beast continent had many strange occurrences. It was just a matter of how much one had witnessed. After Yuntian had poured 10 bowls in quick succession, the little monkey finally showed some signs of drunkenness. It kept burping, its face flushed, and it began to sway as it walked. However, it still insisted on extending the bowl toward Yuntian, its eyes still darting toward the jar of monkey wine. Yuntian filled it again. He was all in now and wanted to see how many bowls this little monkey could drink. Qingying, watching from the side, was almost speechless. This was monkey wine. Just those 11 bowls could have promoted so many beasts, but this little monkey was too mysterious. They didn't know whether it was due to its physique or if it simply needed that much energy to advance. But then she thought, it had needed so much chaotic gas just to break out of its shell, so this little bit of monkey wine was probably nothing. With a clatter, the little monkey finished the wine in its bowl, but could no longer hold it up. It dropped to the ground. Then it staggered around before rolling on the ground, getting further away. Hey, don't roll into the creek. That would be too funny if you drowned. Yuntian chased after it, pressing it down to the ground. The little monkey finally stopped moving, as it had fallen asleep, deeply slumbering. The effects of the monkey wine were continuously stimulating its body, and even its body emitted a delightful aroma of alcohol. Seeing this, Yuntian finally breathed a sigh of relief. It took 11 bowls of monkey wine for it to calm down, which was a third of a jar. I hope after you absorb all this, you can bring me a big surprise. Don't waste so much monkey wine. Yuntian muttered softly. Xiaodian, don't worry. This little monkey is definitely extraordinary. It's so peculiar right after birth. I estimate it will bring you different surprises and help as it grows, Yuntian said seriously. Chapter 72, The Return Journey. Yuntian nodded and said, finally, we've taken care of everything. This time we have really reaped rewards. Each item is worth its weight in gold. So we should keep these things under wraps in the future. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives sees them, it will cause trouble. After that, the two did not linger any longer. They had explored every place here. Unless they misjudged something, they had taken everything useful. As they walked, Yuntian tossed the black and white small bead he found in the Tongzi cave, feeling it was increasingly useless. Qingying, do you think this small bead was originally part of a decorative bracelet? It feels so ordinary. Just then, they had just walked out of the Lingzi cave and arrived at the huge square. Yuntian was still experimenting with the black and white small bead. But no matter what method he tried, it didn't work. At that moment, he just projected his spiritual sense into it, saw no effect, and angrily threw the small bead away. The small bead flew through the air in a beautiful arc and landed several dozen meters away from them. With a thunderous boom, a massive sound echoed through the stone cave, and the entire huge square shook as if an earthquake had struck, causing both of them to nearly lose their balance. And small stones started to fall from above the cave. The tremors lasted for more than 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. At this moment, they were completely stunned, struggling to look towards where the small bead had fallen. They saw a dark hole appeared in the ground, estimated to be at least a meter deep, and the surrounding sand and stones had been swept aside by the shockwave, leaving a chaotic mess. Yuntian stared blankly for a while before speaking. No way. Did this little bead cause this? Qingying nodded with difficulty, as there was nothing else there besides the small pearl that had been thrown away. Yuntian swallowed hard. He recalled that he had just thrown that small pearl, and his heart sank. If it had fallen to the ground, the consequences would have been unimaginable. His own body would be fine, at most seriously injured, but Qingying would be in a much worse situation. In such a short time, and completely unprepared. Even if she had Yuling Long, she wouldn't have been able to react in time. One must not underestimate anything in this water curtain cave. Such a small pearl actually possesses such great power. No one would have thought that Yuntian was feeling a little afraid now. Then Yuntian cautiously took out 3 black and white small pearls, keeping 4 for himself, and handed 3 to Qingying. If used properly, these small pearls would be a very powerful trump card. Qingying did not hesitate, and put the 3 small pearls into her beast control chart. These black and white pearls should be infused with spiritual consciousness before being thrown out, just like I did earlier, which nearly caused a serious consequence. Since this small pearl is black and white, let us call it the Yin-Yang Pearl, Yuntian said, naming it. With a burst of acceleration from the golden-winged falcon, the two successfully broke through the waterfall's current. They had been in the cave for a year, and upon exiting, it felt like they had been in another world. As the saying goes, a day in the cave is 1,000 years in the world. That was exactly how they felt now. At the location of the Mu clan, the people below were anxious and restless. They had no idea what to do now, unless they gave up this spirit stone mine. They could only hold on until the end. Clan leader, we have news. A loud voice came from outside. Come in and speak slowly, no need to rush. Yun said as he saw the person come in hurriedly. The newcomer was the one previously sent to negotiate with the Yu clan. He hurriedly said, Clan leader, there are 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. Speak. What time is it now to be talking about good and bad news? Mu Fei said in a slightly displeased low voice. What? The Heavenly Fire Sect knows about this matter too? Yun said angrily. Upon hearing that the Heavenly Fire Sect was coming, everyone below felt a wave of despair. It seemed that this spirit stone mine could not be defended, even with the help of the Yu clan. After all, that was a sect. Although the overall strength of the Yu clan was not much inferior to the Heavenly Fire Sect, how could they possibly go against them for a spirit stone mine? Sigh. When it comes to those families, we could still be a bit tough, but now it's a sect. It's hard for us to contend. Mu Fei's expression was somewhat dim. Clan leader, there's also a piece of good news. The Yu Clan's leader only brought us one sentence. He said this sentence could save our Mu clan. What is the sentence? Mu Fei asked anxiously, accidentally interrupting the man. The Yu Clan's leader said that Mu Yuntian's current master is the Lord of Tianyue City, Xiao Feng. The man said excitedly. What? The Lord of Tianyue City? The #1 person in the Eastern Wilderness? Our Mu clan is saved this time. The people below exclaimed excitedly. This was indeed a tremendous piece of good news. Mu Fei, somewhat incredulous, asked word by word. The Yu Clan's leader said Mu Yuntian's current master is the Lord of Tianyue City, Xiao Feng? The man nodded seriously. Chapter 73, 9 Spear. Seeing the man so serious, Mu Fei knew this matter was true, and he sighed in relief, murmuring, this time we are saved. Heaven bless the Mu clan. Then, Mu Fei waved his hand, instructing everyone to be on high alert for the arrival of those families and the Heavenly Fire sect. This time, they had confidence. After all, that was the #1 person in the Eastern continent. Even if he couldn't appear here, his reputation was not something anyone could challenge. We should be able to reach the Yu clan in a few more days, Yu Qingying said. At this moment, the two were sitting on the back of the golden-winged falcon, rushing at full speed towards the Yu clan's location. 5 days later, the two immediately went to the main peak to pay respects to Yu Feng. Greetings, clan leader, they said simultaneously. After sizing them up, Yu Feng said, you two have been out for a whole year. You really lack discretion. Little Tian's beast control chart is still under observation, and if something goes wrong, the consequences could be more serious than you imagine. Fortunately, nothing has happened. After listening to their recounting, Yu Feng was also very surprised. Astonished by the white horse holding grass, the mysterious exotic beast, and the events in the water curtain cave. Then the two directly took out a jar of monkey wine and handed it to Yu Feng. After explaining the situation regarding the other items, they kept them for themselves. Is this really monkey wine? This stuff is extremely rare. This jar of wine can help many exotic beasts advance, Yu Feng said excitedly. However, he felt a bit embarrassed to accept something from the two juniors. Uncle Yu, just accept it. We still have 1.5 jars left. We will send half a jar to my master later, and consider it a gift for you. Mu Yuntian said sincerely. All right then, to be honest. I really like this monkey wine. I love drinking, and this wine is truly a delicacy, Yu Feng said excitedly. Seeing Yu Feng so happy, the two felt relieved. It seemed their outing had come to a satisfactory conclusion. By the way, little Tian, a few days ago, the Mu clan sent someone to say there were troubles. But they were just minor issues, and I couldn't spare the time. Lord Xiao said that there are dark beast tamers active in the Eastern continent, and told me to keep a close watch, so I brought a sentence, which can ensure the safety of the Mu clan. Yu Feng then summarized the situation. Mu Yuntian was anxious to leave even before half of it was finished, but was held back by Yu Qingying. He was genuinely worried about the safety of the Mu clan. After all, it was the place that raised him. What is the sentence? Mu Yuntian asked patiently. I said you are the disciple of Lord Xiao Feng, the Lord of Tianyue City. Even if those people are bold, they wouldn't dare to have any bad ideas. As under a great name, there are no false heroes. They wouldn't dare to act recklessly, so you can rest assured, Yu Feng explained. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuntian finally relaxed a bit. He then said, Uncle Yu, I'm afraid they won't believe it. While it might intimidate them for a while, over time it's hard to say. Besides, the temptation of the spirit stone mine could lead them to take risks. Yu Feng pondered and nodded. But now Lord Xiao is also busy with other matters in Tianyue City, so. Mu Yuntian looked at Yu Qingying with some emotion. This was the best illustration of knowing friends in times of trouble and having opponents due to interests. Even if they were in a hurry, they could spare a little time. I have something for you. After saying that, he took out a purple token. This is the purple Tianyue token, representing the trust of the city lord or someone who has made great contributions. Take it. I will ask Lord Xiao for another one when the opportunity arises, Yu Feng said as he handed over the token. This token not only represents status, but also allows free access to Tianyue City. You will understand its use when you go to Tianyue City in the future. Mu Yuntian nodded and summoned the exotic beast. Wait a minute. Yu Feng seemed to suddenly remember something and hurriedly called him back. Uncle Yu, can you please finish what you have to say at once? Mu Yuntian said somewhat speechlessly. Haha, this is the last thing. I see you have a habit of using weapons, and I happen to have more than 10 here, some gifted by families, and some obtained from battles, Yu Feng said. Then, with a thought, more than 10 weapons flew out of the beast control chart, filling the ground. Mu Yuntian hurried over. He had originally planned to get a weapon in Tianyue City. If there was something suitable here, that would be best. He scanned the more than 10 weapons, and a silver spear immediately caught his eye. The spear was 7 feet long, with a snake-shaped spearhead, sharp at the tip, with thin blades on both sides. And the entire spearhead was over a foot long. Mu Yuntian picked it up and danced a few times, like a dragon or a python, very domineering. Even the air was filled with the sound of breaking wind. Good spear. This spear is heavy enough, very suitable for me, Yuntian exclaimed, loving the long spear. Haha, as long as it suits you, that's good. This long spear is called the Nine, forged from silver moon essence gold, and I'll give it to you now, Yefeng said with a smile. Chapter 74, Confrontation. The two once again bid farewell to Yefeng, then immediately rode the golden-winged falcon at full speed towards the location of the Mu clan. On the 10th day after Yuntian and the others set off, many families came in a grand manner to the mountain gate of the Mu clan. Upon closer inspection, there were exactly 8 teams, each with about 30 people. Leading them were 3 men, all appearing to be in their 50s or 60s, who were the clan leaders of the Su clan, Wu clan, and Feng clan. At this moment, they were surrounding the mountain gate of the Mu clan, each one exuding an arrogant aura, completely disregarding others. Mu Fei, if you don't come out to meet us, don't blame us for being rude. Su Chong shouted loudly. He was the leader of the Su clan. Exactly. We have been here for half an hour. Is this your Mu clan's way of receiving guests? Wu clan leader Wu Tian also shouted. Cowardly tortoise, if you're scared, hurry up and tell us the location of the Spirit Stone mine. No need to suffer. Feng clan leader Feng Gang was extremely arrogant. In fact, Mu Fei had known about the arrival of these families long ago. He just wanted to suppress their momentum, so he delayed coming out. He dared to do this for a reason, because he now had confidence. Ha ha ha, you 3 ungrateful wolves. As soon as there's a benefit, you immediately turn your backs. And I foolishly considered you allies for so long. Now I finally see your true colors. A loud laugh came from inside, followed by a shout at the 3. The person was Mu Fei, and behind him were hundreds of members of the Mu clan. You want to die? Wu Tian shouted angrily. Mu Fei looked at him with disdain. Oh, so it's Wu Tian, the clan leader? Recently, your Wu clan seems to have been beaten by other families like a cowardly turtle. How come you still have the mood to come here? You. I'll make you pay for this. Wu Tian was trembling all over, and then a black beast controlling diagram hung above his head, ready to strike at Mu Fei. Wu Tian, calm down. Let's handle the important matter first. Once he reveals the location of the Spirit Stone mine, we can deal with him later. Su Chong hurriedly held him back and whispered. Wu Tian took a deep breath. Mu Fei, I won't let this go. Su Chong stepped forward, sneering. Other matters are negotiable. We won't fight over them. But this Spirit Stone mine, are you sure the Mu clan can swallow it? Mu Fei also sneered. Humph. Whether we can swallow it is the Mu clan's business. Aren't you afraid of being someone else's wedding dress by bringing so many people here? You all know that the Tianhua sect is coming here, right? After Mu Fei finished speaking, he looked at the reactions of these families, but strangely, they remained unmoved. It seemed that the appearance of the Tianhua sect this time definitely had something to do with them. They actually pulled such a major force as the Tianhua sect to ensure success. It seemed that they were truly determined to achieve their goal. Ha. We told the Tianhua sect about it. They don't even need to take action to get a 20 profit. Who wouldn't be tempted? Mu Fei, if you speak up this time, it will be better. Otherwise, I worry you will implicate the Mu clan. Su Chong said with pride. Mu Fei glared at him angrily, then crossed his arms and fell silent, indicating his current attitude. The hundreds of Mu clan members behind him also glared fiercely, all staring at the opponents. Mu Fei, this is self-inflicted and has nothing to do with us. Since you refuse to drink the wine offered and instead choose the punishment wine, then sorry. Everyone charge. Su Chong shouted, and the 200 people behind him instantly made the beast-controlling diagram float in midair. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, Mu Fei took a deep breath and shouted, I want to see who dares to move. Do you know who a certain clan member of the Mu clan's master is? It is the Lord of Tianhua City, Xiao Feng. The 200 people had already rushed halfway when they suddenly heard this loud shout. Especially the name inside made them stop in their tracks. Xiao Feng, the name of the first person in the Eastern continent, is not just a boast. It was fought for through dozens of battles, and in the Eastern continent, he is known by all. Impossible. It must be fake. Su Chong and the other 2 said simultaneously. Mu Fei looked at the 3 of them as if they were idiots, and said sternly, who dares to joke about this? Even if he himself doesn't care, his followers will not let the Mu clan off. The 3 showed obvious shock on their faces, and they hesitated. If it's true, then this would be a big deal. With such a backing, who would dare to act against the Mu clan? Who is the disciple of Lord Xiao? How do you prove it? Su Chong finally spoke. It's Mu Yuntian. It was personally told to me by the clan leader of the Yu clan. Do I still need to prove it? Mu Fei snorted coldly. The 3 fell silent again. The name Mu Yuntian was not very familiar to them, but it seemed they had heard it somewhere before. However, if it was said by the clan leader of the Yu clan, then this matter could not possibly be fake. Mu Yuntian is the one who won first place at the exchange meeting held by the Yu clan 5 years ago. I was also one of the contestants. A member of a certain family below said. The three knew that the situation had changed. They were now stuck in indecision, unable to move or not move. After a moment, the three exchanged glances, a flash of brilliance in their eyes. Mu Fei, I don't care whether this matter is true or not. This spirit stone mine is not something your Mu clan can swallow. I advise you to discuss the distribution with everyone. Otherwise, even if Mu Yuntian's master is Lord Xiao, he can't always protect you. Su Chong said slowly, his tone much softer than before. Mu Fei sneered again. Let me tell you plainly, this spirit stone mine. Our Mu clan is going to monopolize it. What can you do about it? I advise you not to act like clowns here and leave quickly. Good. Wait a few more days, and I want to see how you can still be so tough. The Tianhua sect is not as easy to deal with as our families. Even if Lord Xiao protects you, there won't be any danger to your lives, but other aspects are hard to say. Su Chong said coldly. Chapter 75, The Storm Rises. All right, Mu Fei, just wait. At the latest in 5 days, the Tianhua sect will arrive. I hope you can still be as tough as you are now. We're leaving. After Su Chong finished speaking, he took the lead and left. These 8 teams came in grandly and left just as grandly, but their moods were different. That sense of contrast and loss filled their hearts. What should have been an easy matter had now taken such a turn. They then retreated to a large grassland 50 miles away from the Mu clan to wait for the arrival of the Tianhua sect. Grandpa, will we really be all right if we are this tough? Mu Yuichi asked. We must be tough. If I show even a hint of weakness, they will take advantage of it. After all, we are relying on Lord Xiao's name to intimidate them, so we must be strong. Mu Fei sighed gently. He knew this matter was not over. It was just the beginning. It would depend on whether they could intimidate the Tianhua sect. Otherwise, even if the Mu clan was not in danger of losing their lives, they would still be thrown into chaos. Mu Yuichi looked at her busy grandfather and felt a pang of heartache. It was all because the strength of the Mu clan was not strong enough. Xiaodian, how have you been in the Yu clan? 5 years have passed, and we didn't go to pick you up. Will you be angry? But we can't blame ourselves. Mu Yuichi murmured. Standing silently by the side, Mu Xing slowly walked over, his eyes filled with tenderness. He gently patted Mu Yuichi's head and said softly, Xiao Tian won't blame us, and our Mu clan will definitely be fine this time. Don't worry, I will protect you even if it costs me my life. Mu Yuichi surprisingly nodded obediently, a blush appearing on her face. 3 days quickly passed, and during this time, the Mu clan was truly on edge, with everyone feeling anxious. Fortunately, with Mu Fei's reassurance and Xiao Feng's reputation, they would have surely rushed out to fight those families otherwise, as being trapped inside was too suffocating. It was estimated that they would reach the Mu clan in just over a day. How were they doing now? Would anything happen? For more than 10 days, Mu Yuntian had been traveling, resting only when necessary. He glanced at Yu Qingying with some concern. This high-intensity journey was even a bit too much for him, let alone for the girl in front of him. Yu Qingying sensed his gaze and looked over, softly saying, Don't think too much, we're almost at our destination. With Uncle Xiao's reputation, they won't dare to act recklessly. At least the Mu clan won't be in danger. Mu Yuntian nodded, and after chatting for a few more moments, they fell silent, both resting with their eyes closed as the golden-winged falcon flew at full speed towards the Mu clan's location. A day later, the Tianhua sect finally reached the essential path to the Mu clan, right in the vast grassland where the 8 great families rested. A team of more than 30 people was seen, the oldest around 60 and the youngest about 17 or 18. The leader, around 35, walked with a commanding presence, standing at 185 meters tall, exuding an aura of authority without anger. His bright eyes sparkled with intelligence, indicating that he was a mid-level Tier 7 Beastmaster. Following him were about 30 others, with 10 being Tier 6 Beastmasters and the rest Tier 5. No wonder the sect instilled fear in the families. With such a lineup, they could easily annihilate the entire clan, especially with a Tier 7 Beastmaster present. Deputy Sect Leader Lin, you finally arrived. Su Chong greeted, appearing quite servile. Oh, you 8 great families can't even handle one clan. Your ability to get things done is too poor. Lin Jie glanced at the crowd and said slowly, his voice booming. No, some incidents occurred. Otherwise, how could the Mu clan possibly stop us? Su Chong hurriedly explained. Lin Jie looked at him with interest, arms crossed, waiting for further clarification. Su Chong then recounted everything that had happened with the Mu clan, embellishing it with a lot of unnecessary details. After listening, Lin Jie showed a serious expression and asked, Is this true? This matter is somewhat troublesome. How could a Mu Yuntian appear out of nowhere? Let's go check the Mu clan first. If it comes to worst, we can use our strength to pressure him. Even if City Lord Xiao knows, he can't do anything to us. After finishing, Lin Jie led the Tianhua sect members toward the Mu clan. They advanced slowly, intending to give the Mu clan a show of strength, as they were sure the Mu clan had already learned of their arrival. Clan leader, they're here. The Tianhua sect has over 30 people, led by a Tier 7 Beastmaster. Someone responsible for reconnaissance reported in a panic. Calm down. Everyone, stay composed. The Mu clan will be fine. I will protect the Mu clan, even if it costs me my life. Mu Fei said earnestly to those below. We vow to protect the Mu clan with our lives. We stand with the clan leader. The crowd displayed expressions of fervor and determination. An hour later, a large group of people surrounded the entrance of the Mu clan once again. However, this time, only one person stood at the forefront of all the teams. He looked inside and shouted, Mu Fei, come out to greet us. The Tianhua sect has arrived. Mu Fei knew there was no use hiding this time, so he led a group of capable Mu clan members to the entrance. He saw that only one person stood at the front of the opposing team, exuding an unstoppable aura. The difference between Tier 6 and Tier 7 was a significant divide. Once one reached Tier 7 Beastmaster, their strength was simply insurmountable for them. Lin Jie spoke first. I am Lin Jie, deputy sect leader of the Tianhua sect. After introducing himself, he stood arrogantly without bowing. Mu Fei did not mind this, knowing that the other side had the strength to be arrogant. In this beast continent, age did not matter, only strength counted. Thus, he cupped his hands and said, So it's deputy sect leader Lin. You came all this way. We truly have failed to welcome you. May I ask what brings you here? Lin Jie looked at Mu Fei with a meaningful glance and said, Oh, is the Mu clan leader pretending to be confused or genuinely unaware? I'll be straightforward. You must hand over the spirit stone mine, whether you want to or not. If you comply willingly, I might share some with you since I'm not an unreasonable person. The Mu clan members stirred with agitation, their teeth grinding in anger. A few impulsive ones nearly rushed out, but if not for those beside them holding them back, they would have charged at Lin Jie. Consumed with rage regardless of the opponent's tier, Mu Yun quickly raised a hand to calm everyone, then said, Deputy sect leader Lin, it's not that we refuse to hand it over, but that you are being unreasonable. This spirit stone mine was first discovered by the Mu clan, and according to the rules, it rightfully belongs to us. It is unreasonable for you to bring an army here. Someone on the opposite side could no longer hold back. Their side had an overwhelming advantage, so why should they waste words with Mu Fei? This person was Wu Yifan, who had held a grudge against Mu Fei for what he said earlier. Mu Fei, why are you saying so much? Strength is everything. Are you implying that you won't hand over the spirit stone mine and will thus offend the Tianhua sect? Think carefully. Su Chong nodded, looking extremely arrogant. Don't play dumb in front of the deputy sect leader. Even if Mu Yuntian's master is City Lord Qiao, so what? You should know the principle that a distant fire won't save a nearby water. Humph. You two ingrate wolves. Mu Fei's face was filled with anger. Lin Jie raised his hand to calm Su Chong and the others, signaling that he would handle this matter. He calmly looked at Mu Fei and said, Clan leader Mu, are you sure you won't speak up? I certainly respect City Lord Qiao, but do you think he will come to help a small clan like yours? Although our sect leader is not as good as City Lord Qiao, he is not someone who fears trouble. He looked at Mu Fei again, observing his expression, and continued. So I advise you to speak up. This is in everyone's best interest. A thing like a spirit stone mine cannot be monopolized by a small clan like yours. Now, make your decision. My patience is limited. In 20 minutes, if I don't hear the answer I want, I will help you decide. Mu Fei's expression darkened. While City Lord Qiao's reputation could protect the Mu clan from extermination, that was all it could do. After all, City Lord Qiao had never visited the Mu clan. If he had come as a guest, it would have made a difference. This is simply too much. What's so great about being Tier 7? I will make the Tianhua sect pay for this. Mu Xing gritted his teeth. Having worked hard for 5 years to finally reach the early stage of Tier 6 Beastmaster, and he already had a Tier 6 beast. Exactly, clan leader. Let's fight them. They only have about 200 people, but our entire Mu clan has nearly 2,000. I don't believe we can't beat them. Clan leader. Let's fight them. We have to. Too suffocating. At this moment, everyone in the Mu clan was filled with righteous indignation, eager to charge forward immediately. Mu Fei looked at everyone's reactions and sighed heavily in his heart. The opposing side had a 7th-tier Beastmaster, 13 6th-tier Beastmasters, and more than 200 others, with the lowest being a 4th-tier Beastmaster. Such a lineup couldn't be defeated by sheer numbers. At this moment, he truly felt caught between a rock and a hard place. He had considered compromising for the sake of protecting the Mu clan, but seeing the fierce reactions of the clan members, he knew that if he truly chose this path, everyone would look down on him. His grandfather, Mu Yueqi, gently called out to him, It's okay, let us bet on the reputation of Lord Qiao to suppress them. At least if something happens to me, you all will continue to live safely. No matter how bold they are, they wouldn't dare to go to extremes. Mu Fei affectionately patted her head. Soon, 20 minutes passed. Mu Fei glanced at the Mu clan members and then turned his head, gritting his teeth and saying, I want to disclose the spirit stone mine. If you have any issues, come to me, the clan leader. If you harm anyone from the Mu clan, Master Shao Tian will definitely avenge us. We will meet again on the road to the underworld. Bang. As soon as Lin Jie heard Mu Fei's words, a strong aura radiated from his entire body, and his 7th tier divine sense erupted completely. Once one reached the 7th tier, they could use their divine sense to harm others. Lin Jie had long lost his patience, and at this moment, his divine sense pressed down on Mu Fei, while a pitch-black beast control diagram appeared in the air, emitting a black light. Mu Fei was momentarily careless and was overwhelmed by the opponent's divine sense, painfully clutching his head and calling out a few times before quickly activating his divine sense to guard his spiritual platform, and then to resist. But he couldn't hold on for long, so he summoned a strange beast to distract the opponent. Lin Jie snorted coldly, and a lion that looked like it was on fire appeared before him, about 3 meters long, its body glowing with fiery red light. With 2 pairs of conspicuous wings on its back, standing there with a majestic and aggressive aura. It was the 7th tier late-stage strange beast, the dual-winged flame lion. Mu Fei also summoned his 6th tier mid-stage strange beast, the shadow leopard. One ruled by strength, the other competed by speed. Seeing this, Mu Fei continued to summon 3 more strange beasts, one at the early 6th tier and the other 2 at the peak of the 5th tier. Lin Jie glanced at them disdainfully, not even summoning other strange beasts, but once again increased his divine sense. The beast control diagram in the air suddenly radiated dazzling light. And then the flame lion roared, crossing its claws together and then striking forward continuously. This was its ability, Dance of the Demon Claws. Mu Fei's strange beasts were instantly forced back, and blood marks appeared on their bodies. But the flame lion's ability attack had not stopped and was actually coming towards Mu Fei's position. Chapter 77, Timely Arrival. If the flame lion's claws hit him, he would probably be dead or disabled. Clan leader, Grandpa. Several nearby people quickly summoned their strange beasts to attempt a rescue. But the dual-winged flame lion's speed was simply too fast for them to react. In that instant, a silver spear appeared from the distant sky as if cutting through space, landing right in the path of the flame lion. The flame lion felt danger. This spear had too much power, and it instinctively made an emergency stop. The next second, the spear was pinned right before it, sounding like a humming silver dragon. Lin Jie's face darkened, and he shouted, "Who is it?" "Mu Yuntian." A loud shout echoed from the distant sky. Lin Jie snorted, "Humph. A little brat, trying to act mysterious." A minute later, the golden-winged falcon appeared above everyone, continuously circling and occasionally squawking, looking quite arrogant. Bang! Mu Yuntian directly jumped down from the sky, smashing a large pit into the ground, startling everyone into a daze. Even Lin Jie was stunned. Did he just jump from at least 20 to 30 meters high? What do you want? The clan leader of the Spirit Stone Mine said it one to be handed over. Mu Yuntian said in a deep voice, "Haha, a junior dares to speak to me like that. You must be tired of living," Lin Jie said, and his entire aura erupted once again. Mu Yuntian slowly took something out of his pocket and said, "My master is visiting the Moon Clan. He told me to come over first and check things out. If there's anything I can't handle, I can ask him for help." The purple Tianyue token? Lin Jie's aura instantly diminished by more than half upon seeing the token. He had heard of its significance. Seeing the token was like seeing the person. And the purple token was issued by Qiao Feng, with only 8 pieces distributed. Lin Jie's face was unpredictable. It seemed that Mu Yuntian was indeed Qiao Feng's disciple. Su Chang and the others looked like they had swallowed dead cats, speechless. And the surroundings fell silent for a moment. But you can rest assured, I won't bully you like some families. I just want to tell everyone that if you want to bully the Mu clan, you better weigh your own strength. Mu Yuntian announced loudly. Lin Jie was genuinely intimidated. If Qiao Feng was indeed visiting the Moon clan, then with his abilities, he could reach here in 3 days. Even if they fled, they would still be pursued by Qiao Feng. What do you want? We've come with so many people, we can't just retreat. This Spirit Stone Mine isn't something you can just claim for yourselves. Lin Jie said angrily. In fact, on the way here, Mu Yuntian had already discussed the potential situations with Yu Qingying and thought of some strategies to deal with them, and now this situation was among them. So Mu Yuntian said, "How about this? Let us have a competition to decide the ownership of this Spirit Stone Mine. After it ends, everyone must abide by the promise. Otherwise, this purple token doesn't recognize people." Upon hearing this, Lin Jie's eyes sparkled. If decided this way, they had a significant advantage. Sure enough, Mu Fei tugged at Mu Yuntian's sleeve and whispered, "Xiao Tian, this way is unfavorable for us." After Mu Yuntian exited his seclusion, he was also eager to test his strength, and the current situation was just what he wanted. "What type of competition?" Lin Jie asked. "Sure, then you think too much. How about I call my master to fight you? Only those below 6th tier Beastmasters are allowed to compete." Mu Yuntian quickly interrupted him. Lin Jie's face flushed, But then he thought that if it was limited to 6th-tier Beastmasters, their side would still crush the Mu clan members. He glanced at Su Chong and the others, seeing them suppressing their laughter, probably thinking that a little brat was just a little brat, unable to distinguish who was superior or inferior. Don't worry, our Mu clan has always kept our promises. Unlike some families, Mu Yuntian glanced at the 8 families. Su Chong and the others gritted their teeth in hatred, but the situation made it difficult to act out. Half an hour later, at the Mu clan's martial arts arena, everyone, please enter, Mu Yuntian announced loudly. Then both sides dispersed to discuss the candidates for the competition. Xiao Tian, Mu Yueqi and Mu Xing approached together, calling out in unison, and then hugged him. Cough, cough. Yueqi, why are you hugging me as a girl? Mu Yuntian also felt a bit embarrassed. It's been 5 years. We grew up together, so a hug is nothing. All right, let us get down to business. This is Yu Qingying. You all should know her, so I won't say much. Let us talk about the upcoming competition, Mu Yuntian said. Everyone pondered for about 10 minutes, and Mu Fei was the first to speak. How about this? I, along with Xiao Tian's father, Mu Xing, Elder Mu Ming, and Yu Qingying will participate. These are the only 6th-tier Beastmasters from the Mu clan. Seeing his expression, Yu Qingying smiled. Knowing that she was the one who understood Mu Yuntian the most right now, Mu Yuntian quickly interrupted and said, Tribe leader, how about this? I will lead the charge with Yu Qingying, and the remaining 3 can be chosen by you. Perhaps you won't even need to intervene. Mu Fei looked at him in surprise, gazing at this young man who had returned after 5 years, his eyes filled with confidence and his face showing determination. Mu Fei realized that he was still stuck in the past. So he laughed heartily. Little Tian, you have really grown up. Then this time, you will lead the charge. And the Mu clan will be protected by you. Chapter 78, The First Battle. Half an hour later, both sides had gathered at the Mu clan's martial arts arena, each with different thoughts. Mu Yuntian and Lin Jie stepped forward and exchanged glances. Let's get started. After it's over, regardless of winning or losing, we must keep our promises. Lin Jie said. Mu Yuntian nodded. The first to step up from Lin Jie's side was a mid-stage 6th-tier Beastmaster from the Tianhua sect, named Anifei. Remember what I just told you? If that kid goes up, be careful not to let him get close. That guy must have trained his body. Lin Jie communicated telepathically, as his 7th-tier consciousness allowed him to transmit thoughts over short distances. Anifei nodded and walked onto the martial arts stage, glancing at Mu Yuntian's side. Qingying, I'll go up first. You rest well. Today I'm going to take on 3. After Mu Yuntian finished speaking, he jumped up. Go for it. I believe in you. Yu Qingying thought to herself. On the martial arts stage, after exchanging glances, both began their preparations. And Ifei quickly summoned his Beastmaster chart and summoned his beasts. His Beastmaster chart was black, and soon, 4 6th-tier beasts emerged one after another. The first was a flying shadow leopard, a low 6th-tier beast. The second was a night mouse, also a low 6th-tier beast. The third was a wind-coming crane, a mid 6th-tier beast. The fourth was a sky-piercing python, a high 6th-tier beast. And Ifei immediately commanded 3 of the beasts to attack, leaving the sky-piercing python beside him for protection, achieving 2 goals in 1. In contrast, Mu Yuntian only summoned a golden-winged falcon and a greenhorn spirit donkey, without even summoning his Beastmaster chart. Arrogant. I want to see how he pretends. This is too much. Huh. Wait. Isn't he a peak 5th-tier Beastmaster? How can he control 2 6th-tier beasts? Just how powerful is his consciousness? The people on the opposing side were discussing. Lin Jie looked deeply at Mu Yuntian, not knowing what he was thinking. Mu Fei and the others were also very surprised. In 5 years, Mu Yuntian's strength had actually reached this level. Humph. Arrogant guy? Shattered Mountain Claw, Earth Spike, Wind Fury. And Ifei immediately commanded the 3 beasts to attack, not planning to waste time with the opponent. As the black Beastmaster chart in the air shone down, the 3 beasts charged towards 3 different directions, aggressive and imposing. Then, 1 person, 1 spear, and 1 beast charged towards the opponent. Many people below, who had never seen a Beastmaster fight, were astonished. A 5th-tier Beastmaster controlling 6th-tier beasts was already impressive. Did he really think he could use his body to fight against 6th-tier beasts? This was too ridiculous. Soon, the 2 sides clashed. Mu Yuntian horizontally held his 9, using both hands to block the flying shadow leopard's shattered mountain claw. Then, he kicked up with his right foot, striking the leopardess jaw. Bang! The flying shadow leopard was immediately kicked, its head tilted, body sideways, and it rolled several times on the ground. Seeing this, Mu Yuntian quickly closed in, his spear shooting forward like a dragon, piercing swiftly towards its left eye. The golden-winged falcon fought against 2 opponents, relying on its aerial advantage, occasionally diving at high speed. Then using its ability, the dragon capture claw, managing to hold its ground. The 3 beasts were entangled in a fierce battle, neither side giving way. The spectators below were stunned. This Yuntian could really withstand 6th-tier beasts, and after taking 2 claws, he still looked unharmed. Wasn't this like a humanoid beast? Yuntian immediately raised his spear with one hand, thrusting it forward, the icy spear tip aimed at the other eye of the flying shadow leopard. The leopard immediately dodged, stopping in its tracks. It had just lost its left eye and was now filled with fear. Although it halted, Yuntian's other hand struck the tail end of the 9, sending the spear shooting forward again, right into the flying shadow leopard's right eye. All this happened in just a few minutes. Yuntian's series of actions flowed seamlessly, and the flying shadow leopard couldn't react in time. Moreover, every thrust aimed for its vital points. As the saying goes, every inch longer, every inch stronger. It was not an unjust loss. After the flying shadow leopard was blinded, it lost the ability to fight and was thrown out of the arena by Yuntian. The crowd erupted in an uproar. It had only been 5 minutes, and the opponent had already lost 1 beast. This Yuntian was simply not human. And Ifei's expression darkened. He didn't summon any more beasts because there were only 4 6th-tier beasts in his Beastmaster chart. Summoning other tier beasts would be useless. They wouldn't even be able to withstand a few strikes from the opponent. Yuntian glanced at the battle situation of the golden-winged falcon, which was handling 2 opponents without much pressure. Although it was difficult to defeat them immediately, it had restricted their movements, preventing them from coming to assist an Ifei. Then, Yuntian ignored the battle on that side and charged directly towards an Ifei, full of momentum. "Humph, I don't believe you can withstand the poison," he coldly declared. "Poison dragon piercing the sky," an Ifei shouted. Then, the sky-piercing python sprayed out a stream of poison as thick as an arm, spreading out to surround Yuntian. Soon, the poison enveloped Yuntian's body, and a sizzling sound was heard as his skin bubbled like it had been poured with boiling water. Yuntian ignored the pain, gripping the spear tightly, leaping high, and fiercely chopping down at the sky-piercing python's head, 7 inches down. Bang! The 9 smashed down, and the tremendous force bent the spear. Chapter 79, One Man Guards the Pass. After taking the heavy hit, the sky-piercing python's head was forced down, but it managed to hold on. It let out a painful roar, and its massive tail swung violently towards the one who heard it. Seeing this, Yuntian quickly leveled his spear to block. But the sky-piercing python's strength was too great. He was swept away more than 10 meters, and the spear was still trembling. "Humph!" Yuntian let out a cold snort, then drove the spear towards various parts of the sky-piercing python, increasing his speed. The 9 moved like a torrential rain of pear blossoms on its body, each strike drawing forth splashes of blood. 5 minutes later, numerous blood holes appeared on the sky-piercing python, continuously bleeding, looking as if it had crawled out of a pool of blood. In contrast, Yuntian was small and fast, darting around it. Other than the corrosion from the poison, he suffered no serious injuries. "Sky-piercing python," an Ifei shouted, quickly pouring more consciousness into the Beastmaster chart, black light shining down on it. At this moment, the sky-piercing python was rolling on the ground in pain. The sight of its blood loss was chilling, and when the black light shone on its body, the situation improved slightly, but it had already lost its fighting capability for the time being. Yuntian lifted the 9. The spear tip aimed at an Ifei not far away, exuding a dominating aura as he said, "Surrender. Otherwise, my spear does not recognize its master." The crowd from the Mu clan erupted in cheers. This fighting style was simply too cool, violent, straightforward, and full of passion. Even Yu Qingying's eyes flashed with a hint of unusual brilliance. Although some on the other side appreciated this fighting style and found it novel and effective, they couldn't show it at this moment, as they were in a competitive relationship, so they all pretended to wear gloomy expressions, especially Wu Yifan, whose face was nearly dripping with water. He hated the Mu clan, especially that old guy Mu Fei who revealed his affairs in front of everyone. Next, Yuntian shouted from the stage. Instantly, there was a stir in the audience. Was he being too arrogant? Although everyone knew he hadn't summoned his beast chart yet, couldn't he at least take a break? Was he planning to take on 2 or 3 opponents in a row? Because if he could win 3 matches, that would end it directly. Lin Jie had a somewhat unpleasant expression. After all, the match ended too quickly, and he couldn't save face. So he said, "Patriarch Su, you go for the second match." Su Chong nodded. He was a late-stage 6th-level Beastmaster, and if he went all out against this kid, it shouldn't be a problem. "Little brat, not bad at all. The Mu clan is lucky to have a talent like you," Su Chong said with a hint of jealousy after taking the stage. All the families had similar strengths. Why did the Mu clan get someone like this? Come on, stop with the nonsense. Just as Yuntian finished speaking, his consciousness moved, and the Thunderfire Heavenly Horse appeared in the air, standing firmly in front of him, proud and imposing. Another 6th-level exotic beast? No way. The size of his consciousness chain was actually the size of a fist. It couldn't be real. That person felt his consciousness chain and then looked at his own, which was only the size of a finger, contemplating self-harm. That was a 6th level peak exotic beast, the Thunderfire Heavenly Horse. This kid was too surprising. Some people below were dumbfounded. That was a 6th level peak exotic beast, and not even all the patriarchs had one. Su Chong also showed a surprised expression. Then a black beast chart appeared in the air, and the next moment, 4 exotic beasts broke through the chart. 3 were late-stage 6th level exotic beasts, and 1 was a mid-stage 6th level exotic beast. Among so many patriarchs, his exotic beasts were already considered quite impressive. Kid, being able to become Lord Xiao's disciple indeed shows you've got skills. I admit I underestimated you earlier. Let's summon your beast chart too. Don't say I'm bullying you. Su Chong put away his underestimation, or else he would be the laughingstock of the crowd. Haha, you don't even qualify to make me summon my beast chart. Come at me. I'm afraid you won't even get a chance to strike. Mu Yuntian laughed heartily. So arrogant. Don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as Su Chong finished speaking, he controlled the 4 exotic beasts to attack together, creating a grand momentum. Mu Yuntian wasn't idle either. He left the greenhorn spirit donkey behind and jumped onto the back of the Thunderfire Heavenly Horse, pointing his 9 diagonally at the ground, exuding an aura of one man holding back 1,000. At this moment, the golden-winged falcon was already entangled in the air with an enemy flying exotic beast, both sides exchanging blows fiercely. Meanwhile, Mu Yuntian, riding one horse, was fighting against Su Chang's 3 exotic beasts, and surprisingly, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. The Thunderfire Heavenly Horse was incredibly powerful. Its ability, Thunderfire Explosive Flame, completely suppressed the 3 exotic beasts, rendering them unable to exert their full strength. 1 minute is all you have. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Mu Yuntian shouted. Xiao Tian, you've really grown up. Tianer, my good child, from now on. It's up to you to protect your mother. Mu Chun and Yun, she looked at Mu Yuntian, who had changed over the past 5 years, feeling emotional. Who would have thought that at the most dangerous moment for the Mu clan, it would be their own son who would turn the tide? Could they not feel proud? Who else? Mu Yuntian, riding on the Thunderfire Heavenly Horse, shouted. His voice wasn't loud, but it resonated deep within their hearts. Chapter 80, Lin Bufan. That person let out a bored laugh, then stood up, nodded at Lin Jie, and slowly walked up to the competition stage. Who is this person? I've heard that there is a genius in the Tianhui sect who has been kept under wraps. Could it be him? The people from the 8 great families discussed the young man. The young man appeared to be around 21 years old, handsome, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. A tall nose, lips of moderate thickness, standing about 1.75 meters tall, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, looking extraordinary. Mu Yuntian looked at the lazy young man in front of him and felt a hint of danger rising in his heart. Lin Bufan. The young man clasped his fists. The two then stared at each other, neither taking the initiative to attack for a moment. This kid has really hit a wall this time. Not necessarily. I heard from someone who attended the exchange meeting at the U Clan 5 years ago that kid's beast chart is mutated and very powerful. A mutated beast chart? The people from the 8 great families began discussing as they watched the two stand motionless on the stage. On the competition stage. Go all out. Don't blame me for taking advantage of my age. That's just the way it is. Strength is everything. If I strike first, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Lin Bufan said lazily. Mu Yuntian felt speechless. He had just said the same thing, and now it was his turn to be the listener. However, Mu Yuntian didn't waste any more words. He was currently sitting on the back of the Thunderfire Heavenly Horse, and with a loud shout, he thrust his spear directly at Lin Bufan, while the golden-winged falcon also rushed forward. Oh, you're not summoning your beast chart yet? Haha, have I been underestimated too? Lin Bufan chuckled. The next moment, a powerful consciousness erupted from him, the aura resembling a dragon awakening, and then one exotic beast after another appeared around him. His consciousness chain quickly connecting to them. From the strength of his consciousness, he was actually a peak 6th level Beastmaster. Mu Yuntian was taken aback. He felt that Lin Bufan's consciousness chain was about the same size as his own. Then he looked at the exotic beasts. 5 of them appeared on the stage, all of which were peak 6th level exotic beasts. It seemed that this time he had truly hit a wall. There was an immediate stir in the audience because Lin Bufan's consciousness chain was the size of a fist, which was already astonishing. But the fact that he summoned 5 peak 6th level exotic beasts was a shock beyond imagination. This time, Xiao Tian is in trouble, Mu Yun said with a heavy expression. The members of the Mu clan were quiet at this moment. They had placed all their hopes on Mu Yuntian. If he lost this match, there would be no need to continue, as none of the remaining 4 could likely contain Lin Bufan. Lin Bufan smiled. He didn't summon his beast chart either, because he felt it wasn't necessary. His 5 exotic beasts were enough to defeat the opponent. The first was named Rotating Turtle. 5 meters long, with a body as hard as iron, sturdy limbs, and its ability was Copper Wall and Iron Shield. The second was named Goo Eagle. about 3 meters tall, with a sharp horn on its head, and its ability was Shattering Horn. The third was named Shadow Demon White Wolf, 3 meters long, completely snow white with only its head and tail being black, and its ability was Shadow Overwhelming. The fourth was named Sky Blue Water Horse, over 2 meters long, horse-shaped, with 2 muscular arms on its back and a tail like a cow's. Its ability was Mountain Bursting Fist. The fifth was named Soundwave Flying Mouse, 2 meters long, resembling a rabbit but with a mouse's head, sporting 2 thin wings on its back that, when spread, reached at least 5 meters, and its ability was Sonic Dragon Roar. Mu Yuntian's expression was heavy. Aside from the Thunderfire Heavenly Horse being stronger than those exotic beasts, it would be difficult for his other beasts to defeat them. He thought about it, but still charged forward, planning to see how strong the opponent was. At this moment, Mu Yuntian also felt overwhelmed by difficulties. With 1 person and 1 horse facing 3 peak 6th level, he quickly fell into a disadvantage, especially against the spinning turtle, which seemed as solid as a mountain, making it nearly impossible to break through its defenses. 10 minutes later, Mu Yuntian jumped out of the combat circle, and his divine sense suddenly erupted. A streak of white light instantly appeared above his head, radiating a brilliant glow and exuding a mysterious aura. It was the Chaos Beast Control Diagram. He then commanded the light of the Chaos Beast Control Diagram to cover all on the field and immediately charged back into battle. You finally summoned it. The mutated Beast Control Diagram, not bad. Lin Bufan still wore that lazy expression. The spectators who had never seen a mutated Beast Control Diagram widened their eyes, staring motionlessly at the diagram, trying to discern something from it. However, the Chaos Beast Control Diagram was shrouded in a haze. Not only them, but even someone like Xiao Feng couldn't see through it. At this moment, the combat stage underwent a sudden shift. Mu Yuntian, who had previously been at a disadvantage, now seemed to completely abandon defense and allowed the attacks to hit him, his spear striking like a dragon, as swift as thunder. The Thunderfire Heavenly Horse and the Golden-Winged Falcon became increasingly frenzied with each attack, as if they had taken some sort of stimulant. Conversely, after the 5 were enveloped by the light of the Chaos Beast Control Diagram, their strength, speed, and defense seemed to have diminished significantly. Now they were forced to defend against Mu Yuntian's attacks, unable to counterattack. The Thunderfire Heavenly Horse took advantage of the situation to attack, unleashing Thunderfire explosions one after another, even striking a blood flower right in the middle of the spinning turtle's back. It seemed likely that it would have nightmares about this later. Meanwhile, the Golden-Winged Falcon in the air firmly controlled too. Although it couldn't defeat them, it effectively blocked their attempts to rescue their companions. Lin Bufan watched for a while. Suddenly his eyes gleamed with intensity as he shouted, "Mu Yuntian, don't think you're the only one with a mutated beast control diagram." Chapter 81. The Battle of the Mutated Beast Control Diagram. With Lin Bufan's loud shout, his divine sense erupted fully, and a yellow light appeared above his head, with a beast control diagram hovering and exuding a heavy aura, like a great mountain. Below, everyone, whether from Lin Jie's side or Mu Fei's side, felt deeply shocked. The mutated beast control diagram was indeed extremely rare, which was why they were astonished. It's actually a yellow beast control diagram. I suddenly realized why Lin Bufan had been hidden away 10 years ago. The Eastern continent has gained another mutated beast control diagram. How delightful. Most people in the crowd were discussing the yellow mutated beast control diagram. To be a force within the sect is not simple at all. Mu Fei sighed deeply. At this moment, Mu Yuntian was also taken aback. He expected that the opponent would possess a mutated beast control diagram. In his imagination, Lin Bufan's beast control diagram was red, or even golden, but he never thought it would be mutated, as the mutated beast control diagram had always been synonymous with rarity. After Lin Bufan summoned his beast control diagram, yellow rays of light spread across the stage, entering the bodies of the 5, and soon clashed with the white light of the Chaos Beast control diagram. Though it was difficult to extinguish the white light, it successfully protected its side from being invaded. Mu Yuntian, let us see what advantages you have now. Although your mutated beast control diagram is stronger than mine, your divine sense is only at the peak of the 5th level. That's the gap. Lin Bufan also sensed the uniqueness of Mu Yuntian's beast control diagram. His own beast control diagram simply could not suppress the opponent. At this time, the situation on the stage turned upside down once again. As those yellow rays of light entered the 5, they seemed to have an extra layer of protective shield, emanating a heavy aura akin to the earth itself. Mu Yuntian attempted a few attacks, but the previous overwhelming advantage had vanished, and the 9 could only leave faint blood marks on them, most of its power being absorbed by that layer of yellow light. More than 10 minutes passed, and dozens of wounds of varying sizes appeared on Mu Yuntian's body. The Thunderfire Heavenly Horse fared slightly better, but it also showed signs of fatigue. The worst off was the Golden-Winged Falcon. It had been struck twice by the Gujiao's breaking horn, leaving 2 large bloody holes on its body, and it likely wouldn't last much longer. Mu Yuntian's expression was extremely serious. He initially wanted to launch a surprise attack on Lin Bufan, but after several attempts, he found it impossible to breach the defenses of the 5, especially since that spinning turtle kept moving its iron wall to block any danger. He couldn't break through. If this continued for another 10 minutes, he would likely be done for. What to do? Mu Yuntian felt extremely anxious, his mind racing as he attacked. Did he have to gamble on the ferocious beast within his beast control diagram again? But what if it didn't come out? He would just be waiting for death. Plus, in the current situation, he couldn't spare the time to try. This method was unfeasible. Mu Yuntian dismissed this idea once more, but it was already his last card. A few minutes later, the Gujiao in the air suddenly dove down at high speed. Its breaking horn aimed at Mu Yuntian's head from a tricky angle. The speed was as fast as lightning. Mu Yuntian couldn't dodge at all. He could only instinctively tilt his body. Just then, the Gujiao's horn struck hard against Mu Yuntian's back, directly piercing through and creating a large bloody hole. Mu Yuntian stumbled forward for over 10 meters, blood spurting from his mouth. His face turned pale instantly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Xiaotian. Both Yu Qingying and Mu Yueqi shouted out simultaneously. Some members of the Mu clan couldn't bear to watch any longer. They turned away, tears streaming down their faces. Especially Mu Yuntian's mother, Yun Shi, who, if not for Mu Fei and others holding her back, would have rushed onto the stage by now. Her face covered in tears as she sobbed quietly. On the other hand, everyone on Lin Jie's side wore blooming smiles, already thinking about how to mine spirit stones. Mu Yuntian now felt somewhat powerless. He was still significantly behind Lin Bufan. Unless he could also reach the peak of 6th level divine sense, he would have no chance of fighting back. After all, his beast control diagram was too inferior compared to the opponent's. And that monkey was still dormant within the beast control diagram, leaving him truly without options this time. Sigh, I need to work harder, otherwise, how can I protect my family? But as Mu Yuntian thought this, he glanced at the members of the Mu clan and suddenly noticed Yu Qingying holding a small black and white pearl, with tears glistening in her eyes. Mu Yuntian immediately felt enlightened. How could he not think of this method? He wanted to knock his head a few times for being so foolish. He then gathered his spirits, repelled several more attacks, retreated to the side of the Thunderfire Heavenly Horse, flipped onto the horse, and with a turn of his divine sense, 2 small pearls appeared in his hands. They were the Yin-Yang pearls he had picked up in the. Mu Yuntian controlled the Thunderfire Heavenly Horse to fight while retreating. Although he sustained a few more wounds, he managed to break free from the encirclement of several, then accelerated backward, instantly creating a distance of over 10 meters. Let us see the power of the Yin-Yang pearls. Mu Yuntian shouted loudly, gritting his teeth. His divine sense erupted, and the light of the Chaos Beast control diagram in the air suddenly surged, covering the 3 on the ground, while the 2 Yin-Yang pearls shot towards the 3's positions. Lin Bufan also sensed something was off, but couldn't figure it out at the moment. Upon hearing Mu Yuntian's loud shout, he didn't fully understand but immediately unleashed his divine sense. And the yellow beast control diagram in the air once again shone brightly, pouring into the bodies of the 5. But the Yin-Yang pearl was too small. And with Mu Yuntian's full force throw, Lin Bufan couldn't react at all. He could only watch helplessly as it flew towards his exotic beasts. Boom, boom. 2 sounds like heavenly thunder rang out. The booming continued, shaking the entire competition platform, and it seemed like it could collapse at any moment. The spectators below stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with shock, wondering what had happened. They hadn't seen Mu Yuntian make a move. The power was terrifying. The tremors lasted for half a minute before slowly calming down, and the area around the 3 exotic beasts was filled with dust and flying debris, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. At this moment, the 2 on the stage were tense and motionless, staring at the spot. This strike would largely determine their upcoming victory or defeat. As the dust began to settle, a huge hole appeared on the competition platform, and the surrounding area showed cracks. The power of the 2 Yin-Yang pearls was indeed terrifying. Of the 3 6th-tier exotic beasts, 2 fell directly into the hole, while 1 lay outside, as they were the epicenter of the explosion and bore the brunt of the damage. Now they lay on the ground, trembling, not in life-threatening danger, but likely seriously injured. Seeing this, Lin Bufan's lazy expression finally showed a hint of unease. All 3 of his exotic beasts had been wiped out. What should he do next? Mu Yuntian was overjoyed. He knew the power of the Yin-Yang pearls well, but he was worried that 1 wouldn't be enough to deal with the 3 exotic beasts. So he threw 2 right at the start, and it seemed the effect was significant. Haha, Lin Bufan, it seems the one who laughs last is not you. Mu Yuntian laughed. Humph, don't get too proud. My 2 exotic beasts will still win against you. Lin Bufan retorted, controlling the two exotic beasts to circle above his head. Seeing this, Yuntian stopped wasting words and directly attacked with his two beasts, with the beast control diagram following closely behind, radiating chaotic light, mysterious and domineering. However, Lin Buffon's beast control diagram was indeed formidable. The yellow light it emitted was like a wall, protecting them. If it weren't for the suppression of the chaotic beast control diagram, Yuntian might really have no way to deal with him. Lin Buffon was struggling. His two exotic beasts were hit again by a lightning fire explosion. Their bodies blackened in multiple places, and it seemed they couldn't hold out for long. Lin Buffon, just admit defeat. If it weren't for my reason to win, I would turn around and leave without humiliating you. But I have to do this now. Admit defeat. Yuntian said, watching the gradually fading yellow light, knowing that Lin Buffon couldn't hold on much longer. Lin Buffon shot him a glance and shouted, since we're competing, we can't sympathize with the weak. He gritted his teeth and persisted, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead due to the constant strain on his consciousness, proving through action that he was determined not to give up easily. Yuntian was taken aback. Yes, excessive sympathy would only restrain oneself. He then commanded his exotic beasts to increase their attack output. The chaotic light from the chaotic beast control diagram directly enveloped the opponent's yellow beast control diagram, while the 9 kept striking at the weak points of the yellow light, and it looked like they were about to break through. 10 minutes later, the golden-winged flying falcon pinned the Gu Jiao to the platform, unable to move, while the sound-piercing flying mouse took a hit from the lightning fire explosion and was sent flying 10 meters away. At that moment, the yellow light was suppressed to its limit, and with a strong thrust from Yuntian, it finally dissipated into the air. The tip of the 9 stopped just a few centimeters from Lin Buffon's throat, the chill emanating from it making him tremble. You lost, Yuntian said softly. He then summoned his exotic beasts and beast control diagram, looked deeply at Lin Buffon, and said quietly, I'm not interested in the conflicts between families and sections. If we meet again in the future, perhaps we can become friends. I used to prefer walking alone because I couldn't find anyone with the same pace as me. But now I feel I have found one. Lin Buffon was taken aback. He didn't expect Lin Buffon to be so open-minded. He then chuckled a few times. If I can have a friend like you, it would be my blessing. I look forward to meeting you again. The two then laughed heartily. This competition had finally come to an end, and Yuntian had won 3 victories in a row. In contrast, Lin Jie's side looked as if they had eaten a dead cat, their faces as ugly as could be, except for Lin Buffon, who still appeared lazy. When he glanced at Yuntian, the corners of his mouth would involuntarily lift. Lin Vice Sect Master, the results of this competition are out. You won't go back on your word, will you? Yuntian said leisurely. Lin Jie gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to do anything. After all, this kid had a master above him, and the title of the #1 person in the Eastern Continent was no joke. Humph, we will naturally keep our promise. Lord Xiao's disciple is indeed extraordinary. Let's go? Lin Jie waved his hand, preparing to leave the Mu clan with everyone. Wait, Yuntian called out in a low voice. What do you want? I've kept my promise. Lin Jie said with a gloomy expression. You can't just come and go as you please. What do you take this place for? Although you are a sect, you still need to be reasonable. What exactly do you want? Yuntian pondered for a moment and said, we don't need compensation for our Mu clan. We are reasonable people. How about this? You gather 10 different 6th-tier exotic beast blood, and this matter will be settled. The people below were dumbfounded, including those from the Mu clan, all wearing the same expression of confusion. What kind of strange request was this? Although Lin Jie found it strange. He thought the request wasn't excessive and was easy for them to fulfill, so he didn't think too much about it. Chapter 83. Time speaks not, friendship remains. 20 minutes later, Lin Jie finally gathered 10 different 6th-tier exotic beast blood, with each type of blood filling a small jar about 20 centimeters tall. Yuntian nodded in satisfaction. This amount of blood should be enough for him to absorb, and the 6th-tier exotic beasts in the chaotic divine monument could also be activated. The Mu clan cheered again, and they all rushed over, nearly lifting Yuntian into the air. All right, everyone, that's enough. Tonight we will hold a banquet to celebrate. Mu Fei said to the crowd. Everyone then went to prepare for the banquet. Yuntian walked over to his parents and hugged Yunxi, saying, Mother, I'm sorry for making you worry these past 5 years. I'm unfilial. Yunxi wiped the tears from her eyes and said, Your father is right. A man should aim for the world. As long as you are well, we will be satisfied. In this exotic beast continent, one must focus on cultivation. You've grown up. Your path in the future will be yours to choose, so you must persist. Tears welled up in Yuntian's eyes. No one knows a child better than their mother. Everything he did was for a better future, to better protect the people he wanted to protect. All right, look at you both crying. What a sight. Xiaodian, who is this next to you? Mu Chen glanced at Yu Qingying, feeling amazed. Yu Qingying then bowed to the two. her voice as pleasant as pearls falling on a jade plate. Ahem, I was asking about your relationship, Muchin said softly. His voice was low, but both of them heard it, their faces turning red. Lin Bufan hurriedly explained, Father, we are just good friends, not what you think. Muchin and Yun-Shi looked at their son with a bit of speechlessness, their expressions showing a sense of disappointment. Clearly, someone had a bit of interest in him to approach, yet he said such things. It seems they would have to teach him a good lesson tonight. Sure enough, a hint of barely noticeable disappointment appeared on Yu Qingying's face, which she quickly concealed. Soon it was evening, and everyone had prepared everything needed for the banquet. Cooked, boiled, and stewed dishes were all ready. Mu Yuntian also brought out half a jar of his monkey wine and mixed it with other drinks, diluting it enough for everyone to enjoy. Although it wasn't the original taste, it was still a rare find, and the key was that it wouldn't easily get people drunk. The banquet officially began, and everyone released all the tension they had built up over the past few days, their faces filled with genuine smiles. Time spoke not a word. On every beautiful day, hope could bring you emotions and surprises. With a clear heart and bright eyes, they carried a wisp of breeze, a ray of sunshine, a hint of tea fragrance, soaking in the changing seasons, allowing each season's scenery to exude a subtle fragrance and tranquil disposition. Life is a bloom. In every windy and rainy day, dance earnestly, turning life into a blooming flower. Keep a beginner's heart, navigating through the chaotic world filled with distractions, and when clarity emerges, the fragrant grass softens and the skies intoxicate. Time, like the wind, gently closes the floodgates on the journey of life. It will eventually take away those light and floating things, filtering out the extravagance and dust and settling your heart. When your wings are fully grown, you will ultimately see the truth of life, understand your mind, and return to simplicity and truth. Mu Yuntian watched the group reveling, feeling gratified as he observed the children laughing, the parents smiling, and the clan members drinking and chatting. This was his family, the family he desperately wanted to protect. Qingying, aren't you going to drink a bit? Come, I'll drink with you. Mu Yuntian saw the forlorn look in Yu Qingying's eyes and knew she was recalling past events. Xiaotian, you go enjoy drinking with them. I'll sit here for a bit. Seeing you all happy makes me happy, Yu Qingying said softly. At that moment, Mu Xing and Mu Yueqi also ran over. Mu Xing glanced at the two and said, Xiaotian, let's drink together, the four of us. After saying that, he took out several large jars of fine wine from the Beast Taming diagram and poured a full bowl for both of them. Cheers. Here's to the Mu clan getting better and better, to our friendship lasting forever, and to Yueqi, finding a good home like mine. Mu Xing raised his bowl. Mu Yueqi pinched his ear, gritting her teeth as she said, you really have some thick skin. Haha. Mu Yuntian laughed loudly, and then raised his bowl as well. A smile appeared on Yu Qingying's flower-like face as she also lifted her bowl. Cheers. No stopping until we're drunk tonight. The four clinked their bowls. And what spilled out wasn't just wine, but a solid friendship, a melodious youth, and a future about to unfold. The banquet continued, and as the night deepened, clan members gradually left, leaving only a few dozen people in the vast venue, including the four of them. At this point, all four were already drunk, even Yu Qingying, with her untainted nature, had collapsed to the side, mumbling incoherently. Mu Xing was even more exaggerated. He pulled Mu Yuntian up to dance. But the sight of two big men dancing together looked rather awkward, causing Mu Yueqi to laugh heartily. The next noon, Mu Yuntian slowly woke up. Although the diluted monkey wine had a strong after effect, it didn't leave him with a headache. I wonder how Qingying is doing. She drank no less than I did last night, Mu Yuntian thought as he got up to freshen up and then went to find Yu Qingying. Soon, he found her with his mother, both happily chatting and occasionally laughing, as if they had just met after a long time apart. Chapter 84, Spirit Stone Mine. When they saw Mu Yuntian arrive, they immediately stopped talking, as if there was some secret they couldn't let him know. Mu Yuntian walked up with a speechless expression, bowed to his mother, and then said, Qingying, you're here? Do you feel unwell? Yu Qingying shook her head, indicating she was fine. After that, she winked at Mu Yuntian and glanced at his mother, nodding as if to express her satisfaction. Mu Yuntian twitched the corners of his mouth. His mother was too concerned about these things, considering how young he was. Then Yunshi left, and Mu Yuntian noticed something seemed off with Yu Qingying. So he spoke up, Qingying, are you okay? Why do I feel like you're acting a bit strange? Yu Qingying shot him a glance and said, what could be wrong with me? By the way, when are you planning to use the exotic beast blood you got yesterday? Mu Yuntian thought for a moment, and then asked her when she planned to leave the Mu clan. If it was soon, they could leave together and not absorb the exotic beast blood yet. You can absorb it here. I can leave any time. I'm also very curious about how powerful you will be after successfully cultivating the 10,000 beasts body, Yu Qingying replied. All right, but I don't know how long it will take to cultivate, so I'm afraid of delaying your matters. I'll start my closed-door training in 3 days. And for now, I'll accompany you to explore. There are many fun places in the Mu clan. Mu Yuntian said. By the way, Qingying, did I say anything strange last night? I keep feeling like we've talked about something, but I just can't remember. Mu Yuntian continued. Yu Qingying's face flushed, and she quickly turned her head to the side, saying, how would I know? You don't even remember what you said yourself, yet you ask others. Mu Yuntian awkwardly smiled. And then the two wandered around. They arrived at Mu Yuechi's place, where she had just woken up, looking listless, clearly having drunk a lot last night. It was only when Mu Yuntian pulled out a purple fruit and a jade pot that her eyes lit up, and she asked, Xiaodian, what is this fruit? It looks impressive. Then Mu Yuntian explained the effects of the purple fruit and the monkey wine in the pot, leaving Mu Yuechi stunned, mumbling to herself. No wonder your spiritual sense chain has grown so much. I thought your master taught you some method. She quickly took the fruit and the jade pot, filled with joy, knowing these two items would significantly enhance her strength. Yuechi, I don't have much of these left, so choose a good exotic beast, otherwise it would be a waste of the monkey wine. Now hurry and go into closed-door training to quickly improve your strength. Mu Yuntian said. Got it. Don't think you're the only one working hard. You and Qingying go explore elsewhere. I'll take care of other matters and then go into closed-door training. You'll be amazed at my progress. Mu Yuechi stuck out her tongue at him. After that, the two continued to wander around the Mu clan for over an hour and found out that many clan members had already gone to the Spirit Stone mine to prepare for mining spirit stones. To avoid any delays, Mu Yuntian's father was the person in charge of this mining operation. Qingying, let's go check out the Spirit Stone mine. I've never seen one before in my life, Mu Yuntian said. Alright, I also want to see the scale of this Spirit Stone mine. If there are heavenly spirit stones or even divine spirit stones inside, that would be amazing. Yu Qingying thought of the Spirit Stone mine of the Yu clan, where they had extracted over 300 heavenly spirit stones. The two had already inquired with Mu Fei about the location of the Spirit Stone mine, which was situated in a low-lying basin more than 100 miles southeast of the Mu clan. This area was remote, with large stones and very few trees, making it almost devoid of exotic beasts, let alone other precious materials, resulting in a desolate wasteland. The golden-winged falcon soared swiftly through the sky, and after half an hour, it arrived at a low-lying basin, where it circled continuously in the air. There, Yu Qingying, with her sharp eyes, noticed a place in the distance that seemed to have sunk in, surrounded by many barren mountains that obscured it. It was really hard to spot without careful observation, as all that surrounded it were mountains, and they were all barren, with only an occasional sighting of 2 or 3 stubborn trees. 5 minutes later, the two finally saw a horizontal mountain range in that area, where vague human figures seemed to be moving, and then they descended in that direction. It's Little Tian, some sharp-eyed tribesmen said as they watched the golden-winged falcon land. Mu Yuntian scanned the surroundings, feeling uncertain. He didn't know whether the scale of this spirit stone mine was large or small. He then looked at Yu Qingying, silently asking for her opinion. Mu Chun nodded in agreement, as spirit stone mines were indeed hard to come by. The fact that so many families had set aside their pride to seize this opportunity from the Mu clan indicated its significance. Spirit stones could be used to cultivate spiritual awareness and could also be exchanged for exotic beasts and other resources, which were vital for a family's development. This spirit stone mine had probably been under excavation for 3 to 5 years. Hopefully, they could finish extracting it safely. And then the Mu clan would no longer have to look to other families for approval. A glint of determination sparkled in Mu Chen's eyes. Father, you can rest assured. The Yu clan is already our ally, and besides, it's not very far. It can be reached in half a month. If there is any danger, we can ask for their help. Mu Yuntian chimed in. Mu Chun laughed heartily, feeling very proud. His son was gradually transforming, and he believed he would ultimately soar like a dragon or phoenix. Chapter 85. Cultivating the Body of 10,000 Beasts. The three of them chatted idly for a while longer, and then Mu Yuntian and Yu Qingying took their leave. Father, I plan to enter seclusion to cultivate my body in 3 days, so I want to be coming here to help during that time. Go ahead. Why bother about the spirit stone excavation? I'm here, and that is enough. 3 days passed, and Mu Yuntian accompanied Yu Qingying as they strolled around. When they got tired, they would sit by the stream to watch the falling leaves and flowing water, lie on the grass to bask in the sunlight, gaze at the drifting white clouds, and observe the geese flying in formation. Occasionally, they would tease some small exotic beasts. Life was indeed quite leisurely and carefree. 3 days later, Mu Yuntian had finished handling some necessary matters and was preparing to enter seclusion. Yu Qingying glanced at Mu Yuntian and said, You can focus on your cultivation here. I also plan to eat a purple fruit to cultivate my spiritual awareness. Or else I might soon be caught up in the path of beast taming. Mu Yuntian laughed heartily. He was currently cultivating both paths simultaneously. Although the progress was somewhat slow, he had already surpassed many people in overall strength. After all, the more effort you put in, the greater the rewards. Heaven does not overlook a diligent person. If you haven't succeeded yet, it just means you haven't worked hard enough. The way of heaven rewards diligence. That is for sure. Alright, I believe you won't be any worse than me, Yuntian said seriously. Yuntian looked at the 10 types of exotic beast blood in front of him. Their colors varied. Some were darker, some lighter. And there were blue and green bloods that looked somewhat eerie. Should he absorb them all together, or just one at a time? Yuntian muttered to himself. After much deliberation, he decided to try absorbing one type first, as he needed to take it into his body. If there were any adverse reactions with his own blood, he might still manage. Absorbing all 10 types together would speed things up, but no one could predict what might happen. If he couldn't handle it, he might explode from within. He watched the slowly changing water, his face filled with determination, thinking, I'm absorbing the blood of a 6th-tier exotic beast now. With my body, I should be fine. Isn't it just drawing blood into the body? I'll see what it can do to me. After that, Yuntian stripped off his clothes, gritted his teeth, and jumped into the barrel. It was his first time cultivating the body of 10,000 beasts. And while he felt nervous, there was more excitement and anticipation. Upon entering the barrel, he didn't feel any immediate issues. The blood only floated on the surface of his skin. However, when Yuntian's spiritual awareness reached his dantian and activated the chaotic divine steel, the stone tablet suddenly emitted a violent chaotic energy, radiating a tremendous suction like the center of a vortex. Immediately, a suction force erupted from his dantian, causing the water outside to whirl madly around Yuntian's dantian, with droplets of blood separating from the water and merging into his body. Yuntian felt a chilling sensation enveloping him, and it seemed as though a layer of ice had formed around him, rendering him extremely stiff. As more and more drops of blood entered his body, even his breath turned into white mist. Yuntian desperately operated the chaotic divine steel. He saw the tablet absorbing the blood droplets, and after more than 10 seconds, the droplets would emerge from the tablet, transforming into a surge of pure energy that spread throughout his body. However, the pain made Yuntian's face almost twist in agony, as if thousands of ants were crawling inside him, biting him at every location. When the pain from millions of bites accumulated, it could only be described as unimaginable. After the chaotic divine steel absorbed a drop of blood, one of the exotic beasts depicted on it would flicker. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the 6th-tier exotic beast, the ice snow shadow wolf, whose image was engraved on it. As more and more blood was absorbed, the image became increasingly radiant. Meanwhile, Yuntian's body slowly began to change. Every inch of his body, both inside and out, was becoming tougher and stronger, undergoing a gradual transformation. At this moment, Yuntian had no choice but to persist, as he realized that since the chaotic divine steel absorbed the first drop of blood, it was now operating automatically. It seemed it wouldn't stop until all the blood in the barrel was absorbed. Unless Yuntian risked his life to directly sever his spiritual awareness and seal his dantian, allowing those bloods to erupt within him, that would likely result in many parts of his body being assimilated, turning him into a being that resembled neither human nor beast. Time passed little by little, and the blood was gradually absorbed drop by drop by the chaotic divine steel, while Yuntian endured the torment of pain, layer by layer. He didn't dare to speed up the absorption. He feared his flesh wouldn't withstand it, and he was even more afraid that his spiritual platform would shatter. Thus, he repeated this slow torment every day, and the water in the barrel gradually became lighter. At a certain moment, half a month later, Yuntian opened his long-closed eyes. He calmly looked at the water in the barrel, which was now completely devoid of blood, and the power of the blood had been absorbed by the chaotic divine steel, transforming into a pure and immense force that filled every part of his body. Looking at the lower half of the chaotic divine steel, among the densely packed exotic beasts, one beast stood out because it emitted a glow, while the others were all dark. That exotic beast was the ice snow shadow wolf, the source of the blood. Finally, he had dealt with one. Yuntian felt like cursing. No wonder this chaotic divine steel was so mysterious, and the body of 10,000 beasts was so powerful and domineering. He had only absorbed the blood of a 6th-tier exotic beast, and it had already left him dizzy. What if it were the blood of an 8th or 9th-tier beast, or even that of a divine beast? He didn't dare to think about those possibilities. He decided to finish absorbing the remaining 9 drops of 6th-tier exotic beast blood first. This was just the beginning. Once he adapted, it should get much easier. Yuntian comforted himself in his heart. Once again, a beast's blood appeared in Yuntian's hand. This time, the blood was bright red and thick like lava. Without thinking much, Yuntian directly poured the blood into the water, and once again activated the chaotic divine steel. It was exactly the same as the last absorption. But this time, Yuntian's body felt like it was being braced. The torment was different. Yuntian cried out in pain. Chapter 86. The sixth layer of the 10,000 Beasts body. Now Yuntian finally understood that each beast had a different bloodline, and the torment he endured varied, which meant he would have to endure all sorts of pain to successfully cultivate the 10,000 Beasts body. Thinking of this, Yuntian trembled with fear. This cultivation of the 10,000 Beasts body was too perverse. No wonder it was said that a small mistake could lead to a point of no return, turning one into a true humanoid beast. Now, Yuntian was absorbing the blood of a sixth-tier beast, the Flame King snake. And the pain he endured was in stark contrast to the first beast, the Snow Shadow wolf. Every part of his body felt like it was being burned and pricked by needles, and the key was that this pain was continuous. He had to hold on. No matter what, he had to succeed in cultivating the sixth layer of the 10,000 Beasts body. Yuntian shouted in his heart. Another 10 days passed. The blood of the second sixth-tier beast was finally absorbed. Thanks to the experience from the first time, Yuntian felt much more adapted. Although the pain and torment could not be lessened, at least he was mentally prepared and wouldn't panic over minor issues. This time, both types of blood came together. I don't believe you can do anything to me. Yuntian gritted his teeth and said. He then took out both types of beast blood and poured them all into the bucket at once. He watched as the water slowly changed color, his body instinctively trembling. But his heart was exceptionally calm. Come on, Yuntian whispered in his heart, then activated the chaotic divine steel. On the main peak of the Moon Clan, Xiaofeng and Yufeng were sitting and chatting while brewing tea. Today marked the 5th year, and Xiaoyan's beast control diagram should have stabilized for the time being. It would be fine if the ferocious beasts inside hadn't gained intelligence, but if they did, I'm afraid Xiaoyan wouldn't be able to control it. Who knows what will happen in the future? Xiaofeng said with some melancholy. I don't think Xiaoyan will go dark. From my observation over the past 5 years. Whether it's his character, personality, or will, he is the strongest among so many people I've seen. I believe in him. Yufeng poured half a cup of tea and handed it to Xiaofeng. The faint fragrance of the tea wafted, as if it were expressing his trust in Yuntian. I hope so. Yes, the main reason I came here this time is because of the dark beast tamers. Xiaofeng said solemnly. Xiaofeng took a sip of tea, slowly stood up, as if savoring the fragrance of the tea. He glanced into the distance, where Tianyue City was located. The teacup in Yuqing's hand stopped in midair, and he said in surprise, they actually dared to be so close to Tianyue City? What do they want to do? Who knows? That's the purpose of my visit. I hope you can increase manpower and enhance the detection efforts. Checking every inch around us. I will remind all the families near Tianyue City to ensure we catch these rats. I'm afraid they have some hidden agenda. The unknown is the most terrifying thing, Xiaofeng said. Seeing his serious expression, Yufeng knew that things were not simple and nodded seriously. The dark beast tamers coming from the distant western continent to the eastern continent is indeed very suspicious. Could it be that there is something here they desire? Or do they simply want to come for slaughter? After understanding, the two continued their casual conversation for over an hour. Xiaofeng then left the Moon Clan to go to other families. He would never feel at ease until he uncovered the intentions of those dark beast tamers. 3 months quickly passed. Yuntian, Qingying, Yueqi, and Xing were all in closed-door cultivation, striving to catch up with each other. Especially since the three were stimulated by Yuntian's displayed strength during the competition. If they did not work hard, they could only drift further away from him. Meanwhile, the Spirit Stone mine had entered a stable phase after 4 months of mining, proceeding in an orderly manner under Mu Chen's supervision. More importantly, Spirit Stones had already been mined, marking a good start. In Yuntian's room. Haha, I'm almost there. What pain, what torment, what can you do to me? A hint of ecstasy, excitement, and madness appeared on Yuntian's face, but more than that was determination and confidence. He always believed in himself. He then unhesitatingly poured the last 2 types of beast blood into the bucket and activated the chaotic divine steel once more. 20 days later, boom. The wooden bucket in the room suddenly exploded, water spilling everywhere. Yuntian's body was radiating intense fluctuations, which was strong enough to burst the bucket. Gradually, the fluctuations calmed down, and faint streams of light danced across his skin, like little dragons filled with explosive power. After 5 months, he finally completed the 6th layer of the 10,000 beasts body. Yuntian saw that nearly half of the beasts on the chaotic divine steel lit up, because as long as he absorbed 10 different 6th-tier beasts, those beasts below would automatically activate. He roughly sensed his current physical strength. It surged like waves, at least several times stronger than before. The 10,000 beasts body is indeed powerful. With this body, I should have no problem taking on a 7th-tier early-stage beast. Mu Yuntian clenched his fist. I wonder if Qingying has exited her seclusion? 5 months should be too short, right? In that case, I'll practice that secret technique to increase Beast's strength. Mu Yuntian murmured to himself. He then searched for that secret technique in his mind, and soon, it appeared. The secret technique of strength is low level. It can only be used on one beast during battle and can increase its strength by up to 50%. The higher the tier of the beast, the smaller the increase. By condensing the mind into a seed of strength during battle, it can activate the beast's potential and increase its corresponding strength. Chapter 87. Cultivation completed. Mu Yuntian carefully read through the entire secret technique of strength. The better the foundation of the mind, the easier it is to condense the seed of strength. My current mind chain is not bad, right? This secret technique is beginner level, so it shouldn't be too difficult to cultivate. Mu Yuntian murmured to himself. He then followed the cultivation method of the secret technique of strength step by step to condense the seed. During the first attempt, it shattered in less than a second. Because this secret technique requires the mind to rotate continuously in a certain direction and then compress the mind into a tiny seed, the difficulty is evident. The 10th attempt also failed, but Mu Yuntian was not discouraged. This kind of patience was trivial to him, let alone 10 times. Even if he failed 100 or 1,000 times, he would still keep trying as long as the method was correct. 2 days later, finally, on the 234th attempt, the seed condensed from his mind appeared faintly. It was only the size of a fingertip, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to have gas swirling inside. Steady, just stay steady, and I'll succeed, Mu Yuntian urged in his heart. 10 minutes later, the seed finally took shape completely. Since the strength of the seed condensed from this secret technique could only be used on one beast, he could only condense one seed each day. Am I condensing seeds quickly or slowly? Mu Yuntian was curious, as this was his first encounter with this secret technique, and he had no comparison to base his thoughts on. If he knew that it took Qingying 5 days to condense a seed of this secret technique, he probably wouldn't have asked such a question. He then summoned the Thunderfire Pegasus, and with a thought, the seed instantly entered its body. After a few seconds, Mu Yuntian clearly felt the momentum of the Thunderfire Pegasus had increased, estimating it had roughly enhanced its strength by 30%. This was already quite impressive. If 2 beasts of the same rank were evenly matched in battle and one suddenly increased its strength by 30%, it would catch the opponent off guard and yield unexpected results. Right now, he was eager to test his own physical strength. He thought of the necklace, Moonling Long, that Qingying possessed, which could withstand a full-force attack from a mid-stage 7th-rank beast. If he could shatter it. Just thinking about it excited Mu Yuntian. He then glanced at the room where Qingying was, noticing the door was tightly closed and a faint aura was flowing within, so he decided not to disturb her. It was a taboo for cultivators to be interrupted. A light disturbance could lead to regression in cultivation, while a severe one could cause one to go into a frenzy. Unless the cultivator had not entered deep meditation. He wandered around aimlessly for a while, and after more than 10 minutes, he unexpectedly ran into Mu Yueqi and Mu Xing. The two had completed their training over a month ago and were now sitting on a small lawn, looking somewhat peculiar. As if there was a hint of ambiguity in the air. Clearing his throat, Mu Yuntian pretended not to see them and coughed lightly while looking into the distance. Just loud enough for them to notice him. The two immediately detected Mu Yuntian's presence. Mu Yueqi shyly hid, her face flushed, while Mu Xing boldly called out, Xiao Tian. Over here. Have you finished your training? You seem to have made some breakthroughs. Mu Yuntian walked over, winked at Mu Xing, and said with a smile, what a coincidence. I just finished my training and came out for a stroll, planning to see how your training went. I didn't expect to run into you here. Mu Yueqi quickly changed the subject. Xiao Tian, that purple fruit you gave me is really amazing. I couldn't absorb it all, so I gave a small portion to Mu Xing. You won't blame me, will you? Mu Yuntian laughed. Haha, of course not. I gave it to you, so it's yours. How could I blame you? Mu Yueqi looked delighted, and then projected her spiritual sense for him to feel. Mu Yuntian sensed that her spiritual sense chain had expanded several times compared to before, now reaching half the size of his own, surpassing most beast masters of the same rank, and she had only absorbed more than half of the fruit. And that monkey wine. I now have 4 mid-stage 6th-rank beasts. Xiao Tian, thank you so much this time. Mu Yueqi was now a peak 5th-rank beastmaster, and with the help of the purple fruit, she was able to control 4 mid-stage 6th-rank beasts, significantly boosting her strength. Yueqi, why are you being so polite? We are good friends, even family. When you gave me that water back then, you did so without hesitation. I promised I would think of you whenever I got something good. Mu Yuntian said seriously. Mu Yueqi nodded, touched. Yes, they were family, good friends. Such things were natural, and polite words felt distant. Xiao Tian, what about me? Do you have any good things for me? Back when we were in the Yu clan, I even spent several nights with the clan leader to make sure you could train well. All for you. Mu Xing almost reached out his hand in front of him. The two burst into laughter at this, reminiscing about the past, though it felt somewhat surreal now. In the end, Mu Yuntian gave him a jar of monkey wine. There wasn't much left. He still had half a jar to give to his master, and half a jar had been taken by Yuntian during her seclusion, leaving him with only 2 or 3 jars of monkey wine. Mu Xing quickly grabbed it and placed it into his Beastmaster Map. Fearing Mu Yuntian would have second thoughts, his antics once again made the two laugh heartily. Mu Yuntian wandered around for 3 days, even visiting the Spirit Stone mine, where he saw those spirit stones being excavated one by one, feeling very pleased for the future of the Mu clan. Finally, Yu Qingying completed her seclusion, and Mu Yuntian rushed over to find her, eager to test if his strength could break the protection of Moon Linglong. Qingying, how was your training? Mu Yuntian assessed her before speaking. He quickly felt her presence and was astonished, saying, how many purple fruits did you absorb? I finished all the fruits. If I don't push myself, I'll be caught up to buy you. Yu Qingying replied calmly. Mu Yuntian was stunned for a moment because Yu Qingying's spiritual sense chain was now twice the size of his own. This meant she had absorbed just over 2 purple fruits during her seclusion, considering she had absorbed just over 1 when in the Lingzi cave. Mu Yuntian looked at her with some concern. 5 months of absorbing just over 2 fruits meant she had endured pain only she could understand, something outsiders could hardly imagine. Qingying, while cultivation is important, don't push yourself too hard. I will be there with you to face everything in the future. I will make myself stronger. And when the time comes for revenge, I will be with you. Mu Yuntian said earnestly. Yu Qingying was taken aback. Ever since she closed her heart, aside from Xiao Feng and Yu Feng, others had dared not approach her, seeing her cold and unapproachable demeanor. Although she knew this was all her doing, her heart truly couldn't accommodate anyone else, filled with the desire for revenge. Xiao Tian, thank you, she said, her eyes misty, gathering his courage. Mu Yuntian took Yu Qingying's small hand in his, saying, from now on, let us live happily. After saying this, he quickly released her hand, one blushing with shyness, the other heart racing. It was their first time holding hands, breaking through the haze of youth, beautiful beyond measure. Then Mu Yuntian remembered his main purpose and shared his thoughts with Yu Qingying about testing his pure physical strength. Yu Qingying nodded, the blush on her face fading as they left the room and arrived at an open space. Ready? Yu Qingying infused her spiritual sense into Moon Linglong, a thin layer of light enveloping a meter around her. Mu Yuntian gathered his energy and let out a loud shout, his muscles bulging like a dragon. He activated the Chaos Divine Steel, feeling the awakened beasts within the steel come to life, either low growling or screaming, followed by a surge of intense light and an overwhelming force erupting forth, all converging into his right hand. Qingying, be careful. Mu Yuntian lunged forward, his right fist smashing violently into the protective shield. The shield immediately caved in, and the outer layer rippled like waves spreading outward. Seeing this, Mu Yuntian pressed down hard with his right hand, and after a few seconds, the protective shield finally couldn't withstand it any longer, shattering with a loud bang. The gems on Moon Linglong dimming. The two stared wide-eyed at each other, astonished. This power was truly terrifying. Moon Linglong could withstand a full-force attack from a mid-stage 7th-rank beast, and now Mu Yuntian had shattered it with a single punch, indicating his body and strength were comparable to a mid-stage 7th-rank beast. Mu Yuntian was overjoyed, while cultivating the 10,000 beast's body was incredibly dangerous. Its power could not be denied. Now he was confident he could take on any mid-stage 6th-rank beast without falling behind, and he could even fight a mid-stage 7th-rank beast. Xiao Tian, congratulations. This 10,000 beast's body is truly domineering. Your overall strength is probably double mine, Yu Qingying said, equally happy for him. Mu Yuntian laughed heartily. He was just a step away from advancing to a 6th-tier Beastmaster, but he was reluctant to use the Divine Stone, so he could only cultivate slowly. When the time comes, he would elevate all his exotic beasts to the peak of the 6th tier, greatly enhancing his strength once again. Next, all he needed to do was to raise his Beastmaster rank and then upgrade his exotic beasts. With that, even if he encountered danger, he would have some self-defense capability, Mu Yuntian said. He nodded, feeling that his efforts had not been in vain. Although it was arduous, it was worth it. Yu Qingying nodded happily. What the two were unaware of was that Xiao Feng had the same intention. They indeed needed some tempering. The two planned to set off in 3 days, and during this time, Mu Yuntian said goodbye one by one to the members of the Mu clan because he didn't know how long he would be gone. After a brief reunion, it was time to part again. Perhaps that was what life was about. The saddest was definitely Yunqi. She was not someone who loved to cultivate. She loved her husband and her son. However, a man's ambition lies in the world, and she could only hold back her tears and wave goodbye, no matter how reluctant she was. Xiaotian, Yueqi, and Mu Xing would also set off with them. They needed to gain experience too. Staying here would only hinder their strength. You three will be the future of the Mu clan, the pillars of the Mu clan. Mu-Fei said to them. The withered trees in the autumn wind are desolate, and the journey is only for the future. Why does the wind travel 1,000 miles? It's just afraid of an empty jug of wine. The journey is long, and news returns like arrows. Holding a lamp in the lonely night, I think of my father and mother, wondering if they are safe. The 4 people and 4 exotic beasts quickly headed towards the Yu clan. This time, they didn't know how long they would be gone. 1 year? 5 years? Or 10 years? Half a day later. Yes, Qingying is right. You are not alone in this. Besides, I am here, right? Even if it costs me my life, I won't let you suffer. Mu Xing was best at finding opportunities, and every word was spot on. Mu Yueqi then perked up, a smile gradually appearing on her face. Warming hearts like spring flowers blooming. Chapter 89, Conspiracy. At this moment, Yu Feng was busy with the matter of the Dark Beastmaster, feeling overwhelmed. For 5 months, he had sent out group after group of clansmen to search, but they had found no news, as if they had never come. If it weren't for Qiao Feng's own words, he would find it hard to believe that after such a long search, not even a trace had been found. When Yu Feng heard this voice, he was delighted. He quickly put down his work and instructed the people beside him to bring them in. After the 4 entered, they bowed to Yu Feng and then sat down. Xiaodian, have you finished dealing with the matters of the Mu clan? Yu Feng asked, then glanced at Mu Yuntian. He noticed that his aura was a bit different from before. Now he exuded a sharpness, filled with explosiveness, as if many fierce beasts were lurking inside him. Yes, Uncle Yu, the matters of the Mu clan have been resolved. We will be grateful if the Yu clan can take care of things in the future. He then looked at his body and continued, fortunately, my efforts have not been in vain. My physical body has made some progress. Yu Feng nodded in agreement. Even if Mu Yuntian didn't say it, he would ally with the Mu clan. He clearly knew that Mu Yuntian's potential was limitless, so he would not refuse to help with anything he could. Yu Fu really came at the right time. I should have kept you in the Yu clan and treated you well, but now it might not be possible. Then Yu Feng repeated what Xiao Feng had said. So this time, you 4 should also go out and search. Consider it an experience. But you must prioritize your lives. Yu Feng said seriously. After hearing this, the 4 of them showed serious expressions, especially Yu Qingying, whose previously cold demeanor reappeared, vaguely radiating an overwhelming hatred. Don't worry, we will pay attention to safety. If we really can't find anything, I have another method. Mu Yuntian smiled helplessly. He originally wanted to say he would use his Beastmaster Map as bait to spread the news, believing they would surely come looking for him since he possessed the chaotic fierce Beastmaster Map. But thinking again, Yu Feng's words made a lot of sense. The key was that they were in the open while the others were in the dark. Then you should set off early tomorrow morning. The longer this matter drags on, the more variables there will be. No one knows what those dark Beastmasters are really after here. Yu Feng said. The 4 felt the same in their hearts. They nodded and left the main peak, planning to discuss how to search for this matter in the bamboo house of Yu Qingying. Are you sure he came to the Yu clan? Did Yu Feng send him out? A voice full of doubts asked. This person was Su Chong, the clan leader of the Su clan. Good. Immediately prepare the spirit stones. I need to notify the Feng clan and the Wu clan. This time, even if we can't kill that kid, we must leave him crippled. Su Chong shouted. Mu Yuntian, oh Mu Yuntian. It's all your fault for blocking us and making us lose face. Before, the 3 of our clans were unprepared. This time, I will watch you die. Haha. Su Chong had a fierce expression. 5 days later, Feng Gang and Wu Tian hurriedly arrived at the Su clan, especially Wu Tian, who was itching to kill Mu Yuntian. The 3 sat down to discuss countermeasures. Lord Xiao instructed our 3 clans to search for the whereabouts of the Dark Beast Masters with all our might. Now we are targeting his disciple. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, the matter of the Dark Beast Masters is of utmost importance, Feng Gang said after pondering. Wu Tian replied with a gloomy face. As long as we keep it discreet, who would think it was us? Now that we have such a good opportunity, if we do not eliminate him, our resentment will not dissipate. If he grows stronger, it will be as difficult as climbing to the heavens to kill him later. Su Chong nodded in agreement. That kid Mu Yuntian has already set off and is heading south, and we 3 clans happen to be here. This opportunity is a divine gift. We must seize it. As for Lord Xiao's matter, as long as we continue to send more people to search, that is enough. This time, we must eliminate Mu Yuntian. The 3 continued to plan this conspiracy in detail. They all had their own trump cards. Initially, they thought the matter of the Mu clan would be easy, but unexpectedly, Mu Yuntian appeared halfway through. Even more incredible was that his master was the lord of Tianyue City. Even the Tianhua sect chose to avoid his edge, let alone their clans. Su Chong was somewhat arrogant. It's time for my Thunderfire Pearls to make their appearance. Wu Tian's face was gloomy. With the barrier woven by the exotic beast supported by my Wu clan, does he think he can escape? No way. Ha ha. Feng Gang smiled broadly. Then I won't hide it anymore. The Wu clan has 2 7th-tier exotic beasts guarding. Can he escape? 10 days ago, at the Yu clan. The next morning, the 4 woke up early. They had already discussed the night before, splitting into 2 groups. One team would head south, and the other would head north. Then circle halfway towards Tianyue City to search, and finally meet there. Chapter 90, Ambush. Alright, you two must be very careful. We will meet in Tianyue City. Mu Yuntian said to them. He and Yu Qingying formed one team, preparing to head south. Mu Yueqi and Mu Xing formed another team, heading north. Mu Yueqi and the others nodded, and then rode their exotic beasts towards the north. Mu Yuntian rode the Thunderfire Pegasus, while Yu Qingying rode the Shadow Tiger. Since they were out to search for the Dark Beastmasters, they did not choose flying exotic beasts. Then the two headed south. Mu Yuntian did not know that a huge conspiracy awaited him ahead. Every day, aside from searching for the Dark Beastmasters, the two spent their remaining free time cultivating. Soon, they had been traveling around the southern region for almost 2 months, but there was nothing suspicious to be found. Xiaotian, do you think those Dark Beastmasters have really come to the eastern continent? Why has Uncle Qiao and the others been searching for so long without finding anything? Yu Qingying always pondered this question. Mu Yuntian had been thinking about this since the first day they set out. Otherwise, their aimless search would yield the same result. They had to uncover the reason behind this issue. I've thought about it for a long time. There are only 2 possible reasons for not finding them. One is that they have a barrier that prevents detection, and the other is that they have entered a very special place where outsiders cannot search. Like a space within a barrier, Mu Yuntian said slowly. But Uncle Qiao and the other 2 city lords should have considered these possibilities. Yet they still can't find them. The Dark Beast Masters are truly mysterious. Whenever Yu Qingying mentioned that name, she felt uneasy. We can only keep searching. If they are preparing for something, there will surely be signs. At least we will be prepared and won't be caught off guard, Mu Yuntian sighed. At that moment, the two entered a canyon, moving cautiously. If any danger arose, they would immediately flee at full speed and shatter their spirit stones. This way, anyone holding a spirit stone within thousands of miles would sense it and come to their aid. This was a method devised by the 3 city lords. As each spirit stone contained their stored consciousness, they then slowly advanced through the seemingly endless canyon, flanked by steep cliffs. Despite the presence of trees and flowers, it was eerily quiet. After such a long journey, they had yet to encounter a single exotic beast. Something feels off. It's too quiet here. Could this be a dead zone? How can there be no little exotic beasts at all? We should at least see a few birds, Mu Yuntian said, puzzled. Yu Qingying also sensed something was wrong. Although the area was remote, it didn't seem lifeless. There was some vitality around. Qingying, look. There are clear traces of exotic beasts here. How strange is that? Could we have encountered the Dark Beast Masters? Mu Yuntian studied the traces on the ground closely. That shouldn't be possible. If they were so obvious, the 3 city lords wouldn't be having such a hard time searching for them. Let us not think about it. We should just get out of this canyon, Yu Qingying suggested. Mu Yuntian nodded and moved ahead, but his eyes remained fixed on the ground. He felt that if anything strange were to happen, it would surely come from the ground. Xiaotian, be careful up ahead, Yu Qingying suddenly shouted. Startled by her call, Mu Yuntian instinctively halted the Thunderfire Pegasus, and an invisible aura erupted, ready to face any danger. Yu Qingying approached and pointed ahead. I was just using my consciousness to scout ahead. Otherwise, you would have charged right in without knowing what might happen. After hearing her words, Mu Yuntian immediately extended his consciousness forward, and sure enough, a thin, shimmering barrier blocked their path about 10 meters away. He struck it with all his might. But aside from a slight ripple, the barrier didn't even dent. His full-force punch could break through Yu Linglong's protective shield. Xiaotian, it seems we really are in danger this time, Yu Qingying said, quickly shattering the spirit stone in her hand. A wave of consciousness appeared in the air and spread in all directions. Ha ha ha, don't bother. This barrier won't let your consciousness escape. Mu Yuntian, today this will be your burial ground. A deep voice came from outside the barrier ahead. As he said, the consciousness collided with the barrier in all 4 directions, but could not penetrate. Even the air above was surrounded by a barrier. It's you. Mu Yuntian was shocked. He never expected that the 3 of them would want to kill him. Indeed, the arrivals were Su Chong, Wu Tian, and Feng Gang. They had been tracking Mu Yuntian for a few days and predicted that he would pass through this canyon, so they had prepared in advance. As expected, the 2 had walked into their ambush. Su Chong, aren't you afraid of my master? I'll give you a chance to leave here, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, Mu Yuntian's eyes burned with anger. Su Chong and the others laughed mockingly. What will you do otherwise? Since we've chosen to kill you, we are fully prepared. We may fear your master, but what evidence do we have that we killed you? Today, you will die, no matter what. Su Chong gritted his teeth. That exotic beast, is a 7-colored spirit fox. Yu Qingying recognized it at a glance, then gasped in surprise. Mu Yuntian also recognized it. The 7-colored spirit fox was a collective term for 7 unique foxes, each a different color: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Each possessed a very special ability. The one in front of them was a Qingling fox, a peak 7th-tier exotic beast. In terms of attack and defense, the 7-colored spirit fox was the weakest among 7th-tier beasts, but their special abilities were so coveted that even 8th and 9th-tier beast masters desired to possess one. Unexpectedly, this Wu Tian had one. The special ability of the Qingling fox was to create a barrier that was immune to water and fire, impenetrable by consciousness, while allowing sounds to pass in and out. Beasts lower than its tier found it nearly impossible to break through, unless they were like the strength god ape, which possessed extreme power. Mu Yuntian, this is just one of the little surprises. Soon, you'll know what despair truly means. Su Chong said. Mu Yuntian ignored him and looked at Yu Qingying, his expression heavy as he said, "Qingying, I'm sorry. I've dragged you into this." Yu Qingying shot him a glare. "What is the point of saying that now? We should prepare to fight. They might not be able to take us both down." Then her golden beast chart immediately hovered above her head, and 5 peak 6th-tier exotic beasts appeared around her. Mu Yuntian was stunned. He hadn't expected that after 5 months of seclusion, she had raised her own beasts to the peak 6th tier. Her strength was now terrifying. No wonder she was so calm. Golden beast chart, 5 peak 6th tier beasts. Impressive. What a pity, really a pity. Even Su Chong couldn't help but applaud, as this girl was on par with the genius youth Lin Bufan from the Tianhua sect. "Su Chong, if I don't die today, I will surely take your lives another day," Mu Yuntian shouted. Then the Chaos Beast chart appeared in the air, summoning the Thunderfire Pegasus, Golden-Winged Falcon, and Greenhorn Spirit Donkey in succession. Mu Yuntian gripped the 9, pointing it diagonally at the ground, his momentum continuously rising. He glanced at the beast chart and felt that in the first compartment, a mass of chaotic light was wrapping around something, obscuring it from view. It was the monkey that had drunk the monkey wine. Sighing inwardly, Mu Yuntian thought, it still hadn't completed its evolution. If it were here today, the odds would be much greater. After all, this monkey was too mysterious and should have its own strengths after evolving. Haha, what a pity for the 2 geniuses today. No matter how you struggle, it will be of no use. Clan Chief Feng Gang, it's your turn, Su Chong said in a low voice. Feng Tian let out a loud whistle, and soon 2 strange beasts appeared in the distance, arriving at his side in less than 10 seconds. Mu Yuntian's eyes showed surprise once again. These were actually 2 identical late-stage 7th-grade beasts. Each was over 2 meters long, with brown fur, resembling dogs, and most uniquely, they both had 2 heads shaped like wolf heads. 2 ice fire spirit dogs? Yu Qingying also felt it was unbelievable. She couldn't understand how Feng Gang could control these 2 late-stage 7th-grade beasts with just his spiritual sense chain. "Did you think this was the end? Look behind you," Su Chong said with a smile. The 2 immediately turned their heads and saw 10 people standing outside the barrier. If they guessed correctly, these should all be 6th-grade beast tamers. Including Su Chong and the other 2, there were a total of 13 people. How could they possibly handle this? It was a certain death trap. Mu Yuntian and Yu Qingying exchanged glances and then started to laugh. At that moment, they felt no fear. What was there to fear in life and death? "Qingying, knowing you these years has been the greatest fortune of my life. I am really very happy. You must listen to me later. I will ensure your safety even if it costs me my life. Trust me." Mu Yuntian thought of the beast taming diagram in the air. "Today, even if I have to shed all my blood, I will protect Yu Qingying." Xiao Tian, don't act rashly. I know what you want to do, but don't attempt anything until the very end. We still have a chance. Yu Qingying looked at him seriously. Mu Yuntian nodded, but he had already made up his mind. This time, no matter the cost, he would ensure Yu Qingying's safe departure. Haha, have you 2 lovebirds finished your farewell? If you have, then go be a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Wu Tian, move the barrier forward and backward. Kill these 2. Su Chong shouted madly. The colorful spirit fox's eyes flashed with spirit light, and the barrier instantly expanded forward and backward by more than 50 meters. Su Chong and the others, who were previously outside the barrier, now appeared inside it. "Kill them," Su Chong shouted loudly. "Be careful of Su Chong. He hasn't shown his trump card yet. He probably wants to catch us off guard," Mu Yuntian whispered. Yu Qingying nodded. The golden beast taming diagram in the air radiated brilliantly, surrounding the 2 of them, and then directed the light towards his 5 beasts. Mu Yuntian's spiritual sense erupted fully, and the Chaos Beast taming diagram shone brightly, radiating towards all the beasts on the field, finally creating an additional protective shield outside the golden light. Boom. Dozens of beasts were charging towards the 2 at full speed, unleashing various abilities, while 7 or 8 beasts circled in the air, waiting for their chance to strike. Especially those two ice-fire spirit dogs, whose foreheads opened their mouths simultaneously, conjuring two balls of fire and two ice pillars that shot towards Yuntian and Yuntian in an instant. This was their ability. Ice-fire absolute kill. Yuntian left the greenhorn spirit donkey by Yuntian's side and charged out with his spear, followed by the thunderfire heavenly horse and other beasts. Su Chong and the others controlled the beasts to flank the two, overwhelming them, shaking the ground, and sending sand and stones flying, trees crashing down. At this moment, Yuntian charged directly into the midst of the beasts controlled by the 10 individuals. Those attacks struck him in an instant, but he paid no mind. Though the Chaos Light and Golden Light helped him withstand a significant portion of the attack's power, several still landed on him. Chapter 92. The battle is fierce. Yuntian swept his spear in a wide arc, sending the few beasts at the front tumbling towards the cliff's edge. Then, he thrust the spear directly, piercing one beast's eye, immediately causing blood to gush. Bang! Before Yuntian could pull out his spear, a pair of giant claws pinned him to the ground. It was the late-stage 6th grade beast, the terrifying bird. This bird couldn't fly, but it had legs as thick as pillars. Yuntian struggled, but found himself immobilized. And in an instant, several beasts slapped him a few times. If he hadn't protected his head, he would have been severely injured. Humph! Yuntian let out a cold snort, then tightly grasped the terrifying bird's legs. With a sudden burst of strength in his legs, he sprang up while still holding onto the bird's legs. Then, Yuntian used the terrifying bird as a weapon, swinging it around to smash into the surrounding beasts. Die! Yuntian activated the Chaos Divine Monument, channeling all his power into his right hand, then struck down hard on the bird's head. Its head exploded like a rock, completely devoid of life. Bang 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 bang. Yuntian didn't spare another glance at the dead terrifying bird, but fully activated the Chaos Divine Monument, raining down punches like raindrops on the bodies of the beasts. 20 minutes later, Yuntian's body was covered in wounds, his upper clothes already in tatters, revealing a strong yet not bulky physique, with 7 or 8 beast corpses lying in disarray on the ground. He was now exhausted, dripping with sweat, and the speed of his Chaos Divine Monument's activation was slowing down. He looked around and saw that Yuntian had been forced into a corner, with only 3 beasts guarding her. They were simultaneously under attack from 7 or 8 beasts, covered in wounds and struggling to hold on. The golden-winged falcon and Yuntian's iron-backed eagle king were in even worse condition, facing 7 beasts' attacks simultaneously. Their situation in the air was dire, occasionally spilling large amounts of blood, which drifted away with the wind. If this continued, they would surely perish. There were too many beasts. How could they fight? Yuntian had already been hit by 2 beasts' attacks in just a moment of distraction, almost losing a hand. Yuntian defended while retreating, moving to Yuntian's side. With a thought, 2 black and white small beads appeared in his hand. They were the yin-yang pearls, and these were his last 2. The dozens of beasts saw the 2 cornered and instantly surrounded them, their expressions ferocious, eager to tear the 2 apart. Yuntian gritted his teeth and threw the 2 yin-yang pearls into the beast horde, then embraced Yuntian, using his body to shield her. He feared that being this close, even the Chaos Light and Golden Light wouldn't be enough to block the attack. You little beast. If I don't kill you, my heart won't be at ease. Su Chong had already witnessed the power of this thing when he was in the Mu clan. At this moment, as the smoke cleared, a dark hole lay in the center of the canyon where the explosion occurred, and the dozens of beasts, gathered together to attack, suffered heavy casualties. Yuntian's situation wasn't any better. They were far too close to the explosion point. The shockwave instantly broke through the 2 layers of light, toppling both him and Yuntian along with several beasts and violently crashing against the cliff face. Blood holes appeared on Yuntian's back. He bore the full brunt of the shockwave, with not a single part of his skin intact. If it weren't for his powerful physique and the light blocking some of the force, Su Chong and the others wouldn't even need to intervene. Xiao Tian, what happened to you? Tears welled up in Yuntian's eyes, her back wet with a large patch of Yuntian's blood. Cough cough. I'm fine, Qingying. Quickly take out your 4 yin-yang pearls as well. We need to fight back. Don't hesitate, or we will really meet our end here today. Yuntian said while coughing. Keep going. That kid can't hold on much longer. Su Chong shouted loudly, then produced several black and red beads in his hand. The power contained within them was shocking. These were the trump cards he referred to, the Thunderfire Pearls. Kid, I want you to die in despair, Su Chong said darkly to himself. The bravest on the battlefield were undoubtedly the 2 ice and fire spirit dogs, which had firmly suppressed Yuntian's beasts. If it weren't for the impressive beast-controlling art of the 2, they would likely have already been defeated, but they were now in extreme danger. Now, Su Chong shouted softly, and 5 Thunderfire Pearls were instantly shot from his hand, heading towards the 5 beasts controlled by Mu Yuntian. At the same time, the 2 yin-yang pearls in Mu Yuntian's hand were also shot towards the beasts controlled by the 10 people. Having learned from previous lessons, the 10 people immediately unleashed their powerful spiritual consciousness, causing the beast-controlling art in the air to shine brightly. Although these beast-controlling arts had no special abilities, they could still alleviate the explosive force to some extent. Then they directed their beasts to scatter and attack Mu Yuntian and his companion from different directions. Boom. 2 loud explosions echoed, still incredibly powerful, but because the 10 had prepared beforehand, this wave only heavily injured 5 of their beasts. On the other side, as the sound of the explosions covered the area, the 5 Thunderfire Pearls silently approached, striking the 4 beasts of the Thunderfire Pegasus and Moon Qingying. However, strangely, there was no sound of explosion, only a faint sizzling noise. The 5 beasts, including the Thunderfire Pegasus, suddenly collapsed to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Their bodies emitted electric currents, and along with the flow of electricity, a wave of heat, like magma, enveloped them. Chapter 93, Life and Death Moment. With this attack, Mu Yuntian's beasts were heavily injured. Only the green-horned spirit donkey, golden-winged falcon, and iron-backed eagle king were barely holding on. But they were already exhausted and would likely be killed in another 5 minutes of assault. Ha ha ha, kid. These Thunderfire Pearls cost me quite a bit to acquire from others. They are naturally formed from the internals of the Thunderfire crab from the sea, so you can imagine their rarity. It's such a waste to use them on you. Su Chong laughed heartily. Kid, rest easy. The next to go will be that bastard Mu Fei. He's even more detestable. Wu Tian gritted his teeth and said. After Su Chong and the others finished speaking, they continued to control their beasts to launch attacks, not wanting to drag this out any longer. Meanwhile, the 10 others were also controlling their beasts to attack. Although their beasts were either dead or injured, they were still enough to deal with the 2 present. Seeing this situation, Mu Yuntian sighed lightly, and then controlled his beast-controlling art to come before him. Qingying, increase the defense and buy me 2 minutes. Mu Yuntian said somewhat tragically. Moon Qingying grasped his hand, her eyes brimming with tears. Xiao Tian. No. What if it drains all your blood and you can't get out? We must have other ways. Mu Yuntian looked at the approaching beasts, his heart as calm as water. How could a miracle happen in this situation? Miracles needed to be created by oneself. Qingying. Stop talking. I will never let you get hurt. Mu Yuntian stuffed the remaining 2 yin-yang pearls into Moon Qingying's hand, picked up the 9 from the ground, and smiled at the beast-controlling art before him, a wild and arrogant smile. Then all his spiritual consciousness surged into it. Haha, if I die, you will die too. Today, I will feed you all my blood. Let's see if you can awaken. If not, then we will have company on the road to the Yellow Springs. After Mu Yuntian finished speaking, he raised the 9 and stabbed it towards his chest, just an inch away from his heart. Stop him. Although Su Chong didn't know what he intended to do, his intuition told him he must stop Mu Yuntian's actions because his mutated beast-controlling art was too mysterious. Just as Mu Yuntian was speaking, the 2 ice and fire spirit dogs suddenly stopped, then simultaneously unleashed their abilities. 2 fireballs and 2 ice pillars miraculously fused together, transforming into a black-red light mass, and the momentum instantly increased several times. Since the 2 beasts were twin brothers, they hatched from the same beast egg and lived together, naturally forming a fusion ability that only the 2 could achieve. This new ability was several times more powerful than when they released their powers individually. Once the light mass formed, it sped towards Mu Yuntian, leaving a deep trace in the air, as if even the air was being scorched by this ability. Xiao Tian. Moon Qingying shouted loudly. At this moment, Mu Yuntian was raising the 9, about to stab it fiercely into his chest. He saw the rapidly approaching light mass and gritted his teeth, choosing to endure the blow because if he dodged, Su Chong and the others would have time to stop him, and he wouldn't be able to do this later. Seeing Mu Yuntian not dodging, Moon Qingying glanced at the light mass, then urged the golden light of Moon Linglong and the beast-controlling art, and without hesitation, stood in front of Mu Yuntian. She faced Mu Yuntian, with the incoming light mass behind her, and Mu Yuntian's 9 was about to pierce his chest. He had no time to pull Moon Qingying away. As this series of events happened too suddenly, he could only watch helplessly as she stood in front of him, her expression so calm and determined, as if she was merely doing something insignificant. At this moment, the spearhead of the 9 had already penetrated half an inch into his chest, and the light mass had also reached the golden light, not stopping for even a moment before hitting the protective shield formed by Moon Linglong. Time seemed to slow down. From the chaotic beast-controlling art, a fluffy large hand emerged. The arm wasn't particularly thick, but the muscles on it shimmered like steel, containing earth-shattering power. As soon as it appeared, it instantly grabbed the 9, which had just penetrated an inch into Mu Yuntian's chest. and he felt an irresistible force gripping the lower half of the spear, preventing it from advancing any further. Just as the large hand appeared, the light mass had already broken through Moon Linglong's protective shield and instantly struck Moon Qingying's back. Boom! The light mass exploded, and Moon Qingying's back clothing shattered. Her originally snow-white skin was now charred, her entire back a bloody mess. With a thrust, she slammed into Mu Yuntian's arms, and as the hand grasped the nine, it had already pulled it out. Qingying! Tears streamed down Mu Yuntian's face, his chest stained red with the blood he coughed up. At this moment, Moon Qingying had already fainted, unaware of life or death. Mu Yuntian held her, his hands trembling uncontrollably, even his heart racing violently. He was finally scared. Scared that Moon Qingying would die. In a panic, he pulled out a large number of healing medicines from the beast-controlling art, desperately pouring them onto Moon Qingying's back, then shoved several healing pills given to him by Yufeng into her mouth, which dissolved instantly. Hu! Mu Yuntian let out a long sigh. The heavy stone in his heart finally lifted halfway, at least proving that Moon Qingying was not dead. He quickly took out a piece of clothing to cover her back. And after doing all this, he finally looked towards the battlefield. In his hand was his own nine, with his back to him, standing straight like the spear. His entire body hidden with shivering power. Su Chong and the others were all stunned, staring blankly at the monkey before Mu Yuntian. Or perhaps it was a monkey. Chapter 94. The Birth of the Monkey, Turning the Tide. What beast is this? I don't seem to have any impression of it in my mind. Looking at the spiritual power it emits, it's just a peak 6th tier beast, but why does it have such a bizarre momentum? Su Chong asked with a puzzled expression. Mu Yuntian was also staring blankly at the beast before him, thinking to himself, is this the monkey? The transformation is too great. If it weren't for the identical fur, I might not recognize it at all. Then he tried to control the monkey in front of him, as it was also his beast and had a connection with him. However, when Mu Yuntian's spiritual consciousness linked with the monkey, a strange scene occurred. The spiritual consciousness chain was unexpectedly blocked by a strange light curtain on the monkey. Completely unable to penetrate, Mu Yuntian looked incredulous, and he tried several more times, but to no avail. Could it be that my spiritual consciousness chain is not strong enough? Not enough to control this monkey? That would be too impressive, Mu Yuntian murmured. Mu Yuntian couldn't understand at all. He knew that beasts only developed intelligence after reaching level 7, and could speak human words only at level 9. Yet, this monkey seemed to already possess intelligence, which was quite strange. Kid, I'll help you deal with them. You take me to find chaotic gas. I already have a connection with you. Your beast-controlling map is suitable for me to reside in, which is why I chose to follow you. But don't think you can control me. You can't do it. I will do as I please. Mu Yuntian's mouth dropped open wide, wondering what kind of beast he had encountered. Not only could it freely enter and exit his beast-controlling map, but it also had such high intelligence, and crucially, it was not under his control. Help me deal with the current situation first, or I will die here. If I die, you won't survive either. No beast can escape the rules of the beast-controlling map unless I willingly sever our connection. Mu Yuntian transmitted with his consciousness. Communication between beasts did not require level 7 spiritual consciousness. The monkey tilted its head and thought for a moment, feeling it made sense, then transmitted back. Okay, but this stick of yours is too light. It's not much different from hair. Give it back to me. I'll use my fists instead. Mu Yuntian's mouth twitched a few times. This was a spear. Besides, the 9 weighed at least over 500 gene. Even though he felt it was a bit light after upgrading his physical body, it shouldn't be as light as hair. In the next second, Mu Yuntian realized how naive his thoughts were. The monkey jumped and landed among the beasts controlled by the 10 people. Its 2 large hands reaching out to grab 2 of the beasts. The 10 people quickly commanded their beasts to unleash their most powerful abilities, and in an instant, more than 10 types of attacks came flying toward the monkey. Even the 7 beasts in the air launched their attacks, as at that moment, the golden-winged falcon and iron-backed eagle king had already been shot down to the ground, severely injured. The attacks quickly reached the monkey, but it completely ignored them, a disdainful smile appearing at the corner of its mouth. Then, light fluctuated around its body, and those large hands continued to reach for the 2 beasts, swift as lightning. Bang! 2 sounds echoed, as the monkey grabbed one beast by the neck with each hand. They struggled incessantly, claws and fists raining down on the monkey. Meanwhile, the other beast's attacks landed on it, but strangely, those attacks seemed to be blocked by something, pausing for a second or two before hitting the monkey's body. The people around were dumbfounded, including Mu Yuntian. The monkey only took 2 steps back, and it appeared completely unharmed. This was unbelievable. Over 10 beasts attacking simultaneously, let alone a peak level 6 beast. Even a late-stage level 7 beast like the Ice and Fire Spirit Dog would have numerous wounds. Even if not severely injured, the monkey paid no attention to the crowd's shock. It exerted its strength with both hands, and with two cracking sounds, the necks of the two beasts twisted, lifeless. This was too easy, Yuntian thought to himself. Then the monkey seemed to enter a realm of no one. With one punch, it shattered the shell of a large earth god turtle on its left, then stomped on its head, blood splattering everywhere. The 10 people were dumbfounded. And by the time they reacted, 2 more beasts had already died at the monkey's hands. They quickly commanded their beasts to flee. The monkey did not pursue. It turned its head to look at the 2 ice and fire spirit dogs, then sprang forward with a burst of power, like a cannonball. Su Chong felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of freakish beast was this? He quickly took out the last Thunderfire Pearl and shot it at the monkey. Be careful. Yuntian transmitted his consciousness. He was observing the whole situation, and upon seeing Su Chong make a move, he immediately warned the monkey. The monkey did not stop. Its right hand instantly enveloped in a layer of chaotic light membrane. And then it slapped the incoming Thunderfire Pearl. The pearl could not penetrate this layer of light upon contact. It was then swiftly batted toward a fleeing beast by the monkey. With the added force from both sides, the pearl instantly caught up to the beast, striking its body, causing it to fall and convulse. The monkey didn't even glance at it. It had already reached the ice and fire spirit dogs, its large hands reaching out again. Seeing this, the 2 ice and fire spirit dogs quickly combined their abilities, unleashing the light sphere that had severely injured Yuntian earlier. Bang! The sphere exploded on the monkey, finally causing it to pause. Dark marks appeared on its body. A few streaks of blood emerged on its skin, and some of its fur was scorched, but that was all. This powerful light sphere only caused the monkey some minor injuries. It patted the burnt fur with its hand, a look of anger appearing on its face, and then its large hand struck the 2 ice and fire spirit dogs like fans. They were instantly slammed against the cliff. Chapter 95, Taming the Colorful Spirit Fox. The 2 ice and fire spirit dogs spat out a mouthful of blood and stood trembling, gazing fearfully at the monkey, momentarily too scared to attack. The remaining people also felt a sense of retreat. If they stayed here any longer, they might be killed by the terrifying monkey in the next second. Su Chong and the others quickly exchanged glances, all showing signs of retreat. Let's go? Su Chong gritted his teeth and shouted. Colorful Spirit Fox, I'm counting on you, Wu Tian said quietly. The green Spirit Fox's eyes sparkled again, and the barrier instantly shrank to a 10-meter radius, trapping Yuntian inside, while Su Chong and the others escaped. Run! Su Chong took the lead in fleeing, fearing that if they were any slower, something unexpected would happen. White fur. No, monkey chaotic monkey, help me kill those people. Yuntian transmitted. Take care of your own matters. Once your injuries are healed, we'll go find the chaotic gas. The monkey replied, and as soon as it spoke, its right hand's muscles bulged, then it punched the barrier, which shattered in less than 2 seconds. The colorful spirit fox spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and its escape slowed down a beat. The monkey dashed over to its side, lifting it up with one hand. Wu Tian was running away and felt his heart bleed upon seeing this. This was their Wu clan's guardian spirit. They had relied on its barrier to fend off countless prying eyes on the Wu clan. Yuntian watched as Su Chong and the others moved further away, feeling helpless. He and Yuntian were both severely injured, and even if he wanted to chase, he couldn't. Su Chong and the others felt a wave of fear. This time, they had truly stirred up a calamity. Sigh. Qingying will probably have a large scar on her back. For a woman, this is truly hard to accept. Yuntian muttered to himself. Because Qingying did not have a powerful physical body like his, such a terrifying blast would surely leave scars. And a large scar like this would be nearly impossible to remove unless her physical body was cultivated to a certain extent, allowing her to undergo a transformation and restore her skin to its original state. Let's wait until Qingying wakes up. Perhaps some heavenly materials and earthly treasures can help, he thought. At this moment, the monkey slowly walked over, holding the colorful spirit fox in its hand, and then suddenly threw it in front of Yuntian. Kid, tame it. It might be useful for us in the future. Yuntian's mouth twitched twice. He was currently at the peak of a 5th-tier Beastmaster. Although his spiritual connection was strong enough to control 6th-tier exotic beasts, the colorful spirit fox in front of him was a peak 7th-tier exotic beast. White fur. You think too highly of me. The spiritual awareness of this fox is exceptionally strong. How can I tame it? Yuntian transmitted his thoughts. The monkey looked at him with disdain, then unleashed a powerful aura, and the chaotic energy around it pressed down towards the spirit fox. Although the colorful spirit fox was a peak 7th-tier exotic beast, its combat power was too weak. At this moment, it trembled under the pressure of the chaotic energy and was about to kneel down. Seeing this, Yuntian didn't hesitate. He controlled the Beastmaster diagram to emit chaotic light that shone on the colorful spirit fox, and the 2 chaotic lights immediately merged into one. Mu Yuntian instantly felt a connection with the colorful spirit fox. Although he couldn't control it yet, he was not far off. As long as he strengthened the spiritual connection a bit more and then advanced to 6th tier Beastmaster, he should be able to control it. Mu Yuntian felt very speechless. This monkey was indeed a formidable ancestor. It was powerful, but it was too difficult to handle. The key was that he couldn't control it. What kind of exotic beast was this? He then gently picked up Yuntian, as if he were holding the most precious thing in the world, and summoned the ground wolf for transportation. Mu Yuntian had no other choice, except for the intact greenhorn spirit donkey. The other exotic beasts were severely injured and needed to rest in the Beastmaster diagram. If he were to ride a completely green donkey, he would rather walk. Mu Yuntian controlled the ground wolf to slowly search for a place to heal. He didn't dare to move quickly, fearing that Yuntian might get hurt again. So he could only search slowly. After an hour, Mu Yuntian found a cave in a corner of the canyon, covered by many trees and rocks. If he hadn't searched slowly, he wouldn't have noticed the cave entrance at all. He gently set down Yuntian and quickly went inside to scout around. The interior was quite decent, spacious, and dry, and importantly, it was very concealed from the outside. Mu Yuntian then carried Yuntian inside and carefully disguised the cave entrance again before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Mu Yuntian's thoughts were entirely focused on Yuntian. He continued to take out various healing medicines, examining each bottle carefully, because her condition had been too dangerous earlier. So he had used all the useful and useless medicines. Chapter 96. Where did Yuntian go? Mu Yuntian also took 2 herbal pills himself. His back injury was also severe, but relying on his strong physique, he would gradually recover and didn't pay it much mind. My strength still isn't enough to protect myself. If I could control that monkey, it would be different. I could probably escape unscathed even when facing 8th tier exotic beasts. However, he only thought about it. The monkey was too mysterious. If he had the chance, he would definitely have to interrogate it. The most important thing right now was to wait for Yuntian to wake up. Otherwise, he couldn't relax at all. Mu Yuntian glanced at Yuntian, and a wave of heartache surged in his heart. Yuntian, I'm sorry. My strength still can't protect you. Instead, you protected me. I'm really ashamed. Shortly after, a spirit stone appeared in Mu Yuntian's hand, containing vast energy fluctuations, as if many ferocious beasts were running around inside. This spirit stone was the Divine Spirit Stone. At first, Mu Yuntian hadn't planned to use this Divine Spirit Stone for cultivation, but now he urgently wanted to break through to the 6th tier spiritual awareness. So he had no choice but to set his sights on it. Su Chong, you bastards, just wait. It won't be long before I take your lives. Mu Yuntian gritted his teeth and said, then cast aside all distractions, sat cross-legged, and let his spiritual awareness surge into the Divine Spirit Stone, guiding its energy into his spiritual platform. You really got me killed this time. Now it's fine. We couldn't kill Mu Yuntian, and he will definitely take crazy revenge on us later. What should we do? Foam Gang had a gloomy expression. At this time, Wu Tian also looked disheveled. They had been fleeing until now before daring to stop, and he was the most frustrated among the 3, having lost everything without achieving anything. And even the colorful spirit fox he had offered was now unknown if it was dead or alive. What are you afraid of? Does that kid dare to face our entire clan alone? I'm inside, not going out. What can he do to me? Wu Tian gritted his teeth. Although he said that, what he feared the most was that his master, Xiao Feng, would come looking for them. By then, even if the 3 of us joined forces, we would still be trash in his eyes, Su Chong thought, feeling scared. Su Chong glanced at the 2 and sighed again. Now we can only take it one step at a time. I hope his master won't bully the weak. Otherwise, we'll have to shamelessly seek help from the Tianhua sect. 5 days passed quickly, and Yuntian slowly opened her eyes. She now felt weak all over, as if her body was on fire, especially with waves of intense pain coming from her back, where the skin felt hard and any slight movement would pull at it. What exactly happened? Where's this place? Yuntian felt a headache. She only remembered blocking the light from Mu Yuntian, and after that, she had no idea what had happened. She slowly observed her surroundings, and when she saw Mu Yuntian sitting cross-legged not far away, her heart finally relaxed. This proved that they had both finally escaped a calamity. Then she noticed the greenhorn spirit donkey lying beside her, probably tired and dozing on the ground. At least Xiao Tian is fine. How did we escape in the end? Did Xiao Tian activate the ferocious beasts in the Beastmaster diagram? Or did someone save us? Yuntian shook her head. She could only wait for Mu Yuntian to finish his cultivation before asking him. At this moment, she felt a sharp pain in her back, like being pricked by needles. So she reached back to touch it. The moment she touched it, her face changed dramatically. Yuntian stifled her shock, fearing that making a sound would disturb Mu Yuntian. Her back felt pockmarked, and touching it revealed all sorts of wrinkles, with some areas sticky. That was the skin and flesh mixed together. Tears fell to the ground like pearls as she silently wept, her heart fluctuating. To say what hurt the most, being silent was the hardest. Sigh. Yu Qingying seemed to want to vent all her frustrations. She truly felt as if the world had collapsed. Her entire back was ruined, and even if she healed, it would truly be destroyed. Xiaotian. Yu Qingying called out in her heart, filled with endless sorrow and desolation. She was scared. She didn't know what she was afraid of, but this thought filled her mind, causing her current thoughts to be chaotic. Another 10 days passed. Yuntian looked at the 6th mark on his spiritual platform, which had formed. Although it was faint, it was undeniable, proving that he had broken through to the early stage of a 6th-tier Beastmaster. He then looked at the spiritual connection chains in the air, which were slightly thicker than before, a result of his breakthrough. His spiritual awareness was now 3 times stronger than before. Not bad. I broke through to the 6th tier using only half of the Divine Spirit Stone. Next, I need to raise the exotic beast tiers and elevate them all to the peak of the 6th tier. Yuntian looked at the remaining half of the Divine Spirit Stone in his hand and felt very satisfied. Its current value was still high enough to exchange for other things. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and he turned his head sharply to look in a certain direction, only to find that the place where Yu Qingying had been was now empty. Qingying! Qingying! Yuntian hurriedly got up and shouted twice. Qingying, please don't do anything foolish. Otherwise, I will never find peace in my life. Yuntian was truly anxious. He was even blaming himself for choosing this time to cultivate. Chapter 97, Strength. Qingying. Yuntian shouted again and then dashed to the cave entrance, ready to search for her. Suddenly, there was a soft sound outside the cave as someone moved the object blocking the entrance. Yuntian quickly came to a halt, almost colliding with the person coming in. Xiaotian, what are you doing? You look so flustered. The person was Yu Qingying, looking at Yuntian with a smile on her face. Qingying, where have you been? I thought you were gone. I was just about to go out to find you. Yuntian said excitedly. Yuntian looked at her seriously for several seconds, then walked over and gently hugged her, saying, Qingying, no matter what you look like, I will always be here for you. Moreover, those scars on your back will definitely heal. If it really doesn't work, you can cultivate your physical body with me. Yu Qingying looked at him with some emotion and nodded, then asked, Xiaotian, what happened at the end that day? How did we get out of that predicament? Are you saying that monkey saved our lives? Yu Qingying asked in surprise. Yuntian nodded. It was indeed incredible. It single-handedly fought against Su Chong and the others and was completely dominant. So what do you plan to do about Su Chong and the others now? Are you going to tell Lord Xiao? Yu Qingying expressed her doubts. No, I must end their lives with my own hands. Otherwise, I won't be able to feel the hatred in my heart. Whenever Yuntian thought about the great harm they had caused to Yu Qingying, the hatred in his heart surged wildly. Well, whatever you decide to do, I will support you. But with your current strength, if you face those 3 alone, it will definitely be a problem. Don't forget, they have a clan leader. Yu Qingying reminded him. Then let's continue searching for the whereabouts of the Dark Beastmaster and set other matters aside. We can discuss everything else when we meet up with Tianyue City and Yuqi. Yu Qingying said. Yes, in the face of major issues. I will put aside my personal grievances for now. After Yuntian said this, he walked out of the cave with Yu Qingying. Thus, the two continued on their journey, searching southward along the canyon. 2 months later, Yuntian was very happy today, although there was still no clue about the Dark Beastmaster. All of his exotic beasts had successfully advanced to the peak of the 6th tier. 2 months ago, he had summoned them. And after more than 10 days of recuperation in the Beastmaster diagram, they had mostly recovered. Haha, now all my exotic beasts are at the peak of the 6th tier. This colorful spirit fox is a bit difficult to control, but at least it doesn't resist my commands, unlike that white-haired one. Yuntian said softly to Yu Qingying. The peak's 6th tier exotic beasts included the colorful spirit fox, the Thunderfire Pegasus, the golden-winged falcon, and the green-horned spirit donkey, along with his own physical body comparable to a 7th tier early-stage exotic beast, and, of course, the unreliable 6th tier peak exotic beast monkey, with his chaos Beastmaster diagram. This bizarre lineup could easily sweep through Beastmasters below the 7th tier. If that monkey helped out, it could probably even compete with 7th tier Beastmasters. This was already very powerful, as there was a significant divide between 6th tier and 7th tier Beastmasters. Once one reached the 7th tier, they could not only attack with their divine sense, but also had exotic beasts with intelligence, greatly enhancing all aspects. Just as Yuntian was feeling pleased with himself, suddenly an exotic beast burst out of its body. Without needing to ask, it was definitely that monkey. Since Yuntian hadn't summoned any beasts, it was the only one that could come and go freely. Kid, it seems you've made quite a bit of progress. You really are someone I value. The monkey was very arrogant as soon as it appeared. Yu Qingying looked at the monkey curiously and then asked, Xiaotian, it has changed so much. Why does it seem like its appearance is becoming more and more blurred? What kind of exotic beast is it? Now is your chance to ask it. Yuntian quickly nodded. Without her saying much, he was also very curious. After all, it was unacceptable not to understand his own exotic beast. So he sent his divine sense over. Chaos Monkey, I will call you that for now. What exactly are you? Are you of the great power divine ape lineage or the long-armed monkey lineage? The Chaos Monkey paused for a moment and then fell into deep thought. After about 10 minutes, it said, I don't know what kind of exotic beast I am. Anyway, I only have memories from the exotic beast egg to now, and I must rely on chaos gas to advance. Last time, your monkey wine was just a guiding line. It activated the chaos light column I absorbed when I was in the exotic beast egg, but it wasn't the monkey wine that allowed me to advance. Yuntian was bewildered. This was too mysterious. How could it not even know its own situation? And where could there be so much chaos gas in this world? That was the gas left over from the creation of the heavens and earth. Chaos Monkey, you should know some of your abilities, right? Yuntian asked. Besides having great strength and chaos gas protecting my body, I really don't know anything else. The reason I came to you is that I felt a very familiar feeling from your Beastmaster diagram. So when your diagram appeared, I chose it without hesitation, said the Chaos Monkey. Yuntian thought for a moment. All right then, since you can't remember, just forget it. Perhaps when you advance to a certain level, you will recover the memories of your lineage. Chapter 98, Dragon Ridge. This is the reason why I want to find chaos gas. Kid, let me be direct with you. It's not that I don't let you control me, but I feel that you currently can't control me at all, unless you reach the level of a 9th-tier Beastmaster. Otherwise, with your current divine sense, you can't enter my body. The Chaos Monkey thought for a moment and decided to clarify these matters. Yuntian was instantly speechless. He needed to be a 9th-tier Beastmaster to control it? Was this a joke? Yuntian, seeing him and the Chaos Monkey communicating with their divine senses, curiously asked, Xiaodian, did you find out anything? Yuntian shook his head and then briefly recounted his conversation with the Chaos Monkey. In the end, they came to 3 conclusions. First, the Chaos Monkey's bloodline is mysterious and powerful. Second, it has a very special ability, but it doesn't even know it. Third, it must absorb chaos gas to advance, which is unheard of, so it must have a very deep connection with chaos. No matter how complicated it is, it can't harm me. At worst, I can treat it as if it doesn't exist in the future and look for another exotic beast to fight for me. For now, I'll just keep it around as a pet, Yuntian said helplessly. Yuntian could only nod, as even Yuntian himself couldn't figure out his own exotic beast, so she was even more clueless and couldn't be of much help in this matter. Thus, the two continued their journey southward, but this time they had an additional bodyguard, a carefree bodyguard. In Tianyue City, it's been such a long time. What are they up to? Have they really retreated? Is this all just my overthinking? Xiao Feng looked at the 2 people in front of him, who were the City Lord of Silvermoon City, Chen Huaiga, and the City Lord of Starmoon City, Su Fengqing. However, within tens of thousands of miles of Tianyue City, they had searched thoroughly with the 3 of them and other family and sect forces, yet still found not a single clue. This was quite strange. Sigh. I hope this time it's just my overthinking. I'm just afraid they are hiding some big move. Xiao Feng said helplessly. All right, Brother Feng, what will come will come. We just need to do our best and let fate handle the rest. Su Fengqing said. Chen Huaiga nodded in agreement. More than 2 months passed. At this moment, the 3 of them, 2 people and 1 monkey, stood before a vast expanse of mountains, which seemed endless even from the sky, stretching for thousands of miles, looking magnificent with its thousands of peaks and valleys. As soon as Yuntian arrived here, she recognized the place and said, This is over 5,000 miles away from Tianyue City. I heard Uncle Qiao mention this place before, and his description matches this place almost perfectly. This is the famous Chuanlong Ridge. Chuanlong Ridge? That name really suits this place, Yuntian exclaimed, as the ridges crisscrossed like countless true dragons, grand and imposing. Yuntian nodded and said, Yes, it is indeed spectacular, but also very dangerous. Chuanlong Ridge, the mysterious forest, and the stormy sea are the 3 great wonders of the eastern continent. They are extremely perilous, but also full of opportunities. This place is also known as the Phoenix Never Falls. As for why it has these names, no one knows. The Chaos Ape seemed indifferent, after all. It was here to find chaotic gas, and it didn't matter where it went. Danger did not exist in its eyes. It only had one belief, an innate belief, that it feared neither heaven nor earth. Shall we go in? It's really dangerous inside. I estimate Uncle Qiao must have sent someone to scout this area. If we don't go in, we can take a detour through that river ahead, which isn't much further from Tianyue City. Yuntian analyzed the situation. Why take a detour? Now, besides searching for the traces of the Dark Beastmaster, we also need to help the Chaos Ape find chaotic gas. Although there are many dangers inside, Opportunities and dangers have always been proportional. Besides, we have it with us, right? Yuntian glanced at the chaos ape beside him. Yu Qingying looked over too, but no matter how she looked at it, she found it unreliable. Although it was powerful, it was too willful. However, with it around, Yuntian should be safe. After all, they were beast masters and their relationship was with a strange beast. But what about herself? Would the chaos ape care about her? The chaos ape ignored their conversation. It directly took a leap into the range of Qianlong Ridge, leaving them with a strikingly impressive back. The two could only helplessly follow it on their strange beasts, serving it as if they were serving an ancestor. Qianlong Ridge was formed by crisscrossing ridges, some high and some low. Although the chaos ape could sense chaotic gas within a certain range, even if they advanced quickly, it would take at least 5 days to traverse one ridge, and some would take more than half a month, and that was without encountering any danger. Ugh, this is too hard to navigate. There are rocky outcrops everywhere. Damn it, I almost fell into a cliff with the Thunderfire Pegasus just now. Who could have guessed? Yuntian complained, as he had almost fallen off the cliff when he passed through a few large trees. Yu Qingying and the chaos ape had been following behind him. When they saw Yuntian suddenly stop, they finally reacted. Otherwise, they would have really fallen off the cliff. They had already crossed over 10 ridges by now, and there were no special discoveries along the way, just a few encounters with 5th or 6th tier beasts. But they were easily dealt with by the chaos ape with just a few punches, leaving the two of them free to relax. Chapter 99, The Oddities. Xiaotian. Our speed is already quite fast, but we've only completed over 10 ridges. Do you really want to traverse all of Qianlong Ridge? Yu Qingying asked, speechless. How about this? Let us continue searching for another 5 months. If we don't find anything by then, we'll head straight to Tianyue City to meet with Yu Qi and the others. As for the chaos ape, we can take our time with that. Then Yuntian communicated with the chaos ape using his divine sense for a while. Eventually, the chaos ape could only nod helplessly. After all, Qianlong Ridge was simply too vast. If they really wanted to search every part, even at their current speed, it would take 3 to 5 years to finish. Then let us continue. Even if we can't find chaotic gas, capturing more strange beasts here is also good. At least we can trade for other things. Yu Qingying rode the shadow tiger closely following Yuntian. 2 months later, the two rested on one of the ridges of Qianlong Ridge. The place they were in was a large platform, barren with stones and sparsely growing vegetation. Xiaotian, you take a break first. I'll go up and observe from the air. You've been leading the way for the past few months. You've worked hard. A hint of pity flashed in Yu Qingying's eyes. Yuntian nodded and said, all right, just don't go too far. Stay nearby to observe the route. So Yu Qingying summoned the Ironback Eagle King, mounted it, and then gave it some commands. The Ironback Eagle King soared up, quickly reaching several hundred meters in the air. Its body just over 2 meters, but its wings expanded to over 5 meters long. The Chaos Ape could only stare at the ground, looking enviously at the Ironback Eagle King in the air, but it couldn't fly. Kid, let me borrow your golden-winged falcon for a while. I want to experience flying too. The Chaos Ape said with a grin, but when it smiled, its mouth stretched unnaturally to its ears, looking quite strange and terrifying. Forget it. My strange beast can't withstand your kind of roughhousing. If you want to experience it, you should capture your own strange beast. Yuntian replied, looking quite speechless. The Chaos Ape glared at him fiercely. Let me tell you, even though I don't know what kind of strange beast I am, it's your fortune that I can be with you. You must do your best to satisfy my requests. The Chaos Ape even clapped its hands in a very human-like manner, saying, you're too shameless. Unless your life is in danger, I won't bother to help. I'd rather be comfortable in the Beastmaster picture. As for the benefits, after you help me find chaotic gas, I'll tell you, it will definitely satisfy you. After saying this, it gave Yuntian a backhand, then ignored him. Yuntian also looked bored, and then sat down to rest. Qingying, what's wrong? Did you find something? Yuntian asked after seeing her expression. Yu Qingying nodded and said, I'm not sure if it counts as a discovery, but about 500 miles from our current location, there's a ridge that looks much stranger than what we've seen before. Its front end resembles a giant dragon's head. It really looks like it. Why don't we go check it out together? Yuntian was also curious and nodded in agreement. So, they spent more than a day before stopping 10 miles from that ridge. Flying is still the best. It took so long to reach here running on the ground. Xiaotian, look, doesn't that look like a giant dragon's head? Yu Qingying pointed to a location in the distance. Yuntian followed her finger and saw that the shape of the mountain really resembled a giant dragon's head. Although it wasn't exquisitely formed, it was at least 7 parts similar, with a ridge in the middle representing its dragon body and a slope at the tail end that was just right. Overall, it looked just like a dragon. Its head raised, body twisting, and tail pointing down. It seemed to be in an attacking posture, as if ready to soar into the sky and roam the heavens. After looking for a while, it truly looked like it. This ridge was so peculiar. I wonder if the people sent out by the master have checked it out. Yuntian looked at the dragon head-shaped mountain and felt very surprised. Such a naturally formed place was truly a masterpiece of nature. Yuntian communicated with the chaos ape, who also thought it was worth exploring. Since it sensed the chaotic gas from 200 meters away, it saved them a lot of trouble. The two controlled their beasts and sped toward that location. As the saying goes, looking at a mountain makes the horse run faster. Although it seemed close, it took them nearly an hour to reach the Dragon Head Mountain due to the rugged terrain and winding paths. Qingying, come here. No wonder we thought the Dragon Head looked slightly open from a distance. It turns out there's a huge cave here, Yuntian said. The two slowly walked toward the cave entrance, with Yuntian leading. He noticed that the entrance was at least 50 meters wide and about 20 meters high. From a distance, it didn't seem that large. Perhaps it was a matter of perspective, but standing at the entrance allowed them to feel its grandeur. The interior space was also vast, as if the entire mountain had been hollowed out to create this enormous cave. This is similar to the cave where the mighty divine ape is. Although it's much lower in height, the size of the space inside is quite comparable, Yuntian muttered to himself. Chapter 100. Is there a secret here? The area inside the cave was simply too vast. They dared not move too quickly, so they could only walk slowly. Do you sense anything? Yuntian asked. The chaos ape shook its head and replied, no, chaotic gas is not easy to find. It was left over from the creation of the world. Moreover, it doesn't necessarily mean that I alone can absorb it. After so much time, absorbing even a little means losing a little. In fact, Yuntian had many questions in his heart, but the chaos ape seemed to be in a state of amnesia, so he could only keep his thoughts to himself. Unknowingly, they had been walking inside the cave for a full 2 hours, having explored every possible area, but there was nothing inside. Only stone walls surrounded them. Besides the entrance they had come through, there were no other exits. It can't be. Is this cave really just empty? How can there not even be another exit? What is its purpose? It can't just be a dragon head-shaped cave, Qingying asked curiously. Yuntian glanced at the chaos ape, silently questioning it with his eyes. The chaos ape tilted its head, thought for a moment, and said, I didn't sense anything while walking around here. There shouldn't be anything inside. Let's hurry to another place. Yuntian could only nod helplessly, although he found this place very suspicious. After all, they had been in Tsulong Ridge for months, and this mountain range was the most unique. He felt the chances of finding any rare treasures here were much higher than in other places. However, there was no way around it. The chaotic gas was definitely not present here since the chaos ape had already checked. As for the other areas, both he and Qingying had searched thoroughly, finding only stone walls and rocks, with no suspicious spots. Let us go. We'll continue on our way. This might just be an ordinary cave. The dragon-shaped mountain outside is likely just a coincidental formation. The Tsulong Ridge is full of oddities. So it's not surprising that there are mountains shaped like this, Qingying said. Yuntian nodded, just as he was about to leave the cave with Qingying when suddenly he felt a slight tremor in his Beastmaster map. Since they were in the cave, his attention had been highly focused. If it weren't for that, he would have never noticed this faint response. Qingying, wait, I think my Beastmaster map has reacted. Yuntian quickly called out to her and communicated with the chaos ape as well. The chaos ape hurried over to Yuntian, curious, and said, you mean your Beastmaster map has reacted? If there were chaotic gas, I wouldn't have missed it, unless kid, double-check it. You know the origin of your Beastmaster map, right? When I first entered the Beastmaster map as an egg, I sensed that it was not only a chaotic map, but also a fierce beast map. I don't know why I knew this, but once I entered the Beastmaster map, these thoughts appeared in my mind, the chaos ape explained. Qingying also approached curiously and said, shouting on, your Beastmaster map has a reaction. Check it carefully again. If it's true, then there must be some unknown secrets here. Even she didn't finish her sentence, but 2 flames of anger rose in her eyes. If her bold hypothesis were true, she would encounter those people again here. Yuntian nodded, then focused his consciousness into the position of the Beastmaster map. He carefully sensed it, but at that moment, the Beastmaster map returned to calm, as if the earlier tremor had just been his illusion. Yuntian stared at his Beastmaster map, observing whether it would react, but to his disappointment, after 10 minutes of watching, there was no sign of anything unusual. Could it be that I was just overthinking it? Perhaps I've been overly focused lately, which made me feel a bit strange. Yuntian murmured to himself. Maybe it was an illusion. After all, if something can make your Beastmaster map react, it must be related to it. It can't just be chaotic gas. The chaos ape's consciousness also transmitted in. Yuntian had no other way. He nodded, then summoned the chaos Beastmaster map, its faint chaotic glow flickering in the air. He then unleashed all the consciousness from his spiritual platform. and the Chaos Beastmaster Map suddenly radiated brilliant light, sending chaotic beams in all directions, filling the entire cave. The chaotic light is still so pleasant. The Chaos Ape said, a relaxed and joyful expression on its face, as if basking in the morning sun like flowers and trees, enjoying this beauty. Suddenly, Yuntian's expression changed. This time he genuinely felt a connection, very faint, because he had concentrated all his attention on the Beastmaster Map, allowing him to sense it. That connection was unique, as if it were an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Upon meeting, they could feel each other's familiarity without needing 1,000 words. Yuntian thought of a terrifying conclusion. There was a dark beast master here, and moreover, one who possessed a fierce beast map. Because he sensed the presence of another beast master map from his own, that person's beastmaster map had a similar aura to his, but with added brutality and bloodiness. And that feeling was coming from over there. Yuntian turned his head toward a certain direction, his eyes fixed on that spot. Xiaotian, are you okay? Yu Qingying, seeing his changing expressions, asked with some concern. At that moment, Yuntian's mind was entirely focused on the Beastmaster Map. He didn't even hear Yu Qingying's call. Chapter 101. Found it. Yuntian was startled, his heart racing wildly. He wondered if the other party had discovered his position during that moment. Sir, what's wrong? Is there an unexpected situation? Someone asked from a certain location. Is it just my illusion? It should be. It has never appeared before, and no one has ever known the reason. A middle-aged man in a black robe ignored the previous question and mumbled to himself, his robe adorned with a fierce beast that looked menacing. Authentic Beastmaster? Humph. The man in the black robe snorted coldly and continued to control the Beastmaster Map in the air to emit a strong white light. The chaotic ape curiously walked over and continuously sent a few messages through divine consciousness. Yuntian glanced at the two of them, took a deep breath, and said, there might really be a situation here. He then recounted everything he had sensed earlier. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingying's expression changed drastically, her eyes almost blazing with fire as she struggled to control her emotions, 7 parts anger, 2 parts impulsiveness, and 1 part fear. Kid, are you sure what you just said is true? What a coincidence that you encountered such a thing now. The chaotic ape also looked incredulous. It seemed that what it had just thought was indeed true. Yuntian nodded seriously, confirming that everything he said was real. At this point, Yu Qingying finally calmed down her emotions and asked, Xiaotian, you said you could sense that person's approximate location. Where is he now? Is it far from here? Yu Qingying immediately walked toward the direction he pointed out and then carefully observed for a while, standing there with a look of having gained nothing. Subsequently, Yuntian and the chaotic ape also walked over to take a look. Isn't this just an ordinary stone wall? Xiaotian, you've really confused me, Yu Qingying said, exasperated. At this moment, the chaotic ape was still feeling around on the stone wall, as if it had discovered something. Yuntian quickly asked, Ape brother, did you find something? So the two of them continued to observe. After a while, Yu Qingying stopped her exploration and casually said, is there another space inside? We just haven't discovered it yet. The chaotic ape could understand their conversation, but it couldn't speak human language yet, so it could only communicate with Yuntian. After hearing Yu Qingying's words, it visibly paused, then turned its head and joyfully danced around, as if it had finally discovered the secret of the stone wall. What is wrong with you? So startled, Yuntian asked it. Did I say something wrong? Yu Qingying also looked puzzled. The chaotic ape excitedly pointed to the ground, then pointed above, and said to Yuntian, she's not wrong. If your sensing was real, then there must be space inside. Who has such great power to open up space? Yuntian conveyed the chaotic ape's meaning to Yu Qingying, and then said, space? Does that mean it's a separate place inside? Yu Qingying rolled her eyes at him, and said, of course. Isn't the Beastmaster's diagram the best example? I didn't expect this mountain range to be anything but ordinary. If it weren't for you, we would never have discovered it. Yuntian suddenly realized that if all this was true, then they might have finally found the Dark Beastmaster this time. Qingying, let's crush the Divine Consciousness Spirit Stone. If they are indeed in that space, then with just the few of us going in, it would only lead to death. Besides, we don't know what the situation inside is like. It's better to wait for my master to arrive. Yuntian contemplated for a moment and said. Yu Qingying agreed. After all, this was a very serious matter. Xiao Feng and the other 2 city lords had searched for so long without any discovery. It was hard to believe those people had actually entered that space. Without Yuntian, they probably would have waited until the Dark Beastmaster finished their business inside and swaggered out without anyone noticing. Then Yuntian took out a spirit stone that allowed one-sided communication with Xiao Feng. This type of divine consciousness spirit stone was harder to make than other spirit stones, as it required continuous nurturing from Xiao Feng's consciousness, allowing his consciousness to merge with the spirit stone. Unlike ordinary spirit stones, This divine consciousness spirit stone could convey simple messages. Yuntian then input his message into the spirit stone. A few seconds later, the spirit stone suddenly shattered into powder, and that message was transmitted into Xiao Feng's mind. Qianlong Ridge, Dark Beastmaster. Yuntian sent this message, believing that Xiao Feng would soon know and sense their approximate location upon arriving at Qianlong Ridge. This was the peculiar nature of the divine consciousness spirit stone. Alright, everything is in order. Let's wait here for our master to arrive. The three of them began to study how to open the space and eventually concluded that to open an ordinary spatial entrance, powerful divine consciousness needed to be input from both above and below simultaneously, while here, chaotic gas needed to be input simultaneously to open the spatial door. Chapter 102, Gathering of Forces. Meanwhile, in Tianyue City, Xiao Feng, who was busy receiving information from various places, suddenly stood up, even flipping over the stone bench he was sitting on with his force. A look of ecstatic joy surged in his eyes. City Lord, what happened? The crowd below looked at Xiao Feng's excited appearance, filled with confusion. Xiao Feng ignored them and said to himself, "Quick, notify those families and sects at the fastest speed, and let them gather at Qianlong Ridge. I'll tell the two city lords." The crowd below saw that Xiao Feng had completely lost his usual composure, and they knew something big had happened. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up. The Dark Beastmaster has been found." Just that simple sentence instantly ignited everyone's spirits. They had suffered a lot in their search for the Dark Beastmaster, exhausted both physically and mentally. It was one thing to suffer, but they had also found no news after searching for so long. Now that they suddenly heard news of a discovery, how could they not be excited? Yes. Everyone replied in unison and quickly left to find their respective families or sects to notify them. Xiao Feng also did not stay any longer. He summoned a peak 8th tier exotic beast, the Tianma Dragon Eagle, and hurried toward the direction of Inu City. This exotic beast truly had a trace of dragon blood. While its speed was not as fast as the golden-winged roc, it was still a third of that, and importantly, the Tianma Dragon Eagle had very strong attack power. "Xiao Tian, you really have done great this time. Wait for us to arrive, and don't get into any trouble," Xiao Feng whispered. 10 days later. This news had basically spread to every family and sect. The first family to receive the news was the Yu clan, as they were relatively close to Tianyue City. They received the news on the 6th day. "Gather 20 people within half an hour. We will set off for Qianlong Ridge." The Tianhua sect had also gathered 20 people, led by Vice Sect Master Lin Jia, with Lin Bufan among them. "Set off. Follow me to fight the Dark Beastmaster," Lin Jia shouted, leading the way. The Su clan, Wu clan, and Feng clan also received notifications, and they could only grit their teeth and go. In such a significant matter, if they did not go, they would be pointed at by thousands, and the final outcome would be worse than death. So they had to choose to go. As for what would happen if they encountered Yuntian and the others, they could only cross that bridge when they came to it. Even if Yuntian had the guts, he probably wouldn't dare to take revenge on the three of them there. The Dija sect and Thunder sect also set off at the same time. These two sects were not too far from Tianyue City, so they participated in the search for the Dark Beastmaster. The city lord of Inu City, Chen Huaiga, and the city lord of Xingyue City, Su Fengqing, each set off for Qianlong Ridge with 20 people after receiving Xiao Feng's message. This was something they had agreed upon earlier. If the Dark Beastmaster was found, each force would gather 20 people. The Mu clan was not part of this assault on the Dark Beastmaster because they were a bit too far from Tianyue City, so Xiao Feng did not choose to ask them for help in the search. The 3 city lords, 3 sects, and 14 families were heading towards the gathering place of Qianlong Ridge from different directions, forming a grand team of 420 people surrounding the Dark Beastmaster. The clouds gathered around Qianlong Ridge, and the journey of 1,000 miles was filled with resentment. They wanted to remember old grudges and new enmities, vowing to turn darkness into light. Since Yuntian sent out the news, they had been staying near this dragon-shaped mountain ridge for nearly 20 days. "They should be arriving soon," Yu Qingying said. At this moment, Yuntian had been staring at that dragon ridge, using his spiritual sense to observe the movements of the Beast Master diagram within him, worried that after such a long time there might be changes. "Qingying, what do you think the Dark Beastmaster is doing inside? Is there something crucial attracting them?" Yuntian asked. Yu Qingying shook her head, indicating she didn't know, saying, "Once Lord Xiao and the others arrive, all the mysteries will be revealed. I hope they Haven T obtained what they wanted, otherwise, it would be really hard to keep them here." The chaos ape beside them chattered away, and the two glared at it, thinking, "Who can understand your bird language?" The chaos ape slapped its forehead, realizing it had been a bit too excited, so those words slipped out. Then, it transmitted to Yuntian, "Kid, there must be the chaotic gas I need inside. Although I can't sense it for now, my instincts are never wrong. My heart has been racing these days, as if something big is about to happen, and it's somehow related to me. After listening, Mu Yuntian remained silent because he felt something similar. Ever since he sensed that person inside, this feeling had lingered in his heart, hard to erase, as if it could only be dispelled after meeting that person. Kid, if you go in, make sure not to summon your Beastmaster diagram. Otherwise, with your current strength, if someone has their eyes on you, I can't protect you either. The Chaos Ape said meaningfully. On the 15th day, the first team finally arrived, with 21 flying beasts appearing in the sky. The leading one being a blue-feathered beast much larger than the others. They circled in the air, searching for people below to receive them. It's Uncle Yu. Yu Qingying recognized the Qingqi Dapeng at a glance, as even among the same kind of beasts, their aura would differ, and one could identify them with careful perception. Xiaotian, it turns out you discovered the Dark Beastmaster. Yu Feng exclaimed in surprise. He had only received news about the Dark Beastmaster being at Chuanlong Ridge and knew nothing else. Chapter 103, Gathering at the Dragon-Shaped Mountain Ridge. Mu Yuntian bowed and said, "We were just lucky. Otherwise, it's already impressive to find such a dragon-shaped mountain ridge in such a vast area. Let alone the secrets inside the cave. Are they really inside there?" Yu Feng pointed to the distant dragon head. Mu Yuntian nodded and recounted the events briefly. After hearing this, Yu Feng's expression changed drastically. He knew well how powerful the Dark Beastmaster with the ferocious beast diagram could be, because when Xiao Feng and the others rescued Yu Qingying, they had fought against the owner of the ferocious beast diagram and had to flee despite being 3 against 1. Xiao Feng nearly lost his life. So when he heard Mu Yuntian's words, he reacted strongly. It was likely that not just he, but anyone with even a little knowledge of the ferocious beast diagram would react the same way. The name ferocious beast diagram was notorious. Xiaotian, you must remember not to summon your Beastmaster diagram. No matter what, you can't. The consequences are something no one can bear. This is a matter concerning the entire beast continent. Yu Feng said solemnly. Mu Yuntian knew the seriousness of the situation and nodded heavily, saying, I didn't sense any further after detecting his presence, fearing he would find out, so I'm not clear about the situation inside. Let us wait for the 3 city lords to discuss it. This matter is far more serious than we imagined. After Yu Feng said this, he stopped speaking and went to rest nearby. Another 3 days passed, during which 4 families in the Thunder sect arrived one after another. They all recognized the extraordinary nature of that dragon-shaped mountain ridge, secretly amazed, and then each found a place to wait for the arrival of the 3 city lords. On the 21st day, the 3 city lords and some forces following behind appeared together. They finally arrived, and this time, 20 teams gathered at Chuanlong Ridge. Mu Yuntian glanced at Su Chong and the others standing outside, suppressing his hatred, and finally turned his head aside, no longer looking at them. Fearing he would be unable to resist rushing up to kill them. Yu Qingying felt the same, as the current environment did not allow them to act rashly. Xiaotian, you did very well this time. If our ambush succeeds, there will be heavy rewards. Let us not say more. Lead the way, Xiao Feng said. Mu Yuntian nodded and directly led everyone to the dragon's mouth. Master, it's the stone wall over there. Mu Yuntian pointed to the distant stone wall and then shared what he sensed with everyone. When they heard that the owner of the ferocious beast diagram might appear inside. Apart from Yu Feng, who already knew, the others showed expressions of horror. Although they had never encountered it, the terrifying reputation had spread across the continent. Xiaotian, do you sense how many people are inside? Also, is the ferocious beast diagram a Qiongqi or a Taowu? Xiao Feng asked, as he knew that the owner of the Taodai ferocious beast diagram had not appeared yet, while the owner of the chaos ferocious beast diagram was Mu Yuntian. Su Fengqing walked over and patted his shoulder, saying, Xiaotian, what you did was very right. If he had discovered you back then, with just the 2 of you, you wouldn't have been able to escape, and the consequences would have been very serious. All right, now is not the time to talk about this. We should go meet those Dark Beastmasters. This time, we must capture them. After Xiao Feng said this, he went directly to the location pointed out by Mu Yuntian. Originally, Mu Yuntian wanted to mention that chaotic gas might be needed to open this spatial door, but thinking about it, that was just his and the Chaos Ape speculation. It was better to observe the changes first. Xiao Feng and the others might be able to open this passage. Su Fengqing and Chun Huaiga also walked over, while the others watched from the side. If the 3 city lords couldn't do it, there was no point in them going up. Soon, more than 10 people walked out, including Mu Yuntian, who now had the 7-colored spirit fox, the best in setting up barriers. Xiao Feng looked at Mu Yuntian in surprise. Because in his impression, Mu Yuntian shouldn't have such a beast, and this type of beast was very rare, which led to very few people using it. Then you guys summon your beasts and see whose is better, Xiao Feng said. Then, the more than 10 people summoned their beasts one by one. Mu Yuntian also summoned the 7-colored spirit fox, but it took a bit of effort. The spirit fox didn't resist, which was good, but if it did, his spiritual sense chain wouldn't last long. This is a peak level 7th tier beast? Su Fengqing was very surprised because it was already incredible for a 6th tier early stage Beastmaster to tame a peak level 7th tier beast. The blue fox among the 7-colored spirit fox. Its special ability is to set up various barriers. Shen Huaiga recognized it at a glance, looking at Mu Yuntian with a bit of envy. Xiao Feng was also somewhat surprised, saying, Xiao Tian, you really are astonishing. You managed to tame such a beast? Look at my 8th tier beast. I spent quite a bit of time taming it. Chapter 104, The Method of Opening. Immediately, Xiao Feng summoned a strange beast that looked similar to Mu Yuntian's blue fox. Brother Xiao, you are hiding something. You actually have an early stage 8-tier colorful spirit fox. Su Fengqing instantly showed a face full of envy. Because although the combat power of the colorful spirit fox was not strong, its special abilities were truly enviable. The others also looked over and saw a red colorful spirit fox standing next to the blue fox, both staring at each other. They were originally of the same race, so they had a familiar sense between them. Xiao Feng's red fox had the special ability to create illusionary arrays, and in certain environments, even 9-tier beasts might not be able to escape, such as in a forest or the current Longling Ridge. Brother Xiao, would you trade an early stage 8-tier beast for 2 divine stones? Su Fengqing smiled widely. Su Fengqing then rolled her eyes at him. That glance filled with charm and diverse expressions. All right, Fengqing, stop teasing me. This red fox cost me a lot of time and effort to obtain, so don't covet it. Xiao Feng said helplessly. You too, come on. What time is it now, still flirting? We need to focus on serious business. Shen Huaiga said, but was immediately met with a glare from the two that made him uneasy. Xiao Feng then waved his hand, signaling Mu Yuntian to start acting, because besides the colorful spirit fox, there was no one better at forming barriers than it. Mu Yuntian nodded, then desperately output his consciousness. He then issued a command. And the colorful spirit fox visibly paused, but perhaps thinking of its nemesis, the chaotic ape, it reluctantly walked over to the stone wall. Suddenly, its 2 eyes brightened as if it were daylight, and 2 beams of light shot out, scanning the stone wall inch by inch. The wall was about 20 meters high and over 30 meters wide, and at its speed, it would take at least an hour to scan completely. The others could only watch quietly from the side, some resting and others chatting, while only Mu Yuntian continued to output his consciousness, worried that the colorful spirit fox might stop working. After reaching tier 7, strange beasts gain intelligence, and unless there is sufficient strength or benefit, they are very hard to control unless they willingly comply. Lord Xiao, you've taken in a good disciple, just from that brief interaction, not to mention his strength. I can see that his character is very determined and confident. You can tell from his eyes that these unintentional actions cannot deceive anyone, Shen Huaiga said. The strangest thing is why the fierce beast map would appear in his body, and it is the chaotic fierce beast map that has never appeared before. This kid Xiao Tian must have secrets we don't know about. Maybe even he himself doesn't know. Su Fengqing added. After hearing this, the two felt helpless. Although Xiao Feng's words seemed light, who could know how much courage it took for him to say it? After all, that was his disciple, once a teacher, always a father. In the face of right and wrong, he chose the latter. An hour later, the colorful spirit fox finally stopped, and its eyes dimmed significantly, looking a bit listless as it conveyed several strands of consciousness to Mu Yuntian. The others looked where it pointed and saw 2 small depressions, one above and one below. Due to the stone wall, they would not have noticed them without pointing them out. Xiao Feng quickly marked these 2 locations, and then 2 strands of consciousness moved towards them simultaneously. Everyone watched nervously, ready for action, but after a while, there was still no response. This shouldn't be. All spatial passages are open this way. Could it be that my consciousness is not strong enough? After saying this, Xiao Feng tried several more times, but there was still no reaction. Everyone held their breath, staring motionless, but the result was the same. The spatial passage here was fundamentally different from other spatial passages. The 3 looked at each other, feeling helpless. They were here, and the dark Beastmaster was right inside the space, yet they were powerless. This feeling was too uncomfortable. It can't be. If even the consciousness doesn't work, then how can we open this spatial door? Xiao Feng was getting anxious. After such a long search, they had just found it, only to be blocked by a door. This feeling was too frustrating. Master, I have a method we can try. Mu Yuntian's voice came through. Xiao Tian, what method do you have? Speak up and let's give it a try. Xiao Feng's eyes lit up. This method can only be tried by me for now. Just as everyone was puzzled, Mu Yuntian summoned the chaotic ape. What kind of strange beast is this? Xiao Feng and the others thought for a moment before asking, as they had no impression of this kind of beast. Mu Yuntian shrugged and said, I don't know its type either. Master, it's the beast egg. Xiao Feng looked at the chaotic ape in surprise, examining it up and down, but he couldn't discern anything. He just felt that this beast was very mysterious and powerful. The chaotic ape babbled something to him. Xiaofeng looked at Mu Yuntian in confusion and asked what the chaotic ape had said to him. Mu Yuntian shook his head, indicating he didn't know. But the chaotic ape had already sent a strand of consciousness earlier. It wasn't that he didn't know, but that he didn't dare to say. What the chaotic ape had just said was, "Old man, what are you staring at? Is being tier 8 impressive? Do you believe I can punch you?" Mu Yuntian could only curse it in his heart 100 times. Then he shot at a fierce glare and walked up to the stone wall. The chaotic ape humanized itself, shrugging, and followed him. Chapter 105. A place like an immortal realm. Everyone was dumbfounded because the spiritual energy emitted by the chaotic ape was only that of a peak 6-tier beast, yet its intelligence was surprisingly high. It was truly incredible. "Come on." Mu Yuntian then infused his consciousness into the chaotic ape. He didn't dare to summon his own beast map for fear that the chaotic ape's chaotic energy might not be enough to open this spatial door. So he had to do it this way. The chaotic ape's eyes seemed to swirl with chaotic light, as Mu Yuntian's consciousness merged with its own, triggering all of its chaotic brilliance, sending beams of chaotic white light shooting out in all directions. Everyone quickly shielded themselves with their consciousness, avoiding the sharp light, fearing that these chaotic rays would enter their bodies. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly now. Finally, the spatial passage on the stone wall began to respond. Seeing this, the chaotic ape quickly maintained its output, and the stone wall became increasingly transparent. Eventually, the entire wall transformed into a spiral-shaped passage, with beams of white light constantly rotating inside. At a glance, one could see nothing inside except for white light. "That's enough," Xiaofeng said. He had entered this kind of spatial passage twice before, but the difference was that its light was white, while other passages were composed of many mixed colors. "We need to hurry. Maintaining this spatial passage requires a lot of energy, and this passage cannot be opened with consciousness. Otherwise, we could just use a few divine stones to maintain it. Right now, it all depends on this monkey beast, so we need to be quick," Xiaofeng said quickly. He then took the lead and entered first, followed by the others, who entered in groups of 10 since the passage was at least 10 meters long. So they did not feel crowded. 10 minutes later, only Yuntian and Mu Yuntian remained. "Qingying, hurry in, I'll come right after." Mu Yuntian and the chaotic ape were both sweating profusely at this point, especially the chaotic ape, which was trembling and biting its teeth tightly. Seeing this, Yuntian did not hesitate at all and turned to enter the spatial passage. After entering, Mu Yuntian only felt the world spinning around him, as if time had come to a standstill. His body seemed to be moving at high speed, yet it also felt as if he hadn't moved at all. The passage was filled with a white mist, and he could only let it be, then closed his eyes. "Xiaotian, are you all right?" Xiaofeng gently called out. Gradually, Mu Yuntian finally adapted, and when he opened his eyes, he saw over 400 people standing still like himself. Except for a dozen or so who had previously experienced the spatial passage, everyone else was in a similar state. 10 minutes later, everyone fully awakened, staring at each other in surprise, as it was their first time entering a spatial passage, leading to such discomfort. "Haha, the first time is like this. I forgot to tell you that after entering the spatial passage, you must first stabilize your spiritual platform. As long as the space is stable, nothing else will happen." Just like it was just now, it had barely been 10 minutes, Xiaofeng explained to the crowd. Everyone looked astonished, as they felt like they had spent a very long time inside. "Where's this place?" After coming to his senses, Mu Yuntian quickly surveyed the surroundings and asked. Only then did everyone realize their attention had been on the spatial passage. They noticed they were standing atop a mountain peak, which resembled a giant platform. Looking down, they could see the surrounding environment clearly. Beneath them lay a sea of mountains, giving a feeling of overlooking all the smaller hills. In the distance, houses resembling bird cages were shrouded in mist, appearing faintly. A mass of fog, like a white veil, spread throughout the deep valley, making one wonder if a mountain deity was hiding there. The layers of mountains stretched far and wide, painted in lush green, with barely any exposed rock visible. Gazing up at the sky, wisps of mist floated gently before their eyes, making them feel that this was the closest place to the heavens. Standing here, nature seemed to envelop them, and they too would melt into nature. This place seemed like a fairyland. What kind of space have we entered? Yuntian curiously looked around. Xiaofeng and the other two city lords had the most experience among the crowd. At this moment, seeing the sights before them, they were equally shocked. It truly resembled a fairyland with high mountains, flowing water, ethereal clouds, and a sea of flowers blooming brightly. Although the surroundings were silent, it only highlighted the extraordinary nature of this place. Everyone looked at Xiaofeng, waiting for his instructions on where to go. Although this place was like a fairyland, there was a group of demons inside, and they had to respond seriously. One misstep could turn this fairyland into their burial ground. Xiaofeng thought for a long while, realizing that splitting up was definitely not an option. If they encountered a dark beast master, they wouldn't be able to react in time. The area was not too large, but it wasn't something they could cover in just a minute or two. This can't be a dwelling place for strange beasts. Can it? Yuntian scrutinized the area for a long time before speaking. Everyone was taken aback, as if waking from a dream. No wonder they felt something was off about this place. Although it resembled a fairyland, it was too quiet, as if only one strange beast had resided here before. If it is a dwelling place for strange beasts, then it's terrifying. What kind of strange beast would deserve such a place? A demigod beast? Or a divine beast? Su Fengqing added. Suddenly, Mu Yuntian's expression changed, as the Chaos Ape transmitted a message. There are chaotic gases in the distant valley. Chapter 106. Breaking the barrier with all their might. Xiaofeng noticed Mu Yuntian's unusual behavior and asked, Xiaotian, do you sense something? Mu Yuntian pointed towards the distant valley and said, if there's a suspicious place, it's over there. Following his, everyone looked and saw a huge valley covered in swirling blue smoke, making it appear like a fairyland from afar. Let's go check it out. Everyone must not get lost. We can't be sure if the Dark Beast Masters have noticed our entry into this space. Stay alert. Xiaofeng instructed the crowd. Then they descended from the mountain towards the valley. Although the scenery along the way was beautiful, it was eerily silent, creating a strange phenomenon. On the way to the valley, there were many small streams, with the water flowing steadily, singing a slow tune that tugged at the heart. When they reached a stone waterfall, the sound of water surged suddenly, as if ambushed. The clash of swords echoed, revealing an ancient sigh and a chilling sensation. Stopping to observe, they found a warm tree beside the waterfall. Touching it felt like touching warm jade, and a gentle knock produced a sound akin to a zither. Truly a marvel. This tree is strange, it feels alive. If you listen closely, it even makes sounds like a dragon's roar. Yuntian whispered to Mu Yuntian beside her. Let's catch up with them. What's strange about the big tree? It might just have gained some spiritual energy from growing here for a long time. Mu Yuntian replied casually before quickly following the others. Yuntian shook her head, giving the tree a deep look before also following along. Half an hour later, they finally reached the entrance of the valley. This valley was surrounded by mountains on three sides, with only the huge opening in front allowing entry and exit. Another barrier? This barrier seems to have been set up not long ago. It doesn't give off the feeling of age. Could it be? Xiaofeng's voice trailed off as it carried from ahead. Hearing this, everyone gathered around to see a thin, cicada wing-like light shimmering at the huge entrance, as if it would shatter upon contact. This barrier was set up not long ago, which means there are people inside. Xiaofeng continued, as everyone surrounded him. Dark Beast Masters. We finally found the place. Let's charge in. Yes, not a single one should escape. The crowd began discussing animatedly, their eyes filled with anger. Xiaofeng glanced at everyone, understanding their feelings, as he too wanted to rush in immediately. But first, they needed to break through the protective barrier in front of them. Xiaotian, we need to trouble your colorful spirit fox again, Xiaofeng said nearby. In a corner, Wu Tian, who had been speaking calmly, suddenly gritted his teeth at the mention of the colorful spirit fox, glaring fiercely at Mu Yuntian. That colorful spirit fox was originally the guardian spirit of their Wu clan. Mu Yuntian was unaware of his thoughts and nodded at Xiaofeng, then summoned the colorful spirit fox. This time, he was more skilled. He communicated with the Chaos Ape through the beast control diagram, and it nodded before following him outside. The colorful spirit fox looked reluctant, having just come out once, and was summoned again, so it stood still, ignoring Mu Yuntian. However, the next second, it was lifted up and thrown in a parabolic arc to the front of the protective barrier. After getting up, it was about to angrily shout, but when it saw the Chaos Ape, it immediately turned into a docile look. Master, the Chaos Ape and I can help too, Mu Yuntian said. All right, let's each take one. We need to be quick, ideally before they realize what's happening. Xiaofeng instructed the crowd. Mu Yuntian activated the Chaos Divine Monument in his heart, and he saw that all the lower-tier beasts below the 6th level lit up. Immediately, a stream of white light surged into his right hand, causing his entire arm to swell as if it would explode at any moment. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Xiaofeng and his companions had their eyes wide open in disbelief. They couldn't believe that Mu Yuntian's punch had an effect comparable to that of their 8th-tier beast. They cursed him in their hearts for being a freak. How could a beastmaster with a top-tier beast control diagram take the path of physical training? But while everyone was still in shock, Mu Yuntian's beast on the other side made their jaws drop to the ground. Chapter 107. The Universe Shield. What kind of beast is this? Its power is terrifying. That kid's physical strength is already formidable, but his beast is even more powerful. Is there no justice in the world? The crowd below was stunned. Xiaofeng and the others felt the same way. In terms of pure strength, none of the beasts here could match it. Suddenly, it seemed that something was moving inside, and the entire ground shook. Everyone was startled and hurriedly looked inside, only to see a beast the size of a small mountain moving, estimated to be at least 50 meters tall, radiating a faint glow that connected to the barrier. A ninth-tier early-stage Earth Divine Turtle? Xiaofeng said in shock. Those who recognized this beast had expressions of disbelief. This was a ninth-tier beast. What kind of people had the Dark Beastmaster brought in? No wonder. It turned out that this protective shield was its ability, the Universe Shield. We really have some trouble this time. Just this layer of shield can delay us for quite a while, Xiaofeng said to the crowd, feeling a bit anxious. Inside the shield, over 100 people stood in front of a giant cave, all dressed in black and white robes. They were also controlling their beasts to continuously attack the light curtain at the cave entrance, each attack surrounded by dark energy, looking very eerie. In front of them stood 3 people, one of whom was wearing a black robe that enveloped his entire body. And the most bizarre thing was that there was a clawing beast pattern embroidered on his robe, as if it could break free at any moment. How could anyone enter the barrier of the Dragon Ridge? It's impossible, aside from the Chaos Beast diagram. There shouldn't be anything else that can open that Chaos space door. Could it be that those people found a beast that possesses chaotic energy? Interesting, truly interesting. The black-robed man lightly clapped his hands and then waved to the 2 people beside him. You 2 take 10 people and go outside the valley to see who is attacking the Earth Divine Turtle's Universe Shield. We're at a critical moment here, and I can't act rashly. Otherwise, all the efforts of the past few months will be wasted. The 2 bowed and replied, My lord, rest assured. The Universe Shield is not so easy to break. We will go out and take a look. They then selected 10 people to follow them, ready to help stabilize the Earth Divine Turtle's Universe Shield if necessary. The black-robed man nodded, then focused all his attention on the aerial beast diagram. White light continuously washed over the light curtain at the cave entrance, while the rest controlled their beasts to attack the curtain along with the white light. Sigh. The place where the divine beast once resided is indeed formidable. It cannot be viewed through the eyes of ordinary people, the black-robed man murmured to himself. Meanwhile, outside, after seeing the Earth Divine Turtle, Yuntian and the others increased their attack intensity. Especially the Chaos Ape, its protective chaotic energy could weaken all power, and now, with its fists constantly striking, the barrier that was recovering its shape quickly caved in again. Swish, 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 several sounds quickly approached from afar. In less than half a minute, a group of 12 had arrived in front of the Earth Divine Turtle. They glanced at the densely packed crowd of over 400 outside and revealed a slight, disdainful smile. I thought someone was so capable of coming in here. It turns out to be the 3 city lords of the Eastern continent. Ha ha ha. But what can you do now that you're inside? The leading man said loudly. When Xiaofeng and the others saw them appear, their eyes nearly spewed fire. The Dark Beast Masters were indeed here. They had finally found them. You garbage are really inside. Don't think this turtle shell can protect you. This time, no matter what schemes you have, they won't succeed. Darkness will never triumph over light. Xiaofeng said sternly. Ha ha ha, that is hilarious. What do you have? Just these few hundred people? First, deal with the Universe Shield. The leading man laughed heartily. Chapter 108. Hope Remains. Tiandu led the group, and at this rate, they wouldn't last much longer. We should use secret methods to help the Earth Divine Turtle level up. One of the Dark Beast Masters said. The one called Tiandu nodded. He knew that the Lord inside was breaking the seal and couldn't be disturbed casually. Otherwise, no one could bear the wrath of that Lord. Tiandu waved his hand, and the remaining 11 immediately spread out, standing around the Earth Divine Turtle. Their positions were very peculiar, not forming a circle, but rather a special formation. Let us begin. Secret Art of Ascension, Tiandu shouted. Then his divine consciousness began to rotate and compress within his body. The remaining 11 Dark Beast Masters repeated the same process. 10 minutes later, Tiandu and the others finally made a move. They shouted in unison, and 12 seeds formed from their divine consciousness erupted out, swirling with black energy, appearing filled with mystery and eeriness. Go, Tiandu said, and then everyone controlled the divine consciousness seeds toward the Earth Divine Turtle. At that moment, the sudden entry of the 12 seeds detonated within, and the Earth Divine Turtle felt as if its body was filled with power. This explosive power directly elevated it to the 9th tier late stage. Not bad. In this state, if it's just to maintain the Universe Shield, the Secret Art of Ascension should support it for 2 hours. Tiandu nodded in satisfaction. This Secret Art of Ascension was a high-level secret technique that required at least 2 7th-tier Beast Masters and 10 peak 6th-tier Beast Masters to unleash its effect, let alone targeting a 9th-tier early-stage beast. Xiaofeng and the others were stunned. They were just about to destroy the Universe Shield, yet they had no idea they had such a secret technique. Now, even if they attacked again, it was useless. The opponent was now a 9th-tier late-stage Earth Divine Turtle. Everyone was anxious, looking at Xiaofeng, waiting for him to make a decision, because continuing the attack now would be futile and a waste of energy. Xiao Feng pondered for a moment, shook his head. In this situation, they could only stare helplessly unless Mu Yuntian's beast, the Rainbow Spirit Fox, could advance to the 8th tier peak state. Otherwise, there was truly no way out. Sigh, Dark Beast Masters are indeed difficult to deal with. The key is that their abilities and secret techniques are all strange, making them hard to decipher. Su Fengqing sighed lightly. Kid, I actually have a way to try. Suddenly, the Chaos Ape's divine consciousness transmitted over, and Mu Yuntian's heart filled with joy as he quickly asked, Ape bro, what method do you have? You know that chaos can weaken all power, but it can also transform all power into chaos. We can try this. Have them summon all their beasts and concentrate their energy on me. Perhaps with one strike, we can break this universe shield. The Chaos Ape said. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuntian immediately conveyed the method to everyone without hesitation. The group looked at the Chaos Ape with some surprise. Although they didn't know the specific process, could it withstand so much energy concentrated in one place? However, seeing Mu Yuntian's confident expression, they did not think too much about it. After all, they could only try this method now. Otherwise, the longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for their side. Then they witnessed a spectacular scene, with over 400 people simultaneously summoning their own beasts. Nearly 1,700 beasts instantly filling the valley. Tian Du and the others were confused, wondering if this was a strategy based on numbers. The Chaos Ape glanced at the densely packed beasts, some even being pushed out of the valley, shook its head, and then said to Mu Yuntian, those beasts are too far away to transmit their spiritual energy. Reduce it by half. It should have a similar effect. I can't absorb that much spiritual energy. All right. Now control your beasts to transmit the spiritual energy to the Chaos Ape. Whether we succeed depends on this. Mu Yuntian said to the crowd. More than 800 beasts simultaneously emitted powerful spiritual energy, which then surged toward the Chaos Ape. The Chaos Ape's expression shifted, and with a loud roar, a strong chaotic light erupted from its body, and the gathered spiritual energy entered its body. The Chaos Ape's body expanded momentarily, a painful expression appearing on its face. It could only control the chaotic energy to merge with the incoming spiritual energy. Otherwise, although its physical body was powerful, it couldn't withstand so much spiritual energy entering at once. Chaos Ape, you must hold on. All hope rests on you. Mu Yuntian silently encouraged it. Chapter 109, Breaking the Seal. Xiao Feng and others were also amazed, wondering how powerful a body must be to dare to do such a thing. Moreover, it had succeeded. With its current strength, it might really break the Qinquan shield before them. In my current state, I can only launch one attack. Are you all ready? The Chaos Ape said to Mu Yuntian. Mu Yuntian nodded, then conveyed its meaning to the others, preparing to charge in. Tian Du and the others were shocked at the Chaos Ape's state, feeling a sense of fear. At this moment, the Chaos Ape felt a surge of power throughout its body, as if its flesh would explode in the next second. It urgently needed to release this massive energy. It concentrated the chaotic energy in its hands, then leaped up, rising 10 meters into the air, hands clenched into fists, and then struck down fiercely towards the Qinquan shield. Everyone was watching. This strike carried their hopes. If it failed, they could only watch helplessly as the Dark Beastmaster's conspiracy succeeded. Boom. The Chaos Ape seemed to descend from the heavens. When its fist struck the Qinquan shield, the entire protective barrier shook violently, and a large hole was created where it was hit. The Chaos Ape let out a roar, and the gathered spiritual energy erupted once more, surging into its fist. Crack, crack. A series of tiny sounds rang out, quickly spreading like a spider web across the entire Qinquan shield. Go, Tian Du shouted in a low voice, then turned to leave, and the other 11 quickly followed. Shatter for me. The Chaos Ape roared, eyes nearly shooting out tangible light. The Qinquan shield shattered in response, light scattering and flying everywhere. The Earth God Turtle trembled. After the Qinquan shield was broken, it suffered a backlash. This alone was not enough to incapacitate it. But the critical factor was that the secret technique within its body was also forced to dissipate, resulting in considerable internal injuries. Kill. Eliminate the Dark Beastmasters. Leave none alive. First, kill this turtle. Its shell makes a great soup. With the destruction of the Qinquan shield, everyone rushed into the valley, their beasts following suit, and all their attacks directed at the Earth God Turtle's body. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Earth God Turtle remained completely unmoving. Absorbing all their attacks without sustaining a single scratch, it continued to tremble, its insides in chaos, having no time to worry about the outside attacks. This turtle shell is too abnormal. Although it is a 9th-tier beast, how can it withstand so many attacks without a scratch? A voice rang out from the crowd. Xiao Feng and the others followed suit. He glanced at the Earth God Turtle and then said to the others, "Don't worry about it for now. Its defense is among the top and 9th tier beasts. Not to mention you all, even if I and the 2 city lords were to switch places, it would still take considerable effort to break its defense. We should hurry in to find the Dark Beast Masters." The crowd nodded, and under Xiao Feng's lead, they surged forward, this time without obstruction. They would truly face the Dark Beast Masters, and a life-and-death battle was inevitable. 5 minutes later, they finally saw the Dark Beast Masters in the distance, gathered in front of a cave, their expressions serious, seemingly unaware of their arrival. "Be careful. No matter what they are doing, we must surround them. Not a single one can escape," Xiao Feng shouted, riding his beast and rushing ahead. 1,000 meters. 500 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. As they got closer, everyone looked tense. Those 100 or so people were ruthless killers, and one misstep could lead to disaster. Soon they reached within 50 meters. Xiao Feng didn't care whether the opponents reacted. He waved his hand, and 20 teams dispersed, surrounding them from different routes. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the cave and spread in all directions. The leading figure in a black robe seemed to be prepared. As soon as the seal at the cave entrance shattered, he immediately crushed an egg-sized pearl, and another protective shield emerged, enveloping all the Dark Beast Masters. This was a pearl containing energy from a 7th tier beast's golden shell, enough to block the overwhelming invisible aura. Although Xiao Feng and the others were far away, when the aura surged toward them, their beasts were the first to bear the brunt. Those beasts froze in place, trembling, especially Xiao Feng's Ironback Eagle King, which fainted and crashed to the ground. Yuntian saw this situation and felt too familiar. He had previously activated the roar in the beast control diagram twice, causing the opponent's beasts to surrender without a fight. Just like now, Xiao Feng was very puzzled. Why did the other beasts not faint, while his 8th tier peak beast did? His Ironback Eagle King truly possessed a trace of dragon blood. Chapter 110, The Azure Dragon Cave in Azure Dragon Valley. Finally opened. The black-robed man's expressionless face finally broke into a smile. However, they did not immediately enter, as the aura within the cave continued to surge outward. With another roar, Xiao Feng and the others' beasts directly prostrated on the ground, unable to move, aside from a few that could still stand. Like Xiao Feng's beast and Yuntian's chaos ape, the rest were immobilized. Dragon? Is that a dragon? A 9th tier earth dragon or a demigod dragon? This is the first time I've seen a dragon in my life. Although it's formed from aura, it is still a dragon. Everyone was shocked, momentarily at a loss. Xiao Feng observed carefully, suddenly widening his eyes as he stared at the dragon formed in the air. Su Fengqing and Chun Huaiga seemed to sense something, and a thought appeared in their minds, one they dared not believe. Azure Dragon. The divine beast Azure Dragon. No wonder the Dark Beast Masters took such great risks to come to the eastern continent in droves. It turns out it was for it. No wonder. Thinking about it this way, everything makes sense. This is actually the lair of the Azure Dragon. The shock in Xiao Feng's heart could not calm down for a long time. The most peculiar thing was the chaos ape. It felt a strange familiarity with the Azure Dragon before it. It muttered to itself, "What kind of exotic beast am I? Why do I feel that the aura of the divine beast in front of me seems to be related to me?" The Azure Dragon's momentum spiraled in the air. And just in this state, everyone felt suppressed and could hardly breathe. If the true form of the Azure Dragon appeared here, just thinking about that scene was terrifying. Once this dragon's momentum dissipates, we will immediately rush in to find Azure Dragon's blood. That is our primary task. If they want to fight, then let them fight. The man in the black robe said in a low voice. Xiao Feng stared intently at the man in the black robe, and after a long time, he finally recognized who this Dark Beastmaster was. It's him, the owner of the fierce beast diagram. We have encountered him again. Xiao Feng's voice seemed to tremble slightly. That time he escaped death, and the impression was too deep. Su Fengqing and the others were also shocked. They hadn't noticed when they arrived, but after careful observation, their expressions gradually became heavy. The belief that they would win had actually rippled slightly. The man in the black robe seemed to sense this. He turned his head from afar, his black robe obscuring his face, but one could feel the sinister expression hidden within as he sneered contemptuously at the three of them. The dragon's momentum that coalesced in the air grew stronger, until it seemed truly like a divine dragon manifesting in the world. The entire valley rumbled with intense vibrations, as if rising and falling with the dragon's breath, while the cave once again spewed forth waves of azure light, all shooting toward the divine dragon in the air. Slowly, the size of that divine dragon seemed to shrink, and beams of red light erupted. It's it, Azure Dragon's blood. This time we finally did not come in vain. We must obtain it at any cost. Excitement appeared on the normally calm face of the man in the black robe. This Azure Dragon's blood was something that the most mysterious leader must obtain for body refinement. 10 minutes later, 10 drops of blood, each about the size of a fingertip, floated in the air, containing explosive power. Upon seeing this, Xiao Feng's eyes widened. This is the blood of the Azure Dragon. Whether absorbed by a human or an exotic beast, the benefits it brings are unimaginable. Kill. We must not let the other side obtain it. We cannot allow the Dark Beastmaster to produce more top-tier figures. Once Xiao Feng reacted, he immediately led the charge, the Beastmaster diagram fluttering in the wind, accompanied by 5 8th-tier exotic beasts. The others followed closely behind, controlling one exotic beast after another to charge forward. Fortunately, there was a very large flat area in front of the cave, more than enough to accommodate these people and exotic beasts. The man in the black robe saw this and glanced at the 10 drops of nearly formed Azure Dragon's blood in the air, snorted coldly. And a destructive aura erupted from within him. The fierce beast diagram had long been suspended in midair, and then 6 6th-tier exotic beasts sprang out. For peak 8th-tier exotic beasts and 2 early 9th-tier exotic beasts exuding majesty. A 9th-tier early beastmaster. Xiao Feng was taken aback. No one understood better than him how difficult it was to break through to the 9th tier, as he himself had been stuck at the peak of the 8th tier for a long time. Without an opportunity, it was nearly impossible to advance. Su Fengqing and the others felt the abyss-like aura from the man in the black robe, and their expressions of shock caused their charging steps to slow down. When he was still at the peak of the 8th tier, he could take on 3 opponents. Now he had advanced to the early 9th tier. No wonder he was not at all nervous when he saw over 400 people on this side. Haha, it's you 3 again. This time I will definitely kill you. After the man in the black robe finished speaking, he controlled 6 exotic beasts to meet them. The fierce beast diagram in the air emitted a brilliant light, instantly covering himself and Xiao Feng and their exotic beasts within. Then he crushed a golden shell bead again for defense. Xiao Feng and the others hurriedly operated their Beastmaster diagram to resist, barely blocking the light from entering their exotic beasts. Then several seeds formed by secret techniques also entered the bodies of the exotic beasts, as the 3 of them and their 15 exotic beasts formed an encirclement and charged forward. The others also rushed to join the battle. Although there were only about 100 people on the Dark Beastmaster's side, the exotic beasts they controlled were exceptionally ferocious, each surrounded by black gas. Looking very brutal, Yuntian and Qingying also controlled their exotic beasts to fight alongside the Dark Beastmaster. But what frustrated him the most was that he couldn't summon his Beastmaster diagram. Yuntian did not dare to distance himself too far from Qingying, as this was a chaotic battle with various exotic beasts fighting together. Although Beastmasters generally needed 1 or 2 exotic beasts by their side for protection, relying on exotic beasts for protection never felt as secure as doing it oneself. The most ferocious and powerful was undoubtedly the Chaos Ape, as it was a terrifying presence among these exotic beasts of varying strengths. With a punch, it could stun an exotic beast, and then with a few more blows, that exotic beast would be dead, as that black gas was completely ineffective against it. The battle involving the man in the black robe was the most intense. With 15 exotic beasts against 6, they had a significant numerical advantage and should be able to quickly suppress the opponent. However, the man in the black robe's fierce beast diagram was simply too powerful, and now he was truly a 9th-tier early beastmaster. His 2 early 9th-tier exotic beasts were practically like they had cheats. One resembled a gigantic rooster, but it had 3 massive heads, 6 legs like iron, and 3 pairs of fiery red wings on its back, known as the Bird of Fury. At this moment, it was taking on 3 opponents and was still in the upper hand. The other was over 10 meters long, resembling a giant python with 6 legs, 4 pairs of short wings, and covered in chunks of yellowish scales, known as the Earth Dragon Python. This beast had a trace of dragon blood, and if it evolved further, it could reach the level of the Earth Dragon Flood Dragon. At this moment, it was also taking on 3 opponents, and its scales rendered its opponents helpless. Meanwhile, the man in the black robe's consciousness was focused on the 10 drops of blood in the air because he sensed that in a few minutes, the Azure Dragon's blood would be completely absorbed, forming true Azure Dragon's blood. Xiao Feng and the others noticed his unusual behavior and simultaneously released their consciousness chains in the air, feeling a bit nervous, as a clash of consciousness was the most dangerous. If they were not careful, their spirit platforms could shatter, rendering them essentially useless. The battle had been ongoing for over 20 minutes, with both sides suffering considerable casualties, turning the entire valley red. Some beastmasters were even killed or torn in half by exotic beasts. Kid, I sense something inside the cave, but it seems to be blocked by a layer of chaotic gas. This chaotic gas is what I sensed earlier. But don't worry, because they can't break through the light curtain formed by the chaotic gas at all. At this moment, Yuntian was caught up in the battle, and a strand of consciousness from the Chaos Ape transmitted over. Suddenly, the man in the black robe let out a loud shout. and his ninth-tier consciousness suddenly split into 10 parts, reaching for the Azure Dragon's blood. "Stop him!" Xiao Feng shouted, his consciousness charging like a raging dragon, while the other two city lords also immediately controlled their consciousness to block. "Humph!" The man in the black robe snorted coldly, a bright light flashing at his forehead and the center of his brow. That was his consciousness being pushed to the limit. If he were to strengthen it further, his spirit platform would not be able to bear it and would shatter. The 10 consciousness chains suddenly expanded, becoming as large as pillars. And then he split 4 consciousness chains to collide with Xiao Feng and the others. Poof! The man in the black robe spat out a mouthful of blood. Although his consciousness was 9th tier, it could not withstand the combined attack of Xiao Feng and the others after being dispersed. However, because of this block, his remaining 6 consciousness chains successfully covered 6 drops of Azure Dragon's blood, which instantly vanished. The black-robed man's face turned ashen as he hurriedly controlled the beast to block the attacks of the 3, for his divine sense was currently under violent assault. He quickly stored 6 drops of Azure Dragon blood into the Yuntian Beast Taming diagram, and his expression improved slightly, but his divine sense had already begun to dim. The power of the Azure Dragon blood was indeed too domineering, and even a 9th-tier divine sense could not contain it. At this moment, the black-robed man looked haggard. Divine sense was fundamental for beast tamers, and if it was damaged, recovery would be extremely difficult. Fortunately, his beast had already gained intelligence, so it could fight well on its own without much control. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible to fend off Xiao Feng and the others. The black-robed man glanced at the remaining 4 drops of Azure Dragon blood in the air, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "We're leaving." The dark beast tamers engaged in battle immediately controlled their beasts to block, then retreated and regrouped. Xiao Feng silently cursed. He recognized the spirit stones. They were exceptionally rare spatial spirit stones. Chapter 112. Repelling the attack, Xiao Feng and the others quickly commanded their beasts to attack. But the 3 layers of protective shields were not easy to break through. The first layer held up against 2 rounds of attacks before finally shattering. Just then, as the black-robed man infused his divine sense into the colorful spirit stone, it suddenly burst forth with countless glimmers, enveloping all the dark beast tamers within it in less than a second. Humph! This time, consider yourselves fortunate to escape. I underestimated the power of the Azure Dragon blood. Otherwise, with just you lot, thinking you could stop us is sheer fantasy. The black-robed man said expressionlessly. The colorful light grew increasingly intense. And just as the second layer of the protective shield shattered, all the dark beast tamers enveloped in the colorful glow vanished in an instant, as if no one had ever existed in that spot. Sigh, I didn't expect them to even possess something like spatial spirit stones. However, it seems that the owner of the Yuntian Beast Taming diagram is severely injured, otherwise, he wouldn't have retreated so quickly. Yet this time, he still managed to take away 6 drops of Azure Dragon blood, which poses endless future troubles. Xiao Feng sighed softly, glancing at the remaining 4 drops of Azure Dragon blood in the air, which had caused the black-robed man's divine sense to suffer severe damage. While they were momentarily stunned, the Azure Dragon blood in the air suddenly emitted red light and began to tremble slightly, as if preparing to break free into the void. Not good. They're trying to escape. We must retrieve these Azure Dragon blood. Even getting 1 drop would be enough for the 3 of us to refine. Xiao Feng felt anxious. The Azure Dragon blood was the essence of the Azure Dragon's power, and the Dark Beast Tamers took such great risks to come here, which shows its importance. Just as he thought this, Xiao Feng and the others surrounded the Azure Dragon blood from 3 different directions, wrapping it within their divine sense. The Azure Dragon blood had reached a critical state, and the 4 drops of blood trembled, seemingly preparing to break through the void. With a strong surge of divine sense, Xiao Feng and the others managed to encapsulate 2 drops of Azure Dragon blood, but the other 2 vanished without a trace. Xiao Feng hurriedly stored the 2 drops of Azure Dragon blood into the beast taming diagram, but his divine sense also began to dim. If he had been even a moment slower, he would have ended up like the black-robed man, with his divine sense injured. The 3 nodded in satisfaction. Obtaining 2 drops of blood was already an unexpected gain, especially since this was blood from the divine beast Azure Dragon. Just 1 drop was enough for the 3 of them to refine. This time, our losses are also quite severe. Among the same tier, the strength of the Dark Beast Tamers is indeed a head above ours. We must admit their prowess. Xiao Feng glanced at the others, who were busy tending to the injured beast tamers. More than 10 minutes later, they gathered with dejected expressions, having settled the wounded beast tamers. What is the situation? Xiao Feng gently asked, genuinely afraid to know the result, but he had to, as he was the leader of this group and had to take responsibility for them. Each of the 20 teams reported their situation one by one, and the more Xiao Feng listened, the darker his expression became, followed by a heavy sigh. A total of over 100 people had died among the 20 teams, and the casualties among the beasts were even more numerous. Although the Dark Beast Tamers also suffered significant losses, it was still not worth it, as they were the ones who initiated the ambush. It's my fault, Xiao Feng said to the group, the weight of 1,000 words condensed into a single sentence. Lord Xiao, don't blame yourself. No one could have predicted this situation. Who would have thought a 9th-tier Dark Beast Tamer would come? Moreover, he is the owner of the Qiongqi Beast Taming diagram. Sigh, the world is unpredictable, Su Fengqing remarked. They had originally thought their combined strength was sufficient to wipe out the Dark Beast Tamers. 3 peak 8th-tier Beast Tamers were already the most powerful trio on the eastern continent. But who would have thought the owner of the ferocious beast diagram would show up here? Chen Huaiga also stepped forward and said, since it has already happened, we must accept it. Let us go into the cave and see if there is anything valuable. It's better than just standing here. Huaiga's right. I heard dragons love to hoard treasures, and although this is just one of their lairs, if anything is left behind here, it would be a tremendous treasure for us. Su Fengqing added. Upon hearing this, the feeling of sorrow among the crowd eased somewhat. After all, no matter how sad they were, the dead could not be revived. Even if they were reluctant, they had to dry their tears and bid farewell. More than 10 minutes later, the crowd finally calmed down, and they buried all the deceased in Azure Dragon Valley. For them, this could be considered a form of honor. When everything settled, they turned their gazes towards the cave. Mu Yuntian glanced at the Chaos Ape and asked, will they be able to find the place you mentioned earlier? Mu Yuntian nodded. Otherwise, when they arrived at the place he spoke of, they wouldn't know whether to act or not. Now, it was just right, without needing to think about those issues. Let us go in and take a look. Everyone, be careful, Xiao Feng said to the group, then led the way towards the cave, with everyone following closely behind. Meanwhile, the teleportation space created by the colorful spirit stone transported the Dark Beast Tamers to a distant location, at least 10,000 miles away from Azure Dragon Valley. Uft. The black-robed man spat out another mouthful of blood, a tiny crack appearing in his spiritual platform. Chapter 113. Dragon Saliva Grass. This time, I was still careless. I didn't expect that the power of the Azure Dragon blood alone could inflict such serious injuries on me. However, it's fortunate I completed my task. 6 drops of Azure Dragon blood should be enough for me to break through my realm. A hint of admiration appeared on the black-robed man's face. Tian Du has come, he said. My lord, are you all right? The black-robed man shook his head and looked at the others around him. They had lost nearly half of their beast tamers this time, not to mention the countless casualties among their beasts. Humph, useless. The black-robed man sneered coldly in his heart, then waved his hand and continued advancing towards the western continent. Xiao Feng and the others had already entered the cave, and the more than 300 people standing in the vast cave seemed somewhat small. Once inside, everyone extended their divine sense to perceive everything around them. Inside the cave, it resembled a paradise, and the crowd continued deeper with expressions of awe. After more than 10 minutes, a long stone staircase appeared before them, winding and twisting like a true dragon coiling in the sky, exuding an imposing and magnificent aura. Following the stone staircase for several thousand meters, they came upon a cliff rising 1,000 feet high, standing alone in midair like a soaring azure dragon. Below the cliff grew a sparse number of small grasses, resembling dragon whiskers, gently swaying in the breeze, just like dragon whiskers fluttering. At that moment, a blue mist rolled in and clouds rose, making the cliff appear to float amidst a vast sea of clouds. Standing at the bottom of the cliff felt like entering a realm of immortals. After a while, the thick fog dispersed, and another cave unexpectedly appeared at the top of the cliff. Everyone was incredibly surprised, thinking to themselves, truly worthy of the divine beast. Even its dwelling place is awe-inspiring. They hurriedly approached to take a look, only to find that there were no paths around the cliff, and the only way to ascend was to fly up to the cliff top, which was about 300 meters high. Huh, what is this? Su Fengqing asked in surprise, her mind racing to analyze the object in front of her. Just as Mu Yuntian was about to look closer, a stream of divine consciousness arrived. It's dragon spittle grass. These little grasses need to absorb dragon breath regularly to grow, and they are treasures for body cultivators. Even if one does not specifically train the body, consuming this can strengthen one's physique and extend lifespan. In short, the benefits are numerous. Your little girlfriend's back will be saved. Moreover, this is the dragon breath of the divine beast Qinglong. Mu Yuntian did not pay much attention to the previous words, but upon hearing that these little grasses could help Yu Qingying recover her back, he was so excited that he nearly jumped up, thinking to himself that he must obtain this dragon spittle grass. Little Tian, what's wrong? Yu Qingying noticed his expression at that moment. Mu Yuntian pointed to the little grasses, then walked over and relayed what the chaotic ape had just told him, knowing that even if he didn't say it, These strange little grasses could not all belong to him alone. Dragon spittle grass? My God, such a thing exists. Eating it can strengthen the body and extend life. Just the effect of extending life alone could drive many people crazy, especially those old geezers, Su Fengqing said. Among the crowd, the deputy sect leaders of the three major sects all brightened up, their hands trembling with excitement as they secretly calculated something in their hearts. Xiao Feng counted and found a total of 48 little grasses rooted at the bottom of the cliff, looking small and swaying in the wind. Yet they were as resilient as rock, nourished by the dragon breath of Qinglong. Just as Xiao Feng was about to reach out and pluck one to take a closer look, Mu Yuntian received the chaotic ape's divine consciousness. And he quickly said, "Don't touch it with your hands. That's dragon breath." Upon hearing his words, Xiao Feng's hand was less than an inch away from the dragon spittle grass. You have to use divine consciousness to wrap around them and store them in jade vessels. This dragon spittle grass cannot be consumed directly, otherwise, no one can withstand the dragon breath of Qinglong. Instead, one must absorb and refine the dragon breath power within to achieve the effects. Mu Yuntian's voice sounded again. He looked at everyone and, after a long contemplation, finally spoke. "Everyone, regarding the distribution of this dragon spittle grass, I thought of something. Each team will get 2, Little Tian and his exotic beast will each get 1. And Yu Qingying will also get 1, as they 3 have made the greatest contributions this time. The last 3 will go to the 3 of us city lords. As a favor to us, what do you all think?" Everyone quickly nodded in agreement. 2 were already a lot, after all. Such heavenly materials and treasures must be used wisely. Otherwise, it would be a waste of their reputation. All right, the dragon spittle grass has been distributed. So let us head up now. Xiao Feng's eyes were fixed on the stone cave at the top of the cliff, wondering what awaited them there. One by one, flying exotic beasts were summoned, and for those without 1, 2 or 3 people shared a beast, soaring towards the top of the cliff. Soon, many exotic beasts landed on the vast open space at the top. From below, it didn't seem like much, but standing there, everyone felt only one thing: grandeur. At the top of the cliff lay a massive cave, resembling a giant monster suppressing the cliff, and the simple scene exuded an overwhelming sense of majesty. After organizing their ranks, the crowd looked at the 3 standing in front, their eyes occasionally revealing a hint of respect. These 3 had silently guarded the eastern continent, and such selfless dedication was already worthy of admiration. Everyone needs to be careful next, stay close, as this is an unknown place, and we don't know what might happen, Xiao Feng said solemnly to the crowd. Then let us go? The 3 of Xiao Feng led the way into the cave, and the others followed closely. As soon as they entered the cave, they were immediately blinded by a strong light. It's spirit stones. Yes, it's the aura of spirit stones. A few people squinted their eyes and said, slowly adapting to the discomfort brought by the light. After a minute, everyone finally adjusted. The first thing that caught their eyes was piles of spirit stones, stacked like small mountains. Oh my, am I seeing things? So many spirit stones. I'm afraid our current strength and resources combined don't even match this amount. The crowd murmured, but no one stepped forward to take any. They all looked at Xiao Feng with eager anticipation. Xiao Feng also snapped out of his surprise. He carefully surveyed the surroundings and noticed that the entire cave had no other paths, with stone walls all around, indicating that it was a sealed cave. Perhaps this is the treasure cave of Qinglong. The rumors were not wrong. Dragons love to collect treasures, especially shiny things, Su Fengqing said. However, Xiao Feng's focus was not on this. He looked inside the massive cave and saw that apart from the 10 or so piles of spirit stones, there seemed to be nothing else, making it appear quite empty. Could it be that everything else has been taken away by Qinglong, leaving only these spirit stones? Xiao Feng whispered. Su Fengqing and Chun Huaiga nodded thoughtfully. Don't think too much. Can't you be satisfied with these spirit stones? Do you want to take Qinglong's entire treasure? Then go find it, Su Fengqing said with a smile. Xiao Feng was only thinking aloud. This time they were only here to eliminate the Dark Beastmasters, and he didn't expect to have these unexpected surprises, which at least provided everyone with some psychological comfort. Mu Yuntian nodded. It would be best if they could obtain more, but it didn't matter if not, as he had already gotten what he wanted. Now the most crucial thing was to heal Yu Qingying's back injury, which was more important than anything else. Xiao Feng and the others walked over and saw piles of spirit stones, their joy evident. Even if they were distributed evenly, it would still be a considerable haul. Are there even divine spirit stones? And these special purpose spirit stones, my God, I can hardly take my eyes off them. Su Fengqing stared intently at a small pile of divine spirit stones. These were the top-tier spirit stones, and she didn't have more than 10 herself. Yet there were at least 1,000 here. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Feng said, after summarizing these spirit stones, we will distribute them to everyone. Although we suffered heavy casualties this time, we must look forward after the battle, and these things are enough to elevate a force to a new level. The crowd erupted in cheers, eager to rush over and collect these spirit stones. 2 hours later, under the leadership of Xiao Feng and the others, they finally finished distributing the more than 10 piles of spirit stones, with each person allocated according to their contributions. At that moment, Yuntian wore a look of barely contained laughter. If not for the current environment, he would have laughed out loud right away because he had become rich. 10 divine spirit stones, over 100 heavenly spirit stones, tens of thousands of spirit stones, and some other special purpose spirit stones. All of these now belonged to Yuntian. Going from being a pauper to a wealthy man was such a stark contrast that he felt overwhelmingly excited. No longer would he have to scrimp and save on using spirit stones. These 10 divine spirit stones should be able to push my divine consciousness to the peak of the 6th level. As for the blood needed for the 10,000 beasts' body, it could also be exchanged with spirit stones. Absorbing one is better than none, Yuntian muttered to himself. Then he glanced at Yuntian, finding that she had a similar expression. Anyone who suddenly obtained so many spirit stones would undoubtedly be thrilled. Alright, apart from these spirit stones, there is nothing else here. Let's search elsewhere, and if we find nothing, then this operation to encircle the Dark Beast Masters will officially come to an end, Xiao Feng said to everyone. Over the course of the next day, they searched every corner of the Qinglong Valley, and apart from discovering some useful spiritual herbs, there was nothing else. The most anxious was Yuntian, because when they reached a certain spot, the Chaos Ape told him that the chaotic energy was right there. At first, he thought they would definitely be discovered. As with so many people, how could they miss checking some locations? However, when everyone checked the stone walls, they just glanced over them and did not find anything unusual. Only then did Yuntian breathe a sigh of relief and continue searching the Qinglong Valley with everyone. Every corner had been searched, and everyone probably saw the results. So let's go out. If the space here is unstable, the consequences could be unimaginable. At this point, Xiao Feng was already standing at the entrance they came from. Xiao Feng glanced at everyone and said, "Let's leave here."